The moment Ye Feng opened his eyes, he was in a cultivation world, a realm where the strong make the rules, and ultimate power is everything. You ask how a mere mortal like him can survive here? The answer is simple. Ye Feng accidentally activated the Heavenly Prodigal System. He spends spirit stones like their water, feeds divine pills to dogs, and owns enough treasures to literally crush a man to death. A talentless nobody without a spiritual root? 100,000 spirit stones gets him into a sect. For 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, he buys the title of core disciple. He's so loaded he even bought the title of Honorary Grand Elder at the continent's top sect for a cool 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Even reclusive masters and top-tier experts have to show him respect and call him brother. For Ye Feng, there's nothing in this world but money. On the other hand, there's Luo Tianshui, the holy maiden of the limitless Holy Land, a woman of immense status. As the founder of a new sect, the Star Soul Sect, she doesn't have a single coin to her name. Just as she was despairing over finding any qualified disciples, Luo Tianshui's expression suddenly filled with shock. Out of nowhere, a legendary rich kid appeared before her. With a single wave of his hand, a storage ring containing 100,000 low-grade spirit stones materialized in front of her. The world may see him as a fool, but you should never teach a rich man how to spend his money. Ye Feng bought his way into a unique position in her sect. Luo Tianshui felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She couldn't understand how someone so insane could throw away money so easily. She coughed a few times, trying to compose herself. Luo Tianshui crossed her arms and asked Ye Feng one more time, "Are you absolutely sure you want to join? Our sect currently has no living quarters whatsoever." His face lit up with excitement. "Sect Master, don't panic. This disciple can hire people to build our new sect grounds." His words made Luo Tianshui's blood pressure skyrocket, and her entire body trembled. She rushed over to Ye Feng and whispered urgently, "Our sect is dirt poor. We have absolutely no resources for you. Joining us will only hinder your progress." Ye Feng cheerfully replied, "Sect Master, don't you worry. If we're lacking any cultivation resources, this disciple will simply buy everything we need." Seeing Luo Tianshui's dumbfounded expression, Ye Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. Why do I get the feeling this heavenly fairy of a sect master doesn't really want me to join? Nearby, Luo Tianshui's hands were shaking uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth, screaming internally, "Where did this madman come from? You want me to use your money to buy resources? The only absurd thing here is you joining my sect." Luo Tianshui coughed again to clear her throat. "I'll be direct with you. Even if you join, I will not personally oversee your training. You won't learn a single thing from me. Everything will depend entirely on yourself." Ye Feng looked at the woman before him, completely baffled. He remained silent, saying nothing. Seeing this, Luo Tianshui felt a flash of triumph. He's hesitating. He's finally hesitating. I knew my words would have an effect. Anyone else would have been scared off by now. But instead, he just laughed loudly. "Sect Master, don't panic. This disciple doesn't need anything from you. I couldn't be happier. This lets me complete my mission without anyone tying me down. Where else could I find a sect this perfect?" Luo Tianshui collapsed to her knees. While Ye Feng continued to ramble on beside her, she simply couldn't process it. How could someone be this happy after wasting 100,000 low-grade spirit stones just to join a sect? Her anger began to boil over. Luo Tianshui drew her sword in a flash. If Bai Tianhong hadn't been there to stop her, Ye Feng would have been skewered on the spot. Standing to the side, he was completely bewildered, his head full of question marks. With no other choice, she finally relented. "Fine. From this moment on, you are officially a disciple of the Star Soul Sect." A system notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, 100 prodigal points." Ye Feng's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure what these points were for, but something was better than nothing. System, are there any other missions? When there isn't a spending mission, what am I supposed to do? The question was answered immediately. The host must find their own ways to be a prodigal. The amount of resources spent has no relation to the points earned. As long as you spend lavishly, you will be rewarded. Seeing Luo Tianshui walk away, he scurried after her. "Sect Master, since I'm the only disciple right now, does that make me your personal core disciple?" She rejected him flatly. "Absolutely not. This sect master is not accepting disciples." She glanced at him, her face flushed. "Although I don't want to manage the sect's disciples, I made a promise to my father. I must take responsibility for your cultivation in the future. Someone like you wants to become my personal disciple? In your dreams." But Ye Feng refused to give up. "Sect Master, just name a price. This disciple has money. I promise I won't haggle." Both Luo Tianshui and Bai Tianhong were completely stunned. This was unheard of. Can the position of a personal disciple really be bought with spirit stones? If he wanted to play, she would play along. Luo Tianshui set the condition. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you can produce that amount, I'll accept you. Hearing that number, Ye Feng was startled and unconsciously took a step back. A tense silence hung in the air between them. Yi Feng was so shocked, he couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? A wicked smile spread across Luo Tianshui's face as she watched his reaction. She scoffed internally. He was acting so confident just now. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Even a third-rate sect would struggle to produce such a sum. How could a mere mortal like you possibly have that? Ye Feng just looked baffled. Is that really all it takes? With a huge grin, he reached into his robes and began pulling something out. Yi Feng cheerfully presented it, saying, Sect Master, inside are 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. The other 400,000 are a small gift from this disciple to his new master. He smirked to himself. I was born to be a prodigal genius. This chance to become a true disciple is something I absolutely cannot pass up. A notification from the system rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for your successful extravagant spending. Reward: 200 prodigal points. Tianshui was completely frozen by Ye Feng's bold move. 500,000. This was 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. A fortune that would make any third-rate sect master grovel at your feet and call you ancestor. She sighed, holding her head in utter disbelief as her hand trembled. Though it stung her pride, Tianshui had to concede. This sect master never goes back on her word. From this moment forward, you are my one and only true disciple. She then presented him with a magnificent sword. This profound azure sword is now yours. Consider it a welcoming gift from your master. As she spoke, however, Tianshui had a terrible thought. If word of this gets out, my entire reputation will be ruined. She could already hear the vicious gossip. Heavens, can you believe she actually took on a true disciple? She's the saintess of the limitless sacred sect. Yet she needed a disciple to bribe her with an acceptance gift? How shameless. The system's voice chimed in again. The host is the ultimate prodigal tycoon. How can you accept handouts from others? Deducting 20 prodigal points. Return the item within 1 hour to reclaim the points. He wanted to smash the system interface for being so ridiculously petty. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng dropped to his knees. He respectfully offered the sword back to Tianshui with both hands. She frowned, completely confused. What is the meaning of this? Yi Feng's mind raced, quickly coming up with an excuse. Master, one cannot be rewarded without merit. This disciple cannot accept the profound azure sword. If you truly insist on giving it to me, then please, name your price. Exasperated, she snatched the sword back. Do you really think money can buy everything? If you refuse a heartfelt gift from your master, then just forget it. Unaware of the real situation, Tianshui was seething with rage. That ungrateful fool, she thought. The profound azure sword is a 7th rank 7th grade spiritual treasure, an artifact that could guard an entire sect, and you just gave it back? Fine. If you don't want it, I won't force you. Nursing her wounded pride, she soared into the sky and vanished. Ye Feng watched her disappear, then asked, Elder Bai, is our new master not very bright? She turned down free money. Elder Bai didn't reply, only offering a piece of advice. It might be best to speak a little less. Perhaps she'll come to like that about you. Even Elder Bai was left to wonder. How could a mere mortal possess such an impossibly vast fortune? But then again, the young Miss's state of mind has been like a stagnant pond, which is why her cultivation has been stuck at a bottleneck for so long. Now, that's finally been shattered. His arrival may be a good thing. With that thought, he told Ye Feng it was time to head back to the sect. So Ye Feng followed Elder Bai toward the sect, and to fight off the boredom, he started mumbling numbers, counting every single bird flying overhead. 32. 33. This is so dull. I'd better ask the system if there's anything else I can do. Elder Bai was amazed by the sheer number of animals flocking to Ye Feng. A whole nest of birds had landed on his head, but he ignored them completely and asked, System, is this world based on those typical spiritual roots and innate talents? And how am I supposed to use these prodigal points? A status window appeared, showing his name and physical stats, along with his current prodigal points and the prodigal item of the day. The Xuantian continent's power is divided into 9 great realms: the Spirit Sea Realm, the Crossing Realm, the Yang Spirit Realm, the Foundation Establishment Realm, the Divine Treasury Realm, followed by the Purple Mansion, Origin Soul, Void Hollow, and tribulation transcendence realms. Each realm is split into 9 stages. Advancing one minor stage in the Spirit Sea realm costs 10 prodigal points, while in the Crossing realm, it costs 100. Even more shocking, advancing a single stage in the Yang Spirit realm required a staggering 1,000 prodigal points. Yifeng's head spun as he tried to absorb all this information. Using prodigal points to increase my cultivation level? System? Isn't that a bit of a ripoff? 1,000 points for every single minor stage. Sighing, he tapped the screen and navigated to the system store. The prodigal store appeared with a detailed list. Yifeng muttered, Spirit Herb VL, 100 points, a 90% chance for a first-grade spirit herb, an 80% chance for a second grade, and so on. The rates don't even improve as my strength increases. He thought the items were a bit expensive, but if there was even a tiny chance to pull a 9th-grade spirit herb, spending 100 points might just be worth it. There was a small percentage chance for a 9th grade. As Feng considered this, he suddenly realized, what would he even do with top-grade spirit herbs or ores? Just then, the system reminded him of its true purpose: extravagant spending. Special items opened from vials are considered a prodigal act. The higher the item's grade, the more points you earn. However, this action requires special circumstances. The moment the system finished its announcement, Feng couldn't stop himself from furiously mashing the virtual screen. This is just cruel, he thought. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. If I, Feng, start showing off in front of other cultivators would be just like how he trampled the system. After thinking it over, Feng decided the breakpoints were worth using. System, use my breakpoints and raise my power to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Just like that, his entire aura began to transform. Elder Bai immediately sensed the strange disturbance coming from Feng. He whipped around, his eyes widening in shock. Huh? Is this kid opening his Spirit Sea? Tianhong reached out, intending to touch the energy Feng was absorbing. When Elder Bai's hand made contact with that fantastical light, he was stunned. He never imagined something like this could happen. Elder Bai's jaw dropped in disbelief. This is just to open a Spirit Sea? Why does he need this much spiritual energy? This is enough to open dozens of them. One person absorbing the equivalent of 20 or 30 people like me. I've never seen a genius like this before. Feng began absorbing that colossal amount of spiritual energy. In the world of his consciousness, his eyes slowly fluttered open. He sat on a shoreline, pondering, what's happening? Does opening a Spirit Sea always take this long? Feng let out a long, bored yawn. Outside, Tianhong watched as the spiritual energy grew even more intense. How is this possible? Could it be that he intends to break through to the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea realm at the same time? Opening a Spirit Sea is like building your very foundation. For any cultivator, this is an incredibly important matter. This process requires more than just a quiet environment. It also needs supportive elixirs, pushing one's limits to open the largest sea possible, and then a long period of time to consolidate that power. What's more, Elder Bai hadn't sensed Feng using any elixirs at all. Even on the most stable flying sword, it's difficult to find inner peace, let alone open a Spirit Sea and break through a realm simultaneously. Tianhong now felt a deep sense of unease. He shouted, "What is going on?" But Feng remained perfectly still, unmoving. Elder Bai felt the aura surge past the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm, and then the 4th. He was even more shocked when it kept climbing to the 5th level. Tianhong stared, unable to believe his own eyes. The 6th level, the 7th, and even the 8th. Before Elder Bai could even process it, Feng's power reached the absolute peak of the 9th level Spirit Sea realm. At that moment, Feng slowly opened his eyes. It took 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes. He looked at his system panel, wondering why it wasn't completed instantly. He then turned to ask Elder Bai, "It took me 10 minutes to open my Spirit Sea and break through to the 9th level peak. If Tian Shui finds out, will she think I'm a waste of space?" Elder Bai was even more stunned by Feng's naive question. Waste? You're calling yourself a waste? If you're a waste, then what am I? Back in my day, with an abundance of cultivation resources, it took me 8 months of hard work to break through to the 9th level peak. And that was with a powerful cultivation technique and a master's guidance. Thinking it over, Elder Bai replied, "No wonder you don't need the Sect's techniques. You already possess a powerful cultivation method of your own." Feng had no idea what cultivation method Elder Bai was talking about. "I don't have a technique. I don't even have a spirit root." Tianhong and Feng were hovering on a sword in midair. The elder's face turned pale as he shrieked in horror. "Impossible!" Tianhong stretched out his hand, using his spiritual power to confirm his fears, emitting a purple glow. His hand touched Ye Feng's head, and he silently felt the energy signature coming from the young man. Tianhong was shaken, stumbling back slightly, while Ye Feng simply sat there with a calm, relaxed smile. The elder's face was strained as he yelled, "He really has no spirit root." Ye Feng scratched his face. "Elder Bai, I wasn't lying to you." Tianhong coughed a few times, thinking to himself, "And this man opened a spirit sea? That's not a sea. That's a boundless ocean." He turned his back and started to leave. "Let's go. A situation like yours should be seen by your own master." He didn't want to get involved. "He's not my disciple. I'll let the young miss deal with this freakish problem." With a whoosh, the two of them vanished from the vast sky. At a grand estate under a clear blue sky, birds chirped sweetly. Tian Shui leaned back in her chair, letting out a frustrated sigh. "Elder Bai, what took you so long?" Below, Tianhong reported, with a trembling hand. "Young miss, your precious disciple had a breakthrough on the way here." His eyes were wide, his fists clenched in disbelief. His spirit sea is more than 20 times larger than a normal person's, and he broke through to the peak of the 9th level spirit sea realm. Also, he has no spirit root. Tian Shui flew towards Ye Feng, emitting a purple spiritual power just like Tianhong had earlier. "Let me check for myself." The elder turned away, his mind a complete mess. Tian Shui also touched Ye Feng's head to check, her face filled with absolute shock. "Ye Feng, you don't even have a spirit root. How could you possibly open a spirit sea and break through?" All he could do was stammer, "Master." Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from outside. "The Yuanyue sect has come to visit. I invite the sect master of the Star Soul sect to come out and greet us." A middle-aged man stood arrogantly outside. "Star Soul sect? Why don't I see anyone around? Don't tell me you don't even have a single disciple." Tian Shui was furious. Of all the times, one eccentric disciple was already a massive headache. And now, more guests? How am I supposed to cultivate in peace? When she stepped outside, Tian Shui projected an air of authority. "What business brings you here?" The old man began to inquire. "You must be Luo Tian Shui, the sect master of the Star Soul sect?" He waved his hand, speaking with a self-satisfied smirk. "I've heard that to join your esteemed sect, one must hand over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." It truly opened my eyes. Curiosity got the better of me, so I brought my disciples to see if they meet your sect's high standards. Tian Shui was annoyed. If she didn't have any suitable disciples, she could just refuse. Why did it have to be so complicated? But then, a thought struck her. Wait a minute. If Ye Feng got a proper beatdown from these guys, the blow to his pride might just convince him to leave the Star Soul sect for good. Tian Shui shot him a provocative glance. They came all this way. It would be a loss of face for our sect not to fight. 3 at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Are you confident? Ye Feng calmly accepted the challenge. So, this is what the Thunder Talismans were for. He smirked. Master, are talismans allowed? She replied with absolute certainty. Yes. The elder laughed heartily. Well then. Star Soul Sect Master. Don't hide your prized disciple any longer. Let the younger generation have a friendly spar. Ye Feng stepped forward boldly. That's exactly what I was thinking. He pulled out a thick stack of talismans, standing there with a wild, menacing grin as they fluttered down, shimmering with light. Ye Feng bared his teeth, his mountain of talismans leaving the visitors dumbfounded. So many thunder talismans? The elder stared in horror. A single thunder talisman emits the aura fluctuations of a first-grade, 9th stage artifact. That meant each one could unleash the full power strike of a 9th-level spirit sea. Even if he brought more disciples, they couldn't possibly take on this one kid. Ye Feng threw his arm out, his eyes gleaming. Thunder talismans. Light 'em up for me. The elder's disciples erupted in curses. Is this how you fight? Junior brother, you go first and hold him off. Senior brother, are you trying to get me killed? He just laughed manically. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, this is way too much fun. The entire courtyard was filled with explosions and blazing fireballs. The 3 challengers could only watch in shock. Those were first-grade, 9th stage thunder talismans. A single one costs at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. For a cultivator of the same realm, even one talisman is a powerful trump card. And this guy was just tossing them around like toys. The blasts sent the elder's disciples flying into the air. The disciples were terrified. Master, let's go. This kid fights dirty. We can't hold on any longer. The 3 of us together can't withstand that many thunder talismans. The Star Soul sect is too damn rich. He can casually throw away first-grade, 9th stage talismans. We can't afford to provoke him. Tian Shui watched, thinking to herself, this group is useless. They were completely steamrolled by her disciple. Ye Feng turned to her with wide eyes and a teasing smirk. Tian Shui caught his gaze. He's looking over here. Wait a second. Don't tell me this disciple thinks I was scared, and that's why I sent him out to fight? As if I'd be intimidated by 3 disciples from the Full Moon Sect. Unacceptable. I'll have to show him the proper dignity of a master later. Hours later, the talismans were still exploding non-stop. Yi Feng was having the time of his life. More. I'm not done playing yet. Let's cause some chaos. Fight till we drop. I'm not even tired. The battle isn't over. I can still go on. Let's see which talisman survives a direct hit from me. The disciples clung to the elder's legs. Master, save us. He was sweating bullets. The Star Soul Sect's foundation is terrifyingly deep. No wonder their recruitment standards are so ridiculously high. We really kicked an iron plate today. The elder and his disciples mounted their clouds to leave. Sect Master Luo, my full moon sect has been rude. We apologize for the disturbance. We will prepare a proper gift and return another day. He dragged away a disciple still clinging to his leg. We will meet again if fate allows. Another small explosion went off, sending the 2 of them flying. Tian Shui watched with a chilling gaze, her expression hardening. Tian Shui channeled her power, and a brilliant spiritual energy erupted around her. What do you take my Star Soul Sect for? A place you can come and go as you please? The old master and his disciples went pale. Nascent soul realm. You're actually a nascent soul realm powerhouse. Our own sect master is only at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit manifestation realm. With her strength, she could wipe out our entire full moon sect alone. Tian Shui's eyes were like ice. My demand is simple. Cripple one of your own arms, and I will let you leave. Overcome with terror, the sect master immediately agreed. Done. The moment the word left his lips, they each destroyed one of their own arms. 惨绝人寰的惨叫声响起，他用充满怨恨的眼神瞥了天雪一眼。She crossed her arms, looking down on them with contempt. Get out. The master clutched his ruined arm and scrambled away. Yes, we're leaving right now. Ye Feng watched the entire scene, completely speechless. Tsk. Master is a real villainess. Tian Shui closed her eyes and spoke calmly. All right, put away your thunder talismans, she thought to herself. Damn it. This time, I still couldn't find a reason to kick him out. Yi Feng clasped his hands together, pleading. Master, could you do this disciple a small favor? She waved her hand dismissively. What is it? Yi Feng held up the remaining talismans. I still have over 900 of these thunder talismans left. I can't possibly throw them all myself. He gestured excitedly to the massive pile beside him. Tian Shui struggled to maintain her composure. Stay calm, Luo Tian Shui. Remember your image as a holy maiden of the infinite sacred sect. And this disciple treats these priceless talismans like trash. Why should I even care? Deep breaths. I must not lose my temper. She held out her hand to a smug-looking Ye Feng. Hand them over, she challenged. Let's see just how many you actually have. And just like that, they dove into a wild talisman-throwing frenzy. The count climbed higher and higher. 300. 12. 3,123. 3,124. Until they were too exhausted to even stand. Tian Shui gazed forward, a hint of sadness in her eyes. But suddenly, her focus snapped to something in the distance. A massive pile of fireworks was presented right before her. Senior sister, stop cultivating. You have to come see all these fireworks. Tian Shui held up a hand, gently pushing the girl away. You all go on without me. I'm busy. But the girl insisted. Senior sister, don't be so boring. You train way too hard. You need to relax once in a while. If you die without ever having any fun, wouldn't that be the greatest tragedy? Tian Shui's gaze drifted to the horizon as a soft smile touched her lips. You're right. After all, I've already died once before. A thunderous roar shattered the silence, shaking Tianhong from his deep sleep. His earplugs fell out, and the sheer volume of the noise jolted him wide awake. A brilliant golden light flashed, followed by a deafening boom. Tianhong shot up in bed, his eyes darting around the room in a panic. An enemy attack? Is the sect under siege? Blinding flashes continued to tear through the night as arcs of electricity crackled across the sky. Tianhong ripped off his sleep mask, his eyes still heavy. Wait, that's not an attack. Those are Heaven Thunder talismans. He scrambled out of bed instantly. He hastily threw on his outer robes and rushed outside, only to clutch his head in disbelief at the scene. What? What in the world are you two doing? Yi Feng and Tian Shui were completely cheerful. She casually called out, Oh, Elder Bai, do you live nearby? Tian Shui continued tossing the powerful talismans with an air of complete calm. We're just getting rid of these Heaven Thunder talismans. Ye Feng shot Elder Bai a wicked grin. Come on, join the fun. My master and I are getting tired. The elder's face twisted with pure rage. Tianhong smacked Ye Feng on the head and roared, You reckless fools! This is utter madness. These are 9th stage, 1st grade Heaven Thunder talismans. A single one cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even the entire Star Soul sect couldn't afford to be this wasteful. He turned to Tian Shui. And you, young miss, how could you go along with his nonsense? This is a mountain of spirit stones. Just then, Ye Feng held up a shimmering ring. It instantly caught Tianhong's attention. Ye Feng beamed. Elder Bai, you're getting on in years. We're terribly sorry to have disturbed your sleep. Please accept these 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy some health supplements. The elder's face darkened, his expression turning furious. Are you looking down on this old man? He ripped his robes clean off, revealing a shockingly muscular physique. I may be old, but I'm still in my prime. Tianhong shot them a confident thumbs up. So, how long do you youngsters plan on throwing these things? Just leave the rest of the talismans to me. With lightning speed, he snatched up handfuls of the powerful charms. Tianhong began throwing them non-stop as explosions roared and the sky blazed with light. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, host, for your successful squandering. Reward, 100 squander points. A smug look spread across Ye Feng's face. So this works too, huh? Next time I'll just spend a few spirit stones to get Elder Bai's help. The night wore on, the moon arcing high across the sky. Before long, dawn broke, and the sound of roosters filled the air. A lone figure sat slumped on the steps. The courtyard was now dominated by a massive, smoldering crater. It was Tianhong, looking utterly exhausted. I've lived this long, only to be completely wiped out from throwing talismans. Despite his words, Tianhong struck a pose, flexing his biceps. Ye Feng, if you ever have this kind of physical labor again, you come find me. I'm not old yet. I've got plenty of strength left. The young man just scratched his head and nodded. All right. Tian Shui sighed, a mix of exhaustion and exasperation on her face. Our sect only has 3 people, so why do our roles feel so completely backward? Elder Bai, you're one of the 3 great elders of the Star Soul sect. Did you really sell your soul for just 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? He just continued to flex his muscles with pride. This isn't about spirit stones. This is about an old man's dignity. The system chimed in again. Congratulations, host, for using up all of today's squanderable items. Reward, 1,000 squander points. Ye Feng froze, his mind reeling. 1,000 squander points. With this, couldn't he break through to the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm? He was ecstatic, juggling balls of energy. 1,400 squander points. After breaking through 9 minor realms, I'll still have 500 points left over, and I can even open 5 lottery jars. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes shot wide open. That's it. Our sect only has 3 people right now. Relying on just Elder Bai to help me squander wealth is way too slow. But if I had some junior brothers, my squandering speed could multiply. Then I could truly help Master make our sect glorious. I could cover all the sect's expenses. He threw his hands in the air, laughing loudly. Thinking about it this way, getting squander points doesn't seem so hard after all. Just then, a persistent knocking came from the main gate. When no one answered, the visitor, Wu Feng, cautiously let himself in. He had a bewildered look on his face. Excuse me, is this esteemed sect still recruiting disciples today? Wu Feng stepped inside and froze at the scene before him. A massive crater dominated the courtyard, smoke and dust still hanging thick in the air. His eyes widened in shock. The ground looked like a battlefield. A frail, gaunt old man was staggering nearby, looking like he could collapse at any second. Wu Feng's gaze then shifted to Tian Shui, who stood with her arms crossed, eyeing him coolly. She looked like someone you definitely shouldn't provoke. Finally, his eyes fell on Ye Feng, who was grinning like an absolute fool. A young man who looked completely harmless. He's way too clever. Ye Feng cheered to himself. Oh yeah, a new junior brother has arrived. Wu Feng's eyes shot open as he broke into a cold sweat. Is this sect even legitimate? Is it too late for me to run for it? Meanwhile, Ye Feng was practically dancing with joy. That's right, my Star Soul sect is still recruiting disciples. For the low price of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, you can officially join our sect. He then flashed a heart sign at the boy. Then, if you pay another 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, you can become the sect master's direct disciple. Ye Feng threw his arms toward the sky. He laughed manically. And I, Ye Feng, am the very first disciple of this sect, which also makes me the master's head disciple. Hurry up and tell me you're broke. I'll cover all of your expenses. But the system chimed in. Warning. This action is inconsistent with prodigal behavior, unless the host provides a reasonable explanation. Ye Feng casually picked his nose, completely unfazed. The first time I saw him, I knew he was my long-lost brother from another mother. We've been separated for years, so spending a little money on my junior brother is no problem at all. The system fell silent for a moment, utterly defeated. The host's explanation is reasonable. Please manage your spirit stones accordingly. Yi Feng was completely baffled. That actually worked? Wu Feng turned to flee, his face deathly pale. Before coming up the mountain, he'd heard strange rumors about the sect's bizarre requirements. They don't look at age, talent, or cultivation level. Only money. And it turned out to be completely true. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones could make you a direct disciple anywhere. Just as he was about to bolt, Yi Feng grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. He threw an arm around Wu Feng's neck, pulling him in. Don't go. Just think about it for a second. The boy was so shocked he could barely breathe. No way, I have to leave. Just then, a voice transmission entered his mind. Wu Feng, stay in this sect. Pay the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just officially become a disciple of the sect. The boy was stunned to hear the voice. After I've handled my business, I will come find you, my boy. As long as you're in this sect, I can be at ease. Wu Feng looked down, his eyes filled with hesitation. Yes, I understand. The voice of his grandfather, Ju Long, echoed from on high. Luo Wuming's pearl was used to build this very sect. That old man Bai Tianhong is also in this sect. Wu Feng will be perfectly safe here. A massive, imposing gate appeared on the high cliff face. Yi Feng threw his arms around Wu Feng, bursting with excitement. Master, I want this junior brother. Look how well behaved he is. He clutched onto Ye Feng's robes, feeling helpless and lost. Although he didn't know why his grandfather wanted him to stay in such an unreliable place, he had to follow his orders. Tian Shui stood with a hand on her hip, sighing dramatically. All right, fine. You have 1 hour. Just pay the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Then you can join the sect. Ye Feng joyfully pinched Wu Feng's cheek. Success. Tian Shui shot him a furious glare. How could Ye Feng dare to recruit disciples on her behalf? The most hateful part was that he was a member of her sect. That meant she had to take responsibility for his words. Luckily, this kid doesn't even look like he wants to stay. I'll just get rid of him quickly. But at that moment, Wu Feng respectfully clasped his hands and offered a pouch of 10,000 spirit stones. He held his hand high in a formal gesture. Here are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please review them, Sect Master. My grandfather told me to stay at the Star Soul Sect, so there must be a good reason. Suddenly, a series of system notifications exploded in her mind. Weren't you just trying to leave? Is this some kind of prank? Is he another fool? Or have I been in seclusion for so long that I've lost touch with the outside world? I don't even want to accept disciples. Is this some kind of new trend now? Tian Shui spoke in a chillingly cold tone. Even if you pay the spirit stones, after joining the sect, we will not provide you with any cultivation resources. You also won't receive any of the sect's techniques or martial arts. And most importantly, I will not guide your cultivation. Are you absolutely sure you still want to join? She thought to herself. This is infuriating. Surely this will be enough to drive him away, right? But Wu Feng replied frankly, Sect Master, rest assured, I don't need any of those things. He already had his own calculations. My main cultivation is alchemy, and my grandfather has already prepared everything I need. I truly don't require a thing. Tianhong peeked over with a smile. My lady, congratulations on recruiting another disciple for the sect. Tian Shui grimaced. I'm tired. We'll rest today. Tomorrow I will guide your cultivation. Inner disciples stay in the courtyard district. Outer disciples also stay in the courtyard district. After all, there are only the two of you in the entire sect right now. Just get some rest first. Yi Feng was ecstatic. All right. He realized his master must be so angry she had lost her mind. She actually said she's going to teach us how to cultivate. Yi Feng glanced over at Wu Feng with a faint smile, originally planning to pay his junior brother's fees. I didn't expect this junior brother to have his own money. In that case, I won't help him become a direct disciple. There can only be one true disciple, and that's me. He started dancing around wildly. I am the master's most precious disciple. While Ye Feng rambled on, Tian Shui looked like she was about to faint. An illusion. This must all be an illusion. Just then, Ye Feng remembered something important. He still hadn't asked his junior brother's name. The boy immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, senior brother. My name is Leng Wu Feng. Ye Feng smiled warmly. So, your name is Wu Feng. Ha ha, excellent, excellent. He puffed out his chest and pointed to himself with pride. Junior brother Wu Feng, I hereby declare that from this day forward, you are an inner sect disciple. A man's sixth sense made Wu Feng feel that something was deeply wrong. Can I really trust his words? My senior brother doesn't seem very bright. In fact, he seems to be the most unreliable person I've ever met. They finally arrived at the residence. Perched on a towering cliff, with clouds drifting lazily by, Ye Feng pointed off into the distance. I've already set everything up over there. Wu Feng replied, I've finished my arrangements as well. Senior brother Ye Feng, why don't you come to my room for a while? He scratched his head with a friendly smile. Ye Feng answered, Sure. I saw a medicine pestle down in your room. A gigantic alchemy cauldron shimmered with a brilliant light. Ye Feng walked closer, his curiosity piqued. Junior brother Wu Feng, you're an alchemist? The boy held up 3 fingers, his face brimming with pride. That's right, I'm a third-grade alchemist. Alchemists, artificers, talisman masters, and formation masters are all highly respected professions. Just the title alone commands respect. Most people will show you deference, because a tiny pill, a single talisman, or a divine artifact can determine a cultivator's entire path, and even their survival. Wu Feng tilted his head back and smiled. Outsiders beg me to refine pills, and I always refuse. But since I've joined this sect, senior brother Ye Feng and I share a bond. If you were to ask me to refine a pill, I would be more than happy to. And what's more, if I told him my true strength is at the peak of the 9th level spirit-fusing realm, I'm sure it would completely blow his mind. But in reality, Ye Feng just gave a casual, "Oh." Wu Feng was stunned. What? I reveal that I'm a third-grade alchemist, and all I get is an "oh"? Shouldn't he be shocked, showering me with praise? What is this lukewarm reaction? Ye Feng's expression turned serious. By the way, junior brother Wu Feng, among third-grade spirit herbs, which ones are considered the most precious? The boy was speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Wu Feng broke into a sweat, nervously listing them off. Let me think. There's the bamboo demon white soul flower, the purple thunder fruit, and the illusory spirit mushroom. Even 9th-grade alchemists rarely ever see these types. Ye Feng quickly made a selection in his system. I understand. The system designated the bamboo demon grass, white soul flower, and purple thunder fruit. 4 vials of each. A notification popped up. Ding! 1,200 profligacy points have been consumed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining your desired items. Wu Feng let out a smirk. Senior brother Ye Feng, you're not an alchemist, so you wouldn't understand. I'm not mocking you, but even I have only ever seen drawings of these in ancient texts. I've never seen them in real life. Instead of getting angry, Ye Feng just grew more enthusiastic. Junior brother Wu Feng, you've been busy for half the day. You must be thirsty. Let your senior brother go pour you some tea. With that said, he zipped out the door. The boy felt a surge of confident pride. This senior brother seems a bit strange, but he's actually quite considerate. In the future, I'll just have to refine a few more support pills for my unreliable senior brother to help his cultivation. In just a moment, Ye Feng returned. Wu Feng was shocked. That was fast. A steaming cup of hot tea was placed before him, but looking into the teacup left him absolutely astonished. Floating inside were several items: bamboo demon grass, a white soul flower, and a purple thunder fruit. Wu Feng scooped them out, turning away with a face of pure disbelief. Ye Feng called out a few times, "Junior brother?" "Hey." The boy was in total shock, his face pale. Such priceless, rare spirit herbs were being used to brew tea. Herbs he might only see once in a lifetime. These legendary spirit herbs. Wu Feng turned back to ask, but they were suddenly snatched away. Senior brother Ye Feng, these are... He looked down at his empty palm in confusion. Ye Feng explained, I heard that, while steeping spirit herbs in water isn't as effective as refining them into pills, it's still very beneficial for cultivators. It's all my fault. I thought these spirit herbs were something special. He then crushed the items under his foot. It seems junior brother Wu Feng dislikes them. They must be nothing but worthless weeds. He shot forward in a panic. Oh no, you can't! Wu Feng desperately cradled the spirit herbs, shielding them with his own body. Senior brother Ye Feng, he cried out. These are 3 of the very spirit herbs I told you about. Wu Feng's face contorted in agony as he stared at the damage. Let me see. If any of them can be saved. His eyes widened in pure terror, as a piercing scream escaped his lips. A system notification rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded 1,500 prodigal points. Inside Leng Wufeng's quarters, Ye Feng stood by the main entrance. He mused to himself. 1,500 points. Does that mean each herb was worth 500 prodigal points? My 6 plants only cost me 1,200 points. This is a massive profit. Meanwhile, Wu Feng was still on the floor, clinging to what was left of the spiritual treasures. If you didn't know, you should have asked me first. To an alchemist, these 3 spirit herbs are priceless treasures. Even my own grandfather has never seen such rare herbs, and just like that, they're gone. Yi Feng suddenly clapped Wu Feng on the shoulder. Ahem, I had no idea those were the same herbs you mentioned. It's my fault for being so ignorant. Well, what's done is done. They're already crushed. You should clean up and get some rest. With that, he quickly fled. I'm heading back first. 5 minutes later, several spirit herbs were steeping in a bucket of hot water. Yi Feng soaked his feet, feeling incredibly relaxed. He lay back in pure bliss. Ah, that tingling sensation. Truly worthy of being called spirit herbs. Darkness began to creep up Ye Feng's legs. After a moment, Wu Feng walked toward the other room, hesitating for a second before knocking. He wondered where senior brother Ye Feng got these spirit herbs. Feeling the need to give him a warning, it wasn't that he coveted those rare herbs, definitely not. These 3 could be used together or separately without issue, but combining the demon bamboo grass and the purple thunder fruit creates a deadly poison. While not fatal, getting rid of it is a nightmare. Just then, Ye Feng realized something was terribly wrong. Whoa, what's happening? Why are my legs turning completely black? He couldn't feel a thing. Wu Feng's brow furrowed. Something was terribly wrong. Without another word, he kicked the door wide open. Yi Feng sat on the bed, turning to him with a look of pure terror. Junior brother Wu Feng, what's happening to me? I remember you said these herbs were precious. So, what do I do now? Am I crippled? Can you save me? Please, help me. My legs. They won't have to be cut off, will they? Wu Feng's face darkened. You actually used these legendary herbs to soak your feet? A system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You've earned 1,500 squander points. You can spend 1,000 points to immediately purge the toxins from your legs. Yi Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Oh, well then, it's no big deal. These 3 herbs were never meant for others to see anyway. With so many squander points, he just wanted to be extravagant for once. He wanted to enjoy the effects of rare spirit herbs. But this was the result. Wu Feng frowned, his voice laced with anger. Senior brother Ye Feng, I came to warn you. If you mix demon bamboo grass and purple thunder fruit, they produce a lethal poison. Yi Feng flashed a brilliant, confident smile. System. Spend 1,000 squander points. Purge the toxins from my legs. The dark poison instantly began to recede from Ye Feng's legs. In just a moment, they had returned completely to normal. Wu Feng's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. How is that possible? Dealing with that kind of poison should be incredibly difficult. He suddenly screamed in a panic. Oh crap, senior brother Ye Feng, why are you soaking them again? A look of pure bliss was on Ye Feng's face. His cheeks flushed. This foot soak feels amazing. So what if it's poison? I'll just spend another 1,000 points later. Besides, this feels incredible. A question popped into his head. Oh right, system. If someone else gets hit with this poison, can I use my points to cure them? The system's response was clear. Yes. Ye Feng glanced over at Wu Feng with a mischievous grin. Junior brother Wu Feng, my foot basin is big enough for 2. If you're not against it, we can soak together. I guarantee you'll feel ecstatic. And don't worry, your senior brother will take care of the poison problem. Wu Feng shuddered, his face twisting in disgust. That's a basin of lethal poison. Soak my butt. Wu Feng quickly made his escape. Senior brother Ye Feng. Ah, I think I'll pass. Beads of nervous sweat covered his face. Should I report this to the Sect master? He didn't know if those herbs belonged to the Sect, but they were priceless treasures. Wu Feng's eyes were filled with indecision as he stroked his chin in thought. He ran his hands through his hair, completely torn. Forget it, forget it. I'm not some petty snitch. Back in the room, Ye Feng stretched his legs out comfortably. The system spent another 1,000 points to neutralize the deadly toxin. He stretched his arms, then spent 900 more points, pushing his power to the 9th level peak of the Qi refining realm. In the Sect's main hall, Tian Shui rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Elder Bai, what are your thoughts on this Ye Feng? Her eyes filled with suspicion. What kind of person is he, really? Tian Hong reported to Tian Shui with the utmost respect. It's unclear, but given enough time, his true nature will reveal itself. Isn't it more interesting to slowly peel back the layers of his mysterious mask? He believed the more crucial point was that Ye Feng could stir Tian Shui's state of mind. She was now anxiously biting the hem of her robes, grumbling, "I feel like that jerk was sent by the heavens just to torment me. And that Wu Feng, too. They're both the same." Suddenly, a surge of blue energy flooded the room, startling them both. Tian Shui realized it was coming from the inner disciples' quarters. Tian Hong's brows knitted together as he wondered aloud. Didn't that kid just break through to the 9th level peak of the Spirit Sea realm? Is he about to have another breakthrough already? He imagined a scene of an exhausted Ye Feng, meditating on his sword. And now, he was breaking through multiple levels in one go. "Young miss, let's wait. That boy, Ye Feng, won't be finished so quickly." Though annoyed, she still agreed. Blue spirit energy swirled around the hall. Then, it suddenly converged in one direction, the aura growing denser by the second. First level of the chi-moving realm. Now the second level. He's already at the 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level, 6th, 7th, 8th. As the wind began to howl, Tian Hong finally shouted in shock. He's at the 9th level peak of the chi-moving realm. One more step, and he'll reach the spirit fusion realm. Tian Shui sensed the space had gone quiet and assumed the breakthrough was over. But Tian Hong roared in disbelief. 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes. With no spiritual root, no master's inheritance, he went directly from the peak of the 9th spirit sea level to the peak of the 9th chi-moving level. He broke through an entire major realm, faster than when he went from no cultivation to the spirit sea realm. This cultivation speed is worthy of being called the best on the entire Xuantian continent. No wonder he was so confident before. It seems he really doesn't need my guidance to cultivate. Tell me, in a few more days, will he directly surpass me as the sect master? I may have praised Ye Feng a bit too much just now. The young Mrs. Cultivation talent was once the highest in our entire sect, but it still took her half a year to break through from the spirit sea to the chi dynamic realm. Deciding to console his daughter, he chose his words carefully. Don't worry. The higher the realm, the harder it is to advance. It requires more than just fated encounters. Cultivation resources and alchemical support are also essential. Especially when reaching the foundation establishment realm, these needs become even more critical. If Ye Feng wants to catch up to you, he'll have to cultivate diligently. He truly hoped that was the case. Otherwise, the blow to Tian Shui would be too great. Meanwhile, Wu Feng was strolling down a path. He trembled as he wondered, "Is that really my unreliable senior brother? This is terrifying." Breaking through from the Spirit Sea realm all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Chi dynamic realm in one go. And here I was, happy with my own progress. Is senior brother even human? How interesting. No wonder Grandpa told me to stay in this sect. I'll definitely do my best to remain here. The next day, Ye Feng awoke in his warm, soft bed. He recalled his dream of chasing a fairy as he checked the system panel. It announced his realm had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Chi dynamic realm, and his squander points were 310. Today's squanderable item was 10,000 3rd grade, 9-pattern azure pills. He was shocked that his points were only 310. Did that poisonous water yesterday make me stupid? Squandering just 2,000 points is far too little. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He reached out and pulled a pill from the system. What exactly is this 3rd grade azure pill? And what does this 9-pattern symbol mean? The history of a 9-pattern dragon? I don't get it. I should go find junior brother Wu Feng. Ye Feng imagined showing the pills to Wu Feng to see what they did, hoping to squander them all quickly, maybe unlock some rare spiritual herbs. Wu Feng would cry out in anguish. "Don't ever let me see such a sight again." He chuckled, thinking the kid's expression would definitely be priceless. Just then, Wu Feng, who was riding his sword, suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose, wondering how he could have caught a cold on his very first day. Elsewhere, Ye Feng was running around searching for Wu Feng. When he couldn't find him anywhere, he started to suspect that yesterday's shock was too much, and the kid had run away. Just then, Tian Hong approached him and asked, "Ye Feng, are you looking for Wu Feng?" After the sect master learned that Wu Feng is a 3rd grade alchemist, he took him to the nearby town at dawn to buy some herbs. "Come on, I'll take you to them. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Elder Bai." A large bird soared through the sky. It turned out Ye Feng was wearing its nest as a hat, lost in thought. "I can't believe the town is so far away we have to fly for 5 hours. Maybe I should ask Elder Bai about the other uses for these herbs? Elder Bai, have you ever heard of demon bamboo grass, white soul flower, and purple thunder fruit?" Tian Hong heard this and grew curious. "Did you hear about those from Wu Feng? Among 3rd grade spirit herbs, those 3 are exceptionally rare. To an alchemist, they are absolutely priceless treasures. I don't know much more than that. You should probably ask Wu Feng. So they're that valuable. No wonder when I used those herbs to brew tea and soak my feet. Junior brother Wu Feng said I was wasting heavenly treasures. The sword came to a sudden halt. Tianhong turned his head to ask, "What? You used those 3 rare spirit herbs to soak your feet?" Yifeng fidgeted with his fingers and gestured. "You should try it too, Elder Bai. But be careful. Putting demon bamboo grass and purple thunder fruit together creates a deadly poison. I'll get some for you when I have the chance." Hearing this, the elder became incredibly excited. "Yifeng, if you ever find more of those spirit herbs in the future, you must remember to save some for me." 5 hours later, the two of them finally arrived at the town. Tianhong told Ye Feng to go look around first. He had some business to attend to and would find him later, but warned him not to cause any trouble. He repeated it over and over, "Don't cause trouble." Even after his figure disappeared, his shout still echoed back, "Don't cause trouble." And just like that, he was left behind. Tianhong, meanwhile, was flushed with excitement, finally able to go find his old friends for a drink. Yifeng wandered around curiously, wondering, "What's the Four Seas Pavilion and the Green Mountain Forge? That must be a weaponsmith." Gazing Mountain Tower. This place seems to have a lot of otherworldly ladies standing outside. It must be a decent entertainment spot. He stopped in front of one shop, the Heavenly Martial Auction House. He quickly summoned the system panel to ask a question. If he kept squandering like this without sect members around to protect him, what would happen if he encountered danger? Wouldn't he just die? It immediately responded that the system provides guards from the god of wealth. The moment his life is in danger, the guards will automatically appear to resolve the crisis. However, they will only deal with enemies directly threatening his safety. Yifeng felt relieved. "Well, that's good enough for me," he muttered as he stepped inside. "I guess I can't ask junior brother Wu Feng after all. So this auction house must have a master appraiser for elixirs, right?" The moment he saw someone inside, he called out. "Sir, how may I be of assistance?" he asked. The young man got straight to the point. "I have a few elixirs. I'm not sure. Could I have them auctioned here?" The attendant smiled brightly. "Young master, our auction house has a 6th grade alchemist. He's in charge of appraising all elixirs. I'll take you to him right now." The man Ye Feng needed to see was holding a cigar, and Shan spoke with an air of arrogance. "Young master, what grade is the elixir you wish to auction?" Ye Feng immediately presented one. "An azure profound pill." The alchemist sneered. "Just a measly 3rd grade azure profound pill." But then, his expression shifted. 9 veins. It's actually a 9-vein azure profound pill. Is this elixir that powerful? Incredibly so. Refining an azure profound pill requires immense focus. Even the slightest mistake would result in complete failure. Although it's a 3rd grade elixir, only usable by spirit fusion, chi dynamic, and spirit sea realm cultivators, this is still a 9-vein pill, meaning its effects are pushed to the absolute maximum. The best I'd ever seen before was on a 1st grade pill, and even that one only had 8 veins. 8 veins? 9 veins? What does that even mean? Young master, a perfect elixir has 10 veins. In its ideal state, 1 vein represents just 10% of the elixir's full potential. 2 veins mean 20% effectiveness, and so on. To this day, no one has ever been heard of refining a 10-vein elixir, not even for the lowest 1st grade pills. The alchemist's long-winded explanation started to annoy him. Even a single vein elixir is far more potent than consuming the spirit herbs directly. The number of veins one can refine is a critical standard for judging an alchemist's skill. Suddenly, Ye Feng slammed his hand on the table. He aggressively demanded what he really wanted to know. "So what kind of price can this pill fetch?" And Shan gently pushed up his glasses and said, "A typical 3rd grade pill goes for around several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, this azure profound pill not only purges impurities from the body, but it also has 9 veins. Its price will only be higher. The specific value is hard to estimate. I'm afraid we'll only know for sure by putting it up for auction." "Huh? This useless pill is worth hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones?" He seemed to have forgotten that an old master once spent 600,000 high-grade spirit stones just for the position of a true disciple, and Shan was in disbelief that he called the azure profound pill useless. If he brought out just one, the old man would have bowed down. He would have hailed him as a great master. Clutching his starving stomach, Ye Feng asked when the next auction was. The alchemist answered obsequiously, "Young master, what a coincidence. There's an auction this very afternoon." Ye Feng tossed An Shan another pill. He then instructed him to contact the auction manager directly and sell both pills that afternoon. He would come back later to collect however many spirit stones they sold for. The alchemist watched his arrogant retreating figure, fuming internally. Such an expensive useless pill. I'd like to see how many fools will actually bid on these two. And Shan, a 6th-grade alchemist and a master of the Four Mansions realm, was deeply offended at being called a fool. Feng casually popped an azure profound pill into his mouth, noting it tasted like a decent snack. A faint whimper from somewhere nearby suddenly made him freeze. He glanced curiously in that direction. There, a small dog was curled up at the base of a tree. Its eyes were filled with misery. Feng suddenly reached into his robes for something. He pulled out a large baked bun and said, "Hey dog, I just read our fortunes. It seems you and I are destined to meet. From now on, you'll follow me. Go on, eat up. Eat a lot," he thought excitedly. "A mutt this starved will have a huge appetite. I need to waste all 10,000 of my azure profound pills. Even if all 4 people in the sect ate them together, their stomachs would explode. With this golden dog, I can just feed it any wasteful items like these pills. I wonder, if the people of this world discovered they were living a life worse than a dog, would their world crumble?" Feng reached out and patted Guzi's head, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up first, and after that, you'll start working for me." A few minutes later, he brought the dog to an inn, deciding this was a good place to stop. Feng strode confidently up the polished steps, while Guzi looked utterly filthy in comparison. The attendant immediately stopped him. "Young master, your dog cannot be brought into the inn. How many spirit stones? Name your price. Get me a premium room. I need to wash my dog." The attendant's firm refusal annoyed him greatly, but soon a bucket of water was brought out. "Young master, if the water isn't hot enough, I can prepare another bucket." Feng coldly told him to get lost, and the attendant quickly scurried away. A system notification popped up, stating that this expense did not qualify as a wasteful act. He slumped in defeat. "I paid 10 times the price for a premium room, and the system still doesn't count it as being wasteful? What are you staring at? Hurry up and get clean. After your bath, you're going to work for me. If it weren't for you, I'd have a clean 100 squander points by now. This dog is an absolute idiot. Maybe next time, I should find a way to boost its intelligence." After a quick wash, Feng brought Guzi back to his room. Feng tossed it a pill. The foolish dog just scarfed it down, not even caring if the thing was poison. "From now on, you'll work your tail off for me." He couldn't help but picture a huge, powerful Guzi. Feng then stood up and wandered off, looking for anything interesting. Meanwhile, Guzi obediently kept on eating. Suddenly, the dog's mind flared with an inexplicable light, and its body began to swell in size. An hour later, Feng returned to his room. He kept calling for Guzi. "Hey, dog, wake up and eat. You've only had 2,000 pills and you're already slacking off?" It struggled to open its eyes. He decided not to force it anymore. "I'm too lazy to walk around," he muttered. "Let's just sleep." Before getting into bed, he sighed. Being a spendthrift prodigy is exhausting. Beside him, after devouring thousands of 9-pattern Qingxuan pills, Guzi was evolving into a demonic beast. Elsewhere, Tianhong was busy scolding his old friend. "Old Hito, it wasn't easy for me to come visit. And what do? You disappear from morning till night." Tianyu immediately shot back. "Doesn't every visit of yours require a personal invitation from me, you old goat?" "I was at the auction house branch in Zifeng City and acquired 2 very special pills. 3rd-grade Qingxuan pills. Can you guess how many patterns?" Tianyu paused. "Qingxuan pills? For you to spend all day on them, they must have at least 7 patterns. Were they crafted by those old masters?" 9 patterns, Tianhong declared. 2 of them. I don't know who the alchemist was, but a young man brought them to the auction house to sell. I inspected them myself. These 2 Qingxuan pills are utterly flawless, nearly reaching the theoretical perfection of a 10-pattern pill. Tianhong's hand, about to lift his teacup lid, froze mid-air. Old he too. Do you know that young man's name? No idea. Not only did he refuse to leave a name, he didn't even take the auction house's deposit. He handed them to an appraiser and just walked away, only saying he'd be back for the money after the sale. Hearing this, an image of a certain person flashed in Tianhong's mind. Based on the information I have, it feels like this young man couldn't care less about these 2 pills. He's likely the young master of some hidden sect or holy land. The moment he considered it might be Feng, Tianhong's expression quietly darkened. Old he too, come with me. I want you to meet someone. Tianyu was startled. Meet who? Didn't my young miss found her own sect? The person I'm taking you to see is her direct disciple. A direct disciple? What's so special about that? You don't understand. Back at the Tianyu auction house, the atmosphere was electric. Standing on a high balcony, Tian Shui looked down and remarked, "You 2 little disciples are incredibly lucky. To think that bringing you to buy medicinal herbs would lead us to the never-before-seen 9-pattern Qingxuan pill. A smile crept onto her lips. These 2 9-pattern Qingxuan pills will be a massive help to you both. No matter the cost today, as your master, I will win them for you. Hearing this, Wu Feng clapped his hands and thanked her profusely. Tian Shui smugly imagined the scene. Ye Feng, kneeling at her feet, praising her endlessly for her generosity. She thought excitedly, just stand in awe of me, my dear direct disciple. Meanwhile, Tianhong and Tianyu stopped in front of an inn. Tianhong banged on the door. Certain. This is the place. Behind him, Tianyu asked doubtfully. The door seems to be locked. He couldn't possibly be sleeping, could he? What kind of cultivator would waste precious time on sleep? Enraged, Tianhong kicked the door open and roared, Ye Feng, get up. But Tianyu's attention was suddenly snagged by something on a table, Guzi's empty food bowl. Ye Feng and the dog were sound asleep, with Qingxuan pills scattered all over the floor. Ye Feng groggily sat up. Seeing the 2 men, he asked, Elder Bai, what brings you here? Are you finished with your business? Then he noticed Guzi sleeping on the floor. Useless dog, all you do is sleep, he scoffed. Why haven't you finished these pills yet? He kicked the priceless pills away in disgust. This act left the 2 old masters completely stunned. My eyes. What am I seeing? Those are treasured 3rd-grade 9-pattern Qingxuan pills. Heirlooms I would kill to pass down to my descendants are being scorned by a dog. I am a 9th-grade alchemy master, the owner of the Tianyu auction house, and yet, my status is lower than a dog's. Old Hito, this is no ordinary stray. Can't you feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering around that yellow dog, flowing right into its body? It's a trickle, but at this rate, in less than a year, I fear this dog will ascend into the ranks of demonic beasts. Exactly. It has no demonic bloodline in its body. It's a common beast, transforming into a demonic one on its own. There are no impurities in this dog's body. Tianyu looked at Ye Feng with suspicion and demanded, You. Exactly how many 3rd-grade, 9-pattern Qingxuan pills did you feed this dog? Ye Feng pointed at himself innocently. Me? How many? Not that many, I guess. Probably just over 2,000. His words made the old master choke, nearly coughing up blood. He lunged forward, grabbing Tianhong by the collar and screaming, Over 2,000! Over 2,000 pills! Over 2,000! Tianhong, is this the great disciple of your star soul sect, taking priceless 9-pattern Qingxuan pills and feeding them to a dog? You people are truly something else. Stay out of it? How could I possibly manage him? The kid's ridiculously wealthy. I'm practically on his payroll, so how can you ask me to boss him around? Tianhong, you are one of the 8 great elders of the Star Extreme Sect, a master at the 3rd level of the Tribulation Realm. You could break through to the 4th level at any moment, and yet, here you are, working for a disciple from your very own sect. But what can you do? The kid pays far too well. Just then, Ye Feng cut in, saying, Elder Bai, could I possibly ask you for a favor? The usual rules apply. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Doggo's becoming a picky eater, and I have to get through the remaining 7,000 plus azure profound pills. My only choice is to find someone to help. Ye Feng, don't tell me you want me to help you eat these azure profound pills? How many do you have? Elder Bai, over 7,000 pills. They all must be finished before tonight. You can handle that, right? This old man's not over the hill yet. Eating them will be no problem at all. Tianyu was completely speechless. You agreed just like that? Besides, aren't all of your teeth fake? Ye Feng wasted no time, pouring out a mountain of azure profound pills. He simply told Tianhong to begin. The elder's eyes instantly lit up. He lunged at the table and began devouring the pills. Ye Feng then turned to Doggo. What are you staring at? Finish the rest of these azure profound pills on the floor, or I'm turning you into stew. Outside, Tianyu could only watch the bizarre scene unfold. He couldn't believe his eyes. They're insane, he muttered. Completely and utterly insane. All while Ye Feng cheered Tianhong on from the side. Who's the pill-eating champion? Go, elder, go. As he ate, he marveled to himself. I never knew 9-pattern azure profound pills tasted this good. The medicinal energy doesn't even affect me, but eating them is pure bliss. And I've even had 9th grade South Cloud azure profound pills before. A single one of those cost me 1/10 of my entire fortune. And while the pill's effects were certainly helpful to me, the flavor was nothing compared to these 9-pattern pills, even though they're only 3rd grade. If I'd had an opportunity like this 60 years ago, tears of pure joy streamed down Tianhong's face. Seeing this, Ye Feng quickly tried to comfort him. Elder Bai, It's okay if you don't want to eat them. I will still pay you the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tianyu suddenly interjected. Kid, you don't get it. If Elder Bai and I had access to pills like these back in our day, we would have passed the ninth lightning tribulation and ascended to the upper realm long ago. We wouldn't be stuck here now, without a shred of hope. His eyes filled with a deep sorrow. The two of us are stuck at the peak of the third-level tribulation realm. We could have attempted to break through to the fourth level ages ago, but we never dared to make a move, because neither of us was certain we could survive the fourth tribulation's lightning. One mistake, and it means annihilation. Yi Feng's fist clenched with confidence. I understand now. He then asked, Senior, would you be willing to help Elder Bai in the future? Of course, this junior wouldn't ask for your help for free. I'll also pay you 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for your troubles. Tianyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I'm not even from the Star Extreme sect. Is that really okay? All right. I'll help Old Bai this one time. A while later, Ye Feng watched the two men and a dog devouring pills, a worried thought crossing his mind. This pace is still far too slow. When will Master and junior brother Wu Feng get here? At that moment, Tianhong suddenly asked, Ye Feng, those two azure profound pills, auctioned at the Tianyu auction. They were yours, weren't they? He was getting too full. He needed to slow down. That's right. Those two were mine. It's just some trashy pill, yet one can sell for hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. I was just curious to see what kind of fool would buy it. 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones for one isn't even that expensive. Trashy pill? A fool? You auctioned it just to see who the idiot was? At that exact moment, Tian Shui arrived. She calculated on her fingers for a moment. Found them. Second floor, third room on the east side. Your senior brother and Elder Bai are both in there. Behind her, Wu Feng exclaimed excitedly, Senior brother has no idea what amazing treasure Master spent a fortune to buy for us. He scrambled up the stairs in a hurry. Senior brother Ye Feng, look. Tian Shui smirked to herself. Let's see the look on your face in a moment. So what if you have money? A pill like this isn't something that can be easily bought. This time, it was all thanks to my good fortune. Master bought us azure profound pills. Seeing him just standing there, Tian Shui grew confused. Why aren't you going in? He could only tremble as he pointed inside. The sight that greeted them left both of them completely frozen. In that instant, Tian Hong and Tian Yu realized exactly who the fools Ye Feng was talking about were. Tian Shui cried out in anguish. In the end, I wasted all that money for nothing. So the trashy pill my disciple casually put up for auction was the very thing I, his master, fought tooth and nail against a crowd of bidders to win. Tian Hong could only nod in confirmation. It's true. My lady, I thought winning this pill would be my salvation. Who knew I'd just end up being the fool in Ye Feng's story? Elder Bai, isn't it just ridiculous? My lady, this was all for their own good, after all. Wu Feng suddenly chimed in. Master, senior brother, about those azure profound pills. Aye, we can eat them? Tian Hong and Tian Yu cried out in joy. Finally, someone was going to eat with them. Ye Feng slid over to tempt Wu Feng as well. Of course you can. Eat as many as you want. I guarantee you'll be full. Wu Feng praised him happily. Senior brother, you're too kind. Let's eat these cultivation pills and get stronger. Don't rush me. Suddenly, a few pills rolled to a stop right at Gozi's feet. Wu Feng scrambled forward, trying to scoop them all up. This is bad. Those pills have a fatal attraction for ordinary beasts. If that dog eats them, it'll break my heart. But contrary to his fears, Gozi kicked the azure profound pills away in disgust. It flopped back down, annoyed, leaving Wu Feng utterly stunned. Old sect master, I took their money, so I'll do the job. There are things I shouldn't say, but you're his master. You really need to control him. Such priceless 9-patterned azure profound pills. He fed over 2,000 of them to that little dog. What a blasphemous waste of heavenly treasures. After all, a dog eats faster than a person. Wu Feng sobbed, picking Guzi up and wailing, To think my life is worth less than a dog's. Tian Hong. Tian Yu. Hurry up and eat these azure profound pills. Why did I ever recruit a disciple like this? An hour later, everyone was stuffed, lying on the ground. But Ye Feng wasn't satisfied. There still weren't enough people. Over 2,000 pills were left. Don't you dare ask me to eat them. Master, please, you eat them. There are only a little over 2,000 left. I can pay a high price for the remaining pills. The 2,000 plus that are left. I could give them to my father's sect and create a generation of elites. Master, it's not that I won't sell them. I can't. These are squander items given by the system. If he sold the remaining azure profound pills, his squander points would be deducted. at 10 times the value. She faced the judgmental glares of Tian Hong and the others. How could a master possibly talk about money with her own disciple? Besides, this bizarre, direct disciple of hers was clearly not short on cash. Suddenly, a flower was presented right in front of her. Yi Feng offered a plate of pills, beautifully decorated with a flower. He winked and said, "Oh, my dearest master, the flavor of these pills is truly exquisite. Are you really not going to try one?" Tian Shui was startled, asking, "Where did you even get that plate?" She reluctantly reached out, taking a single pill, and blushed as she looked at it. 2 hours later, Tian Shui wiped her mouth. She had finally finished eating. "I'm so full. I'm just going to lie down for a bit." Ye Feng stood to the side, his eyes gleaming as he looked to the heavens, listening joyfully to the system notifications. "Congratulations, host, for successfully having Bai Tianhong squander. Reward: 100 squander points. Congratulations, host, for successfully having Xia Tianyu squander. Reward: 200 squander points. Congratulations for consuming all of today's squander items. Reward: 1000 squander points. 9th grade 9-leaf soul returning grass acquired. 9th grade golden silkworm essence stone acquired. Reward: new consumption method for squander items unlocked. When using this method, you won't gain many squander points, but the host can use the items freely. He was ecstatic. Oh? So now there are other rewards besides squander points? Tian Shui rested her chin on her hand, watching the incredibly excited Ye Feng with a sense of defeat. "Hey Elder Bai, tell me, what's the point of me being a sect master like this? I don't guide his cultivation. I don't give him resources. Not only do I do nothing, but I have to work for my own direct disciple, just to make a little extra income." Tian Hong stroked his beard. "I'm also starting to suspect that Ye Feng isn't a disciple of our sect at all. He seems more like the sect's god of wealth. But this god of wealth is a bit too much of a spendthrift." Ye Feng approached Tian Yu. "Elder Sha, I heard you're a 9th grade alchemist. Have you ever heard of the 9th grade 9-leaf soul returning grass? Here we go again. The 9-leaf soul returning grass? Of course, I'm familiar with it. The 9-leaf soul returning grass is a legendary spirit herb." Yi Feng covered his ears and yelled, "Elder Xia, you can speak normally. At this rate, my eardrums are going to burst." The 9-leaf soul returning grass, commonly called soul returning grass. Each leaf represents its medicinal potency. Forget a 9-leaf soul returning grass. I've never even seen a single leaf soul returning grass in my entire life. The soul returning grass is the most crucial ingredient for refining the soul returning life-saving pill. It's a one-of-a-kind spirit herb. As long as you use a soul returning life-saving pill within 24 hours, even if your soul has been completely obliterated, its power can bring it back. It's no exaggeration to say. The soul returning life-saving pill is the most desired medicine for cultivators at the tribulation transcendence realm. With a soul-protecting pill, even if they fail their tribulation and their body is destroyed, at least their soul can be preserved to rebuild a body later. By the way, why are you asking about this? Don't tell me this kid actually has some? If he didn't have it, he would never ask. Then, he suddenly spoke up. "Elder Xia, what about bamboo demon grass, white soul flower, and purple thunder fruit? Do you know them?" "I do. Those 3 spirit herbs are extremely rare, but the major sects should have some in their reserves." "What's wrong?" Tian Hong pointed at Ye Feng, tattling. "This brat used those 3 spirit herbs to soak his feet yesterday." Hearing this, the elder jumped in shock. "What the hell? That's outrageous. How infuriating. This is absolutely infuriating." Tian Hong helped the old man sit down before turning to interrogate Ye Feng. "You have the 9-leaf soul returning grass, don't you? Forget everything else. That spirit herb is the stuff of legends. Don't you dare use it to soak your feet again." The young man fanned out 3 stalks of the herb to defend himself. "But I have 3 of them. Using one for a foot bath shouldn't be a problem," he silently added in his heart. "Although I'm a prodigal magnate, I'm still a magnate, so I have to enjoy the things I'm meant to enjoy. If a 3rd grade spirit herb feels so refreshing, how could I not try a 9th grade one?" Suddenly, a voice screamed, "Is he serious? No, absolutely not. Yi Feng, you really have 3 stalks of 9-leaf soul returning grass in your possession? Quick, name your price. Whatever the cost, I'll take all 3 stalks, even if I have to go all in." The 9-leaf soul returning grass can be refined into a pill that brings the dead back to life. If it's used for a foot bath, that's not just a heavenly waste. That's something only a complete madman would do. Under the intense stares of the 2 great masters, Ye Feng acted as if he didn't have a care in the world and approached Tian Shui. He pulled a spirit herb from his robes and said with a smile, "Master, consider this 9-leaf soul-returning grass a gift from your devoted disciple." Tian Shui was stunned. This is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to be my personal disciple, 400,000 top-grade spirit stones as a master offering gift. And now he's giving me a priceless 9-leaf soul-returning grass? What else could I possibly accept from Ye Feng in the future? Tian Shui imagined a scene where Ye Feng touched her shoulder and said, "Master, just come with me," and couldn't help but feel a wave of shame. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like I'm being sponsored by my own disciple? No, I can't accept this. The 9-leaf soul-returning grass is too much. No, wait. I might need a soul-returning life-saving pill when I face my tribulation later. Then, he turned to Tianhong with a grin. The second stalk of 9-leaf soul-returning grass. I'm definitely using it to soak my feet. No one can stop me. As for the third stalk, Elder Bai, if you just help me with some strenuous work in the future, it'll probably be yours. I'll get my share, too. Suddenly, a hand landed on Ye Feng's shoulder. Ye Feng, so as long as I help you with some hard work, I can get that 9-leaf soul-returning grass. Is that right? What do you think of me? Elder Xia, what is the meaning of this? That 9-leaf soul-returning grass belongs to me. Don't even think about it. Tianyu shot him a provocative look. It's nothing. I just have a feeling I can get that herb. You should hurry back to your place. The affairs of our sect are none of your concern. If senior brother Ye Feng is using the 9-leaf soul-returning grass for a foot bath, could I maybe join him for a little soak? Tianyu shoved Tianhong aside, slammed his hands on the table, and boomed, "Sect Master Luo." In ancient times, Lu Fengxian bowed to his foster father. Today, Xia Tianyu pledges his allegiance. I, Tianyu, have wandered for half my life, only regretting that I never joined a sect. If young Tian Xue doesn't mind, I would like to join your esteemed sect as an honorary elder. Is that convenient? Elder Xia, you are a 9th-grade alchemist and a powerful 3rd-level tribulation-transcending realm cultivator. Your Tianyu auction house spans nearly a fifth of the Xuantian continent's territory, and now you want to join my tiny Star Soul sect. That's right, young Tian Shui. When you were a child, this old man even held you. If you don't believe me, you can ask your father. But in his heart, he was calculating. Ye Feng can casually pull out 3 legendary spirit herbs, giving one away and using another for a foot bath. It proves these things are of little importance to him. He must have countless other treasures in his possession. If I don't join his side now, I'll never get another chance. Very well, but Elder Xia, what about your auction house business? Tianyu replied nonchalantly, "Haha, I'll just hand the auction house over to my good-for-nothing son when the time comes." Elder Xia, you are ruthless. Tianyu leaned in closer, his voice dripping with mockery. Elder Bai, I just love seeing this look on your face. That look of complete helplessness against me. Who gets the last 9-leaf soul-returning grass will depend on our individual performances. Tian Shui imagined herself standing in the middle of them all, asking, "What is our goal?" Then, different versions of herself would shout in unison, "Cultivate diligently, transcend the tribulation, ascend, and take revenge on the upper realm." The thought made her want to cough up blood. It's over. I never even wanted to develop the sect, and somehow I ended up with 2 disciples. But how did a 9th-grade alchemist get added to the mix? Oh right, does anyone here know about the golden silkworm mystic stone? Hearing those words, the group instantly transformed into demons. You have the golden silkworm mystic stone? No, no. I was just asking, just casually asking. The way they were looking at me, they were about to eat me alive. It seems the golden silkworm mystic stone is way more incredible than the 9-leaf soul-returning grass. The expressions of the 3 men turned terrifyingly grim. Tianhong's voice became sinister. Haha, still trying to hide it from us? Ye Feng definitely has the golden silkworm mystic stone in his possession. Just then, Wu Feng popped out from behind him, full of curiosity. Senior brother, which corner of the heavens did a god of wealth like you come from? Why am I having such a good run of luck? Suddenly, the jade pendant at Tian Shui's hip began to vibrate, catching her attention. We must return to the sect at once, Tianhong asked with concern. Young miss, is something wrong? It's nothing. My father says he has something important to discuss, but I have a feeling he's really here to inspect my sect. 5 hours later, the moon hung high in the sect's night sky. In a flash, Tian Shui and her group appeared, before a figure already waiting in the courtyard. Tian Shui bowed her head respectfully. Father, I have returned. Tian Shui, you have truly disappointed me. Wu Ming stood before them like a mountain, his presence overwhelming. Father, why the sudden visit? He replied coldly. Disappointed. Utterly disappointed. A few days ago was the Star Soul Sect's recruitment day. So where I had expected the Star Soul Sect to be bustling with new life. I even imagined someone would be here to respectfully serve me tea. I brought countless gifts to bestow upon your new recruits. But in the end, there wasn't a single soul here. I sat waiting, all alone, until nightfall, and you still hadn't returned. I was forced to send a transmission. Father, these two are the disciples our Star Soul Sect recruited. The man on my right is Ye Feng, and the other is named Lung Wu Feng. At least I have these two to act as a shield, she thought. Father, please don't be angry. You see, I even accepted Ye Feng as my personal head disciple. In my past life, I was an orphan with no parents. But now that I have been reborn, I want to properly repay the parents who have shown me nothing but love. Wu Ming's intense gaze locked onto Ye Feng. Oh, a personal head disciple? My precious daughter, who has cared for nothing but cultivation her entire life, has actually taken a man as her head disciple. What is his spiritual root? He has none. What is his innate talent? He has none. As a last hope, he asked, then what is his cultivation level? Tian Shui leaned in and whispered into Wu Ming's ear. Isn't he completely useless? How could he possibly become your head disciple? He paid 500,000 high-grade spirit stones for the position. That's exactly right. What? The position of head disciple can be bought? Even the master of a worthless, third-rate sect wouldn't be so careless when choosing their legacy disciple. My daughter, I never taught you to act this way. If you needed money, you could have just asked me. Father, please let me explain. Just then, Xia Tianyu, who was standing nearby, threw down a chair. Ye Feng, are you tired of standing? Please, sit down and rest. Xia Tianyu, how dare you act so insolent in front of the sect master? The weather is getting cold. We can't let Ye Feng catch a chill. Wu Ming and Tian Shui could only stare, completely speechless, as another elder fussed over Ye Feng. Is the temperature all right? Here, take this blanket. Bai Tianhong, are you still an elder of my Star Extreme sect? And you, Xia Tianyu, why is that old fossil in my daughter's sect? A few minutes later, Wu Ming sat defeatedly in his chair, massaging his temples. The 9-patterned azure mystic pills. He fed over 2,000 of them to a dog? And he also gave you a legendary 9-leaf soul-returning herb? This isn't a disciple. He's a walking god of wealth. Forget about the Star Soul Sect. Even in our own Star Extreme sect, he would have to be worshipped like an ancestor. Exactly. That's why I've long suspected that Ye Feng must be from. Wu Ming raised a hand to his lips, silencing her. Say no more. My main purpose for this visit was to check on Tian Shui's sect. Since everything here is in order, I can finally rest easy. Now, I have some private family matters to discuss with Tian Shui. The rest of you are dismissed. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the residential courtyard, the lights were still burning bright. Leng Wu Feng set down a basin of water with a fawning smile. Senior brother, I've brought you some water for a foot bath. The temperature is absolutely perfect. You want to use it too? Oh, senior brother, I can just use it after you're finished. Come on now, am I such a stingy person? Go get another basin. We'll split that 9th-grade soul-returning herb half and half. Thank you, senior brother. Unseen on a nearby rooftop, 2 figures silently watched the scene unfold. Tianhong sighed in disbelief. Yi Feng really wasn't kidding. He's actually using a 9-leaf soul-returning herb for a foot bath. My heart is bleeding from the sheer waste. In the serene, green courtyard, Ye Feng stretched out comfortably. Another beautiful day. As expected of a 9th-grade spirit herb. Just soaking my feet in it has completely revitalized my mind and body. There's no denying it. The 9-leaf soul-returning herb is truly extraordinary. Even so, I absorbed less than 1,000th of its medicinal power. My body and soul still feel like they haven't been fully cleansed. I now have 2,500 prodigal points, but I'll save them for now. Today's special item is a fragment of the Netherworld Sword Intent. A fragment of the Netherworld Sword Intent? What's that? Instantly, the item materialized from the system screen and appeared in his hand. Guzi, come here. Hearing the call, the small dog scurried over. The system says I just need to place this on its forehead. The moment the fragment touched its head, it erupted into a swirling torrent of blue energy, completely engulfing Guzi. Model. He stared, dumbfounded, at the techniques unfolding before him. Yifeng picked up Guzi, asking curiously, Hey Guzi, you're not showing any reaction? Besides, using this Netherworld Sword Intent didn't seem to change anything. System. What happens if a prodigal item isn't consumed in a prodigal way? Can I use it myself? Even though Guzi seemed unchanged, he had read enough fantasy novels to know. This netherworld sword intent. And just the name alone screamed that it was a priceless treasure. Something one could only stumble upon, never actively seek. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! A massive amount of prodigal points will be deducted. Massive? He muttered to himself. Looks like I can't use this thing. And I can't ask for help either. What if they decide to keep it for themselves? That would be a huge problem. Come on, let's go inside. The scene shifts to another grand residence. Wu Ming stood to the side, asking, Tian Shui, have you ever considered letting those two boys temper themselves on the Heavenly Dao battlefield? Tian Shui replied, the Heavenly Dao battlefield? There's nothing more I can teach them. I'm not worried about Ye Feng. But as for Ling Wu Feng, I fear something might happen to him. I'll send a few inner disciples to join him on the battlefield. But why are you so confident in Ye Feng? He may hold treasures that even powerful experts would kill for, but in the end, he's still just a mortal. On the Heavenly Dao battlefield, even the weakest cultivator or demonic beast could eliminate him with ease. Father, Ye Feng just lacks a spirit root. He is not a mortal. With his strength, he's more than capable of protecting himself. But Wu Ming remained unconvinced. Impossible. Without a spirit root, he is a mortal. Don't make excuses for him. Not only does he lack a spirit root, but he's also cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement. He has opened his spirit sea, and it's estimated to be 20 times larger than mine. I didn't believe Elder Bai at first, but facing the truth, I have no choice but to accept it. Still in disbelief, he turned his back to her. That's even more impossible. Back then, when you opened your spirit sea, you shattered the records of the Star Sovereign Sect and even alarmed the Ancestor. How could a mortal open a spirit sea 20 times larger than yours? That's just shameless boasting. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the heavens. In an instant, Tian Shui, Wu Ming, Wu Feng, and Tian Yu all sensed its power. The netherworld road, the soul-crossing bridge, the sword descends. In a flash, they were all transported to the edge of a cliff. Tian Hong announced, "This is the place." Tian Shui then asked, "Elder Bai? Elder Jia? You came as well? Where is Leng Wu Feng?" Indeed, this sword intent is too terrifying. Leng Wu Feng couldn't withstand it, so only the two of us came. Wu Ming summoned power into his hands, declaring, "Elder Bai, Elder Xia, I will clear the path. Please stand guard for me." Tian Shui and the others landed in a forest clearing. They looked around, whispering, "Is this the right place? I don't sense anyone's aura. This is probably just another one of Ye Feng's tricks." Suddenly, Tian Shui pointed in a direction and asked, "Isn't that Ye Feng over there?" The others let out a collective, "Huh?" and turned to look. Nearby, Ye Feng was playing fetch with Gozi. They murmured in shock. It really is that Ye Feng kid. They never would have guessed the source of the terrifying netherworld sword intent was a dog. A mere dog had comprehended the incredibly profound and powerful netherworld sword intent. If they weren't seeing it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Just then, Gozi perfectly caught the disc in his mouth. Tian Shui couldn't contain her disbelief. "Ye Feng, did you let this dog comprehend sword intent?" Ye Feng was surprised to see them. "Huh? What are you all doing here?" "Of course not. This mutt is too dumb to comprehend anything. I just happened to have some fragments of the netherworld sword intent, so I let him play with them." The words struck Tian Shui's group like a thunderclap. They all gasped. "What? Fragments of netherworld sword intent? So it's true," Ye Feng thought to himself, completely baffled. Why are Grandmaster and Elder Xia glaring at me with such murderous intent? Tian Shui rubbed her forehead and explained, "The netherworld sword intent is an immensely powerful technique. Even on the Heavenly Dao battlefield, obtaining it is no easy feat. It's a matter of pure luck. And yet, you took such a precious fragment and used it as a dog toy. Even for a prodigal like you, there have to be limits." With that, she smacked Ye Feng on the head. He asked curiously, "The Heavenly Dao battlefield? What's that?" Tian Shui replied with a sigh, "I might as well tell you. I was already planning to send you there to train. The world we live in, the profound heaven continent, is just one of thousands of lower realms. All these lower realms can access the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Based on one's strength, you enter different zones. There are a total of 9 levels: Spirit Sea, Qi Movement, Spirit Fusion, Foundation Establishment, Divine Treasury, Violet Palace, Origin Soul, Void Piercing, and Tribulation Transcendence. No one knows how the Heavenly Dao battlefield came to be, but within it lies countless cultivation resources, opportunities, legacies, and treasures. It was like opening a book that transported them all to a vast, mountainous forest dimension. Of course, aside from facing threats from the other lower realms, one must also be wary of the powerful beasts lurking inside. One wrong move against a demonic beast could mean getting lost forever in the Heavenly Tao battlefield. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. An invitation to the second level of the Heavenly Tao battlefield. The mission: eliminate 100 peak 9th level Qi dynamic beasts. The reward for success: a massive amount of squander points. Feng was stunned. Really? The last mission to join the Star Soul Sect only gave me 100 points, but now it's not a set number, but a massive amount? But how am I supposed to defeat 100 beasts at my own level? I have 0 spiritual energy right now, and I don't know a single martial art. Wu Ming's voice cut in. Feng, may I ask, just how many netherworld sword intent fragments did you feed this dog? This dog's power is already immense. I'd guess it's at the very peak of the sword intent realm. It could break through to the sword heart realm at any moment. He recalled his own ancestor, who poured his entire life into training under a waterfall for centuries, and even with countless opportunities, he only barely managed to comprehend the sword heart realm, and his heavenly cold sword heart is nothing compared to the netherworld sword heart. Feng just grinned. Oh, not that many. Probably around 10,000 fragments of netherworld sword intent. It was tough getting Guzi to absorb it all. At his words, the 4 figures before him glared with pure killing intent. They all roared in unison. That treasure, coveted by all cultivators. You gave it to a dog? Ah, if that's the case, my apologies. But inwardly, Feng was relieved. Good thing I didn't ask them for help. That would have been a disaster. Tian Shue pleaded. Father, get him out of here. Now. If you don't, I might not be able to stop myself from sending this wasteful disciple to an early grave. Without another word, Wu Ming grabbed Feng and shot into the sky on his flying sword. He called back. Once his training is complete, I'll return him. I'm afraid I might lose my patience with him too. As they soared through the clouds, Feng looked at Wu Ming. Grandmaster, where are we headed? Wu Ming explained. The Star Soul Sect is merely a place created to temper Tian Shue's character. Your true home is the Star Extreme Sect. As he controlled the flying sword, Wu Ming continued. We're heading to the Star Extreme Sect now. Once there, you'll join your senior brothers and head to the Heavenly Tao battlefield. You'll all have to watch each other's backs. Feng, clinging to Wu Ming's robes, piped up. Huh? Senior brothers? Grandmaster, is our Star Extreme Sect powerful? And what cultivation realm are you at? Does our sect not even have mounts? Grandmaster, is our sect broke? Do you need me to help out a bit? Are all my senior brothers in the sect on the verge of starvation? Should I give them some spirit stones? Grandmaster? Grandmaster, enough! Shut your mouth. Our sect is incredibly wealthy and powerful. That night, at an inn, a voice called out. Innkeeper, 2 single rooms. Grandmaster, let me get this. Silence. In his small room, Feng yawned on the bed, mumbling to himself. I wonder what tomorrow's squander item is going to be. Earning 1,000 squander points is no easy task. The next morning, Feng sat up in bed and exclaimed, Man, I slept like a log. He checked the system. Past the basic info, he saw today's squander item, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Feng's eyes widened. Today's item is actually top-grade spirit stones, and it's only 100,000 stones. Getting rid of them shouldn't be too hard. He waved his hand with a smirk. I know exactly how to burn through this. System. Buy the designated human-rank top-grade martial skill jars. I don't care how many it takes. Keep opening them until one drops, he thought confidently. Based on the spirit herb jars, these probably have a 90+% chance of dropping a human-rank low-grade skill, and an 80+% chance for a mid-grade one. A notification popped up. 100 points consumed. Obtained human-rank top-grade martial skill. Fire Dragon Fist. Feng was ecstatic. It only took 100 points. My luck is insane. He paused. Wait a second. Fire Dragon Fist? The system prompt continued. Requires fire attribute spiritual energy to cast. But I don't have a fire spiritual root. Where am I supposed to get fire energy from? The system prompted, clench your fist. Feng did as he was told, and saw streams of raw spiritual energy swirling around him. The system spoke again. Now, try converting the energy. He waved his hand, and auras of different elements appeared one by one. Feng stared at the flickering fire energy in his palm, thinking, this is impossible. I don't have any spiritual roots. Yet I can convert the pure energy in my spirit sea into any attribute I want? I should test this fire dragon fist right now. But just then, Wu Ming's voice came from outside the door. Yi Feng, get down here for breakfast. We need to get back on the road immediately. So he decided to test his new power later. Once again, Wu Ming took to the skies with Ye Feng in tow. He grumbled under his breath. I said yesterday we needed an early start. Why are you eating so deliberately? Yi Feng simply replied, savoring your food is good for the body, mind, and soul. Suddenly, Wu Ming's brow furrowed. He glanced behind them, his eyes widening. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Yi Feng replied as he dropped more spirit stones. I'm bestowing blessings from above, making it rain undeserved riches from the heavens. With that, he violently shook the sack, emptying every last spirit stone. I don't know how many spirit stones you have in there, but you can't just squander a fortune like this. By the time you realize you're broke, it will be far too late. Do you understand? Grandmaster, do you know what the greatest tragedy in life is? Everyone walks their own path. So, life's greatest tragedy is different for each person. For a swordsman dedicated to the blade, the ultimate sorrow is facing death without ever grasping the true essence of the sword. For an alchemist on the path of the pill, it's ascending to the heavens without ever crafting a legendary elixir that would etch their name into history. For a master of formations, the greatest pain is the fear that at the moment of death, they haven't created the ultimate formation of their dreams. Grandmaster, I can't speak for others, but my greatest tragedy would be dying before I've spent all my money. As the flying sword blazed across the sky, Wu Ming's furious roar followed close behind. You damn prodigal son, I'd like to see how long you can keep this up. Behind him, Ye Feng was still emptying the sack of spirit stones. As the last of the gems rained down from above, the two of them finally arrived. Wu Ming announced, this is the Star Zenith Sect. Ye Feng thought to himself, finally done, my arm is about to fall off. He gazed at the sprawling complex before them, amazed. Whoa. Compared to our Star Soul Sect, this place is a palace. There's no comparison at all. Wu Ming spotted someone he knew and called out, Steward Song, this is my daughter's personal disciple. In 2 days, he'll be joining the other martial brothers heading to the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Wu Ming ordered, Ye Feng, try to stay out of trouble. You'll depart in 3 days. Ye Feng greeted the steward. My name is Ye Feng. Thank you for your hospitality. It's a small matter. Just then, a commotion from over the wall caught Ye Feng's attention. He asked, Steward Song, what's all the excitement over there? Ah, today the outer and inner disciples are having their sparring matches. You're welcome to go watch. A system notification popped up. Defeat 100 opponents of the same cultivation realm to receive 500 prodigal points. A grin spread across Ye Feng's face as he cracked his knuckles. 500 points, huh? I was just running low. Looks like it's time to have some fun. His master's warning was instantly forgotten. Over at the sparring arena, a massive crowd had already gathered around the fighting stage. Yi Feng confidently strode up the steps. The crowd murmured, huh? Who's that guy? He doesn't look like he's from our Star Zenith sect. Why is he getting on the stage? Is he here to issue a challenge? It couldn't be a provocation from another sect, could it? On stage, Ye Feng puffed out his chest and declared, Ye Feng, peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm, first personal disciple of Master Tianshui. Today I'll be holding the stage, so I hope all my martial brothers will give me a good fight. A wave of shock went through the crowd. What? He's the personal disciple of the Saintess? I heard the Saintess left to start her own sect. I wonder what she saw in a guy like him. I'd give up decades of my life to be her disciple. Just then, a challenger finally stepped onto the stage. The dark-haired young man announced, I'll be your opponent. The crowd erupted. It's Meng Yang. I heard he joined the sect less than 3 years ago, and he's already at the peak of the 9th level Qi movement realm. That's right. And he cultivates an Earth rank, mid-grade technique. Even his martial skills are Earth rank, low grade. This is going to be an incredible fight. I can't wait to see the true strength of the Saintess's personal disciple. Yi Feng glanced at the excited crowd and smirked. You seem to be quite the celebrity around here, Meng Yang replied. You could say that. It took me less than 3 years to reach the peak of the Qi movement realm. How long did it take you, brother Ye Feng? Well, from opening my spirit sea to reaching its peak 9th level, it took me about 10 minutes. And from the peak of the spirit sea realm to the peak of the Qi movement realm, took another 20 minutes or so. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? A deafening silence fell over the entire arena. Then, the crowd erupted in laughter. Is this guy dreaming? Senior brother Meng Yang took 3 years, and he claims it took him 30 minutes? 30 minutes? That's insane. Is he a pathological liar or just an idiot? Brother Ye Feng, your talent for boasting is truly unrivaled. He's so arrogant. How could the saintess possibly choose someone like him as her disciple? If that's true, then every peerless genius on the entire profound heaven continent must have been crushed under your boot. Yi Feng shot them a lazy glance. I figured you wouldn't believe it. Just then, Meng Yang shot forward, roaring, "Enough talk, let's fight," the crowd screamed. "Go, Meng Yang!" He's using the water cloud step, an earth rank, low-grade movement technique. Yi Feng clenched his fist. Countless sparks of raw power erupted from his knuckles. With a mighty roar, Ye Feng unleashed the fire dragon fist. His flames instantly coalesced into a massive dragon. Meng Yang cried out in shock. What in the world is that? No good. I can't evade it. I'll have to block it with my rushing wave sword art. In a flash, he drew his blade. Meng Yang swung his blade towards the colossal dragon and yelled, "Sever!" A deafening explosion ripped through the arena. The crowd scrambled to erect a protective barrier. They shouted, "This is bad. Protect the junior disciples." But the sheer force of the flames was overwhelming, and the barrier began to crack. Fear crept into their voices. Damn it, we can't hold it back. An attack with this much terrifying spiritual energy is something we can't possibly block. Look, that fire dragon, it hasn't vanished. What? In the distance, the fiery beast was chasing after Meng Yang. He was screaming, desperately fleeing from the dragon's enormous jaws. The crowd realized that not even the rushing wave sword art could stop it. He's in real trouble now. But Ye Feng wasn't finished. He pointed a finger to the sky, chanting the incantation for the fire dragon fist. Another explosion of power erupted from behind him. Ye Feng smirked to himself. I've been dying to try this move. The blast spawned 2 more fire dragons. They shot towards Meng Yang. Paralyzed with fear, he collapsed to the ground, thinking, what kind of monster is this guy? Meng Yang covered his head, scrambled out of the arena, and forfeited the match. Yi Feng stood arrogantly on the stage and declared, "Who's next? I'll take on 100 of you." Yi Feng pointed to the heavens. Rings of fire exploded outwards from his body. Yi Feng roared, "So this is the feeling of battle? It's absolutely exhilarating." The surrounding crowd was sent running for their lives. They screamed, "Run for it! What is that thing?" Seeing the arena about to be destroyed, Elder Tong yelled, "Don't you dare damage the Sect's property." On the tournament stage, Ye Feng gathered flame energy in his palm. He declared with absolute certainty, "Anyone who challenges me, Ye Feng, on this stage, I will personally ensure their defeat," he thought. Relying on the prodigal system alone, won't give me the true thrill of combat. This is the burning passion that defines a fantasy world. Elder Tong gave the command, all disciples at the 9th level peak of the Qi refinement stage, attack him together. The remaining disciples cleared a path for them. Go, teach this brat a lesson for me. The disciples murmured amongst themselves. He's insane. This Ye Feng wants to fight 200 people at once. No wonder the saintess took him as her personal disciple. This guy is a monster, taking on over 200 opponents of the same cultivation level all by himself. If he wins this fight, when he grows stronger, he'll definitely earn a spot on the Hidden Dragon ranking. If he wins, he'll be famous overnight. If he loses, the whole sect gets to feast. Elder Tong pointed forward and ordered, all disciples, hear my command. Release your spiritual energy and form a protective shield. The crowd below immediately complied. A gigantic barrier was formed by countless cultivators. Seeing this, Yi Feng wondered, so you can play it like that, huh? He thought, even though my spiritual energy is abundant, it'll be hard to shatter that shield using only a human rank, high-grade martial art. I have 440 points. System, draw me an earth rank, high-grade martial art. With a thought, Ye Feng accessed the system screen. A notification appeared, deducting 700 prodigal points. For the earth rank, high-grade art, 9 Radiance Lightning Lotus. A scroll depicting a lotus flower materialized before him. Draw again, another martial art. The system responded, deducting 900 prodigal points for the earth rank, high-grade art, Water Dragon's Roar. A scroll depicting a water dragon appeared. Ye Feng commanded, one more. A different spiritual art. The system chimed, deducting 700 prodigal points. For the earth rank, high-grade art, Wind Serpent's Tornado. A massive vortex materialized in the air. Yi Feng grinned. All right, that's enough. 9 Radiance Lightning Lotus, Water Dragon's Roar. At his command, a colossal lotus of lightning was summoned. Beside it, a dragon made of pure water took shape. The disciples inside the shield trembled. Lightning spiritual energy? He has a water spiritual root too? What level of martial arts are these? Even from a great distance, everyone could see the power of Ye Feng's techniques. They gasped. What kind of freak of nature is he, to possess 3 different spiritual roots? Just the residual energy from his attacks feels impossible to block. What's happening? Where is this wind coming from? Ye Feng raised his hand, and a brilliant green light began to glow. He challenged them. You'd better be ready to take this next one. The lightning lotus and the water dragon attacked the barrier in unison. The people inside were about to be blown away. They cried out, "We can't hold on much longer. Our spiritual energy is almost depleted." It was then that Elder Tong realized in horror that Ye Feng possessed 4 spiritual roots. Ye Feng shouted, "I'm not done yet." A vortex of wind, lightning, and torrential rain now swirled around him. The terrified spectators asked, There's more?" The moment the words left their mouths, lightning struck them all, sending them flying. Unable to endure any longer, they finally admitted defeat. A wicked smile spread across Ye Feng's face as he watched the chaos. Elder Tong thought in amazement, "I originally thought Lady Luo's personal disciple was just being arrogant. My goal was to humble him, to suppress his sharp arrogance. But who could have predicted this? His spiritual energy is boundless, and he's already mastered 3 different earth-rank, high-grade techniques. A monster like this will surely rank among the top 1,000 prodigies on the hidden dragon board someday." A chaotic mix of elemental energies swirled around Ye Feng. He declared, "What's the point of youth if you don't live wildly? So, I'll ask again. Is there anyone else?" The defeated warriors could only stare in awe. He still had power to spare. This single battle would make him a legend, a true monster. At the grand gates of the sect's main hall, 5 figures gathered. Chen Haoyu asked, "Junior sister, any idea why the sect master summoned us?" "What's going on?" Du Tianyu answered. "I have no idea. The sect master left just a few days ago, but now he's rushed back." Zhao Tianming speculated. "Maybe it's about the Heavenly Dao battlefield." Xing Fei and Xia Tiantian remained silent. Wu Ming spoke up. "I've summoned the 5 of you today to announce something important. You will soon have a new junior brother. However, he is currently only at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm. In the future, I'll need you all to look after him." Hearing this, the 5 of them erupted into discussion. "We're getting a new junior brother? Does this mean I'm finally not the youngest core disciple anymore?" Xing Fei said, "Our Star Pole sect is the top sect in the profound sky continent." Tiantian continued, "That's right. To become a core disciple, your talent, comprehension, and spiritual roots. Everything has to be the absolute best." Hao Yu asked, "Sect Master, can you tell us what makes this junior brother so special?" Wu Ming replied, "He's rich, very rich. A spendthrift, a huge spendthrift. An unbelievable, legendary spendthrift." Hao Yu, Tiantian, Tianyue, and Tianming were all baffled. Even a rogue grandmaster couldn't have more personal wealth than our entire sect, right? Is that really considered a special trait? Surely our junior brother has some other real talent. Sect Master, are you joking with us? You don't understand now. But after you've spent some time with him, you'll see. In a few days, after he finishes his training in the Heavenly Dao battlefield, you will all follow him to the Star Soul sect that the Saintess founded. Oh, and don't say I didn't warn you. Keep your eyes peeled when you're around him. Even the scraps that fall from between your junior brother's fingers will be enough for you all to live on." Wu Ming thought of Gu Zi and grinned to himself. "I'm a true genius. By letting them follow Ye Feng, the sect won't just raise 5 peerless powerhouses. We'll also save more resources to cultivate our other disciples." He laughed out loud, marveling at his plan. "Ha! You guys aren't even as good as Gu Zi. If any of you had managed to obtain that Yellow Spring sword in tent back then, wouldn't you have soared to the heavens by now?" The group of 5 glared at Wu Ming with disdain. He turned to look at them and said, "Some things can only be understood through experience. Come on, I'll take you to meet this junior brother of yours." Wu Ming instructed them. "He is your personal god of wealth. So from now on, be sharp when you're around him. A 4-element spiritual root. Senior brother Ye Feng is terrifying beyond belief. And 3 earth rank, high-grade martial arts. Senior brother Ye Feng's comprehension is monstrous. Fighting 200 people alone, he was truly sent by the heavens just to crush our spirits." Tiantian felt like they had missed something crucial. Hao Yu asked Wu Ming, "Are you sure that besides being rich and a spendthrift, this Ye Feng has no other special talents?" He chuckled and said, "I have no idea. All I know is that Ye Feng is loaded and wastes money. Instead of asking me, you'd be better off asking the inner sect disciples. 5 stunned faces stared at Wu Ming. Is this really our sect master? He doesn't even know his own new disciple's situation, and yet he wants to grant him the status of a core disciple? A moment later, the scene devolved into absolute chaos. If I remember correctly, today is supposed to be the outer disciples' sparring day, isn't it? But, looking at this mess, did they change the rules this month to an all-out brawl between inner and outer disciples? Wu Ming turned and demanded, Deacon Song, what happened here? A legendary battle, an invincible display. Sect Master, Ye Feng, by himself, fought against over 200 disciples of the same realm and won a crushing victory. What? He fought over 200 disciples at the same level. Alone? And he didn't just win, it was a landslide victory? The entire crowd fell silent. Wu Ming ordered Deacon Song to tell him everything that happened. 2 minutes later, Wu Ming stroked his beard in deep thought. Tian Shui reported that the spirit sea inside Ye Feng's body is about 20 times larger than hers, and Tian Shui's spirit sea is already 20 times that of an ordinary person, and Ye Feng's is 20 times greater than Tian Shui's. By that calculation, Ye Feng alone is equivalent to 400 cultivators of the same realm. Wu Ming clutched his head and sighed. During the 2-day journey, I never once bothered to check the spirit sea inside Ye Feng's body. What a massive oversight. Can a person's spiritual energy really reach such a terrifying level? He's a rich spendthrift, with 4 types of spiritual roots, and has mastered 3 high-grade, earth-rank martial arts. Sect Master, do you find it fun to mess with us like this? Hao Yu turned and whispered, Deacon Song, where is our junior brother? The deacon replied, he already went back to his residence, the main peak, inner sect courtyard, number 111. The others immediately perked up their ears. The main peak's inner courtyard, number 111? Without another word, they bolted. Sect Master, we're going to find our junior brother first. Sect Master, Chen Hao Yu just called Ye Feng junior brother. Are you really planning to make him the sect's 6th core disciple? Wu Ming smiled with a hint of a warning. Deacon Song, don't you dare report Ye Feng's situation to the 3 Grand Elders. He is my daughter's personal disciple. No one will be taking him away. Master, even if I hadn't reported it, the news would have already spread. The 3rd Elder isn't the only one who knows. All 4 Grand Elders are aware. Wu Ming sighed. This is going to be trouble. It all depends on his choice now. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was completely oblivious. He was happily sunbathing and singing a tune, when the sudden sound of rushing footsteps made him bolt upright. Who are you people? A group of disciples with an overwhelming aura appeared before Ye Feng. What do you want? Little junior brother, I am your senior brother Chen Hao Yu. I am your 2nd senior sister, Xia Tian. And I'm your 3rd senior brother, Zhao Tianming. I'm your 4th senior brother, Xing Fei. And I am your 5th senior sister, Du Tianyue. For a moment, Ye Feng was at a complete loss for words. Wait, wasn't I my master's sole personal disciple? I just got back to the main sect, so how did I suddenly gain 5 senior brothers and sisters? Little junior brother, you've misunderstood. Let me explain. A moment later, Ye Feng clapped his hands. Oh, so the 2 identities don't conflict at all. I am both my master's personal disciple and the 6th core disciple of the Absolute Love Sect. Ye Feng silently asked his system. As their junior brother, it wouldn't be too excessive to give them a small gift for our first meeting, would it? System, my senior brothers and sisters are all heaven-defying prodigies, giving each of them 100,000 high-grade spirit stones as a first-time gift. That's not too much, right? The system immediately announced, amount is within the prodigal range. This was just a sudden idea, to test if the system would send a warning when I spent a specific amount of items. It seems it's definitely possible. Meanwhile, the others thought, look at him. Even a peerless genius like our junior brother is stunned after learning our identities. This junior brother is actually quite adorable. As his 2nd senior sister, I'll have to protect him well from now on. I'm finally not the youngest anymore. Now I have a junior brother to tease. Ye Feng flashed a smile that couldn't be brighter. Senior brothers and sisters, since this is our first meeting, please accept this small token from your junior. Hearing this, everyone stared blankly at the objects that had suddenly materialized in their hands. Hao Yu thought, let me channel some spirit energy into this ring and see. His eyes widened. Is this 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? The others did the same. After channeling their energy, they gasped, clutching the rings in astonishment. We're the senior disciples, and we haven't given our junior brother anything yet, but he just casually hands us 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? That was an astronomical sum. They suddenly remembered Wu Ming's words. He's rich. Unbelievably rich. Congratulations, host. Prodigal act successful. You have received 200 prodigal points and 100 enlightenment pills. Yi Feng smirked inwardly. There it is. So this is how you can get special rewards. Enlightenment pill. Any living being who consumes it will instantly enter a state of enlightenment for 20 minutes. Cannot be used to gain prodigal points. Yi Feng was surprised. What? It seems I can't use these enlightenment pills to farm prodigal points. He then flicked his wrist, sending an enlightenment pill to each of them. Junior brother, what is this? This is a pill called the enlightenment pill. Tian was confused. An enlightenment pill? Tianming was also skeptical. You mean the legendary pill that allows one to instantly enter a state of enlightenment? Ye Feng explained. Just by eating it, you can immediately enter the state of enlightenment. The effect lasts for 20 minutes, so everyone should try it now. The 5 of them followed his instructions and put the pills in their mouths, thinking, our junior brother has no reason to harm us, right? Afterwards, everyone entered a state of deep meditation. Wu Ming looked at them, bewildered. What are you all doing? Yi Feng quickly signaled for him to be quiet. Yi Feng, why are your senior brothers and sisters cultivating at a time like this? I gave them 5 enlightenment pills, so they're seizing the opportunity to cultivate. Please don't ruin this chance for them. You have more of those pills? Yi Feng, could you spare a few for your grandmaster? Grandmaster, here are 5 for you. I need the rest to go back and feed my dog. Guzi. Wu Ming was instantly enraged. What? You're taking a divine pill that can grant instant enlightenment, and you're going to feed it to that dog? Yi Feng thought to himself, I know this stuff is powerful, and it doesn't give me prodigal points, but this prodigal habit might just trigger another special reward. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch this boy feed enlightenment pills to a dog. Yi Feng, how many enlightenment pills do you have left? On behalf of the sect, I will purchase all of them. After all, you are a member of the sect. I think you can understand what I mean, right? When you put it that way, I can indeed understand. But Ye Feng didn't think so at all. He inwardly refused. If I don't feed Guzi until he's full, it'll be more painful than taking my own life. Meanwhile, Guzi was crying on the inside, not wanting to be stuffed full. All right. The 5 Grand Elders want to see you. They'll probably want to take you as a disciple. In any case, you must decide carefully when the time comes. They arrived at the secluded cave in the back mountains. Wu Ming and Ye Feng knelt before the imposing figures. The 5 Grand Elders. This must be the personal disciple, Ye Feng, that my little girl recently accepted, said Luo Tian, one of the 5. Tian Xing stepped forward. He single-handedly battled over 200 disciples of the same realm, possessing 4 spiritual roots and having mastered 3 high-grade, earth-level techniques. He utterly crushed his peers. A prodigy of this caliber must be nurtured with our full power. The others were Zhang Haoyu, Cao Minfeng, Cheng Xiangfei, and Chu Yunshan. The 5 great ancestors gathered around, their intense gazes fixed on Yi Feng, leaving him completely bewildered. The peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm. His spiritual sea is terrifyingly vast. Meanwhile, Wu Ming couldn't understand what the others were saying. Suddenly, everyone stared at him in stunned silence. Ye Feng, why do you have no spiritual root? The shock was palpable. No spiritual root? How can that be possible? Without one, how could you even sense the world's spiritual energy, let alone open a spiritual sea and begin cultivating? Yi Feng just scratched his head with an awkward smile. I don't know. Whenever I think about it, the spiritual energy around me just flows right into my body, even though I don't have a spiritual root. I reason for some reason, the spiritual energy inside me can transform into different elements. Everyone's jaws dropped in unison. What kind of phenomenon was this? Yi Feng mentally summoned his system, considering the power and status of these 5 ancestors as a core disciple, giving each of them 1 million high-grade spirit stones should be fine, right? The system replied, amount is too low. Does not qualify as squandering. Host, you're so short-sighted. Are you messing with me? So Ye Feng upped the ante. 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. The system approved. Amount qualifies for squandering. Such a high price. These 5 great ancestors were clearly no ordinary figures. 5 great ancestors. This disciple arrived in a rush and couldn't prepare a proper gift. Please accept these 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. I hope the 5 great ancestors will not find it lacking. What? The 5 shared a single thought. Is this really just a disciple at the peak of the Qi movement realm? How can he possibly be this wealthy? Seizing the moment, Wu Ming presented the epiphany pills. 5 elders. Haven't you been stuck at your bottleneck for decades? These are 5 epiphany pills. Don't ask any questions. Just swallow one, and you will instantly enter a state of enlightenment. Epiphany pills? They all stared at Wu Ming in astonishment. But behind them, Ye Feng looked utterly displeased. Grandmaster, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Wu Ming pretended not to hear. Well, who was the one that refused to sell him any epiphany pills? The 5 elders immediately entered meditation right where they stood. Wu Ming dragged Ye Feng a safe distance away to avoid disturbing them. 20 minutes later, Tianxing's eyes fluttered open as he assessed his condition. I'm just a little bit short. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Yes, just a little more is needed. Tianxing asked how many more epiphany pills they had. Wu Ming replied, I'm out. But I'm sure Ye Feng still has plenty. He was just planning to take them home to feed his dog. Grandmaster, stop talking. The 5 ancestors were completely flabbergasted. What? Feed them to a dog? Tianxing tried to reason with him gently. Ye Feng, the sect rules are clear. We elders will not use our position to bully a junior. The epiphany pills belong to you, and you can dispose of them as you wish. But please, reconsider feeding them to a dog. The other elders nodded furiously in agreement. I still have 90 pills left. Feeding all of them to my dog would be a waste. Maybe I'll just keep 40 for myself? At this, the elders' eyes lit up. A negotiation was possible. Tianxing turned to Wu Ming. You see how prodigal your disciple is, and you do nothing? Great ancestor. Ye Feng uses the 9-leaf soul-returning herb for foot baths. He even feeds fragments of the netherworld sword intent to his dog. The items are his. If he's determined to be a prodigal son, what can I possibly do? Tianxing nearly fainted from shock. The 5 great ancestors all cried out in despair. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had no idea what they were all so worked up about. Ye Feng, can we please discuss this? Those epiphany pills are incredibly precious. Just keep them for yourself. Just don't feed them to a dog. He thought. So this is what they call a negotiation? Isn't this supposed to be a fantasy world? Why is everyone in this sect so nice? In the novels he read in his past life, anyone with a priceless treasure would be targeted and hunted by everyone. And yet, the Grandmaster who never taught him a thing still spent a fortune to buy him the azure mystic pill. Then there was Elder Bai, who was always laughing and talking about taking it easy. In the Star Extreme sect, even the senior disciples he defeated treated him with honor. Meng Yang had even praised him warmly. Junior brother, that technique of yours is incredibly powerful. He glanced over at Wu Ming, his grandmaster, and the elders. Being in a sect like this wasn't so bad after all. There was no scheming or backstabbing here. If that's the case, then I can be a true prodigal son in this sect without any worries. With a bright smile, Ye Feng presented the epiphany pills. Great ancestor, here are 70 pills. I willingly offer them to the sect. But as for the remaining 20, I must ask the 5 of you not to interfere. To be a carefree prodigal, he needed the sect to be strong enough to protect him. Investing some of his treasures in the sect was a small price to pay. All right. For our sect to have a disciple like Ye Feng is truly our greatest fortune. Tianxing then turned to Wu Ming with a serious command. You are well aware of how much Ye Feng has just contributed to this sect. As long as he does not violate our sacred rules, you have no authority to punish him. Do you understand? Wu Ming immediately bowed in obedience. He expressed his understanding and thanked Tianxing for the reminder, though his inner thoughts remained his own. A smug smile crossed his face. He already knew Ye Feng was a golden goose. Just then, Ye Feng made a show of accidentally dropping something. It was a brilliantly shining golden silkworm divine stone. Whoops. How clumsy of me. Just some useless old rock, he muttered. As a divine prodigal, it's embarrassing not to carry something that others would kill for. It would totally ruin my reputation. Wu Ming lunged forward. You little brat. You actually have a golden silkworm divine stone? Grand Master, did you hear that from my master? Ye Feng, would you be willing to sell that divine stone to me? I am a master refiner. But Ye Feng's refusal was blunt. Absolutely not. I don't have very many of these. I'm saving them to build a toilet in the future. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Building a toilet with golden silkworm divine stones? Ye Feng, do you have any idea how crucial a golden silkworm divine stone is to a refiner? Nope. But first, I need to collect enough to build my toilet. Just imagine how grand it will look, all dazzling and golden. Collect enough? This is a legendary spirit ore that absorbs tribulation, lightning. Are you planning to face your heavenly trials hiding in a toilet? You're saying, you can get your hands on even more golden silkworm divine stones in the future? If I have any left after my toilet is built, I'll set some aside for you. A satisfied grin spread across Yunshan's face. Yes, Building a toilet with these stones is an excellent idea. Tianxing grabbed Yunshan. Old fifth, are you insane? This is a golden silkworm divine stone we're talking about, and you're actually encouraging his prodigal ways? Yifeng could only stare as the old masters huddled together, whispering furiously. Are you guys idiots? Just wait until he collects enough of them. Then we can all hide out in his toilet to overcome our tribulations. A single stone can absorb a few strikes. But imagine how many you'd need for a whole toilet. When the time comes, we just need to squat over a hole, and we'll pass our trials with ease. Could it really work like that? With a golden toilet that can block heavenly lightning, who even needs a life-saving artifact? Suddenly, a shiver ran down Ye Feng's spine. Why am I suddenly getting chills? It feels like they're scheming about something. 10 minutes later, Tian He issued a command. Luo Wu Ming, the heavenly Dao battlefield is fraught with peril. Gather every disciple in the Qi-moving realm and guarantee the safety of our golden goose, Ye Feng. Yes, master, but Ye Feng proposed going into the battlefield alone. With his current power, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem. Wu Ming immediately shut him down. Ye Feng, the battlefield is not a game. You should follow the Grand Ancestor's orders. Hearing this, Tianxing fell into deep thought. Ye Feng put on a pitiful face. Grand Ancestor, if there are too many people, this training will be completely meaningless for me. Fine. Fine. If that's how you feel, then you must be extremely cautious. Do not, under any circumstances, place your trust in anyone. For the next 2 days, rest well within the sect. On the 3rd day, you may proceed to the Heavenly Dao Battlefield's teleportation formation. Ye Feng thought to himself, more people means more safety. Sure, but if they ran into a threat they couldn't handle, it would be a total wipeout. Besides, he still had no idea what his so-called prodigal protection squad even looked like. After paying his respects, Ye Feng returned to his residence on the main peak. Senior brothers, senior sister, you haven't left yet? Junior brother. That enlightenment pill you gave us before. Do you happen to have any more? Just one pill allowed me to enter a state of instant enlightenment. I know it's shameless to ask, but I was hoping we could have a few more. I don't have many left. I had 90 enlightenment pills before, but I already gave 70 of them to the Grand Ancestor. Tian sidled up to Ye Feng, putting on her cutest face. So that means there are still 20 left, right? Could you possibly spare just one for your senior sister? Just one would be enough. Please? But Ye Feng refused flatly. Nope. The remaining 20 pills are for my dog to eat. The Grand Ancestor asked for them too, but I refused. That's my absolute limit. The 5 disciples suddenly remembered Wu Ming's words. He's a prodigal. A massive, unbelievable prodigal. Junior brother, we were too impulsive. Receiving even one pill was a massive stroke of luck for us. A destiny like that can't be forced. Senior brother, why can't it be forced? I already handed over 70 pills to the sect. You're all core disciples that the sect is focusing on. If these pills aren't for you, then who are they for? Hearing this, the others instantly took off. How you teleported away in a flash. Well, I'm going to get my enlightenment pill then. If you ever need help in the future, just call for us. And with that, How Yu vanished. Ye Feng stared at the enormous hole in his roof. Hey, you guys better fix my roof first. Afterward, he calmly sipped a glass of wine. The life of a divine prodigal is just so luxuriously and monotonously boring. The system asked where he got the red wine. Ye Feng quickly replied, Wait a second, system, didn't I just give the 5 Grand Ancestors 1 million Supreme Grade Spirit Stones each? So, why haven't I gotten my reward yet? Because the 5 Grand Ancestors have not truly accepted your gift and are planning to return it. Therefore, the prodigal mission is still ongoing. Ugh, it's not over yet? Seriously, have these old geezers gone senile? They don't even know how to cash in on a good thing. Suddenly, Tianxing appeared from thin air. Ye Feng, am I disturbing you? The Grand Elder himself? Not at all, not at all. Grand Elder, please use those Supreme Grade Spirit Stones freely. Don't even hesitate for a second. I have more of that stuff than I know what to do with. Don't tell me you came all this way just to give them back. Just as he predicted, Tianxing presented the very same spirit stones. Our Star Pole sect cannot, for the time being, take resources from one of its disciples. Therefore, you should hold on to these. I'm not sure what the sect's reserves are, but I guarantee that everything the sect owns combined doesn't even amount to a fraction of my personal stash. Ye Feng put on his best prodigal act. Grand Elder, if the sect needs spirit stones, just say the word. I've got an unlimited supply, enough to live up to my reputation as a spendthrift. Oh? In that case, I wonder if you happen to have any spirit crystals? Spirit crystals? Those are the main power source for the sect's protective formation, right? But I heard they've been running a little low lately. Tianxing thought to himself. He was only probing Ye Feng's true wealth. But if the boy could actually produce even a few spirit crystals, it would solve the sect's most pressing crisis. The Starpole sect was one of the top powers on the Profound Heaven continent. But the Profound Heaven continent was vast, and countless mortal enemies had risen over the millennia to challenge their power. In the last few hundred years, the Starpole sect's haul of spirit crystals from the Heavenly Tao battlefield had dwindled to almost nothing. Ye Feng consulted his system. The sect is my family. Giving my family 10 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals isn't too much, is it? The system shot back. Host, have you no shame? 10 billion? The sect wouldn't be able to burn through that much in centuries. 100 million is the absolute maximum. Ye Feng fumed. System, come on. The people in this sect are all dear to me. They're my sworn brothers. I need to give them more. But its only reply was a cold, dream on. Ye Feng smirked internally. So, the system could be haggled with. It wasn't completely inflexible. He'd have some fun with that later. He could definitely have some fun arguing with the system. Fine. 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals it is. 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals have been dispensed. Seeing Ye Feng's strange pause, Tianxing assumed the worst. After all, spirit crystals were exclusive to the heavenly. It seems he doesn't have any. I should leave now, before I embarrass him further. Grand Elder, please wait a moment. Here you go. 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Tianxing's jaw hit the floor. He was completely frozen. 100 million? Tianxing was sure he'd misheard. Haha, I must be getting old, having auditory hallucinations. Grand Elder, you are not hallucinating. Doubt flooded Tianxing's mind. Even if they sold the entire Starpole sect, every last asset, they couldn't afford this many supreme-grade spirit crystals. He focused his spiritual sense on the crystal in Ye Feng's hand. A moment later, Tianxing's face went pale with shock. He saw a mountain range of crystals within, an endless, shimmering sea. Tianxing stared, completely and utterly dumbfounded. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for your successful squandering. You have earned 200 prodigal points. Congratulations, host. You have earned 300 prodigal points. Reward, 9-star sword formation, enhanced manual, volume 1. Ye Feng wondered, an enhanced manual? What's that? While he was distracted by the system, Tianxing was still staring in disbelief at the storage crystal in his hand. Ye Feng, are you truly willing to hand all of these supreme-grade crystals over to the sect? Heh, in the face of overwhelming wealth, no one can keep their cool. Though he thought this, he simply replied, of course I am. You should go ahead and power up the sect's protective formation. If you run out, just let me know. Absolutely not. Supreme-grade spirit crystals are far too precious. How could we waste them when the sect isn't in immediate danger? Grand Elder, it's just a drop in the bucket. It's a measly 100 million crystals. If I can pull out this much once, I can do it again. Please, feel free to be wasteful. You really have more? Yep, tons more. If the sect runs out, just come find me. From this day forward, the Starpole sect's 9-star sword formation will remain active permanently, he thought to himself. So the sect's grand formation is the 9-star sword formation, huh? Ye Feng then produced a book. Grand Elder, I have a formation manual right here. Please, take a look. With trembling hands, Tianxing took the manual. This is our sect's 9-star sword formation. But after these improvements, its energy consumption has increased tenfold, but its power is also amplified tenfold. He turned to Ye Feng, his eyes filled with a million unasked questions. Grand Elder, don't ask. You wouldn't get an answer anyway. Very well. I won't ask. Suddenly, Tianxing produced a token. From this day forward, you are an honorary elder of our Starpole sect. Ye Feng pointed at himself in confusion. An honorary elder? Yes. Your rank will be equal to the 5 of us. Even that upstart Luo Wuming will have to address you as Elder Ye when he sees you. Grand Elder, please don't joke around. I have no interest in being an elder. I just want to live my life quietly as a prodigal son. I don't want to get caught up in all that drama. Besides, I'm my master's direct disciple. How could I possibly face her if I suddenly became an elder? He thought to himself, with great status comes great power, and with great power comes great responsibility. But Tianxing refused. No, the sect would be failing you. I would rather. Your identity is only known to Wu Ming and the 5 of us. It won't affect your normal life. All right, Grand Ancestor. Let's talk terms first. besides providing resources. I won't interfere in other matters. Deal. Suddenly, Wu Ming pushed the door open and asked Ye Feng, "Do you want to visit the Beast Peak, where our sect imprisons and observes demonic beasts? Grand Elder, you're here too?" Tianxing scolded Wu Ming. "Insolence! Is Ye Feng someone you can address so casually? You will call him Elder Ye. From this day forward, Ye Feng is an honorary elder of our Star Polaris sect. His status is equal to the five of us. When you see Elder Ye in the future, you will show some proper respect." I know. Wu Ming then asked why Ye Feng had become an honorary elder. Tianxing explained that Ye Feng had contributed so much to the sect that even the title of honorary elder felt like an injustice to him. Contributed so much. "Elder Ye, could you tell me just how much you paid for that honorary elder position?" "Grandmaster, please don't call me elder. It feels unnatural." As for the price, it was merely 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. And the advanced manual for the 9-star sword formation. 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals? And an improved 9-star sword formation? Just an honorary elder. Truly is an injustice. Ye Feng changed the subject. "Grandmaster, what were you saying about a beast peak? Let's go take a look." In a cultivation cave behind the mountain, Hao Yu asked if Tianxing had returned the spirit stones to Ye Feng. Yunshan added, "We can't possibly accept them." Tianxing just sighed and shook his head, saying he hadn't returned them, leaving everyone baffled. "Big brother, you're being foolish. How could you not return them? It's not like we're short on 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones." Everyone. Not only did I not return them, but I actually received even more benefits from Ye Feng. I didn't want to accept, but he was just giving away too much. The entire space fell into a dead silence. Yunshan asked Tianxing, "Big brother, just say it. How many spirit stones in total?" "It's not spirit stones, but 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals." Xiangfei held up the spatial ring. 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals, just casually placed inside a spatial ring. With this fortune, our Star Polaris sect is secure for 100,000 years. "Put it down. Don't damage the ring," Tianxing said sternly. "No. From this day forward, the sect's grand protective array will be active at all times, forever." Everyone stared at him, their faces frozen in shock. Hao Yu and Min Feng shouted, "Big brother, have you gone mad? Is there another sect planning to make a move against us? It's only 100 million. If we use it all, we can just ask for more." Instantly, all four of them looked utterly dejected. "This kid has only been here a day. Why do we feel like beggars?" Tianxing wore a proud expression. "That's right. Ye Feng also gave me an improved version of the 9-star sword formation. Its power consumption and might have both increased tenfold. Even if a peak 9th level Tribulation Realm expert attacks, he'll either die or be crippled." "What?" At the same time, on the other side, at the base of Beast Peak, Tianxing and Ye Feng were walking together. "Ye Feng, the sealed demonic beasts here have similar strength and numbers. The higher we go, the stronger they become. So why seal these beasts? Can't we just eliminate them directly?" Suddenly, Tianxing's voice grew wary. "It's a life or death trial. Disciples who wish to leave the sect must challenge the sealed beasts on this peak. If they can't even defeat a sealed beast, they have no hope of surviving in the outside world. Here, they still have a chance at survival. But the outside world won't give them that chance." A bright light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. "Grandmaster, in 2 days I'll be heading to the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Could you let me test my skills here first?" "I'm ready." Tianxing seemed reluctant. "These beasts are meant for your junior and senior brothers to train with. Based on your strength, Ye Feng, even 200 of these beasts wouldn't be enough for a warm-up." "No, absolutely not." Later, as they walked outside, Ye Feng asked eagerly, "Grandmaster, the spirit fusion realm. Can I enter that one?" "What did you say?" "The weather is beautiful today." He glanced sideways, pouting. "Grandmaster is ignoring me. I only have 280 points to show off right now. It seems I'll have to make a big move. Everything is ready." The next day, Ye Feng sat in a daze, wondering, what level of demonic beast is the corpse of a violet thunder-mad lion? And how should I even handle it? He asked Hao Yu, senior brother, "How do you process the corpse of a demonic beast?" "A beast's corpse? You can use its spirit energy to refine its essence blood. But that blood is only useful for body cultivators." Ye Feng asked further, "Then what exactly is a body cultivator?" "They use cultivation techniques to temper their physical bodies, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to continuously transform themselves. The combat power of a body cultivator is terrifyingly immense, and for them, the blood essence of demonic beasts is the ultimate training resource. Ah, so that's how it works, Yifeng pondered. Senior brother, what if we just roasted the beast and ate it? Hao Yu stared back, utterly baffled. Roast and eat it? The more powerful the demonic beast, the harder it is to refine its blood essence. I fear less than 1% of its power can even be absorbed. For low-level beasts, it's no big deal. But for a truly powerful demonic beast, to just grill and eat the corpse without refining its essence, what a tremendous waste. Can our sect even afford that? Now, let me finish. The fifth ancestor is a mighty body cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and that's deeply connected to his skills as an artifact refiner. It's said that when he was just 10 years old. Just then, Yifeng turned to leave, and a junior cried out in despair. Huh? Hey, don't go. Could it be that junior brother has the corpse of a peak-level beast and plans to just barbecue it? Ye Feng arrived at the martial arts training grounds, sparking whispers. What? Is junior brother Ye Feng looking for another fight today? Yi Feng is so motivated. Nearby, Meng Yang was sprawled out on the ground. Don't look at me, I'm just posing. Yi Feng leaped onto a rooftop and tossed out a spatial ring. Senior and junior brothers, stop your sparring and help me carve some meat. Today, I'm treating everyone to a barbecue. A blinding light flashed, followed by a massive tremor that sent everyone scattering. My fighting arena! I just washed it! Everyone stared in disbelief as the dust settled. The corpse of a colossal beast appeared right in the center. A corpse. It's a real corpse. For a second, I thought I was dreaming. Senior and junior brothers, give me a hand. I can't handle this all by myself. All right, I'll help. Me too. One disciple approached with his weapon drawn. Yi Feng, this beast's hide is too tough. My sword can't even scratch it. I found a few weak spots, but even my reinforced blade shattered. Junior brother Ye Feng, we can't even cut it. He called out to the system in defeat. Do you have a sharper knife or something? Can I borrow one? Otherwise, this is impossible. Temporarily lending the host 100 daggers. Please use them well. Ye Feng stared at the weapon in his hand with dismay. Huh? It only gave me 100 tiny daggers? Brothers, stop trying to chop it. Use these knives instead. Everyone took one. Can this really cut anything? This dagger looks so plain and black. One disciple excitedly held up a scale. Senior brother Ye Feng, this knife is incredible. This beast's armor is like paper in front of it. Yi Feng, the beast's flesh cuts just as easily. This knife is terrifying. Seeing their success, he smiled. Good. That's what I like to see. But over on the side, a junior brother accidentally poked his own hand. Yi Feng gave a wicked grin. Who knew these raggedy daggers were such hidden treasures? The system said this was a temporary loan. Ha, a loan. I have to return them later. Otherwise, it'll deduct a huge amount of my profligacy points. System, you're way too stingy. Looks like I'll have to collect all of them back after we're done. Soon, only a skeleton of the beast remained, and everyone had eaten their fill. Yi Feng beamed with pride. So this is what a tycoon-style bonfire feast feels like. Everyone's mouths were watering. I heard grilled meat and spring rolls are an amazing combo. At that moment, 10 miles east of the Star Sovereign Sect, a tear appeared in the sky. A figure emerged from within. It was none other than Luo Kai. Luo Wuming, I've finally come for you. His eyes fell on the grand array before him. What's going on? Is the Star Sovereign Sect in danger? Besides me, is there some other power making a move? No. That can't be right. It should only be me. Luo Kai charged straight into the barrier. It's been a while since I've tasted the power of the 9-star sword array. Let's see just how many rays of its starlight I can withstand. A second later, Luo Kai was sent reeling in agony. He bounced off the barrier like a pinball. Since when did the Star Sovereign Sect's protective array become so powerful? Who in the world could have improved this sword array to such a terrifying degree? Just then, Luo Wuming appeared. Luo Kai, have you lost your mind? Didn't you notice our sect's protective array was active? Luo Kai pointed accusingly at Wuming. Of course I came looking for you, but the moment I set foot in your Star Sovereign Sect, I was nearly shredded by your 9-star sword array. Stop your whining and tell me what's going on. Luo Wuming, I made a huge score on the Heavenly Dao battlefield this time. I managed to get about 80 spirit stones, and they're all supreme grade. After hearing this, Wuming simply turned to leave. Is that all? Let's go. Luo Kai's jaw dropped. That's your only reaction? Shouldn't you be begging me for a dozen of them? Luo Wuming, your sect has its grand array fully powered. Did a powerful enemy invade or something? And who upgraded your sword array to this insane level? He replied smugly, Nope, we just had a few too many spirit stones lying around, so we figured we'd burn through some of our inventory. I'm sure you've experienced the array's power for yourself. Even though its consumption is 10 times higher, our sect can easily afford it. Luo Kai fumed with rage. Who are you trying to fool? Tell me, how many spirit stones does your sect actually have right now? So you just upgraded your grand array? Look at you showing off. It seems this guy has struck it rich recently. Better put my spirit stones away. Wu Ming smirked. Not that many. Only about 100 million or so. It should be enough to last us a few months. Judging by your appearance, you must have just returned from the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Besides the spirit stones, do you have any other business? Luo Kai tried to act calm. No, not really. It's just been a while since we last had a drink together. I was hoping we could share a drink. 100 million, you say? Brother Luo Wuming, you've never lied to me about serious matters, so this must be true. A few minutes later, they reached the inner disciple area of the Star Extreme Sect. Luo Kai caught the rich aroma of fresh meat. Huh? What is that smell? It's incredible, Wuming asked, confused. What are you talking about? Down below, a massive spit of succulent meat was roasting. Wuming and Luo Kai gazed down into the martial arts training grounds. Everyone was feasting. What in the world? It can't be. Wuming was stunned. This aura, this purple lightning mad lion, has definitely survived the 9 heavenly tribulations. A beast like that could ascend to the upper realm at any moment and become a terrifying greater demon. Luo Kai glanced around. Wait, what are your disciples doing? He answered hesitantly. It looks like they're having a barbecue. Luo Kai was furious. Roasting the flesh of such a terrifying greater demon for a meal? Luo Wuming, has your Star Extreme Sect become that wealthy? Wealthy my foot. This is absolutely the work of that prodigal, Ye Feng. Down below, a junior disciple cheerfully held up his plate. Another serving. Wuming and Luo Kai then noticed something else. What's that? Luo Kai's expression soured. The demonic beast had been picked clean to the bone. One disciple carved the meat as easily as slicing jelly. Luo Kai wondered, what kind of divine weapon is that? Old friend, your sect feels completely foreign to me now. Wuming was just as shocked. The stronger a greater demon, the more precious its refined blood essence. If the 5th ancestor finds out, I have to inform the 5th ancestor about this immediately. Hey, 5th ancestor, you need to get over here right now. Yi Feng is squandering a fortune again. It's the corpse of a purple lightning mad lion that survived 9 heavenly tribulations, and he's grilling it for the sect's disciples. If you don't come soon, there won't be a single scrap left. Luo Kai asked, puzzled. Luo Wuming, who is this Ye Feng you keep mentioning? Why do you need the 5th ancestor? Can't you handle him yourself? He evaded. You think I don't want to? Yi Feng is my sect's 6th core disciple. He recently gifted the sect 100 million supreme grade spirit stones, along with a secret codex to enhance the 9-star sword formation. Now he's an honorary elder by special decree. Even I have to address him as Elder Ye. You tell me how I'm supposed to manage that? Meanwhile, on the back mountain, Tianxing noticed Yunshan trembling before he suddenly flew into a rage. 5th brother, what's wrong? Stop him. Eldest brother, you tell me. Yunshan roared. How important do you think the corpse of a greater demon that survived 9 tribulations is? To me? The 3 of them quickly restrained him. 5th brother, calm down. Acting on impulse is the path of demons. Tianxing sighed helplessly from the side. A beast that survived 9 heavenly tribulations. Is there even a need to ask? For a body cultivator, a carcass of this level is probably more valuable than an enlightenment pill. Yunshan couldn't accept it. We have a demonic beast like that in our sect right now, and thousands of inner and outer disciples have already barbecued and eaten half of it. Everyone's attitude changed in an instant. What? Then we must hurry and stop them. It has to be that brat Ye Feng again. He's sharing it with thousands of disciples for a barbecue. What are we supposed to do? Tianxing frowned. After all, Ye Feng has plenty of treasures. We can't just take the greater demon's corpse. It belongs to him. True. Even as a barbecue, this is an immense benefit for thousands of our disciples. Tianxing sighed. It's just a pity for old 5th. How about we go and get a bite ourselves? A little is better than nothing at all. I've never tasted a greater demon of this caliber. Minutes later, at the training grounds, Wuming and Luo Kai were already feasting voraciously. Go, sect master, go. The 5 great ancestors watched from above, completely speechless. Tianxing broke out in a cold sweat. What in the world are they doing? A bell rang loudly. Luo Kai roared with excitement. I won. Every last scrap of meat was devoured. Old Luo, you're amazing. That was incredible. So powerful. Just then, Wu Ming saw the 5 great ancestors arrive. Luo Kai heard this and whipped his head around, seeing Tian Xing and Yun Shan land right beside Ye Feng. Yi Feng, having a barbecue. Why didn't you invite us old-timers to join? How could I not? If the ancestors are interested, then please, eat with us. Luo Kai whispered. Luo Wu Ming, I never thought I'd see the day you'd be so completely ignored in your own sect. You. Shut up. An hour later, a smiling Yunshan spoke up. Ye Feng, I'll be taking this skeleton with me now. My apologies for the trouble. 5th ancestor. Wu Ming pointed to Luo Kai. Elder Ye, this is my old friend, Luo Kai. He's a 4th-level Tribulation Realm body cultivator. Elder Ye, Wu Ming told Luo Kai. Address him as Boss Ye. Ye Feng thought to himself, that sounds about right. The great ancestor himself ordered my grandmaster to call me Elder Yi when he sees me. Both men bowed at the same time. This junior, Ye Feng, pays his respects to Senior Luo. Elder Ye, the title of senior. I dare not accept it from you. You are a friend of my grandmaster, which naturally makes you my senior. Huh? Luo Wuming calls you elder, but you call him grandmaster? Wuming explained with a dejected sigh. Ye Feng is the direct disciple of my daughter, so that makes me his grandmaster. It was a complicated matter. Suddenly, the system interface appeared. Prodigal mission complete, awarding a massive amount of prodigal points. 200 vials of blood essence. From a peak 9th-level Tribulation Realm Purple Thunder Tyrant Lion that has endured all 9 Heavenly Tao Lightning Tribulations. Ye Feng was complete. System. What does it even mean to endure 9 Heavenly Tao Lightning Tribulations? Why is the title so ridiculously long? On the profound sky continent, when a cultivator or demonic beast reaches the peak of the 9th-level Tribulation Realm, they must endure 9 Heavenly Tao Lightning Tribulations. Also, to ascend to the higher realm. These are no ordinary tribulations. Ah, so this is a measure of power. For those who have surpassed the peak of the Tribulation Realm, Luo Kai chuckled warmly. Worthy nephew Ye Feng, thanks to you, I've had the chance to taste such a rare delicacy today. But, I must say, it was a bit of a waste. The beast's blood essence. Ye Feng casually held out a single vial. Senior Luo, you mean this little thing? Huh? Luo Kai froze. This aura. It's unmistakable. This is the refined blood essence of a purple thunder tyrant lion. Ye Feng offered casually. I can spare some of this stuff for you all. The rest, I'm taking home for my Guzi. Guzi? Is that the nickname for one of your friends? Wu Ming cut in, reminding him. Luo Kai, Guzi isn't a person. He's just an ordinary stray dog. However, he has consumed over 2009 pattern, 3rd-grade azure pills. He's evolved into something far superior. Luo Kai's face went deathly pale, his mind reeling in disbelief. What? Yi Feng simply shrugged. Guzi is. Well, Guzi. Luo Kai stared blankly. You have to be pulling my leg. This is just a joke. Okay. Right? Seeing the conversation was over, Ye Feng turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Wait, Wu Ming pointed after him. Luo Kai, come with me. I'll grant you a great opportunity. Luo Kai scrambled to follow. Hey, why is everyone leaving? Answer my question first, will you? What kind of opportunity? What great fortune could your sect possibly offer me? Inside Wu Ming's private grotto, he presented Luo Kai with a single pill. What is this? It's not poison. Is it? If we weren't such good friends, you would never lay eyes on this. Never seen one before, have you? This is an epiphany pill. Damn it, is this real? Oh, you'll be thanking me. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Kai tossed it into his mouth. The taste alone made his eyes blaze with light. In an instant, immense power flooded the air around him. 20 minutes later, he could feel a profound change within his body. Old Wu. That epiphany pill was also from that kid, Ye Feng. Besides the 70 pills he gave to the sect, he set aside another 20 to feed his dog when he gets back. Wu Ming clutched his head. I can't believe it. Xia Tianyu, who just helps Ye Feng with odd jobs, now has legendary soul returning grass, and doesn't even care about selling it at auction. And he went to my daughter's Star Soul sect to become an elder. Bai Rihong. I sent him to watch over my daughter, and now he's completely dependent on her sect. Luo Kai suddenly turned to leave. Huh? Where are you going? We haven't even had a drink. Drink my ass. Wu Ming's hands trembled as he clasped them together. I was just telling you the facts. What are you so angry about? I'm an old man, all alone. Besides you, I have no other friends, no home. But now, I think it's time I had a grown daughter. One, just like your Tian Shui. I'm sorry. I touched a sore spot. Luo Kai pressed on. So, your daughter founded her own sect, and you didn't think to tell me sooner? I'm going to your daughter's sect to become an elder. I've decided to settle down there for good. And with that, he vanished in a flash of light. Wu Ming's blood boiled with rage. Damn it all. You are absolutely shameless. Get back here this instant. Wu Ming was practically steaming. Humph. And who was it that swore they'd never join a faction? Who said they hated being tied down, that they wanted to be a free spirit? To start a family? I spit on that. It's clear you're just after Ye Feng's good fortune. Tears streamed down his face. But, I have to admit, if I weren't Ye Feng's grandmaster, I'd want to go be an elder there too. I almost forgot. How could I only tell him about something as precious as a great demon's blood essence? I must inform the fifth ancestor at once. Back at Ye Feng's private courtyard, a wild, powerful song echoed out, filled with the untamed spirit of a young man ready to conquer the world. The blue sea and golden moon spilled wine into the glass, as a lonely, proud snow mountain sang its song. Suddenly, Hao Yu kicked the door clean off its hinges. Junior brother, I know you're a big spender, but has your recklessness finally driven you insane? Yi Feng wiped away beads of sweat. Senior brother, you need to calm down. There's no need to panic over everything. Look, he sighed. My door is broken again. Hao Yu held out a book. I just found some information on the Violet Thunder Demonic Lion in the library. The Violet Thunder Demonic Lion clan has many powerful beasts. Most can break through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm and become greater demons. Their bodies grow with their power. For one to become the size of a small mountain, it must be a greater demon that has reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He scratched his head. I know. By the way, can you borrow books from the library? Hearing his response, Hao Yu dropped the book in shock. Forget it. It's impossible to reason with a rich lunatic like you. The sect master told us to accompany our junior brother to the Star Soul sect, founded by the Saintess. It seems I'll have to get used to his bankrupting lifestyle. Utterly defeated, he staggered away. Yi Feng just grumbled as he fixed the broken door again, and then leaves after spouting a bunch of bizarre nonsense. Did he come here just to break my door? After a while, the poor, pitiful door was finally patched up. Yi Feng sighed in relief. Finally, he could get a good night's sleep. Less than 2 seconds later, an explosion sent both him and the door flying. Yunshan's voice called out, Ye Feng, are you asleep yet? He lay motionless on the ground, completely dead inside. Great ancestor, don't say anything. I already know. Take these 10 drops of great demon essence as a gift from your disciple. All I truly want is to sleep. The old man quickly snatched the gift. Oh my, how embarrassing. The Grand Master must have sold me out again. After taking the essence, he vanished. Elder Ye, please rest well. If you need anything, just call for me at this door. Forget it. I'm just going to move to a different courtyard. Early the next morning, Ye Feng stretched as he woke up. Changing to the Serenity Courtyard was definitely the right call. Now, what am I supposed to squander today? The system panel appeared. Squander item. 100 sticks of tranquil spirit incense. It's crafted from the 10,000-year-old mystic spirit tree. When burned, it releases a fragrance that calms the mind. Using it during cultivation yields incredible results with minimal effort. Oh? This is a little interesting. I wonder if burning this tranquil spirit incense will help me relax a bit. At the same time, outside the courtyard, the elders were hiding behind some bushes. Wu Ming spoke up. From my observations, this Ye Feng kid brings out some amazing treasure every morning just to waste it. First, back at the Star Soul sect, he used a sliver of netherworld sword intent to feed a dog. Then, on the road here, he scattered high-grade spirit stones from the sky in the morning. And yesterday's violet thunderlion corpse was also dealt with in the morning. I suspect that if this prodigal brat doesn't have something good to waste each morning, his mood for the entire day will be ruined. The others nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Just then, a strange fragrance filled the air. What's that smell? What is that scent? Tianxing instantly rushed forward. It's tranquil spirit incense. And this is no ordinary grade incense. In a flash, the door was kicked open. Ye Feng jumped in shock. Can't you people just walk in normally? Tianxing stood there, inhaling deeply. With a booming voice, he declared, It really is tranquil spirit incense. Grand Master, great ancestors, what's wrong with everyone? Yi Feng, what spirit wood is this incense of yours made from? A 10,000-year-old mystic spirit tree? The old man was so shocked he couldn't speak. Oh, a 10,000-year-old mystic spirit tree? That's not too bad, I guess. Really, not bad at all. Just not too bad? Dissatisfied, Ye Feng lit another stick. It seems this 10,000-year-old mystic spirit tree isn't that great after all. It's not as good as the stuff I had before. And now, they were looking down on it. Tianxing's eyes widened. Oh heavens, this is not good. Yi Feng grumbled. Using these one by one is way too slow. As I thought, using a whole brazier is much faster. Wu Ming, standing behind, sent a mental message to Tianxing. That's clearly 100 sticks, great ancestor, yes. 100 sticks. I can feel my heart bleeding. That's right, he's using 100 identical sticks at once. Witnessing this scene, the elders were completely dumbfounded. After lighting them all, he lay down on his bed. Tianxing looked ready to explode. You prodigal brat. Burning 100 sticks of tranquil spirit incense. Just to go to sleep, are you trying to anger me to death? I can't take this anymore. Yi Feng. You rest well. We won't disturb you any longer. Outside the courtyard, Tianxing was fuming. He roared, Wei Feng! A torrent of curses followed. After a while, the old man gasped for air. I feel much better after letting that out. Hao Yu was crying his eyes out. Forget a 10,000-year-old mystic spirit tree from the Heavenly Tao battlefield. I've never even seen one over 5,000 years old. And I suspect that incense was made from the tree's core trunk, which means it's far older than just 10,000 years. Forget it. It's Ye Feng's stuff anyway. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm never coming back here again. I have no idea where that kid gets so many treasures that make us burn with envy. I'm so jealous. Let's go. Having Ye Feng in the sect is a blessing. But this ridiculously extravagant habit of his. Wu Ming spoke up. Great ancestors. If you can't change it, then why not close your eyes and enjoy it? A sly look crossed Yunshan's face. That has some merit. The others loved the suggestion. Good idea. And so, the 5 great ancestors sat outside, eagerly breathing in the fragrant smoke. An hour later, Ye Feng woke up. The last of the incredible incense had just finished burning. The system panel appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully squandering today's item. Reward. Tranquil spirit incense, made from the 10,000-year-old mystic spirit tree. Quantity. What? System. Are you kidding me? He angrily threw the item on the ground. It gave me another 200 sticks. You really are a troll system. Even the great ancestors look down on this stuff. So why are you giving it to me? No. I have to throw this junk away. Otherwise, it'll ruin my reputation as a divine prodigal son. When he stepped outside, the 5 great ancestors were sitting there in perfect formation. Great ancestors. Grand Master. What are you all doing sitting here? Tianxing's face was a mask of calm. A true cultivator is not bound by circumstance. Only by following one's heart can one reach the highest realm of cultivation. Wu Ming praised him silently. What a brilliant explanation, great ancestor. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Perfect. This was the perfect chance to let the great patriarchs dispose of this incense for him. He tossed the whole pile right at Tianxing's feet. Then, he simply turned and walked back into his house. What is going on? The masters wondered. Why do I feel like we've just become beggars? The old man picked it up, completely baffled. And what was the meaning of this? He just threw 200 sticks of spirit-calming incense at them without a single word. Wait a minute, one of them recalled. Great patriarch. Remember how his expression changed the moment you said this spirit-calming incense wasn't bad? A look of understanding dawned on the old man's face. You're right. Could it be that he thought their evaluation of his treasure was too low? So, when Ye Feng heard you, he probably thought it was worthless junk, which is why he's letting us dispose of it however we want. Tianxing was stunned. Let me go ask him, he shouted. Ye Feng, you want me to handle these spirit-calming incense sticks for you? Ye Feng's voice echoed from inside. Yes, great patriarch, please, I'm counting on you. Get rid of that worthless trash for me. Using something like that is just beneath me. Clutching the 200 sticks in his hand, a massive grin spread across the old man's face. Gentlemen, let's bounce. Later, in the back mountain cultivation cave, Tianxing began distributing the goods. Second brother, you take these 20 sticks first. And these are for third brother. Here's yours. Fourth brother, and fifth brother. Where's mine? What about mine? What are you looking at? There's none for you. With that, Wu Ming was tossed out the door. We were all out there begging together. Why don't I get a share? Even just 10 sticks would be fine. From inside, Yunshan rushed over. Big brother, I've got an idea. What if we actually become beggars? Yunshan, now dressed in tattered beggar's clothes, continued. Big brother, from now on, we'll camp out at Ye Feng's place every morning. No matter what he shows us, we'll just say it's Average. It might sound a little strange becoming beggars, but if we can get treasures like this every day, this old master would gladly be a beggar. Everyone quickly agreed. It seemed begging was the true path to wealth. Tianxing just chuckled. So old, yet you all still love to play around. Calling it begging isn't entirely wrong, he mused. That Ye Feng kid just squanders every treasure he gets. Luo Wu Ming. Tomorrow, Ye Feng is heading to the Heavenly Tao battlefield. You must guarantee his safety. Yes, Patriarch, Wu Ming replied. And, one more thing. You alone will escort him to the Heavenly Tao battlefield's teleportation array. The next day, at Ye Feng's courtyard, he felt like a completely new person. After sleeping for an entire day, he felt incredible. Goodbye to the me of yesterday. Let's see what today's squander item is. Item. Second rank, 9th stage prison talisman. Quantity. 10,000. It could summon an earthen prison to trap enemies inside. Interesting. A control-type talisman. I won't be so quick to waste this one. This might actually be useful on the Heavenly Tao battlefield. Meanwhile, Tianxing was already waiting outside, his heart filled with anticipation. That kid Ye Feng is leaving today. I wonder if I can squeeze out any more benefits from him. Even though I didn't tell my brothers. This kind of shameful begging, is a job best left for the big brother to handle alone. Suddenly, Hao Yu and Tianxing came face to face. The old man's jaw dropped, a begging bowl still in his hand. Second brother, you've gone too far. Why didn't I think of this? He lamented. Coming here to beg without even bringing a proper broken bowl. The two shared a laugh. Big brother, how about this? If we get anything today, we split it 50-50. Now that sounds fair. Suddenly, the old man pointed behind him. Wait, is that third brother over there? Min Feng had been spotted. He was also holding a broken bowl. Big brother, second brother, you don't mind if your third brother joins the fun, do you? They could only sigh. Nice bowl. At that moment, a pair of long, slender, and enchanting legs appeared. What kind of playbook was this? Their entire reality was crumbling. Hao Yu quickly covered Min Feng's eyes. This is not for you to see, Xiang Fei greeted the group with a sweet voice. Big brother, you're all here too? Today, she had put in special effort, wearing a mystical black Taoist robe, skillfully paired with wild and enchanting makeup. Instead of the grimy beggar disguise everyone was used to, Xiang Fei had transformed into a beautiful, fair-skinned maiden to achieve her own goals. Seeing her current appearance, Hao Yu yelped in fear and leaped into Min Feng's arms. Fourth sister, get a grip. Standing beside them, Tianxing stroked his beard, truly terrifying. I suspect fourth sister has gone mad. But Xiang Fei ignored their chatter. She just giggled and asked, I didn't expect you all to be here either. Is there any room? Then fifth brother must be here too, right? Where is he? Hearing Tianxing's question, Xiang Fei pointed across the way. Hasn't he been here since dawn? They followed her gaze and saw Yunshan with disheveled hair, looking so starved and skinny that it seemed like he'd lost all will to live. Yunshan suddenly darted forward like a madman, forcing a stunned Tianxing to intervene. Fifth brother, we're just pretending to be beggars. Do you really need to be so deep in character? At the same time, on the path to Ye Feng's house, Wu Ming sighed deeply. All Ye Feng ever does is sleep. Today, I have to make him wake up early for a change. Abruptly, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Gathered right in front of Ye Feng's door were the 5 great patriarchs. Xiang Fei was the first to speak. You came too? Yunshan chimed in. Need me to lend you a bowl? Absolutely terrified, Wu Ming decided to flee first and think later. I didn't see anything. I saw absolutely nothing at all. 10 minutes later, Ye Feng awoke and stepped outside, only for his jaw to hit the floor. He couldn't help but curse under his breath at the sight of the 5 grand ancestors, each of them holding a beggar's bowl right at his doorstep. Staring at their chipped bowls and inscrutable faces, Ye Feng wondered in utter confusion. Why were the 5 grand ancestors here? Was this some kind of mental cultivation? Are they waiting for me to judge who is most worthy? With that thought, he decided to drop 10 drops of greater beast spirit blood into the bowl of the ancestor nearest to him. He then scurried away, whining to himself. Helping beggars is so exhausting, and I have to use my own resources. Where can they find a disciple as generous as me? Time to find my grandmaster. And with that, he zipped away in a flash. Yunshan lifted his bowl, roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha, it worked. This method is flawless. But suddenly, a powerful arm locked around his neck. He was slammed to the ground, trembling as he realized his fatal mistake. He had celebrated far too soon. Surrounding him were the other ancestors, their faces twisted into savage, predatory grins. They whispered menacingly, Fifth brother, We share our fortunes and our hardships, don't we? We're all family here. Don't even think about running off with the prize. Meanwhile, at the sect's great hall, Ye Feng cheerfully waved. Grandmaster, sorry to keep you waiting. Yi Feng, when you left, did you happen to see the other ancestors? I did. They are truly powerful experts, undergoing such harsh training to temper their spirits. It's a trial worthy of their status, even if it looks like begging. They didn't say a word, but I understood completely. So, I gave the fifth ancestor, who looked the most pitiful, 10 drops of greater beast spirit blood. Hearing this, Wu Ming could only shake his head, speechless. Tempering their spirits? Pretending to be beggars? No, you fool. They were literally begging because you have too many treasures. Now that they've succeeded once, they'll be even more shameless next time. Forget it. This is beyond my control. Whatever happens from now on, happens. Beside him, an eager Ye Feng asked, Grandmaster, are the other disciples ready? When do we head to the Heavenly Path Battlefield's teleportation tower? The Grandmaster replied, It's just the two of us. We're leaving right now. With a gesture, he summoned his flying sword. 2 figures shot into the sky like meteors, vanishing from the sect grounds. Those left behind watched them go, murmuring amongst themselves. That kid has only been here a few days. But now that he's gone, it feels empty. When he leaves this time, he's probably not coming back to our Star Pole sect. Suddenly, an idea struck Xing Fei. The sect is protected by the Grand Guardian Array, so why don't we follow them to the Star Soul sect? Hearing this, Tianxing exploded with rage. You shameless old fools. Have you no dignity left? Begging from him was bad enough. But now you want to chase him all the way to the Star Soul sect? Look at fifth brother. See how practical he is. The words had barely left his mouth when Yunshan appeared, already packed. Eldest brother, I'm going too. The sect is in your hands now. Words can't express my gratitude for this great favor. Let's meet at the Star Soul sect. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light descended from the heavens, slamming directly into the sect grounds. It was the terrifying power of Tianxing, finally unleashed. His eyes were like daggers. All of you will remain in this sect. No one is to even think about going to the Star Soul sect. I have spoken. Defy me, and you will face the consequences. Faced with his overwhelming pressure, no one dared to even breathe. They could only shrink back in fear. It seemed they had truly angered their eldest brother. Meanwhile, Ye Feng traveled with Wu Ming like a curious child, observing everything with wide eyes. Grandmaster, it feels strangely quiet. We haven't seen a single demonic beast or cultivator on this path. It's nothing like it was near the Star Soul sect. Wu Ming didn't seem too concerned, replying casually, perhaps all the nearby cultivators on their training journeys were wiped out. After all, the demonic beasts in the Heavenly Path battlefield are 3 times stronger than ordinary ones. A single beast here could easily kill 3 normal beasts of the same rank and type. The same logic applies to cultivators. It's not entirely impossible that we haven't seen anyone. After all, the profound heaven continent is a vast place. But just as they were speaking, a figure appeared out of nowhere. A deadly praying mantis demon. Seeing the two of them, she let out a delighted laugh. Oh, is that so? Then it must be fate that you've run into me. Now, I wonder if you 2 gentlemen could provide me with a little entertainment? Wu Ming immediately shielded Ye Feng, trying to protect him. This is bad. She's a greater demon. Ye Feng, I'll hold her off. Use this chance and run. Hearing this, she waved her fan excitedly. Oh, don't be in such a hurry to leave. In a flash, the mantis demon snapped her fan shut and lunged, attacking with overwhelming force. What's the rush? Stay and play with me, she cackled, certain they had no chance of escape. Seeing her terrifying power, Wu Ming's heart sank. As I feared. 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. The mantis demon licked her lips playfully. All right. How about we make a little deal? If you can show me something that truly tempts me, I'll let you leave in one piece. Wu Ming furiously gathered power in his fist. Humph. The words of a demon can never be trusted. But before he could strike, the sky was suddenly filled with countless falling red orbs. Even the mantis demon was taken aback by the sight. What? What is this? Wu Ming turned to Ye Feng, so furious he could almost cry. Ye Feng, have you lost your mind? This is obviously just a trick the demon is using to toy with us. It's no use. Now that you've revealed a treasure like that, she has no reason to let you go. But Ye Feng's confidence was unshakable. Master, if she's trying to trick us, that's even better. I'll deal with her myself. She's just a demon beast. After all, nothing we can't handle. Don't tell me you have another trump card? What is this? The blood essence of a great demon that survived 9 heavenly tribulations? I've only passed through 2 tribulations myself. The praying mantis was just as shocked. What in the world was going on? Her opponents were just 2 worthless cultivators. So how could a peak 9th level chi condensation fighter possess the blood essence of a great demon? She decided to retreat. You two may leave. The identities of these 2 were far too dangerous. I can't afford to provoke them. I can't. Seeing his chance, Wu Ming urged him to go. Whether she's telling the truth or not, we should leave now and sort this out later. But Ye Feng flatly refused. Leave? Why? We finally found a real demon beast. How can we just walk away without seeing what a great demon can do? You see this? I still have 50 drops of great demon blood essence right here. All you have to do is kill me, and all of this is yours. With that, he activated his taunt skill again, making Wu Ming cry out in despair. Oh, the trouble you cause. Ye Feng wondered to himself. If I were in real danger, what kind of magnificent entrance would my personal guard make? Just kill me, and all this great demon blood essence is yours. Faced with this insane provocation, the mantis was powerless. That young man was definitely no ordinary person. There had to be a terrifyingly powerful expert protecting him from the shadows. If I dare to make a move, I'll be annihilated without a trace. In the next instant, she transformed, revealing her true praying mantis form. Soaring through the air, she looked incredible. Ye Feng pointed excitedly. A giant praying mantis. Master, do you know what kind of demon beast that is? It looks so powerful. A blood-devouring mantis. It grows stronger by consuming blood essence, making it an extremely powerful and difficult foe. The mantis was furious. It immediately shot off into the distance to save its own skin. It was so panicked it had revealed its true form. After fleeing a great distance, the mantis finally stopped, gasping for air. This should be far enough. I should be safe now. Then, again. Was I being too cautious? What if he just stumbled upon that treasure by pure chance? A great demon of that level wasn't someone they could possibly handle. She tucked the blood essence orb away and told herself, forget it. No matter what, I still came out ahead on this one. Just then, a shout echoed from behind. Yang Jinfan, roaming the 4 corners of the world, a hero lives free and easy. It was Ye Feng, riding the beast that Wu Ming had transformed into. Great herb technique, golden needle strike. A true hero sings a song of conquest. What can a mere beast do to me? Wu Ming, flying at top speed, announced they were about to catch up. But I can't maintain this for much longer. Ye Feng, give me more spirit stones. Ye Feng generously tossed a bag full of stones, refueling his power. Fueled by the energy and his students' encouragement, Ye Feng shouted, go, master, go. Wu Ming charged like a raging bull with eyes of fire, straight for the mantis. It was so scared it was on the verge of tears. Why are they still chasing me? Ye Feng shouted from behind. Stop running, face me in a true battle. If I lose, my life is yours, but if you lose, you become my battle pet. The mantis fled for its life, begging constantly. Who wants to fight you? Take the blood essence back. Just let me go. Wu Ming transformed back into a human, exhausted. Ye Feng, I'm about to lose her. Maybe we should just give up. Ye Feng refused. No time. Master, launch me forward. All right. As he hurled Ye Feng through the air, Wu Ming shouted out a warning. Ye Feng, be careful. The throw was incredibly powerful and accurate. Ye Feng landed directly on the mantis's back. His attack sent the beast into a frenzy. Get off of me. Suddenly, the sky itself cracked like a shattered mirror. Wu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. Even Ye Feng and the mantis paused their struggle, looking up in wonder. What's happening? From the crack, a hand reached out, followed by a pair of piercing eyes. Within moments, a figure tore the sky open and stepped through. His face was twisted with annoyance. This place is far too noisy. It was a golden armored guard who had just punched a hole in reality. He casually grabbed a few bolts of lightning from the air and crushed them. This thunder is deafening. He then spoke directly to Ye Feng. Young master, this subordinate was late. Please issue my punishment. It's fine. You're right on time. The golden armored guard knelt on one knee. Young master, I have stabilized the space here for you to stand on. Ye Feng hopped onto the platform of solid air. He stood firm and asked, so, you're from the Spendthrift Protection Squad? Are you the only one here? While he bounced excitedly on the spatial platform, the golden armored guard explained, for a threat of this level, I alone am more than sufficient. The number of members in the guard exceeds 10 million. The soldiers dispatched are based on the level of danger you are facing. With that said, he flashed towards the mantis and asked, Young master, do you require me to eliminate this threat before you? It was so terrified it bowed its head repeatedly. Great Lord, I was wrong. Spare my life, don't kill me. Feng simply shrugged. All right, you can return for now. If she gets any funny ideas about trying to kill me again, then I'll have to trouble you once more. The golden armored guard tore open a rift in space to depart. It is no trouble at all. To be of service to the young master is my greatest honor. Once finished, he turned to the mantis. I'll give you two choices. Become my war beast, or die. The mantis immediately kneeled and bowed its head. Master, I will obey you. Suddenly, a piece of paper materialized, hovering before Ye Feng. Staring at the script, he sighed in frustration. What is this? I can't understand a single word written here. Wu Ming's voice echoed. It's a Heavenly Dao blood contract. Place a single drop of your blood on it, and she will be completely subservient to you. Hearing this, the mantis put on a pitiful and pathetic face. But Ye Feng bit his finger without hesitation, dabbing blood onto the paper with a smirk. A single drop of blood for a powerful war beast. Not a bad trade. Instantly, the paper erupted with terrifying energy. The mantis felt a strange power surging through its body. It grimaced, crying out, "It hurts!" as lightning erupted from its entire being in an agonizing scream. When the energy faded, she lay weakly on the ground as the system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mantis's bloodline. This is truly a cause for celebration. Ye Feng walked over, patting the mantis's head with a warm smile. From now on, I am your master. My name is Ye Feng. With that, the two rode off on Xiao Shui's back, prompting a question from Wu Ming. Ye Feng, I know you came from the upper realm, but who are you? Really? Oh, Grand Master, I'm just my master's #1 direct disciple. Wu Ming roared with laughter at the answer. Tian Shui truly found herself an incredible disciple. Haha. Ye Feng broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, so the Grand Master doesn't care about my true identity? Soon, the sun began to set. The group had arrived at the teleportation tower for the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Grandmaster, there are so many people here. Of course there are. Though the Heavenly Dao battlefield is perilous, each realm has its own separate combat space, making it relatively safe. Because of that, countless people come to the battlefield, seeking fortune and cultivation resources. Ye Feng figured he could probably handle 200 of his martial brothers, a force that could easily be described as a mountain of men. System, if I run into danger on the Heavenly Dao battlefield, will my Spendthrift Protection Squad show up? A notification appeared instantly. The Spendthrift Protection Squad can ignore the rules of the Heavenly Dao battlefield and appear at any time. Seeing this, Ye Feng was thrilled, feeling like a master strategist. Excellent. With this, I have nothing to worry about. Xiao Shui, in a moment, you'll escort the Grand Master back to the Sect. You don't need to wait for me here. Xiao Shui bowed its head obediently. Yes, Master. I'll be on my way. Behind them, Wu Ming covered his mouth, grinning with glee, eager to return. He couldn't wait to tell everyone that a great demon who had survived 2 Heavenly Dao lightning tribulations had just joined their sect. The Starpole Sect's prestige is about to rise to a whole new level. With that thought, Ye Feng continued on his way. A few minutes later, his expression tensed. He stood frozen in a desolate clearing, without a single soul in sight. This is the Heavenly Dao battlefield? A voice called down from a tree branch above. First time here, brother? Yes, this is my first time on the Heavenly Dao battlefield. The man, Li Fei, dropped to the ground with a grin. What's your power level? You want me to show you the ropes? I'm a regular here. Ye Feng quickly sensed his 9th level Qi movement realm cultivation. Their eyes met, and the same idea sparked in both their minds. They bumped fists. Let's team up, good brother. Li Fei smirked to himself. Are you really this naive, or just an idiot? Answering every question so honestly. He must have a powerful trump card to be this carefree, right? Ye Feng had his own plans. You're trying to plot against me, aren't you? Befriending me right after we meet. To be honest, I haven't even killed anyone in this world yet. He felt like he was giving other transmigrators a bad name. Li Fei made a proposal. I can't believe you came here for the first time all alone. How about this? Whatever resources we find, we split 50-50. What do you say? Ye Feng immediately agreed. Sounds good to me. Seeing his eager face, Li Fei thought, if your strength is decent, I'll be a good teammate. But if you're weaker than me, then I'm afraid I'll have to apologize. He then led Ye Feng to a patch of land swarming with ironback rats. Brother Ye Feng, since this is your first time here, let's see you hunt some iron-backed rats to test your power. Their strength is between the 5th and 8th levels of the Qi condensation realm, and there have to be at least 300 of them here. Let's see what you're really made of. Feng confidently unleashed a flood of talismans, leaving Li Fei completely stunned. My goodness. What are you planning to do with that many talismans? And how are they all second grade, ninth rank talismans? Feng calmly gathered his energy and explained. What am I doing? Obviously, this is the simplest way. His words left Li Fei's head spinning. What was happening? The swarm of iron-backed rats was completely oblivious to the impending danger. They just yawned lazily, squeaking without a care. But suddenly, the ground erupted around them as sharp vines shot upwards. The startled rats scattered in a panic. No matter how fast they scurried, they couldn't escape the encroaching vines. Each one shrieked in terror. Let me go! But there was no escape. Feng even hurled a sword, piercing straight through an iron-backed rat. In an instant, the entire swarm was ensnared by the thorny vines, their spirits ripped from their bodies. Li Fei's jaw dropped in disbelief. Unbelievable. Brother, you just used over 300 expensive restraint talismans. Are you trying to kill these beasts? Or just burn through a fortune? Half an hour later, the area was a graveyard of vine cages. It seemed Feng had single-handedly dealt with the entire swarm of iron-backed rats. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he eagerly asked, Brother Li Fei, what do you think of my power? He threw a punch at one of the vine cages, but it didn't even crack. I secretly tested those cages of yours. Without my full strength, breaking one is impossible. Did you create all these cages to trap me, or just to show off? Could you please stop being so ridiculously extravagant? Seeing Li Fei's stunned expression, Feng prompted him. Brother Li Fei, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Aren't we going to collect the spirit cores from these beasts? The blood of these low-level monsters might not be worth much, but it's still money. You really don't need them? Hearing this, Feng put on a generous air. I didn't realize you were struggling so much, Brother Li Fei. In that case, all these monsters are yours. Li Fei's face paled, refusing to believe it. He's just putting on an act. Let's see how long he can keep it up. We're all here to gather resources. This hall of monsters is nothing to scoff at. I'll just wait and see how long this charade lasts. Just as Feng and Li Fei were talking, a figure appeared in the distance, hopping from cage to cage, heading straight for them. He landed confidently on a cage and issued a threat. Hey, if you two don't want to die, hand over all the iron-backed rat corpses to me. Feng's brow furrowed. And where did you crawl out from? Daring to threaten me? I was hoping to run into some cannon fodder. You'll do just fine. No more words were needed. With a casual flick of his wrist, a volley of sharp vines shot toward the thief. Caught in the rain of deadly vines, the thief panicked. Wait, I saw him use up all 300 talismans. How does he still have more? The vines converged, trapping the thief before erupting in a massive explosion. A moment later, the thief was completely sealed inside a giant vine prison. Feng clutched a fresh handful of talismans, thinking with satisfaction, finally managed to use up a few more. He watched Feng casually brandish a huge stack of talismans. As if they were nothing, Li Fei breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good thing I was careful not to provoke him. Meanwhile, the trapped thief, with only his head sticking out, started yelling defiantly. You bastard! What's so impressive about relying on items? If you have any guts, let me out. Let's fight a real duel. Without a word of reply, Feng thrust his sword straight through the man's chest. He spoke coldly. You're not worthy. As Feng coldly withdrew his blade and turned away, Li Fei broke out in a cold sweat. That was unbelievably ruthless. He was bewildered. I thought Feng was just some naive, good-natured kid. But that was all an act. I almost fell for it completely. After nonchalantly sending the thief to his grave, Feng turned back to Li Fei with a friendly smile, holding out a stack of talismans. Brother Li Fei, take these. If you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to use them all up. I understand. With this many talismans to burn, no wonder he didn't care about the monster corpses. This guy is ridiculously rich. Just after handing them over, Feng grimaced. I almost forgot. There are only 5 hours left until the second day, and I still have over 9,000 of these talismans to get rid of. Time is running out. What followed was a frantic yet exhilarating slaughter. As Feng and Li Fei annihilated countless monsters with explosive talismans. 5 hours later, a system notification appeared, congratulating him for using up the day's prodigal items, along with a ton of rewards. By now, Feng was completely drained. He collapsed to the ground, sighing, I'm dead tired, but I finally used them all. Li Fei, on the other hand, was full of energy. Brother Feng, your talismans are incredible time savers. Thanks to you, I've made a fortune. The value of everything we harvested tonight isn't even 1/20th of the cost of those talismans. Brother Ye Feng must be a core disciple from a major sect. I absolutely cannot afford to get on his bad side. But Ye Feng wasn't done being generous. He tossed a pill to Li Fei with a suggestion. Brother Fei, I'm not going to mistreat you. Take this enlightenment pill. I'll stand guard and protect you while you cultivate. Catching the pill, Li Fei was bewildered. An enlightenment pill? What is this? Could this be poison? But if I refuse, will this tyrant who throws his power around just use some other treasure to eliminate me? Whatever. I'll leave it to fate. He tossed the pill into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a powerful energy surged through his entire body. His eyes shot wide open. This is... Seeing Li Fei frozen in shock, Ye Feng snapped, "Are you an idiot? The effects of the enlightenment pill only last for 20 minutes. If you don't start cultivating now, you'll waste the opportunity." As he stood guard, Ye Feng propped his chin on his hand, bored. If I wasn't drowning in these enlightenment pills, I'd never have given one to you. After all, I have to save 20 pills to feed my dog. Then again, if my dog knew he had to eat another enlightenment pill, he'd probably be crying and begging me to stop. Woof, woof, woof. Please, master, no more. Help me. 20 minutes later, Li Fei's cultivation session ended. He thought to himself, when I entered that state of enlightenment, why did I just freeze up? I wasted a full 2 minutes. He dropped to one knee before Ye Feng in gratitude. Brother Ye, this is a debt that Li Fei will never forget. He declared, if you ever need help in the future, just come find me, Ye Feng asked curiously. So, what world are you from? Brother Ye, I'm from the Skyfire realm. Ye Feng looked completely lost. The Skyfire realm? I've never heard of it. I'm from the profound heaven realm. Hearing this, Li Fei was floored, feeling like he was from some backwater town. It seems my Skyfire realm is not very well known. Just like that, his plan to bond over being from the same hometown completely fell apart. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? A little over 10 minutes later, a shimmering light in the distance caught their attention. Li Fei excitedly jumped down, yelling, Brother Ye, we've hit the jackpot this time. Rushing to a large rock, he began hacking away at it with a pickaxe. These are low-grade spirit stones. 7. Looks like there are about 200 of them. But Ye Feng seemed completely uninterested. You seem so happy about it, so you can have them all. Li Fei was puzzled. Brother Ye, you don't seem to need anything. Can I ask why you even came here? Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders and replied with a grand voice. Just for fun. To spend some money. I have plenty of good stuff. The resources on this Heavenly Tao battlefield hold no real appeal for me. Li Fei was speechless. How could he say something like that so casually? Brother Ye, if you want to burn cash, why not go to Heavenly Tao City? Heavenly Tao City? What's that? He explained. Heavenly Tao City is the most unique place on this entire battlefield. It has countless treasures, resources, and techniques. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. It's a paradise for spendthrifts. Plus, the city is governed by laws, so you don't have to worry about robbers. But to get in, you absolutely need a Heavenly Tao token. As it happens, I have one right here. But it only lets you stay in Heavenly Tao City for a single day. Ye Feng's eyes widened. Where did you get that? Li Fei scratched his head. I found it by chance inside some ruins. I wanted to go, but I've heard everything in Heavenly Tao City is incredibly expensive. With my meager funds, I'd just be wasting the token. So I held on to it. Who knows? Maybe one day it could save my life. Then, he said proudly, you gave me an enlightenment pill, which is like giving me a massive opportunity. We might never see each other again. So, Brother Ye, I'm giving this Heavenly Tao token to you. Ye Feng immediately refused. Wait, I don't like taking things for free. He then took out a bottle of enlightenment pills as a trade. Li Fei was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Ye. Thank you. I knew you weren't a petty person. Ye Feng wondered to himself why everything required a drop of blood. Just then, the Heavenly Tao token began to glow, hovering in midair. To Ye Feng's complete astonishment, it spewed out a massive cloud of smoke. A second later, before the smoke cleared, he had vanished completely. Li Fei's initial concern quickly turned into a smug grin. Trading a useless Heavenly Tao token for 30 enlightenment pills? What a steal. At the same time, a small white dot appeared in the sky above Heavenly Tao City, slowly swirling into a vortex. A moment later, Ye Feng fell right out of that vortex, landing hard on his butt. He slowly sat up. Ouch. But when he opened his eyes, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. He yelled out in pure excitement. So, this is Heavenly Tao City. His shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Is this guy an idiot? Where did this country bumpkin come from? A nearby mother quickly pulled her child away from him. Arriving in Heavenly Tao City, Ye Feng felt as comfortable as if he were home, casually trying to sell armor on the street as he walked. The passers-by all gave him strange looks. A Tribulation Realm cultivator? What's he doing in Heavenly Dao City? Ye Feng took off his glasses and looked back. Is there something wrong with these people? Just then, the sound of a heated argument reached his ears. What is this garbage you've written? Have your drawings ever been accurate? He looked over to see two people glowing, their hair standing on end. He marveled. Are those guys Super Saiyans? I thought there was no fighting in Heavenly Dao City? A dapper uncle next to him replied. They're just having a formation battle, not trying to kill each other. One's from the scribe world, the other's from the illustration world. They fight every time they team up. After explaining, the man asked, Hey buddy, need a ride? Starts at 5 Heavenly Dao points. Yi Feng was confused. Mister, what are Heavenly Dao points? The driver's face immediately soured with annoyance. Damn it, you don't even know what Heavenly Dao points are? You a newcomer? Geez, what a waste of my time. The uncle then hopped into his vehicle and sped off, leaving Ye Feng speechless. I was just asking a question. Why is he so short-tempered? Ye Feng then set off to find the Heavenly Dao Bank, a place that could get him the points he needed. This must be it. Finally found it. As soon as he walked in, someone greeted him. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today? When Ye Feng asked if this was the place to get Heavenly Dao points, the teller, Qian Hu, knew instantly that he was a newcomer. He calmly explained the system. In Heavenly Dao City, one supreme-grade spirit stone is worth a single Heavenly Dao point. Apparently, everything in the city runs on these points. Ye Feng was stunned. That's all it's worth? He leaned in, curious, examining the nameplate on Qian Hu's chest. Above his name was his realm, Crystal, and his power, a staggering 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. Qian Hu stammered in confusion. You can earn Heavenly Dao points by working here, and the hours aren't even that bad. All within the Heavenly Dao token's limited time. He thought to himself. A Tribulation Realm master working for a mere Qi Realm cultivator? If word got out, he'd be a complete joke. But the young man's next words hit Qian Hu like a thunderclap. Weren't they all just wasting their time here then? Another ruthless attack followed. Don't you need to cultivate? Are spirit stones that hard to get on the battlefield? The words struck a nerve. Wasting time, neglecting his duties, working like a servant. Qian Hu gritted his teeth and bowed. I'm sorry, but if you're not conducting business, you aren't a customer. I can no longer serve you. Please show yourself out. Just as Qian Hu turned to leave, Ye Feng told him to wait. The old man's eyes narrowed. Was this brat looking for trouble? Then, Ye Feng produced a glowing, circular object. I'm using this fog magic card to help you convert 100,000 Supreme Spirit Stones into Heavenly Dao points. Qian Hu's eyes lit up, suddenly seeing Ye Feng as a god of wealth. He grabbed the card and scurried away, ecstatic. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll process this for you immediately. The young man rested his chin on his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. This fantasy world was getting more interesting by the second. He chuckled. Next time, I'll have to find a way to get 2 of these tokens. I'll bring my master here to enjoy this place. In less than 2 minutes, Qian Hu returned, holding a sparkling gold card. He presented the shimmering gold card with both hands. Young master, here is your Heavenly Dao card. Yi Feng was surprised. That was incredibly fast. But why this card-based system? The old man beamed. If you have any other questions, I will provide you with the most satisfactory answers, he vowed to himself. No matter what, he had to leave a deep impression on this god of wealth. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need, no need. You look busy, so I won't disturb you any longer. Qian Hu dropped to his knees, crying out, Young master, please don't go, my god of wealth. A few minutes later, Ye Feng was back on the main street. He saw not only a massive 3D screen, but also countless modern-looking games. He walked past several stalls, amazed. Did some all-powerful transmigrator leave this behind? This technology was far too advanced. Yi Feng stopped in front of a gacha machine. It chimed, Support your favorite idol. Participate for a chance to win exclusive character merchandise. He grinned. This was exactly like the modern world. The Eastern Emperor isn't bad. And Chi-Chi is cute too. But I think I'll go for Chi-Ji. Just as Ye Feng was about to swipe his card, something happened. A flash of crimson light erupted behind him. A second later, he was sucked into a portal. Just as the machine deducted the payment from his card, Yi Feng was teleported to another dimension, leaving the unclaimed prize box for some lucky passerby. He reappeared on the second day of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, next to a pile of rubble dug up by Li Fei. That bastard Li Fei. He swore the token was good for a full day. It's barely been half a day, and it's expired. Damn it, I didn't even get my prize box. Then, Ye Feng recalled something Li Fei had said about finding the Heavenly Tao token in some ruins. That's right. Li Fei mentioned he stumbled upon the token inside some ancient ruins on the battlefield. With a new goal in mind, he started moving. It seems I'll just have to look for it myself. And when I find Li Fei, I'm going to make him pay. At that very moment, far away, Li Fei suddenly sneezed. Is the weather getting colder here? Meanwhile, a lone figure appeared at the entrance of the Starpole Sect. B-Gang walked calmly, wondering, why does the Starpole Sect have its grand protective array activated? Who are they guarding against? As he reached the barrier, Tianxing appeared to greet him. You old coot, what brings you to my humble abode? B-Gang opened his mouth, but hesitated, not knowing what to say. He sighed. It's been 30 years. I accidentally picked up a Heavenly Tao token on the battlefield, and ended up working in that city for 3 decades. I scrimped and saved for years, finally buying 2 defensive treasures that can block the Heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation. I ate my meals with tears in my eyes, but imagine my shock when I returned to the battlefield, only to find that just a single second had passed in the outside world. I wanted to ask you about it, Tianxing. But the whole thing is so bizarre. How could I even begin to explain? Tianxing spoke again. B-Gang, whatever it is, come inside and talk. Don't just stand out here, B-Gang asked. The spirit stones your sect uses to power this grand array. They must be supreme grade, right? Tianxing waved his hand casually. Of course. My sect only uses supreme grade stones for the array. Never seen them before, have you? I'll give you a few later. The old man suddenly exploded with rage, punching and shouting. Are you insane? We've been around for so many years. You think I've never seen a supreme grade spirit stone? Low-grade stones are sufficient. Why would you waste such precious resources? You, of all people, should know their true value. Tianxing couldn't even defend himself. Huh? Stop hitting me. My face hurts. After B-Gang stopped, the man cradled his bruised face. Why'd you have to take me so seriously? Just then, B-Gang pulled out 2 small, glittering pagodas. Look closely. These 2 pagodas are incredibly powerful defensive treasures. Each one can withstand a full strike from the Heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation. With these, you could potentially survive up to the 7th lightning strike. To obtain these treasures, I had to. It cost me over 3 million top-grade spirit stones just to acquire it. But Tianxing flatly rejected the idea. A treasure that can block a lightning tribulation? In this world, that's just a lie to fool idiots. Hearing this, B-Gang slammed another fist into Tianxing's face. What do you know? In the Heavenly Tao battlefield, there's an item called the Heavenly Tao token. It grants you passage into the mysterious Heavenly Tao city. Inside, as long as you have enough top-grade spirit stones, even powerhouses about to ascend to godhood must bow and serve you. The truth finally dawned on Tianxing. In other words, top-grade spirit stones are the currency of Heavenly Tao City. B-Gang nodded, weeping. Wah, that's right. But you can work there to earn money. I slaved away for 30 long years. 30 years. But when I finally got out, only a single second had passed in the outside world. Tianxing, having only heard the beginning, immediately hoisted a massive sack containing his remaining 90 million top-grade spirit stones. What are we waiting for? Let's move out now. B-Gang gritted his teeth in frustration. Were you even listening to a single word I said? You need a Heavenly Tao token. Without one, you're not getting in. Hearing this, Tianxing deflated instantly. Wait, there's a rule like that? Tianxing collapsed to the ground. This is a total loss. I still have over 90 million spirit stones. B-Gang's jaw dropped in utter shock. Good heavens, where did you get so many top-grade spirit stones? Meanwhile, on the Heavenly Tao battlefield, Li Fei was wandering all alone. Hearing Ye Feng call his name, he cleaned out his ear. I only just parted ways with Brother Ye. Why do I miss him enough to start hallucinating? The call came again. Li Fei. Now he knew. That really was Brother Ye calling him. Whirling around, Li Fei saw Ye Feng sprinting toward him, his face lighting up with pure joy. Brother Ye, I'm over here. I missed you so much. But as he drew closer, Li Fei noticed his friend's strangely aggressive stance and a cruel expression. Excellent. Stay right there and wait for me. Li Fei scratched his head, completely confused about what was happening. Brother Ye, it's only been half an hour. I really missed you to death. To death, you say? Fine. I'll grant your wish. The next second, Ye Feng lunged, his sword aimed right at Li Fei's gut, who barely managed to duck and cover his head. Brother Ye, what are you doing? He slashed as he roared. I searched this entire battlefield for half an hour for you. You fat liar. You tricked me. The Heavenly Tao token only lasts for half a day. Li Fei frantically dodged the onslaught. Brother Ye, just listen to my explanation. I honestly had no idea this would happen. When I first found the ruins, there were corpses everywhere, with only a single man left, barely breathing. He was clutching the Heavenly Tao token tightly, so I used some special, not-so-nice methods to extract the intelligence from him. Then I took the token. So either he deliberately lied to me, or he honestly believed that all Heavenly Tao tokens had a time limit of 1 full day. Hearing this, Ye Feng stopped his attack. Li Fei immediately flashed him a loving heart symbol. He tossed his sword aside. Fine, I'll believe you for now. Li Fei grew curious. By the way, Brother Ye, what did you do for the past half day? And what kind of place is Heavenly Tao City? He thought to himself. Technically, you were only gone for about 30 minutes, right? Good thing I wasn't able to trade for those 13 enlightenment pills. Yi Feng then asked, does your hometown have science? Li Fei was bewildered. Science? What in the world is science? He answered seriously. If you don't know, then my explanation would be useless. But you must remember this. To enter Heavenly Tao City, you need top-grade spirit stones. They are absolutely crucial. It must be top-grade spirit stones. You absolutely must have top-grade spirit stones. When something is important, you repeat it 3 times. Li Fei wondered. Top-grade spirit stones. Is that something I can even obtain? Just then, a notification popped up. Yi Feng had received 1,000 fragments of deadly sword intent, meaning his mastery of the sword had reached a whole new level. He began to calculate. Today is the 2nd day. Another batch of sword intent fragments. Absorbing them all won't be hard. If only that dog were here. At this thought, Ye Feng's gaze suddenly landed on the Peppa Pig standing before him. Li Fei, you're a sword cultivator, aren't you? A sword cultivator? Me? No way. Sword training is exhausting. Hearing this, an evil grin spread across Ye Feng's face. Oh? So you don't enjoy being a sword cultivator? Sensing disaster, Li Fei immediately took a step back, then turned and bolted. Wait, stop. Sorry, Brother Ye. I just remembered I dropped something. But Ye Feng pursued him with the speed of a truck, letting out a sinister, echoing laugh. Li Fei, don't run. You can't run. Li Fei, with his overweight frame, was like a helpless pedestrian being chased down by a speeding vehicle. Wah, Brother Ye, I don't want to be a sword cultivator. Ye Feng carefully counted each fragment of deadly sword intent. 9,433. 9,434. 9,435. Li Fei had been reluctantly turned into a golden pig, stuffed full of sword intent. Brother Ye, I don't want to do this. We're almost done. Ignoring his pitiful cries, Ye Feng continued to inject more fragments. 9,436. 9,437. 9,438. With the final piece slotted into place, he let out a sigh of relief. There. It's finally all used up. His prodigal points had already reached 5,800. Li Fei gasped for breath. Brother Ye, are you really giving all of that sword intent to me? Isn't this a total waste? I know I'm powerful now, but I'm no swordsman. Just watch. With a casual swing of his sword, he accidentally unleashed a catastrophe on a nearby flock of sheep. They were all obliterated in the blink of an eye. A cold sweat trickled down Li Fei's back. Stronger than I imagined? No. This is on a whole different level. This is bad. This is really bad. If my master ever finds out about this, he'll force me onto the path of the sword for sure, and my peaceful, easygoing life will be over. Just then, Ye Feng placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother Li Fei, don't you dare thank me. This was a fortuitous encounter meant for you. Keep pushing forward from here on out. Who knows? One day, you might even reach the legendary realm of sword-human unity. Li Fei shuddered. Sword-human unity. Even our sect master, the most talented genius in the clan, hasn't reached that state in hundreds of years. If he knew what I could do now, he'd place all the sect's hopes squarely on my shoulders. His heart ached at the thought, but he didn't dare defy Ye Feng. Thank you, Brother Ye Feng, for this incredible opportunity. But why don't you use this power for yourself? Ye Feng put his hands on his hips. I'm not a sword cultivator, so what use would I have for it? Li Fei was so stunned, he nearly fell over backward, but he dared not utter a single word of protest. You're not one, so does that mean I have to be? Just then, Ye Feng unleashed a high-grade Earth-rank martial art. The 9 Radiance Thunder Lotus. Let's move. If you have no other concerns, we'll head to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Tao battlefield. Li Fei was baffled. That's a unique technique of my thunderclap sect. How do you know how to use it? Yi Feng seemed surprised. You recognize this martial art? Li Fei scratched his head. Of course I do. I have dual thunderfire spiritual roots, but I've been stuck for a month and still can't master the basics. Hearing this, Ye Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the Starpole sect, no one really knows this technique. They can only tell that it's a high-grade, earth-rank martial art. In fact, everyone just assumes I created it myself. A smirk played on Ye Feng's lips. It seems my ability to absorb martial arts isn't limited to the profound heaven continent. He pointed ahead, his voice filled with excitement. Let's go. Our next target is to hunt 9th level Qi movement realm demon beasts together. Li Fei gently reminded him. Brother Ye Feng, you still haven't told me where you learned that technique. The moment Li Fei and Ye Feng appeared on the 2nd level of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, the other cultivators immediately scattered and hid in fear. Where did these two monsters come from? They're way too arrogant. I'm terrified. I want to go home. Their power is just insane. But the pair paid them no mind, acting as if they owned the place. A smirk formed on Li Fei's face. I've come to the Heavenly Dao battlefield countless times, but this is the first time I've ever been able to act this brazenly. I could get used to this. Still, I need to be careful. Even with this deadly sword intent, if I get surrounded, I won't be able to handle them all. Brother Ye Feng, when will you be back at the Heavenly Dao battlefield? Let's set a time. Maybe we can meet up again then. Yi Feng replied, Sure, but the next time I'm here, I'll probably be on the 3rd level. Li Fei's eyes widened. Brother Ye Feng, don't tell me you've already seen signs of a breakthrough. Does this mean you'll ascend to the spirit fusion realm when you go back? Yi Feng coolly brushed his hair back. Signs of a breakthrough? I don't need them. If I want to break through, I just do it. I may not be breaking through now, but when I do, I'll shoot straight to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit fusion realm. Enough talk. I'll handle the 5 9th level Qi movement demon beasts. The rest are all yours. Li Fei's eyes lit up with excitement. All right. Arriving before a flock of demonic ducks, Ye Feng unleashed the 9 Radiance Thunder Lotus. With a wave of Ye Feng's hand, the lotus shot forward. It unleashed a massive surge of electricity, causing a ground-shaking explosion. When the dust settled, the entire flock had been vaporized in an instant, basically cooked and ready to serve. Li Fei was utterly speechless. He hadn't even had a chance to make a move. Man, Brother Ye Feng's power is just on another level. Then, Ye Feng summoned 10 more Thunder Lotuses at once. Li Fei's jaw dropped. More? Brother Ye Feng, just how deep do your spiritual power reserves run? Just then, he overheard whispers from the cliffs above. He's a spellcaster. That must mean he's a sword cultivator. But why isn't he using a sword? You fool, you don't get it. It's because these pathetic demon beasts aren't even worthy of him drawing his blade. I can't believe that chubby guy is so arrogant. Goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, Li Fei's face turned beet red. What the hell? I'm not a sword cultivator. I just have the sword intent. You think I asked for this? 2 days later, Ye Feng had effortlessly annihilated even more demon beasts. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have slain 109th level Qi movement realm demon beasts on the 2nd level of the Heavenly Dao battlefield. You have been awarded 5,000 demolition points. Current demolition points, 10,810. A grin spread across his face. Finally, over 10,000 points. System, you've seen how hard this big guy has been working lately, right? Giving him 10,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't asking too much, is it? Li Fei staggered over, panting for breath. Brother Ye Feng, I'm too slow. I can't keep up with your pace. Man, I'm totally wiped out. The system recognized his peak-level death sword intent, instantly approving a reward of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Brother Ye, I've been here for almost 2 months now. According to the Sect's regulations, it's time for me to return. Ye Feng was puzzled. Huh? Your sect has rules about how long you can be away. Li Fei explained. The sect requires us to return within 2 months. Otherwise, they'll assume we've perished in the outside world. It's a common rule for most sects, excluding rogue cultivators. Hearing this, Ye Feng nodded in understanding. All right. If that's the case, I won't force you to stay. With that, he turned and handed Li Fei a glowing object. You've worked hard these past few days. Take these 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. Tears welled up in Li Fei's eyes as he cupped his fist in gratitude. Brother Ye, you are my benefactor. May our paths cross again. Yi Feng walked away without a second glance, once again left on his own. But just as Li Fei departed, the system screen lit up. Congratulations to Ye Feng for earning 200 prodigal points, rewarding 10,000 fragments of Death Sword intent. He cursed inwardly, completely exasperated. What am I supposed to do with more of this stuff? You don't get any bonus points for spending these system rewards. With a sigh, Ye Feng resigned himself to fusing all 10,000 fragments. Just then, the group from before was revealed, having stalked him from a distance. That so-called wooden sword cultivator is finally gone. All that's left is the arrogant bastard who's been burning through his spirit energy. I've been watching him for days, another chimed in. He hasn't restored any of the spirit energy he's used. Even if he's some chosen one from the heavens, I'm not afraid. Another cultivator stepped forward and declared, "We have no power, no backing, and no reputation. Our only path is to kill him and seize his resources for ourselves." The newcomer, a nameless young man with white hair, provoked them further. "Are you all really going to let this chance slip away?" A murmur spread through the crowd. "We'd be killing a heaven's chosen, famous throughout the realm. He's slain so many demonic beasts. Imagine the value of the blood essence he holds." The white-haired man grew impatient. "One word. Kill or not? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." A unified roar erupted from the mob. "Let's do it, brothers. Kill him. Take his treasures. I want his martial techniques. Don't even think about competing with me." And just like that, the white-haired man led the charge toward Ye Feng. A massive crowd swarmed forward. Ye Feng stretched his arms casually. So noisy. More than 100 of them. The fusion is finally complete. Let's test just how strong this Death Sword intent really is. The mob below was baffled. What is he doing? Stretching? A second later, a suffocating killing aura exploded from Ye Feng. Rushing towards them like a gale-force wind, they trembled in absolute terror, some even bursting into tears. What? He possesses Death Sword intent too? Run for your lives! In the next moment, hundreds of piercing screams filled the air. "Save me! This power is... Someone help me! I can't run anymore." Blood splattered everywhere as the white-haired man, barely clinging to life, was consumed by regret. Ye Feng's voice was like ice. "Weren't you all so eager to kill me?" The man looked around in terror and shouted, "We have to fight back. If we don't, we're all going to die here." Someone shot back, "You can fight him yourself. You're the one who got us into this mess." Ye Feng raised his hand to the sky, and the 9 Radiance Thunder Lotus began to rage even more fiercely. With a smirk, Ye Feng crossed his arms. Too late. The remaining cultivators were frozen in fear. "We can't win. There's no way we can win." They stared at him, stammering in disbelief. Why? Why did we dare to challenge a god? In an instant, the second level of the Heavenly Tao battlefield became a raging sea of fire. This was the harsh reality of a cultivation world, a cruel place where the strong devour the weak. Amidst the inferno, Ye Feng stood as the sole survivor. "I am the prodigal god, not some merciful saint. In your next lives, remember to stay far away from me." Just then, a woman's voice echoed from nearby. "Big brother, are you from the profound heaven realm?" He lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice. "Who are you?" The silver-haired girl introduced herself confidently. "My name is Luo Jiao Jiao, from the Myriad Flower Valley. You looked like you had a tough fight just now." Yi Feng turned away, uninterested. "Myriad Flower Valley? Never heard of it." She gracefully leaped down from a tree branch. "No way! Are you really from the profound heaven realm? Which sect do you belong to? Why should I tell you? You haven't even told me your name yet, and I've already told you mine." Seeing him walk away without a word, Jiao Jiao followed him, chattering endlessly. "Unless you're a rogue cultivator with no sect, what are you looking for here on the Heavenly Tao battlefield? Just ask me for help, maybe I know something." "Big brother, you look so pitiful. Are you sure you don't want my help?" "Oh, big brother, why the long face? Are you exhausted from using up all that spirit energy earlier?" "No way, no way. You're not going to collapse the second I leave, are you?" Finally fed up, he threatened her. "If you don't leave, I'll kill you for real." A smile played on her lips. "I'd like to see you try. My cultivation is at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. I'm just using a secret treasure to suppress my power. If you attack me, you'll be the one who dies." Ye Feng mentally asked the system, "Is what she's saying the truth? Could a secret treasure really exist that defies the rules of the Heavenly Tao battlefield?" The system immediately confirmed it. What she said was true. The treasure was the purple hairpin she wore. He was stunned. So it was real? She looked younger than his master, yet her cultivation had already reached the primordial spirit realm. He turned to Jiao Jiao and said, "My name is Ye Feng, from the Star Soul Sect. I've said my piece, now stop bothering me." But hearing this, she just put on another act. "Star Soul Sect? What kind of sect is that? Yi Feng. That's a nice name. Did I scare you just now? I was just pulling your leg. You didn't really believe my cultivation was at the 9th level of the primordial spirit realm, did you? Seeing her playing dumb, Yi Feng shot back. Then why don't you try taking off that purple pin in your hair? She flinched, her hand flying to the hairpin. It was still in place, her spiritual energy perfectly concealed. How did he figure it out? She put her hands on her hips and scoffed. It seems I underestimated you. I've never heard of this Star Soul sect of yours. It must be some insignificant little faction. Actually, I was hoping you would join the Star Apex sect. Surely you've heard of that one, right? If you join us, I guarantee you'll become a true disciple of the sect. How's that for an offer? Zhao Jiao thought to herself, a 4-element spiritual root, immense spiritual energy, and incredible comprehension. Plus, he could achieve sword human unity at any moment. He might even become one of the top 3 on the dragon ranking someday. I absolutely cannot let this talent slip away. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes in thought. Luo Jiao Jiao, a true disciple of the Star Apex sect. He suddenly remembered the members of the Luo family back in his own sect. What is Luo Tianshui to you? Her eyes widened in shock. Huh? You know my older sister? At that very moment, back in the Star Soul sect, Tianshui let out a sudden sneeze. Young miss, are you catching a cold? Tianshui sat up straight. Why do I feel like someone is talking about me? After discovering Jiao was Tianshui's sister. The air between them became heavy with an awkward, unspoken tension. Yi Feng was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, No way! Luo Tianshui is my master. Doesn't that make you my little ant master? She immediately shot back. Little ant master? Don't call me something so old. You're my sister's disciple. And she founded the Star Soul sect. 10 confusing minutes slowly ticked by. Once Zhao Jiao processed everything, she grabbed her head in frustration. How can someone be my sister's true disciple and an honored elder of the Star Apex sect at the same time? So should I call you nephew disciple or elder? He flashed a teasing smile. Let's just call each other what we want. I'll call you Ant Master and you'll call me elder. She immediately and forcefully refused. Like hell I will. Yi Feng stepped forward and playfully pinched Zhao Jiao's cheek. Come now, Ant Master. Let this elder give your cheek a little squeeze. She was furious but didn't dare to resist. He thought to himself, what should I give my new Ant Master as a first meeting gift? Spirit stones are too common. An enlightenment pill might work, but that's more like a snack, not a proper gift. The golden silkworm exquisite stone, the 9-leaf soul returning grass, or maybe the essence blood of a violet thunder berserker lion? He was torn. Yi Feng asked Zhao Jiao, Little Ant Master, are you a body cultivator? He silently prayed she wasn't some kind of muscle lolly. She jumped back in alarm. That's right, I am. How did you know? Elder, I hate it when people pinch my cheeks. I won't forget this. When I get back, I'm definitely telling my sister to punish you. Just then, Yi Feng held out a shimmering red orb, which immediately left Zhao Jiao speechless. The essence blood of a violet thunder berserker lion that has survived 9 lightning tribulations, 1 drop per pinch. But if you hate it so much, then never mind. Seeing the ravenous look in Zhao Jiao's eyes, he knew she was truly a monster in a loli's body. A second later, she lunged at Ye Feng, rubbing her face against his hand. Anyone else? No way, but Brother Ye is different. What's wrong with pinching a junior's cheek? Seeing this, he handed her the orb. This essence blood is for my adorable little Ant Master. Zhao Jiao accepted it with glee. So she's a body cultivator. I wonder if she's a weaponsmith too. This kid is clever and mischievous. If I don't put her in her place now, she'll cause me endless trouble later. With that thought, Ye Feng pretended to drop a green gem on the ground. Oh my, it seems my golden silkworm exquisite stone fell out. Her head whipped around at his words, her eyes shining. A golden silkworm exquisite stone? Where? Where indeed? He replied with a wicked smile. Little Ant Master, you recognize it? Zhao Jiao's eyes grew wide. I recognize it. Heh. Do you want it? She nodded furiously. Yes, yes. But Ye Feng snatched it behind his back, making Zhao Jiao's face twist in frustration. Well, I'm not giving it to you. She immediately charged, pounding on his chest and shouting, You damn bastard! How dare you bully me? You piece of trash, you pervert, pinching my cheeks. He leaned back smugly. Keep it coming. I love the sound of it. Heh. But in the very next instant, Ye Feng started coughing up blood. He collapsed to the side. That strength. She's a body cultivator. All right. This is the price for foolishly messing around. Seeing his performance, Zhao Jiao grew suspicious. Hey, big brother, With strength like that, how did you ever become my sister's true disciple? And how were you made an honored elder of the Star Apex Sect? Yi Feng struck a proud pose. Because with money comes power. 550,000 top-grade spirit stones bought him the title of a true disciple. 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. And the legendary 9-star sword formation manual secured him the position of honorary elder. The girl's face fell in disbelief. Could all these titles really be bought with money? And what's with that arrogant pose? Just then, a woman appeared out of nowhere. Her voice dripped with scorn. Have you ever even seen a supreme-grade spirit crystal? Tossing around the number 100 million. Do you have any idea what that truly means? She introduced herself with a sneer. I am Hua Yumei, master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Since you love buying titles with spirit stones so much, Yumei then unfurled a scroll, issuing a challenge. This is a contract. If you can produce 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals, I will take you as my master, granting you yet another glorious title. What do you say? A flustered Zhao Zhao quickly tried to explain. Elder Ye, my master despises braggarts more than anything. Please don't take offense, she means no harm. She then rushed to her master's side. Master, why bring out a contract? Stop making a scene. Yumei snapped back, annoyed. Just looking at him irritates me. How can you be so naive as to believe his every word? Zhao Zhao, open your eyes. Don't let a scoundrel like him deceive you. Zhao Zhao pleaded in a panic. He's the honorary elder of the Star Sovereign Sect. You can't talk to him like that. But her master was unyielding. Even an honorary elder needs to be taught a lesson about running his mouth. Whether I'm bluffing or not, master, you shouldn't intervene. Yi Feng finally spoke up. Your master is the one taking this too far. Don't blame me for what happens next. I've had enough of this. With that, he tossed something into Hua Yumei's hand. Here, my good disciple. 1 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Consider it a little gift from your new master. She glanced down and scoffed. Keep up the act. I'm waiting. But when her eyes focused on the object in her hand, Hua Yumei's world froze in shock. And just then, the system notification rang out. Congratulations, host, for a successful face slapping. Reward: 10 golden silkworm spirit stones, 100 vials of purple thunder lion spirit blood, and 5 sword intent upgrade fragments. Yi Feng was intrigued. Rewards for putting someone in their place? He had a feeling the system had many more secrets left to uncover. She stared in utter disbelief. No, it's impossible. How could you possess so many supreme-grade spirit crystals? Seeing her reaction, he revealed all the rewards he'd just received. And don't for a second think, that was all I had. Hua Yumei and Zhao Zhao were speechless, their jaws hitting the floor. Ye Feng picked up a single fragment and declared, this is a genuine sword intent upgrade fragment. Once a cultivator's sword intent reaches its absolute peak, absorbing its energy allows a breakthrough to the legendary realm of man-sword union. Before the words even faded, he began the process right there. He broke through to the next realm right before their very eyes. Hua Yumei gasped in amazement. Man-sword union, the precursor to forging a sword soul. She pouted, her cheeks puffed in embarrassment as she conceded. A deal is a deal. From this day forward, you are the master of me, Hua Yumei. But this is a personal matter. It does not represent the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Zhao Zhao could only stare, completely dumbfounded by this turn of events. Her mind reeled as she tried to process the new reality. It was official. Even her own master was now tied to Ye Feng. If Ye Feng is my master's master, that makes him my grandmaster. Hua Yumei placed the signed contract before him. She clasped her hands, bowing deep. Greetings, master. And right on cue, the system chimed in once more. Congratulations, host, for accepting your first disciple. Reward: 100 ghost bewitching herbs, 100 withered soul thorns, 105 venom 100 scent flowers, and 100 soul sting spirit bamboo shoots. A mandatory mission has also been issued. The disciple must inherit the tradition of squandering fortunes. Based on the disciple's performance, the system will grant corresponding rewards. A wicked grin spread across Ye Feng's face. Getting a disciple gives rewards. And encouraging them to spend lavishly also gives rewards. He could already picture his disciples lining up to offer him points. Master, here are the squandering points we've earned for you. Please accept them. He could build an entire sect based on spending money. The system was definitely deeper than he'd realized, but as Ye Feng looked over the reward names, something felt off. Why did all these rewards sound like legendary poisons, flowers, herbs? What exactly had the system given him? Could the 10,000 Flowers Valley specialize in poisons? With a curious frown, he produced a single ghost-bewitching herb. Either of you recognize this? The moment they saw it, both Jiao Jiao and Hua Yume gasped. Their eyes were glued to the mystical herb in his hand. Jiao Jiao and I. We've only seen this in our sect's most secret archives. I never dreamed I would see one in real life. With this ghost-bewitching herb, our myriad toxins body cultivation could advance an entire level. Yi Feng then tossed her a vial of the purple thunder lion spirit blood, followed by another one of the precious herbs. Hua Yume. Today, you become my first official disciple. In the future, you will be the senior sister of my sect. So you should start to learn our sect's rules. Hua Yume was stunned. Another one? How do you have so many of these legendary spirit herbs? The third valley master of our sect lived for tens of thousands of years and was only lucky enough to find a single one. I've only ever encountered treasures like this once before. Jiao Jiao asked curiously. Elder Ye, have you visited other sects as well? Yi Feng gazed at the heavens. You could call it my own personal creed. But I have no intention of founding a traditional sect. One day, the disciples of my prodigal sect will be found across the entire Xuantian continent, and even across the myriad lower realms. He spread his arms wide, his ambitious laughter echoing into the sky. Just then, the system interface appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully establishing the prodigal sect. Reward: 100,000 prodigal points. Unlocking sect voice transmission. Unlocking sect teleportation. Yi Feng gritted his teeth. 100,000 prodigal points? It took me forever to scrape together just over 10,000, and I get this much just for creating a sect? The sect voice transmission function lets you and your disciples communicate telepathically. For example, you could order a disciple at the noodle shop to bring toilet paper to the Xuantian public restroom for you. The sect teleportation function allows you to instantly appear beside a disciple. Each disciple can be teleported to once per day. After 1 hour, you will automatically return. A thought suddenly struck Ye Feng. Wait a minute. What if I recruit a disciple from another plane? Doesn't that mean I could travel to other realms too? The prodigal sect, spreading across all worlds, was no longer just a dream. Soon, legends of the prodigal sect would echo through the myriad realms. Young and old, everyone who joins loves it. Hearing this, Yu Meng's face turned red, trying to suppress her laughter. She and Jiao Jiao finally burst out laughing. The prodigal sect? What is that? A name like the prodigal sect was enough to make anyone howl with laughter. So, Ye Feng immediately began to lecture them on the sect's core principles. Order, order. He pointed at Hua Yumeng. As the senior disciple, you must have a profound understanding of our sect's rules. I ask you, after I entrust you with all this demon-bewitching grass, how will you manage it? Yu Meng was taken aback, answering, Huh? She hesitated. We would use a small amount for our cultivation, and the rest. With Master's permission, I would store it safely for you. I would never use it secretly within the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Beside her, Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement. The moment she finished speaking, Ye Feng flicked a piece of chalk at her head. You fool! Store it safely? What kind of nonsense is that? We are the prodigal sect. How can you not grasp the very essence of our sect's name? She asked meekly. Shouldn't the demon-bewitching grass be used sparingly? He roared again. There's so little of it to begin with, and you're already afraid to use it. Isn't demon-bewitching grass just a weed? Isn't it meant to be used by people? Or are you just supposed to lock it away and look at it? Unbelievably dense. Yu Meng clutched her head, her mind reeling. Am I wrong? Is this not right? Who am I? I am the master of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Am I really alive? How am I being lectured by some kid right now? This is ridiculous. Seeing her dark expression, Ye Feng decided to approach her. The toxins in the demon-bewitching grass. Are you afraid of them? Yu Meng stated confidently. Jiao Jiao and I cultivate a unique myriad poisons body. Although the grass's poison is terrifying, I'm not afraid of it. But Jiao Jiao is still young and cannot absorb very much. He frowned, his voice dripping with ridicule. That's not right. Before going to bed at night, shouldn't you take a few stalks to soak your feet? When your body and spirit are exhausted, shouldn't you just toss a few stalks into a basin for a nice foot bath? Just imagining it felt amazing to Ye Feng. When cultivation is boring and you're in a bad mood, isn't this the best way to vent your frustrations? He tossed his hat aside, sighing with theatrical disappointment. It seems that even as the senior disciple, you're still unqualified after all the effort I've put into you. Yu Meng was completely baffled and said, Master, if we use it the way you describe, 100 stalks of this grass wouldn't even last a few days. Her words enraged him. Feng slammed the table and roared, "If you run out, then you run out. Do you think this worthless junk is actually useful?" Meng and Zhao Zhao were stunned. Worthless junk? Zhao Zhao's lip quivered as she said, "Master, I remember reading in a book about poison spirit grass and poison spirit water." Meng frantically tried to add on. The book said they're on the Heavenly Dao battlefield, but they appear much more frequently and in greater quantities than demon bewitching grass. Even the Valley of 10,000 Flowers has no stock of them. In response, Feng simply spread his hands, and a brilliant light radiated from him. "This is my gift to you. Use it however you wish, and this is just for starters. The next time I get something good, I will give it to you both." He reminded them with a smug look. "Also, I gave you 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones when you came back. Spend what you must. The benefits for all disciples are to be increased tenfold. If you lack resources, go buy them. Do not haggle. Our prodigal sect cannot lose face like that. But remember, we are prodigals, not fools who waste money. Understood?" Meng was completely dumbfounded. Seeing her expression, Feng silently cursed himself. Why did I accept such a dense disciple? She doesn't even know how to be a proper prodigal, and she's the master of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers? Sighing, he adopted a serious expression and asked Meng, "What is the main principle of our sect?" She suddenly understood what was happening. "This is divine sense communication." A shiver ran down Meng's entire body. Her hand tightened around the demon-bewitching grass as she thought to herself, "The divine ability master just used. That's something even a being from the upper realm. With her master's full support, why should she restrain herself any longer?" In a sudden explosion of fury, she flipped the table and roared, "Waste it all. I'll find every single way to squander this fortune. I'm done holding back." Seeing Meng's dramatic change, Feng was secretly overjoyed. Not bad. She's finally seen the light. Although he had no idea how she reached this conclusion, as long as she was going to spend, it was perfect. Her entire demeanor shifted 180 degrees. "Master, rest assured, this disciple will engrave our sect's principles into her heart and bring glory to our prodigal tradition." Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao was huddled in a corner, looking absolutely terrified. How did a penny-pinching miser suddenly change so completely? The master is crazy, and now the disciple is crazy too. What am I supposed to do? In contrast, Feng was applauding her enthusiastically. "Excellent, excellent, a truly teachable student." He was so ecstatic, his mind raced with grand possibilities. Finally, he could see a clear direction for his life. "From now on, my prodigal sect won't seek quantity, only quality. Oh, Li Fei, if we are fated, you'll be my disciple when we meet again. If not, then so be it." After a long pause, Zhao Zhao finally decided to stand up and confront him. "What do you think you're doing? You pervert. I will never call you Grandmaster." Feng tried to entice Zhao Zhao, little Ant Master. "This is 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Just spend it all, and I'll give you 10 drops of a great demon's blood essence. You get money to spend, and a prize on top of it. What could be better?" But hearing his offer, she was deeply suspicious. The blood essence of a great demon? At her side, Meng urged her to take the deal. Zhao Zhao's face filled with resentment as she snapped, "Don't you dare think you've won." He just gave a casual laugh, thinking to himself how easy she was to manipulate. After receiving the items she needed, Meng quickly said her goodbyes. "Master, Zhao Zhao and I must leave now. Our secret treasure can only suppress our cultivation for 10 days, and we only have 1 day left." Zhao Zhao, still refusing to back down, added her own parting words. "Martial nephew, wait for me at the Star Extreme Sect. Your little Ant Master will come find you soon." Feng simply flashed a brilliant smile to see them off. "Well, since that's settled, I should get going too. There's nothing left for me here." But his inner thoughts were quite different. "I'll be waiting for you, little Ant Master." He considered how chaotic his identity was becoming. One minute, this little girl calls me Big Brother. The next she calls me Elder, and then Martial Nephew. Zhao Zhao quietly wondered what her master should even call him now. And yet, right before she left, she put on a sour face just to tease him one last time. "Goodbye." He gave a helpless smile. "See you later. I've got 100,000 prodigal points. Time to head back and break through to the spirit fusion realm." At that very moment, on the Xuantian continent, Feng looked up at the sky with a grin. "Finally, I can see the sun again." But then a question hit him. "Where on the Xuantian continent am I?" He scratched his head in confusion and walked onward. "Where could I be?" I'd better find a town, get my bearings, and hurry back to the Star Soul Sect. Elsewhere, inside the Great Hall of the Star Soul Sect, Tian Shui spotted someone and rushed out in a panic. Uncle Luo, why have you come here? Luo Kai stood there for a long moment, without saying a word. Then, he finally spoke. Tian Shui, when you were a child, I gave you anything you lacked. Have I been good to you? She answered, bewildered. Uncle Luo, of course you've been good to me. Surely you're not. Hearing this, he put on a shy expression and said, I'm old now, all alone in this world. I don't want to wander anymore. Could you possibly find a position for me? As an elder? Tian Shui's mind reeled. Wasn't he the one who told my father he loved being free, unbound by the mortal world? Beside her, Tian Yu had already guessed his true motive. Looking for a home? Why would you come to our sect master for that? She just founded this sect. We barely have any members. We have more elders than disciples. And so, Tian Shui replied, Uncle Luo, you're a fourth stage tribulation transcendence expert. I'm afraid my humble sect would be an insult to someone of your stature. At this, Luo Kai dropped all pretense of shame and said bluntly, It's fine. I don't feel insulted at all. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged in from outside the sect gates. Luo Kai recognized it instantly. This is the aura of a great demon. The doors burst open, and a voice echoed through the hall. Your Holiness, the Saintess. We have arrived. Tian Shui completely froze. Why are all of you here? And that terrifying great demon is. Tian, leading the group, announced loudly. Your Holiness, we have come under the orders of our sect master. From now on, we will be staying at the Star Soul Sect to serve the Saintess. Hearing this, she was utterly stunned. What? You all want to stay at my Star Soul Sect? Tian Shui tried to stop them. Absolutely not. You are the future of the Star Extreme Sect. Staying here is too dangerous. If something happens to the core disciples, what will your sect do? You should all return to the Star Extreme Sect at once. The entire hall fell dead silent. Hao Yu finally spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. Saintess, this decision is not ours to make. The sect master's orders were absolute. Wherever our junior brother is, we shall be. Junior brother? Who is this junior brother? Who else could it be but Ye Feng? Holy Maiden, you may not know, but our junior brother single-handedly battled 200 disciples of the same realm and became a legend overnight. The 5 Grand Elders have already named him the sect's 6th core disciple. Little Shui stepped forward, declaring, Holy Maiden, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will dare to cause a disturbance. And who are you? Holy Maiden. That is a void blood mantis, one that has survived 2 heavenly tribulations at the peak of the 9th stage. The sect master claims he casually captured it on his journey. With it here guarding the sect, we have nothing to fear. Casually captured it? Her gaze hardened. Uncle Luo, is your presence here also related to that spendthrift disciple of mine? She clenched her fists, fury simmering within her. Ye Feng, just what have you been up to these past few days? The true master of the heavenly martial auction has arrived. Luo Kai, a powerful rogue cultivator, has also shown up. Our sect's own 5 heavenly prodigies have arrived with a great tribulation realm demon beast. What's next? Suddenly, Hao Yu called out to her. Holy Maiden, could you come here for a moment? What is it? Holy Maiden, you can't blame our junior brother for this. While he is your direct disciple, he is also an honorary elder, a title bestowed by the 5 Grand Elders themselves. Even your own father, the sect master, must address him as elder. She reeled back in shock. What? Since when did our Star Extreme sect have the position of honorary elder? Tell me, how did that scoundrel Ye Feng obtain such a title? Hao Yu flinched. The sect master said, No, Elder Ye didn't buy it with money. But as for how much he spent, nobody knows. Besides, the sect master ordered it to be kept a secret. She pictured her father's smug grin and seethed. To think he could be such an outrageous spendthrift. Tian Shui summoned a communication jade. Little girl, do you even remember you have me as an older sister? Zhao Zhao's voice chirped from within. Sister, listen. If I call my master's master grandmaster, then what do you call him? Zhao Zhao, you haven't contacted me in nearly 3 months just to ask this? If he is your grandmaster, then he is obviously my grandmaster as well. Oh, what a shame, sister. Because that number 1 disciple of yours is now my grandmaster. I'm just giving you a heads up. Big brother probably isn't back yet. You absolutely can't blame him, okay? With that, the communication jade shattered into dust. Zhao Zhao's laughter echoed from the fragments. My master, Hua Yumeng, has already become his disciple. What a spendthrift. Oh, right. Big Brother even created his own spendthrift sect. My master is his direct disciple. After a while, my master and I will come looking for our grandmaster. Sister, make sure you prepare lots of delicious food for me. As the voice faded, Tian Shue's rage erupted, causing the very ground beneath her to crack and splinter. The dignified valley master of the Myriad Flowers Valley actually took a junior in the mere chi condensation realm as her master. Good. What a very good disciple I have. Though furious, Tiansui forced a smile. Uncle Luo, if you wish to remain in my humble Star Soul sect, then by all means, you are welcome to stay. However, this place will not provide you with any resources whatsoever. He simply bowed his head. We are in your debt. Hao Yu peeked from behind a wall. Holy maiden. We don't need anything either. Just as long as we don't starve to death. Elder Xia, please arrange accommodations for them. As you command, holy maiden. Soon, everyone departed, leaving the courtyard empty once more. Tianhong approached her respectfully. Young miss, what in the world has happened? She sighed. The entire sect is in chaos. We'll sort this out when Ye Feng returns. A sense of dread washed over him. I don't know what mess Ye Feng has gotten himself into, but I must do what I can to help quell the young miss's anger. Ye Feng, my boy, you'd better remember my 9-leaf soul return herb when you get back. Meanwhile, in a remote village, a sudden cold breeze sent a shiver down Ye Feng's spine. That's strange. Why is there a chilling wind in the middle of the day? They said this place is still over 300 kilometers from the Star Extreme Sect. It would be so much easier if I could just fly on a sword. It takes more than 20 days just to reach the Star Extreme Sect, let alone the Star Soul Sect. I have to figure something out. Suddenly, a loud voice caught his attention. Fortune's told. Fortune's told. It's that old fraud again, already swindling someone else. Zhou Tong was hawking his services. Fortune's told. Fortune's told. I was once an elder of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, a master of profound celestial arts. Just treat this old master to a meal, and your future will be revealed. This offer is for one person only. Miss this chance, and it's gone forever. Yi Feng thought to himself, even in a world of cultivation, there are still charlatans and fake mystics. Senior, please read my fortune. Ah, young brother, the moment I saw you, I knew it was destiny. But this old one has his principles. We eat first, and then we divine. Yi Feng grinned. No problem. You pick the tavern. Inside a tavern, Zhou Tong devoured his food like a man starved for weeks. Young brother, you are truly generous. This old master approves of you. Heh, senior, you should focus on your meal. Half an hour later, the old man's belly was full and round. All right, this old master is satisfied. Now, young brother, just offer a single drop of your blood, and I shall calculate your destiny, he thought wryly. He's exactly like the charlatans from my past life. Full marks for the costume, though. He pricked his finger. Of course, it had to involve drawing blood. Zhou Tong stared at the drop of blood, his expression turning to shock. A notification sounded in Ye Feng's mind. Ding! System has detected a unique power attempting to probe the host's path of fate. Toxin elimination function will now activate automatically. Instantly, a bolt of energy struck Zhou Tong, and Ye Feng cried out in alarm. Senior, this isn't a scam at all. He actually has real power. He was strong enough to force my system's auto-defense. His face turned deathly pale. You, Senior, my deepest apologies. For my own particular reasons, your divine soul has been damaged. After that thunderous blast, Chu Tong finally collected himself. What was that tyrannical power? What the hell? My soul was almost completely obliterated. I was just trying to use the Heavenly Sun's secret art to check my fortune for the coming month. Yi Feng frantically apologized. Senior, I'm so sorry. Due to some special circumstances, your soul has been damaged because of me. Don't come any closer. Just stay back and give me a minute to recover. Just then, Yi Feng spoke up. As it happens, I have a certain spiritual herb. It should help you restore your soul quickly. The 9-leaf soul returning grass. It's a good thing this old charlatan showed up, Ye Feng thought. He helped me discover a hidden function of the system. I'll consider this spiritual herb as compensation. Young brother, no, I can't accept this. It would be a total waste on me. You'd be better off selling it to a 9th-grade alchemist. Besides, the old man warned, if you can't defend yourself, carrying this will only bring disaster upon you. Yi Feng realized this old master wasn't just skilled, he was a decent person too. Senior, I know what this 9-leaf soul-returning grass is, Ye Feng insisted. Just use it. If you don't, I'll just use it to soak my feet. Soak his feet in 9-leaf soul-returning grass? Is he joking? No. He's trying to make me accept it without feeling burdened, isn't he? He handed the old man the herb. Zhou Tong immediately took it and started chewing, reminding Ye Feng of a cow grazing on grass. The system chimed in, notifying him that for unlocking a hidden function, he'd been rewarded with 10,000 prodigal points. This made him think the system had been getting really generous lately. He wondered what rewards the other hidden functions might grant. The Heavenly Profound Secret Art Enlightenment Pill. Just the name sounded extraordinary. It seemed this pill had nothing to do with the previous ones. A moment later, Zhou Tong had devoured the entire herb. He thought with satisfaction, as expected of the 9-leaf soul-returning grass, my injuries are already 80 to 90% healed. If that other guy knew I just ate a legendary spiritual herb raw, he'd probably beat me to death. Could it be that the effects of one 9-leaf soul-returning grass weren't enough? Ye Feng then pulled out another 9-leaf soul-returning grass, shocking the old man. Senior, is your soul still not fully healed? Then just eat more. If we don't finish it, should we use it to soak our feet? Soak our feet? Why would you do something so decadent? Using such a priceless treasure to soak your feet? In the end, both of them used the legendary herbs to do just that. Ah, this is so relaxing. While we're alive, we should enjoy what we can. Little friend, you are truly wise. This is how one should live. This is how it should be, the old man sighed internally. Eating a 9-leaf soul-returning grass raw and then using it for a foot bath. This is such a sin. My wretched feet are not worthy. Old Zhou, Ye Feng asked, are you really an elder of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion? Why would a renowned elder be starving to death on the streets? I am indeed one of the elders of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. I came to Maple Leaf City this time on a secret mission. A secret mission? Ye Feng wondered. System, can you find out what this old Zhou Tong's mission is? The system immediately displayed a new prompt. Activate hidden function. Heavenly secret inquiry. So it even had a function for prying into heaven's secrets. He never expected that helping old Zhou would unlock 2 hidden functions, and even help fulfill a completion requirement. Old Zhou, I don't know how to repay your great kindness. Please accept these 5 heavenly profound secret art enlightenment pills. You already gave me the 9-leaf soul-returning grass, and even invited me for a foot soak. Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? Ye Feng smirked, thinking to himself, it's not like I can tell him he helped me unlock the system's hidden features, can I? Wait a second. What did you just call this pill? Ye Feng explained. Oh, I said this heavenly profound secret art enlightenment pill has a pretty big limitation. Unfortunately, it only allows one to comprehend the heavenly profound secret art. Zhou Tong exploded. Unfortunately? Do you have any idea how mysterious the heavenly profound secret art is? Do you know how difficult it is to master? What the hell? Countless people have tried, but not a single one has ever succeeded in cultivating it. Old Zhou, want to try one and see? The old man replied, it would be a lie to say I don't. Ye Feng silently commanded, System, use the secret heavenly inquiry function. Find out what old Zhou's mission in Maple Leaf City is. The system reported instantly. Zhou Tong's mission, under the orders of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's master, is to find the future holy maiden of the pavilion. So, old Zhou's secret mission was that critical. Maybe. I should help him out this time. A random mission popped up. Recruit the holy maiden of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion to become a disciple of the Prodigal Sect. The mission was linked to a huge number of prodigal points, but could be refused. Ye Feng thought. Poaching their talent? System, is this really how you want to play? He felt a little guilty. Sorry about this, old Zhou. He then asked the system, find the name and location of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's holy maiden. A few minutes later, a look of pure bliss spread across Zhou Tong's face. He spoke to Ye Feng in a syrupy voice. Little friend, how many more of those enlightenment pills do you have? Just name your price. I, on behalf of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, will buy every last one. Ye Feng replied, I do have a few left, but I can't sell. Why not? Because I have to save them for Ye Ling Shui. What? How did you know that name? I have a proposal. Let Ye Ling Shui become a disciple of both our sects. You'll be in charge of teaching, and we'll provide the resources. Impossible. The Holy Maiden of our Heavenly Mystery Pavilion can absolutely not join any other power. No, I have to find the Holy Maiden immediately. I can't let him get to her first. Ye Feng just smirked to himself. He thought to himself, perfect. He fell for the bait. Poor old Chu. The Tianji Pavilion exists beyond the flow of time. She still hasn't arrived at Maple Leaf City. The search was useless for several days. Hours later, an exhausted Ye Feng lay on a rock to rest. Man, I wish someone was here to pat my back. It would be amazing if Li Fei were here. Suddenly, A thought struck him. I wonder what my second disciple will be like. A young woman approached from the distance. It turned out to be Ye Lingshui. He ran toward her, drawn in by her youthful beauty and graceful charm. This must be my future disciple, Li Fei. It seems our fate as master and disciple wasn't meant to be. From now on, all my disciples will be beautiful women. You were destined to be my disciple. Saying this, he held out a flower to her. Oh, this beautiful young lady. Please wait just a moment. What is it? He held the flower between his teeth and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ye Feng, the sect master of the Prodigal Sect. Fate has brought us together today, and I wish to accept you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Lingshui tried to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't help but burst out laughing, which made him a little embarrassed. Is she blushing? Ye Feng asked, completely confused. What's wrong? Have I already left a deep impression on you? Lingshui sneered. Oh, it's quite a deep impression, all right. To think someone would give their own sect such a childish name. But Sect Master Ye, your cultivation is only at the Qi condensation realm, isn't it? Although strength isn't a strict requirement to establish a sect, I must ask, on what grounds do you want me to join? Are you aware that my cultivation has already reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm? The 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm? In that case, your strength is actually a bit on the low side. After all, your senior sister is at the peak of the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The gap is quite large, but don't feel too bad about it. In any case, our sect doesn't care too much about strength. Just take it slow. Annoyed, Lingshui turned and walked away. His realm is lower than mine, yet he dares to criticize me? And what's this about a senior sister at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm? Is he an idiot? I only talk to you because you're handsome. I really brought this trouble upon myself. Yi Feng immediately ran after her to explain. As your master, I have vast resources. I can cover all your future cultivation expenses, so why are you ignoring me? Is he playing hard to get with me? Playing hard to get? She fumed. Me? Playing hard to get with you? What is there to even play for with a complete fool like you? If it weren't for your handsome face, I would have crushed you long ago. Fine. You say you have resources? I'll give you a chance. 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. And I, Ye Lingshui, will acknowledge you as my master. If you can't produce them, I'll turn you into my personal doll. Now, let the show begin. She immediately recalled Tianshui's warning. No, I can't let myself be fooled. Is it because I'm just too poor? Why is everyone's price higher than mine? Yi Feng scanned her body. Small. Your frame is far too small. As I expected, you're a far cry from your senior sister. Here, take them. Consider it a greeting gift from your master. Did that brat just stare at my chest? Small? How could my frame be small? Suddenly, the spirit stone in her hand began to glow brightly. The light sent Lingshui into a total panic. What do I do? Do I really have to join this prodigal sect? Having a master who is weaker than me is too humiliating. Maybe I should just take the stones and run? No. That would create a heart demon. The Tribulation Transcendence realm involves a lightning trial that attacks one's mental state. What should I do? Wait a minute, she thought. Could it be true? Do I really have a senior sister in the Tribulation Transcendence realm, the peak of the 9th level? If he's already a master to such an expert, then who am I to be so proud? Sect Master Ye, you said my frame is vastly different from my senior sister's. So, how many spirit stones did she ask for? He replied, for starters, she's more developed. Her price was also 100 million. So far, so good, she thought. That's not too different, right? But your senior sister didn't want supreme-grade spirit stones. She wanted 100 million supreme-grade spirit essences. Hearing this, she was utterly shocked. What? Lingshui screamed. 100 million supreme-grade spirit essences? Honestly, he added, I felt that was a little cheap for her. Sect Master Ye, words are meaningless without proof. Show me, he thought to himself. It seems this one is even sharper than her senior sister. With that, he pulled out a piece of jewelry for her. This is the aura of a supreme-grade spirit essence. She immediately dropped to one knee before him. The surrounding crowd began to whisper. What is that girl doing? Proposing in public? Kids these days. Let's go. Let's go. Disciple Ye Lingshui pays respects to Master. Master, I have seen the proof. A teachable child. At that moment, the system announced he had completed a random mission, rewarding him with 30,000 prodigal points. He also received the Mystic Heaven Demon Art, an Epiphany Pill, and a Karmic Tao pattern. When combined, they can greatly enhance one's ability to block karmic fate. perfect for prying into the secrets of heaven. Looking at this new power, Feng was fascinated. Whoa, this is some good stuff. She wondered to herself. What is Master thinking about to make him smile so foolishly? Ling Shui. Even though you've now joined the Prodigal Sect. But the sect has no physical headquarters, she just needs to remember who she is. His mind flashed back to Ling Shui, watching helplessly as Zhou Tong was beaten to a pulp. I'm only searching for a person. That's all. The people of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion are hunting you. They're after your very destiny. You're destined to be their holy maiden, and I won't stop you. You truly have a gift for it. He placed his hand on her chest, summoning this Tao pattern of karma. It can see through karmic destiny, and even block it to a degree. From now on, be careful with your fate. Oh, okay. A wicked thought crossed his mind. The chest isn't really the part that needs concealing. I have 10,000 heavenly profound enlightenment pills. If your cultivation hits a wall, just eat one. When you run out, I'll figure out how to get more. Ling Shui's heart trembled. Why is Master treating me so well? Could it be that Master is controlling the entire grand chess game of the heavenly profound continent? She spoke up. Master, rest assured, I will definitely take control of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and make it a vassal force for our prodigal sect. His expression soured. Control the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? A vassal force? What is going on inside Ling Shui's head? Ling Shui, that's not what I... She cut him off. Master, is the senior sister currently holding a high position in some powerful faction? Well, yes, but... Master, where are the people from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Just tell me, and I'll create a chance encounter, infiltrate their ranks, become the Holy Maiden, and absorb them all. Ling Xue, actually, the thing is... She interrupted again. Master, I understand now. Please, trust me. Could you please stop writing your own script? What the hell do you understand? I took on a disciple, not a spy movie actress. I seriously owe you an Oscar for this performance. On a street corner, Zhou Tong was sprawled out, sighing dramatically. Hey, look there. Feng pointed Ling Shui in his direction. See that sloppy old man? He's an elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Oh, so that's the world's #1 divine fortune teller? Master, I'm going to have him read my fortune. Let's see if he can figure out who I am. His words of caution were swiftly cut off. Master, I'm off. I absolutely will not disappoint you. By the way, what were you trying to say earlier? Nothing. Go for it, he sighed. Forget it. Let her play however she wants. It'll give the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion a massive headache anyway. And just like that, with the cold wind blowing, a hero marches off, never to return. Ling Shui stepped forward to greet Zhou Tong. His eyes went wide in shock. You are. A moment later, Feng watched in disbelief as Zhou Tong burst into manic laughter, then scooped Ling Shui up and fled. That old geezer couldn't have fallen for Ling Shui's act, right? Why is he running so fast? Wait a second. Did I forget something? Damn it. I forgot to activate the sect's transmission and teleportation functions for her. I'll just have to add them later. In a flash, Zhou Tong had carried Ling Shui hundreds of meters away from the city gate. He snorted triumphantly. You little brat. You thought you could steal the Holy Maiden of our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Too bad I found her first. Ling Shui stuck her tongue out playfully. This old man is so ancient, yet my master is still running circles around him. His calculations are nothing compared to Master's. Time flew by, and soon it was night. Feng was still trekking through the dense forest. He looked up. It's getting dark. I should probably find a place to rest and continue tomorrow. Suddenly, his eyes widened at a discovery. A mountain cave. Perfect. I'll just crash here for the night. A short while later, ominous chatter echoed through the woods. We've been busy all day and haven't seen a single demon beast. Young master, perhaps we should return to the villa. Zhang Heng, the young master of Mirror Moon Mountain Villa, snapped back. Fatty, are you telling me what to do? His protector, the fat elder, quickly bowed his head, saying he wouldn't dare. But inwardly, he was cursing him. This idiot is arrogant and lazy, with a weak spiritual root. All he knows is indulgence. If it weren't for the villa master's orders, you think I'd agree to be your protector? Zhang Heng scanned the area, then lit up. There's a cave over there. We'll rest in the forest tonight. If I don't return with a dead demon beast, those bastards will really think I, Zhang Heng, am nothing but trash. A mere Spirit Sea Realm cultivator wants to fight a demon beast? Even if you brought back a corpse, would anyone believe you killed it? What a joke. You're just deceiving yourself. Without your father, what would you even be, you pathetic waste? Just then, Zhang Heng cried out in excitement. Fatty, come look at this. The elder paused, startled, then slowly approached. Young master, what did you find? Inside the cave, Feng was sleeping peacefully atop a bed of glittering spirit stones. Zhang Heng stroked his chin with a sinister grin. I get it now. This prodigal inside is a real pro. Why didn't I ever think of using spirit stones as a bed? The fat elder couldn't help but curse internally. Of all the things to learn from someone, you useless trash learn how to be a prodigal? I've learned my lesson. Fatty, kill him. Tonight, I'm sleeping on that supreme-grade spirit stone bed. Young master, I fear this person's identity isn't simple. He might have a powerful protector. For your own safety, maybe we should. Before the elder could finish, he was cut off. I said, kill him. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. He could only obey. As the elder moved to attack, Zhang Heng mused aloud. If only there was a girl here, this would be even more perfect. Just like that, the fat elder unleashed a powerful strike towards the still sleeping Feng inside the cave. Suddenly, brilliant golden beams of light erupted from the cave. In a flash, the two intruders outside were instantly shredded, their blood painting the entrance red. At the same time, the golden armored guard let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. I nearly allowed those scoundrels to disturb the master's rest. What's this? A lone mosquito buzzed past. The golden armored guard snatched it from the air with a swift motion. A mere mosquito that can bypass my death mark? How interesting. A wicked smile crossed his face as he released it towards Feng's cave. This might cause a little trouble for my master. That way, I'll finally get a chance to step out and get some fresh air. The next morning, Feng sat up with a mighty stretch. He'd have to tell the system to get him a blanket, because this spirit stone bed was hard as a rock. He then summoned his status window. Feng, age 18, realm, peak 9th level of the Qi condensation stage. Prodigal points, 141.10. Today's special prodigal item, 1006th grade, 9th stage Heavenly Lightning Talismans. His jaw nearly hit the floor. A single talisman packed the full force punch of a 9th level Purple Mansion expert. With over 140,000 prodigal points, it was finally time to power up. Consume 99,000 prodigal points. Break through to the peak 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Moments later, a powerful vortex formed, pulling all the spiritual energy from outside into the cave. It all converged on Feng, who sat meditating with his eyes closed. The energy spiraled slowly around his dantian. Then, without warning, the core within him began to glow with a blinding light. A mystical lotus flower materialized and swallowed the orb whole. A magnificent radiance immediately exploded outwards in all directions. After a moment, the lotus bloomed beautifully, with Feng sitting serenely at its center. He slowly opened his eyes, taking in his newfound power. He had successfully broken through to the peak 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Outside the cave, the sun was already high in the sky. Feng jumped for joy, ecstatic. To break through 2 entire major realms in one go. He was finally at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. I'm a genius. It's just a shame no one was here to witness such an epic breakthrough. As he said that, his eyes fell upon 2 bodies lying at the cave's entrance. He accidentally stepped into a pool of blood. What in the world happened here? I take one nap and wake up to 2 dead bodies? So I guess my breakthrough did have witnesses after all. Dead ones. Is the universe trying to mess with me? These 2 were clearly murdered by someone else. It must have been the work of my guards, right? But what's the deal with this bug? Whatever. I should just pack up and hit the road. Meanwhile, in a dreamlike wedding hall, Feng gently slid the wedding ring onto Tian Shue's finger and whispered, Master, I'm giving you my entire world. Will you marry me? She beamed, nodding her head. I will. A nameless figure watched them embrace, tears streaming down his face. My daughter. You must be happy. Feng suddenly whispered in her ear, Master, my wife. Let's have enough kids to start a soccer team. Tian Shui blushed. I'll listen to whatever you say. And then, her eyes snapped open in sheer terror. A reality-shattering scream echoed from her room. I do not consent. Tian Shui bolted upright in her bed, her entire face flushed crimson. Woken by the scream, Feng asked, confused, Wifey? What's wrong? Zhao Zhao also peered over, still half asleep. Big sis, what was all that noise? Tian Shui let out a sigh of relief. It's nothing, thank goodness. It was just a dream. Let me just get back to sleep. Wait, something's not right. A split second later, a deafening boom ripped through the air. A room in the heart of the Star Soul Sect had just exploded. Tian Shui went and knocked on the neighboring door. Tian Tian and Tian Yue opened it, looking at her with curiosity. Your Holiness, it's so late. Is something wrong? Holy Maiden. What was that explosion we just heard? It was nothing. Just some inner demons acting up. I'll be sleeping here with you for the next couple of days. Make some room for me. The two girls stared blankly for a second before agreeing. Meanwhile, in a forest somewhere, Feng was sprawled out on the grass, complaining, "Man, I wish I had a carriage right now. This is exhausting." Just then, he spotted something in the distance. Is that a merchant caravan? They have carriages. Feng immediately sprinted towards them. Greetings, please wait a moment. Meng Tongyu eyed him with suspicion. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? Brother, I was hoping to join your caravan, and why would I let a complete stranger join my caravan? Tongyu signaled for the others behind him to keep moving. Feng grumbled to himself in frustration. If I knew it would be like this, I would have started my own caravan. Why didn't I think of that sooner? The very next town I reach, I'm starting my own caravan. I'll get a fancy carriage and hire servants to wait on me. Yup, but then Tang Yu suddenly reined his horse around. Hey, you said you wanted to join the caravan? Feng glanced over, acting nonchalant. What about it? My young master has decided to give you a chance. If you can defeat him in a match, you'll be allowed to travel with us. Oh? A deal that good, huh? The young master of the Divine Sea Commerce Guild, Huang Xiaofei, stepped forward to introduce himself, saying, I am at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Treasure Realm. Feng thought to himself, this blonde kid doesn't look like a guild's young master at all, but he still smiled and stated his name and rank. Peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Heh, brother, don't say that I, Huang Xiaofei, am bullying you. I'll give you a 3-move handicap. Use any trick you want. Doesn't that sound great for you? Feng's expression darkened. He actually pulls out a whole stack of talismans, trying to show off more than me? If I don't teach you a lesson, I'd be failing my role as the main character. In that case, don't blame me for what happens next. Seeing this, Tongwu rushed forward, pushing Xiaofei out of the way. Young master, be careful. This man is extremely dangerous. Whoa, isn't this just a friendly duel? The young master will let you join the caravan whether you win or lose. Isn't pulling out all those talismans a bit much? Xiaofei asked with genuine curiosity. Gourds? What gourds? Young master, please don't interfere. Feng replied with a smile. These talismans? I just took them out to play with. They won't hurt anyone. I'll use my Heaven's Insight ability just once. So, no matter if I win or lose, he'll let me join the caravan? A system notification appeared, confirming the man's words were true. Feng was a bit stunned, realizing he had been the petty one this whole time. Across from him, Tang Wu spoke up. Those 8 talismans. I bet that's your trump card, isn't it? You say you took them out for fun? Only a ghost would believe that. Hearing this, Xiaofei was even more lost. Sweet gourds? Since when are gourds sweet? Feng let out a sigh. If you really don't believe me. Suddenly, he tossed several talismans into the air. A series of deafening explosions erupted behind them. Then I'll just have to treat you all to a fireworks display as my apology. This is just a bit of performance art from me. Tong Wu's jaw dropped in utter shock. Holy crap. You're for real? Meanwhile, Xiaofei stared in admiration at the so-called sweet gourds. The caravan members stared at the pillar of black smoke in the distance. What in the world just happened? Tong Wu cleared his throat. All right, I'll believe you this time. Forgive my harsh tone. Feng happily began handing out talismans to every single person. Come on, everyone. I'll need your help with something. Xiaofei took one and asked Tong Wu, Manager Meng, what are these 100+ gourds for? His voice trembled with excitement. These are called talismans, not gourds. A single one of these is worth 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Feng suddenly shouted, I need you all to help me complete a work of performance art. A thunderous feast. Throw every last thunder talisman in your hands. Let's make the lightning strike even more fiercely. Everyone just stared, wondering if this guy had lost his mind. Wow, is he trying to offload used goods? So many people here. This is the perfect chance to waste some assets. I'll give them some benefits later. And I get rewards too. I'm truly a prodigal genius. Tong Wu broke into a cold sweat, staring at the brilliant aura around Feng. To think this man could pull out so many grade 6 level 9 talismans. I'm afraid even the young master's status can't compare to his. He opened his mouth to speak. Brother, you should probably take these back. But before he could finish, Xiaofei asked excitedly, Big brother, are you serious? Can I really throw it? Of course it's real. Hurry up and throw them. Everyone, on my command, throw the talismans. What followed was an endless symphony of earth-shattering explosions. A passing bird flew away in a panic, its head spinning. A moment later, the crowd looked down at the ground in awe. It's so deep. It's a giant crater now. I've never seen anything like it. You just blew through 80 or 90 million with those talismans. This is insane. I could brag about this thunder for the rest of my life. This magnificent scene was all my doing, but Xiao Fei was sobbing, clinging to Tong Wu's arm. Manager Meng, if father calls me a prodigal son again, you have to be my witness. I'm not nearly prodigal enough. A notification popped up. Congratulations, host, for successfully wasting today's prodigal items. Reward: 1,000 points and the divine art, benevolent and malevolent Buddha. Yi Feng was secretly overjoyed. A divine art as a reward. This time, I owe it all to these people. System: give each of them 100. The system immediately cut him off. 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. No more. Yi Feng's face darkened as he muttered, I wasn't even finished talking. A moment later, he began distributing the spirit stones. The caravan members accepted them in a daze. Thank you for helping me throw those talismans just now. I hope you won't mind this small gift of supreme-grade spirit stones. The entire crowd erupted. 10,000. It's really 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. This is crazy. Am I dreaming? So many supreme-grade spirit stones. I couldn't earn this much working for the Merchant Guild my entire life. Only Tong Wu fell into deep thought. 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones per person. For 108 people. That's over 1 million. Xiao Fei wailed indignantly. You all always call me a prodigal son. How am I a prodigal son? When I get back, I'm going to tell my father all about this. I'll let him know how I've been wronged for over 10 years. What? You think you're not prodigal enough? You want to be just like him, don't you? You brat. He sternly pinched Xiao Fei's cheek. Yi Feng happened to witness this exact moment. He thought in a panic. Wait, are those two flirting with each other? No way, right? Xiao Fei yelped. Ow, ow, that hurts. Suddenly a voice called out. Manager Meng. Tong Wu turned his head and asked, What is it? Manager Meng, I, Zhang Hai, am grateful for the guild's care, but this journey is too dangerous. With these 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, I don't have to go. Manager Meng, you know my situation. With this many spirit stones, I want to go home to my son. I don't lack cultivation resources anymore. Me too. Hearing this, Ye Feng was stunned. What's going on? Across from him, Tong Wu looked. I could choke on my own rage. A few minutes later, the caravan was in shambles. Just 3 people and a single horse, completely stranded. Ye Feng felt a pang of guilt. They were kind enough to let me travel with them, and I completely destroyed their caravan. Maybe giving them 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones wasn't the best idea. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, host, for your successful wastefulness. Reward: 200 points and the blood ginseng pill formula. He sighed in frustration. Stop congratulating me. I just caused a huge mess. Manager Meng, my apologies. I never imagined they'd be that greedy. I was actually planning to give them 1 billion spirit stones each. Good thing I only offered 10,000. Hearing this, Tong Yu practically had steam shooting from his ears. If you gave them 1 billion, we might as well have just disbanded the caravan. If we just rely on windfalls, what's the point of? Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Fei cried out in alarm. Big brother, look, you're going to make Manager Meng cough himself to death. Ye Feng quickly knelt down beside Tong Yu. Manager Meng, with your condition as it is, what kind of legendary treasure do you need to heal your wounds? He then pulled out his entire collection of treasures. Ugh, it feels like nothing I have is useful here. But the sight of his hoard was enough to shock Tang Yu back to his senses. Xiao Fei was completely speechless. 9-leaf soul-returning grass, golden silkworm starstone, blood from a purple lightning berserker lion king, an enlightenment pill, a heaven-tier sword heart advancement pill, and a heavenly mystic arts enlightenment pill. Wait, aren't these things only mentioned in ancient legends? Was he genuinely trying to help, or just flaunting his unbelievable wealth? After a moment, Ye Feng sighed dramatically. My collection is still too small. Useless when it really counts. The other two were completely floored. Then, Ye Feng activated his system and spoke again. Manager Meng, you know your condition best. Just name the pill you need. I will take full responsibility for this. Tang Yu's eyes narrowed. He's starting to show off again, isn't he? So, he decided to give him an impossible task. My lifeblood is in turmoil. I need an 8th-grade blood ginseng pill to recover, and it must be at least of the 5th pattern. Ye Feng blinked in surprise. A blood ginseng pill? Wasn't that the exact formula the system just gave me? System. I want 8th grade blood ginseng pills. Give me as many as you've got. Instantly, a crimson pill materialized. Unlocking 80 pill vials consumed 8,000 points. Obtained 10 8th grade, 9 pattern blood ginseng pills. He frowned. Huh? It only cost 8,000 points? Where did all the other system rewards go? The system quickly pleaded ignorance. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was scolding Tang Yu. Manager, Meng. Weren't you being a little too hard on him? That brother of ours just likes to show off a little. Fine. Fine. I won't give him any more trouble. But at that moment, Ye Feng was seeing red. You damn system. Did you also rip me off when I unlocked that Earth grade martial art? Host, please stop. Someone is approaching you. Tang Yu walked over with a slight smile. Young master, if you don't have one, it's all right. I was merely joking. After all, the blood ginseng pill recipe has been lost to time. But to his shock, Ye Feng suddenly held out his hand. Manager Meng, I found that blood ginseng pill. Tang Yu was stunned. You really have one? Don't tell me. It's a 9-pattern pill? Manager Meng, stop staring and take it already. Tang Yu thought to himself, this is a priceless treasure I could never afford. But out loud, he politely refused. Young master, my injuries aren't actually that serious. A little rest is all I need to recover. There's no need to use such a precious pill on me. Precious? What's so special about this cracked-looking thing? Cracked? Tang Yu gasped. Those are the legendary 9 patterns. Xiao Fei just chuckled. Maybe to him, that's all it is. So what was Big Brother Ye planning to do? Ye Feng turned and held the pill out to their horse. Here you go, little guy. Have a snack. The horse drooled, thinking this was a great deal. Tang Yu screamed in agony. No, don't. A few seconds later, the system screen lit up again. Congratulations, host, for your successful wastefulness. Reward, 3,000 points. Ye Feng grinned internally. Even though I'm spending a ton of points, I'm earning them back even faster. At this rate, I can easily earn 10,000 points. He casually tossed out another pill. Here, have a few more. The horse was ecstatic. Oh my heavens, this smells amazing. Tang Yu's face grew darker and darker. Please, stop wasting them. But Ye Feng and the horse were in perfect sync, playing a little game of toss and catch. Finally, he took out one last pill. Manager Meng, look at this 9-pattern blood ginseng pill. With tears welling in his eyes, Tang Yu cried, Stop, I'll eat it. You know, this actually tastes pretty good. Oh, sweet mother, Xiao Fei just stared. Manager Meng, you've finally become the very thing you swore to destroy. Just then, the system pinged again. Congratulations, host, for your successful wastefulness. Reward, 3,000 points and 1,009 pattern blood ginseng pills. Yifeng rubbed his chin, musing to himself. Seems like a little show of force was all it took to convince Tang Yu. I guess Manager Meng's injuries weren't that critical after all. Making him eat a 9-pattern pill for that. What a glorious waste. 1,000 pills? Now, how should I use all of these? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Young Master Huang, he called out. Would you also like to have one of these 9-pattern blood ginseng pills? There's one for me too? Yifeng gave him a sly wink. Go on. Have a few. I have plenty of these. I guarantee you'll be full. Xiao Fei forced a smile. Thank you, Brother Ye. Tang Yu's eyes went wide. You can actually get full from eating this? A few minutes later, the three of them were in a carriage. This prodigal life wasn't half bad. Xiao Fei respectfully clasped his hands. Brother Ye, from this day forward, you are my big brother. Huang Xiao Fei's big brother. Whatever you need in the future, just say the word. This little brother will do everything in his power to help. All right. I accept you as my little brother. Tang Yu suddenly chimed in. Xiao Fei, once we return, I will explain everything to your father. Ye Feng stared at them with wide eyes. Huh? Is this kind of situation really supposed to develop this way? The two of them hugged and sobbed. You truly aren't prodigal enough. You've suffered so much injustice for over 10 years. The Guildmaster's vision is just too narrow. He's blaming me for nothing. Yifeng mused while eating a pastry. So, this isn't what being a prodigal is all about? Oh, right. You guys said that blood ginseng pill is some kind of precious medicine. What's so precious about it? Isn't it just a 9th grade pill? Tang Yu explained. It's the pill formula that's precious. Young Master Ye, the healing effect of this blood ginseng pill is incredible. It's a top-tier medicinal pill, and neither the refining process nor the spiritual herbs are particularly difficult to obtain. The only thing is, the formula itself was lost to time. Now, every blood ginseng pill used is one less in the world, which makes them extremely valuable. As Tang Yu spoke, he stared intently at the pill. Suddenly, Ye Feng pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. The lost formula for the blood ginseng pill? I have it right here. What? He was holding the formula upside down and still bluffing like a god. I can't understand it. We'll only know for sure by trying to refine it. But I, Meng Tang Yu, believe in young Master Ye. Xiao Fei was skeptical. Big brother, is this formula real? Of course it's real. What's more, I can hand it over to your merchant guild. That's amazing. Thank you, big brother. But I'll take a cut of the profits from the pill sales. And you'll also have to make a donation to my sect. No problem. I agree on my father's behalf. With the deal sealed, Ye Feng began to daydream about Tian Shui hugging and kissing him, saying, I'm so lucky to have a direct disciple like you. Master, this disciple will make the Star Soul sect powerful for you. It's such an exhausting and expensive burden. Ye Feng lifted the curtain to look outside. Oh, right. How much for that shipment of goods? I want to buy it all and then throw it away. Meng Guanjia, you and Xiao Fei will follow me back to the sect for a visit. It's a good chance to learn the way. Tang Yu immediately agreed. We'll follow young Master Ye's lead. Young Master Ye, please. Yi Feng stepped onto the flying sword and sighed in admiration. It's quite stable. Finally, no more walking. I have to learn this sword-riding art later. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei's heart was filled with anticipation. Just what kind of sect did his big brother belong to? Not long after, in a certain town, Yi Feng joyfully collapsed onto a bed. Finally, a real bed. Even with Meng Guanjia, it would take 3 days to reach the Star Soul sect. He thought about it for a while before drifting off to sleep. But in another room, Xiao Fei spoke with dejection. I know. Tang Yu hurried over to ask what was wrong. Young master, what did the guild master say? He replied, looking like all hope was lost. Meng Guanjia, my father said. I'm a dead man. Back at the Sea God Merchant Guild headquarters, Guildmaster Huang Dahai sighed. Sigh. If I had known this would happen, I would have kept Xiao Fei at home. Old Meng, I'll trouble you to make a trip and bring them back. He's lost his mind, his subordinates have left, and the goods are gone. He's listening to some guy named Young Master Ye. What I'm most worried about right now is their safety. The old man in the gray robe, Meng Haifeng, replied instantly. Don't worry, Guildmaster, nothing will happen to them. I will go and find them. The next day, the sun peeked over the mountain peaks. Yi Feng opened his notifications to read. Today's prodigal product is 10,000 fragments of the sacred battle physique. It was an extremely powerful combat physique. The more severe the injuries, the stronger the energy it unleashed. The more you fought, the more ferocious you became. He cursed under his breath. Holy crap, this thing is that powerful? System, can't you just give it to me all at once? Warning, host, do not do anything foolish. Although the sacred battle physique is powerful, it is not compatible with you. Pay no mind to this trash tier physique. Trash tier? A trash tier physique? If I can't even use it myself, then what am I supposed to do with it? At the same time, a table full of food was ready in the next room. Xiao Fei cheerfully invited him over. Big brother Ye, come quickly. Breakfast is ready. Yi Feng felt a sense of déjà vu. This enthusiastic service reminds me of Li Fei. Li Fei? He suddenly realized he could give the sacred battle physique to Xiao Fei, just as he had done with Li Fei. Thinking of this, Ye Feng asked immediately, Xiao Fei, what do you think about cultivators who charge onto the front lines in battle? The boy let out a surprised, huh? Before answering, I have immense respect for them. Although I'm a spoiled young master who doesn't take cultivation seriously, my own abilities are very poor. It's not that I don't try, but the truth is, I was born weak. Ye Feng silently asked the system, do things like aptitude, spiritual roots, or this sacred battle physique have any requirements? None. As long as one constantly engages in life or death combat, their strength will increase, and they will comprehend super powerful martial skills. Damn it, even a so-called trash physique has such a badass description. Xiao Fei, would you be willing to become a frontline cultivator? The only stable data he has is his escape speed. Xiao Fei, he was completely bewildered. Huh? Brother Ye, business is business and fun is fun, but don't joke with my life. I'm not bragging here, I may not be a fighter, but I'm an expert at running away. Is that so? It's the absolute truth. Suddenly, Xiao Fei shuddered. The way Brother Ye is looking at me. Why do I feel a little terrified? But Ye Feng wouldn't give up. Let me tell you. A story. Once, there was a handsome guy who possessed 10,000 fragments of the death sword intent, but he didn't want them. So he found a fatty who hated sword cultivators and told him to use that death sword intent instead. Xiao Fei's face soured as he thought, who calls themselves handsome like that? The second story. The sacred battle physique is an incredibly powerful combat constitution. And as it happens, that same handsome guy possessed this physique, but he wanted to gift this sacred battle physique to someone who didn't know how to fight and was only good at running away. If you want to trash me, just say it. While waiting for a chance to escape, Xiaofei could only say, "Brother Ye, your stories are amazing. I was just scared earlier, that's all. I have nothing but respect for those warriors. How could I flee just to save my own skin? If it weren't for my congenital defect, I would have jumped into that thrilling life-or-death battle in a heartbeat." Steward Meng. Wouldn't you agree? But he had already revealed himself as a talentless coward who wanted to give up. Feng cursed under his breath. "This useless brat, you're looking down on this, aren't you?" Steward Meng, the decision is yours. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you want Xiaofei to have a future, tie him up now. Thank you, young Master Ye, for making this possible. Xiaofei immediately bolted. Steward Meng, don't. Please don't. If my father finds out I have this kind of powerful physique, he'll definitely force me to fight. But before he could finish his sentence, Tang Yu had already caught up to him. Once caught, Xiaofei started screaming his head off. "Murder! Help me! Let me go! I don't want this!" Steward Meng. Tang Yu smacked his bottom and snapped, "Be quiet." "Ah!" Ye Feng approached and gave an order. "Hold him down in a moment. Young Master Ye, we're troubling you." Only Xiaofei was still crying and protesting. "I don't want to go to the front lines. I'll just mess everything up." Tang Yu tried to comfort him. "It's okay. It'll be over soon. Don't worry, young master. Young Master Ye already told me it won't hurt at all. You're the bravest one." A moment later, Ye Feng began to push the fragments into the center of Xiaofei's forehead. He pushed in 10 fragments in a row, causing the boy to grimace in pain. "I thought you said it would be over in a moment." Finally, he passed out completely. Tang Yu asked worriedly, "Dr. Ye, are Xiaofei's symptoms normal?" Ye Feng smiled and replied, "The process went very smoothly. Let's observe him for now." Suddenly, they both cried out in shock. "What is that? Why has the sky turned red? This isn't a sign of some impending disaster, is it?" Then, the sound of cracking bones filled the air. Ye Feng and Tang Yu quickly backed away. A steed of iron, a blade of war, shattering the courage of thieves. Bloodstains white hair, defying heaven and earth. Crimson became the new color of the dark land, marking just the beginning of a chaotic era. The sacred physique formed, radiating a blinding light. Tang Yu looked at Xiaofei in awe. The sacred battle physique is terrifying. If the young master doesn't improve, he is fundamentally unworthy of possessing it. Just then, a notification panel appeared. "Congratulations, host, for squandering all of today's family assets. Reward, 1,000 points, and 3 ninth-grade yin-yang illusion formation flags." Ye Feng screamed in shock. "System, what the hell is this? You call this squandering a physique? This formation flag is activated by releasing spiritual power, and it can imprison a peak 9th-level Tribulation Transcendence expert for 10 hours. This reward isn't bad at all. I've only been at the Star Soul Sect for 3 days. This thing will let me sleep soundly at night." The system added, "Don't worry, host. This is very suitable for you." Not long after, Xiaofei groggily woke up. "Brother Ye, is it over? Why don't I feel anything? Did you really bury that physique for me?" Tang Yu excitedly ripped his shirt open. "No, young master. After we take young Master Ye back to the sect, I'll invite the guild leader himself to come and guide you. From now on, every fight between us will be a battle to the death. If you don't fight seriously, I certainly won't show any mercy. If you die, I'll follow you to the grave." Ye Feng covered his face, thinking, "Xiaofei, you better pray for yourself." Night began to fall, as the 3 figures soared through the sky. Tang Yu looked up and said, "The sun's going down. We need to find a place to rest." "Right, we're counting on you, Butler Meng Quan." But Xiaofei remained completely silent, which made Ye Feng glance back curiously. What on earth did Butler Meng Quan say to him? Why has he been in a funk all day? A moment later, they landed in a clearing. "Let's rest here for the night." Hearing Tang Yu's suggestion, Ye Feng nodded in approval. What a seasoned survivalist Butler Meng is, with so much experience sleeping in the wild. No, that's not it at all." Suddenly, with tears welling in his eyes, Xiaofei shouted, "Butler Meng, from this moment on, I beg you to teach me everything you know." He was stunned when Tang Wu didn't react. Suddenly, Tang Wu breathed a heavy sigh of relief, patting Xiaofei on the shoulder. "Looks like you finally came to your senses." Ye Feng watched them, completely stunned. What is this? Weren't they vehemently against this before? How could they change their minds in just one day? Whatever. If Huang Xiaofei agreed, he must have his reasons. Now then, let's see what this flag can really do. A brilliant light erupted from the banner, illuminating the entire area. Feng turned to Tong Wu and Xiao Fei. You two are on your own. Fight it out. I've left 100 blood ginseng pills right here for you. The formation is active. No one will disturb you, Tang Wu said, already in the heat of battle. Understood, young Master Ye. Xiao Fei seized the opening and attacked. Manager Meng, you're distracted. This wasn't good. With that, Tang Wu unleashed a strike on Xiao Fei, who let out a pained cry. Young Master, you think I can't fight without a blade? As he spoke, another scream echoed from Xiao Fei. Just then, Feng finally found them. He muttered to himself, so my son and the young master are both here. But then his eyes shot wide open, his jaw dropping in disbelief at the scene before him. Xiao Fei had Tang Wu in a headlock, a triumphant smirk on his face. Manager Meng, you seriously underestimated me. But Tang Wu was defiant. You think this little bit of strength is enough to hold me? Feng watched in a panic, cold sweat pouring down his face. Tang Wu smirked, reversing the hold and pinning Xiao Fei. You're still too green. Xiao Fei gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Feng rushed forward to stop them. Oh my god, stop fighting, he thought to himself. Those two brats. It's just like the guildmaster said. They're completely insane. I have to stop them. But a shimmering barrier of light from the flag suddenly blocked his path. The sounds of their challenges from within the barrier left Feng stunned. Manager Meng, I won't hold back. Bring it on, young master. Forget everything and attack me. Come on, come on, come on. Feng sat on the ground, completely dazed, until the sun began to rise. Then he cursed under his breath. Damn it, why is there a formation array here? Damn it all, I don't know a thing about formations. And it's a high-grade one too. My life sucks. He peered inside and saw Ye Feng lying on a large stone slab. Huh? This must be the young Master Ye the guildmaster mentioned. To use a formation flag of such incredible quality, he's no simple man. Suddenly, he was startled and glanced towards Xiao Fei and Tang Wu. He wondered, are they finally done fighting? At that moment, Xiao Fei was brandishing a sword with a satisfied grin, while Feng clutched his head in panic. What the hell? It was supposed to be a fist fight. Why is he holding a blade now? Tang Wu was still clashing with Xiao Fei, filled with excitement. Feng screamed into the formation. Stop it right now. Are you both insane? Damn it, this barrier is too strong. 5 minutes later, he saw both of them lying exhausted on the ground. He muttered, it's over. It's finally over. Wait, what are they doing now? Xiao Fei. Is this really the same kid I've known his whole life? And those? Are those blood ginseng pills? Tang Wu chuckled, lying beside Xiao Fei to rest. That's a nice sword you've got. Xiao Fei laughed right along with him. Another 5 minutes passed. The battle raged on. Manager Meng, let's keep going. I can feel a hint of the sacred combat body awakening. Hearing this, Tang Wu replied, let's go. Feng slumped against a tree in defeat. You're insane. You're both completely and utterly insane. Even if you're injured, don't use such precious elixirs. What a pair of wastrels. The sun gradually appeared, cheerfully announcing, I'm here. Feng rubbed his eyes as he woke up. Are they still fighting? Don't tell me they've been at it all night. He saw Feng staring daggers at him. Feng simply took out another flag. Good thing I used this formation flag last night, or they'd be in real trouble. This first flag is about to lose its power. I'll use the second one to keep them contained for another 10 hours. If you catch up, old man, I'll reward you with a flag. Feng charged forward in a frenzy. He sees me. He really is the one in control. No wonder my son couldn't see me. This is fine. Let's see what you're really made of. He slammed straight into the formation's invisible wall. Feng called out to Xiao Fei and Tang Wu. All right, that's enough. Stop fighting. It's time for us to get going. The other two replied in unison. Right. They casually walked away, leaving Feng to watch, furious and utterly helpless. Feng flashed him the middle finger. Idiot. An explosive wave of power erupted, scorching the forest as panicked birds took flight. Feng roared in frustration. Break for me. Meanwhile, in another location, Feng was quietly observing Xiao Fei and Tang Wu. That was a close call. Those two clueless kids probably have no idea I was fending off an enemy for them all night. As expected, the Merchant Guild is the kind of power that makes enemies far too easily. Suddenly, a notification popped up, making him spit up blood in shock. Today's squander item, 10,009 pattern blood ginseng pills. What the hell? 10,000 blood ginseng pills again? Who could possibly consume all of those? Wait a second. Why do I have to eat them? I can just throw them away, can't I? System. Isn't this 8th grade, 9 pattern blood ginseng pill a long-lost elixir? so I'll just scatter them all over the road. Talk about wasting a heavenly treasure. If some little demonic beast eats one, or if another person finds them, they probably wouldn't even recognize what it is. Would that still be considered squandering? The screen lit up. Meets requirements. But Ye Feng just seemed amused. Good, but it looks like we haven't had breakfast yet. Xiao Fei immediately snapped back to reality. Brother Ye, we've been so careless. We never thought we'd be camping out overnight. With that, Ye Feng presented his ultimate invincible blood ginseng pills. Apologize for what? I'm just giving you a little reminder, free of charge. You might not have breakfast, but I certainly do. Xiao Fei stared in awe at the pile of blood ginseng pills, while Tong Wu gritted his teeth in confusion. Yi Feng flashed an inviting smile. What are you staring at? Go on, eat. If you don't, you'll be disrespecting me. Xiao Fei hesitated, thinking that eating too many of these would make him sick. But he couldn't just refuse Brother Ye's generosity. An hour later, Tang Wu was lying on the ground, clutching his perfectly round belly. Brother Ye, we really can't eat another bite. Ye Feng just smiled back. If you're full, then it's time to work it off. I've still got over 9,000 of these pills left. Butler Meng, you lead the way. Xiao Fei, I want you to toss one of these blood ginseng pills on the road with every step. Xiao Fei recoiled in shock. Brother Ye, we can't do that. If someone else finds them, it could seriously damage the merchant association that has the exclusive rights to sell these. Besides, these are 9-pattern pills. Yi Feng sighed, looking at him with disappointment. Xiao Fei, you're the young master of a merchant association, yet you have no head for business. Even though these are all 9-pattern pills, I only have a little over 9,000 of them. Every pill I use is one less in the world. The Xuantian continent is massive. How much of a ripple can my small stash of pills truly make? He began to lecture them on inventory, wholesale, retail, stimulating consumer demand, and increasing production. Pushing up his imaginary glasses, he said, Don't think I'm looking down on your association. I already gave you the pill formula. But can your alchemists actually refine 9-pattern blood ginseng pills? And even if they could, how many people could afford to buy them? The pills you sell are mostly 5, 6, or 7-pattern, aren't they? Tong Wu pondered this. Damn. I think I'm starting to get it. Ye Feng continued, explaining other market factors. Xiao Fei nodded furiously. Yi Feng held up a single pill. The more of these I throw away, the less supply there is, and the stronger the hype becomes. The rarer the blood ginseng pills are, the more the latecomers will desire them. With higher demand, the production of these pills will skyrocket. The screen showed a vision of countless people clamoring for the pills. Think bigger, he said confidently. Less supply, greater demand, more profit for the association. More waste means the price of the pills goes up. Xiao Fei, full of admiration, hugged his leg. Brother Ye, you're a genius. I'll remember this lesson forever. The following night, out in the wilderness, Yi Feng smiled at Xiao Fei and Tong Wu. All right, you two, keep sparring, they replied in unison. Yes, sir. He sighed and tapped his system screen. This time, besides prodigal points, there were no other rewards. On the other side of the camp, their fight continued. Yi Feng chuckled wearily. You two really know how to make a guy worry. Don't worry, I'll keep watch for you tonight. The system interface appeared. Host can rest assured and sleep. If any danger arises, the Guardian Squad will arrive to protect you. A golden armored guard smirked. A chance to stretch my legs. But Ye Feng scoffed. My system isn't useless. Why would I need guards? If I rely on protectors all the time, I'll start to feel worthless. Besides, I could have used those vials to gain infinite prodigal points long ago, but I didn't, because I refused to become a mindless, prodigal machine. He crossed his legs, lost in thought. In my past life, I worked overtime year-round. It took everything I had just to give myself a single day off. I played games all night, and the next thing I knew, I woke up on the Xuantian continent. Swiping for prodigal points feels just like collecting a paycheck. In this world, I want to enjoy everything it has to offer, while swiping for points. Elsewhere, a man named Feng held a blood spirit jade, a jade pendant that could sense another person's location. He stared at it, panting. Finally, I've found you. Thank heavens for this blood spirit jade, or I'd never have pinpointed their position. Suddenly, a foot crunched on the grass just outside his hiding spot. A zombie appeared out of nowhere, shambling across the ground. Another zombie next to it hissed, fresh meat, it's inside. Feng picked up a pill from the ground. Huh? This is a 9-pattern blood ginseng pill. He looked up in shock, seeing them scattered everywhere, gleaming in the moonlight. Tears of rage filled Feng's eyes. One pill? What a waste. Such incredible waste. These are priceless treasures. 500 pills. 2,000 pills thrown away. That wasteful bastard deserves to die. This is infuriating. After counting the 2,000th pill, his face darkened. Time for annihilation, he pondered. I suppose to some, blood ginseng pills are as common as dirt. He felt no regret, no desire to pick up any more. The next morning, a rooster's crow echoed through the region. Feng rubbed his eyes as he woke up. What's going on? Did I fall asleep? Is it morning already? His eyes shot open to see Xiao Fei pinning down Tong Wu. The boy looked smug. Don't struggle, Butler Meng, Feng thought to himself. I was careless. Good thing that old man never showed up. Otherwise, he might interfere with Xiao Fei's cultivation. Tong Yu, however, easily handled Xiao Fei. Young master, you're so soft. Haifeng's eyes filled with tears as he watched the scene unfold. You're finally here, my child. Feng spotted his target. With a flick of his wrist, a golden flag unfurled. Go! Instantly, Haifeng was snared within the mystical formation. Feng shot him a mocking grin. You pathetic old geezer. Keep chasing us if you dare. The man could only grind his teeth in pure fury. You little brat. No matter where you run, this old master will hunt you down. Xiao Fei excitedly ran over to Feng. Brother Feng, look. After fighting for 2 nights, I've fused 1% of the War Saint physique. Once it's completely fused, I can finally unleash its true power. Feng smiled, impressed. Truly worthy of the War Saint physique. Alright, let's keep moving. No rest tonight. If there are no surprises, we should reach the Star Soul Sect by tomorrow. He looked confused. But Brother Feng, don't you value a good night's sleep? Tang Wu interjected. Young Master Ye has his reasons. 10 minutes later, the three were still soaring through the air on their swords. Feng stared at the system screen. Today's prodigal item, a supreme heaven-tier technique, the demon subduing scroll. Whoa. This is the first time I've seen a supreme heaven-tier technique. This has to be a top-level manual on the Xuantian continent, right? So how am I supposed to squander this? Just throwing it away is boring, and tearing it up lacks any creativity. Just as Feng was trying to come up with an idea, he got one. He glanced back at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, how many days has it been since you took a dump? The boy looked at him, startled. Huh? Tang Wu explained from behind. Young Master Ye, as cultivators, we can use spiritual energy to purify impurities from food. We don't need to relieve ourselves like mortals. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. That's right, Brother Feng. My power might be average, but I can at least manage that much. Feng thought to himself, what kind of 2D character setting is this? He gave Xiao Fei a threatening glare. No, you can't do that. Xiao Fei shrank back in fear. He thought nervously, whoa, Brother Feng's jokes are getting twisted. What should I do? Should I refuse? No way. Brother Feng treats me so well. Can't I endure a little humiliation for his sake? After a fierce internal battle, Xiao Fei whimpered, Brother Feng, my stomach hurts. A wicked smile spread across Feng's face. Xiao Fei broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was definitely a trap. Feng handed him the demon-subduing scroll. Go on. Remember to use this to wipe. Xiao Fei stared blankly at the glowing book in his hands. But we're out here in the wilderness. He snuck behind a large rock. It's been so many years since I've had to go like a normal person. This book feels so profound, even if I don't understand it. Xiao Fei was amazed. Meanwhile, Tong Wu and Feng stood chatting while they waited. A sudden burst of light from Xiao Fei's location made Tang Wu jump. This aura. It's the state of epiphany. My foolish young master actually stumbled upon the legendary state of epiphany. Tang Wu was in shock. How could his hopelessly dense young master enter the legendary state of epiphany? He had to ask. Young master. What exactly was that scroll you gave my master? Feng shrugged. It's just a supreme heaven-tier technique. I thought Xiao Fei could use it. Tong Wu was overwhelmed. Young Master Ye, words can't express our gratitude. We will carve this debt into our very souls, Feng replied. Butler Meng, I have no idea what you're talking about. Just then, the system unexpectedly announced a deduction of 100 consecutive points. A confused Feng looked over, only to see his prodigal points plummeting without end. He gasped. What the hell? At that moment, Xiao Fei came running back happily. Thanks, Brother Feng, I'm all done. A sudden blast of energy sent him flying. It was an attack from Feng. He was seething after reading the system notice. Prodigal product squandering failed, deducting 50,000 prodigal points. The anguish was written all over Feng's face. I had over 60,000 points, and now 50,000 are gone. All my work from the past few days has been for nothing. His wild mood swings left Xiaofei utterly confused. Why is Brother Feng so angry? Did I do something wrong? Could it be? With that thought, he dropped to the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. I'm an idiot. Brother Feng, I was wrong, Yi Feng shot back. Where were you wrong? You said that with the War Saint physique, I don't need any techniques or martial arts, that I only need to learn through combat. My determination wasn't strong enough, and I was about to get lost in that technique, forgetting my true path. I haven't even fully mastered my physique yet. Brother Feng, you were testing me, and I have disappointed you. It dawned on Tong Wu next to them. So, that was it. How embarrassing. I was actually feeling resentful toward young Master Ye, thinking you were ruining my master's opportunity. I was so short-sighted. He immediately dropped to his knees. Young Master Yi, please punish me. Xiaofei cried out too. Young Master Ye, please punish me as well. The air suddenly went still. Ye Feng was speechless. What the hell is going on? A test? I'm just a prodigal. That's it. What does Butler Meng have to do with any of this? Is he trying to write his own drama? An image of Ling Shui popped into his head, and he sighed. Speaking of getting carried away, how did I end up with a disciple like my second one? The other two watched in confusion, as Ye Feng started banging his head against a tree. Young Master. It looks like young Master Ye is truly furious this time. I realize that now. It seems I have deeply disappointed Brother Feng, but inside, Ye Feng was still ranting. Everyone's such a drama queen. If you love acting so much, you can have the stage. I'm out of here. All right. Ye Feng finally spoke. Go. Just go now. I'm not angry. Just get on your way. But Xiaofei's eyes burned with determination. Brother Ye, from this day on, I will never let you down again. One day, I will become your sharpest sword, and I will cut down all of your enemies. Get lost already. I just want to break the game in peace. Stop trying to mess up my quiet days. Brother Ye, whether you need me or not, I will risk my life to cultivate. But before he could finish his vow, a rock suddenly smacked him right in the head. Stop your blabbering. The scene shifts to twilight, where a figure in black sits inside a shattering energy shield. He laughed maniacally. I'm finally out. In a flash, the dark figure shot into the sky, a vicious curse tearing from his lips. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Meanwhile, that evening, Tong Yu and Ye Feng were riding on their flying swords. Ye Feng suddenly gasped in awe. Such powerful energy. We're getting close. The Star Soul Sect must be filled with almighty experts. I can finally see just how massive Brother Ye's Star Soul Sect really is. But early the next morning, the three of them arrived before an old, dilapidated gate. Completely deserted. Where's the massive part? Xiaofei, hearing Tong Yu's question, just shrugged. I have no idea either. The moment Yi Feng pushed the gate open, a powerful wave of killing intent shot directly towards him. Tian Shui was rushing straight for them, a razor-sharp sword already in her hand. The blade stopped just 0.001 millimeters from Ye Feng's throat, holding there for a quarter of an incense stick's time. He spoke cautiously. Master, I've returned. Yi Feng, you still know the way back? Yi Feng panicked internally. Crap, I forgot my lines. Screw it. System, save me. I'm in danger. The system's assessment appeared. Extremely serious scratch detected. If the injury is not visible, please use a high-powered magnifying glass for closer observation. The host should calmly think of a way to attack her. The Prodigal Protection Squad will not intervene this time. Xiaofei wailed in terror. I want out of here. Just then, Luo Kai and the others appeared, shouting, Holy Maiden, please show mercy. Both Ye Feng and Tian Shui stared at the newcomers in total confusion. Seizing the chance, he gently pushed the sword away. Master, why are they here too? Ha, that's right. Why are they here? Why did you come back to the sect? Are you an idiot? Ye Feng, you are my precious disciple. On this one trip, you brought back 5 core disciples of our sect, an elder, and you even conveniently brought back a sect-guarding beast. Wait a minute, who are they? Don't tell me they've also joined the sect. No, absolutely not. Good, they haven't. Since there are outsiders here, I'll spare your life for now. Seeing his chance, Tianyu spoke up gently. Sect Master Luo's anger has subsided. This is my chance. Little Ye, are you hurt? Do you need some of my healing medicine? What are you doing coming out here to be so friendly? Did you just nudge me? You're the one who nudged me. I didn't do a thing, you old geezer. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaofei and Tong Yu gasped in shock. Sha Tianyu. Hearing his name, Tianyu paused curiously. Tang Yu and Xiaofei whispered, he's the legendary backstage owner of the Tianyu auction house. So why is a man like that in this tiny little sect? How am I supposed to know? Just then, Ye Feng put on a bright smile. Allow me to introduce them. These two are from the Divine Sea Trading Guild. Young Master Huang Xiao Fei and Grand Steward Meng Tang Yu. They returned with me this time mainly because they wish to discuss a business opportunity with you, Master. Tian Shui held up a hand. Gentlemen, my Star Soul sect was founded less than a month ago. As you can see, we don't have many disciples. The sect lacks the financial resources to purchase cultivation materials for our members. I think it's best we forget this partnership. The two of them were completely stunned. Lacks financial resources? Our understanding of poverty has been shattered. Sect, Master Luo, I believe you've misunderstood. That's not why we came here today. In his hand, he held out the pill formula for the 8th grade blood ginseng pill. A few moments later, Tian Shui was lost in an internal struggle. The 8th grade blood ginseng pill formula. It's been lost for ages. An exclusive sales right. If our sect could participate, the profits would be astronomical. But what does that have to do with me? I didn't establish this sect for money. Yifeng suddenly rushed forward dramatically. Master, I am your direct disciple, the sect's senior brother. I once saw junior brother Wu Feng collapse on a chair and weep because he had no money. That is a sight I will never forget. At that moment, I swore that if I could ever find a merchant guild to partner with, I absolutely would. Now that the opportunity is right in front of me, I must consider if this is a gift from the heavens. For the glory of the Star Soul sect, I cannot back down. Hurry up and praise me, Tian Shui thought to herself. I knew these two showing up meant trouble. I know that anything involving this rogue disciple Ye Feng is never a good thing. If this disrupts my cultivation plan, how much longer will it take for me to pass my tribulation, ascend to the upper realm, and get my revenge? The system suddenly chimed in. Host reminder. The old man in the gray robe will arrive at the Star Soul sect in 3 minutes. Today's Heavenly Secret Probe function has been used. Yifeng smirked. Good thing I pre-ordered that feature. Nang Tianji. So, he's finally here. Xiao Shui. An old man in gray robes is approaching the Star Soul sect. Go and intercept him. But don't kill him. Just give him a savage beating. Beat him until he forgets his own name. Xiao Shui accepted her command. With that, she strode out confidently, bathed in the admiring gazes of everyone present. Yifeng could only watch, speechless. What in the world? Is she trying to act all high and mighty in front of my senior sister? The scene shifts to the southern forest, where a man in black murmurs to himself. Almost there. You've finally stopped running. This old master refuses to believe you have any more high-grade formation flags left. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Meng Hai Feng, he laughed with smug satisfaction. For 3 long days, you've trapped me for 3 entire days. Just then, Xiao Shui appeared before him. Meng Hai Feng was puzzled. Who's there? I sense killing intent. I have no desire to kill you, so step aside. But she paid him no mind. A pathetic 4th-level tribulation realm cultivator. Who gave you the courage to hunt my master? Master? Just what kind of demonic beast are you? Before he could even process the situation, a single punch sent him flying through the air. Meng Hai Feng finally crashed to the ground, defeated, as Xiao Shui's voice echoed relentlessly in his ears. I have survived 2 heavenly thunder tribulations. If I can't even handle the likes of you, my master will be furious. But rest assured, my master doesn't want you dead. For now, after I'm done teaching you a lesson, I'll take you to meet him. Whether you live or die will be decided by my master then. It's been days since I've gotten a good fight. My hands were getting itchy. So please, old man, do me a favor. I'll be my punching bag for a little while. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but his body simply wouldn't allow it. In the next instant, another thunderous blow crashed into him. My master's orders were simple. Beat you until not even your own mother could recognize you. After that, only agonizing screams echoed from deep within the forest. The scene cuts to the guest hall of the Star Soul sect. Xiao Fei was confused by the frantic chirping sounds. Father, what are you saying? We haven't seen Elder Meng. What? Elder Meng has been chasing us for 3 days? Wait a minute. Are you saying Elder Meng just sent out a distress signal? And now he's on the verge of being beaten to death? Hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately bolted towards the Star Soul sect's grand hall. Yifeng was deep in discussion with Tang Yu. Butler Meng, you can rest easy about this collaboration. Xiao Fei rushed in, asking frantically, Brother Ye, have you seen anyone in a gray cloak in the last 2 days? So you noticed him. All of you need to learn how to conceal your presence. If I hadn't been here, he would have killed you long ago. He hunted you for 3 straight days. You don't need to thank me. Panic washed over the young man. Brother Ye, it's a huge misunderstanding. Quick, call your person back. That man is Butler Meng's father. He isn't an enemy. Ye Feng was utterly stunned, only managing to stammer out a single, dumbfounded, "Huh?" Tang Yu froze, his entire body rigid. At that moment, something came crashing down beside them. The ground shattered, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. As the dust settled, the broken figure of Meng Haifeng was revealed. He pleaded weakly, "Help! Somebody! Help me!" Xiao Shui had literally knocked Meng Haifeng straight into the Star Soul Sect's Grand Hall. Ye Feng and the others stared at the scene, absolutely horrified. Xiao Shui planted a foot on the old man's back, leaning down smugly. "Master, I brought him back. I did a great job this time, didn't I?" Tang Yu let out a cry of pure agony and rushed to Meng Haifeng's side. The entire hall fell deathly silent after his heart-wrenching shout. "Father, father, are you okay?" But Meng Haifeng only muttered deliriously. "Flowers, trees, the sky, the wind, the clouds, the sun, my wife. Father, father, what nonsense are you spouting?" But before his son could get an answer, he passed out cold. Tang Yu roared in grief. "I never believed that I, with my black hair, would be the one to send off my white-haired father." Xiao Fei and Ye Feng stood frozen, not daring to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Xiao Xue thought to herself, "Oh, I think I really messed up this time." A few hours later, in the guest hall, Xiao Fei was forced to explain. "Elder Meng, it was like this. We never realized he was trying to protect your young masters." Ye Feng also bowed deeply to show his sincerity. "Elder Meng, my deepest apologies. The fault for this lies with me." He watched the elder glare daggers at Xiao Fei and Tang Yu, his face contorted with rage as he muttered something under his breath. "It really is all my fault. Elder Meng, it has been many years. I trust you are well?" "Boss Xia, what are you doing here?" Tian Yu asked with a slight smile. "Please, enough with the boss Xia. I'm no longer in charge of the auction house. These days, I am simply an elder of the Star Soul Sect. After a lifetime of work, it's time to find a place to settle down." Meng Haifeng heard this and cried out in shock. "What?" Tian Yu continued. "If your merchant guild wishes to cooperate with our sect, then I suppose that makes me the middleman. This is the master of the Star Soul Sect, Luo Tianshui. She is also the treasured daughter of the Star Extreme Sect's master, Luo Wuming, and these five are the core disciples of the Star Extreme Sect. I am sure you understand precisely what their presence here represents. Why do we look like background characters? Greetings, Elder Meng." Tian Yu carried on with the introductions. "This is Bai Tianhong, an elder of the Star Extreme Sect. And this is Luo Kai, a dear friend of the Star Extreme Sect's master, and also an elder of our Star Soul Sect. And this is Xiao Shui, our sect's guardian beast and Ye Feng's battle pet. We are truly sorry that she was the one who injured you so badly." Tang Yu saw this and, I couldn't help but think, these are all titans in their own right. I've admired them for so long. Forgive my rudeness. Meanwhile, everyone in the living room was deep in conversation, seemingly forgetting about another key member of the Star Soul Sect. Wu Feng sat outside, completely dejected. "I was the second disciple to join the sect. Doesn't anyone care to introduce me?" Haifeng couldn't shake his worry. After learning the truth, he never imagined such an unremarkable sect could be so terrifying. The power behind them was far more than just the Star Pole sect. Xiao Fei stood frozen, not daring to speak a word in front of so many powerful figures. He was completely stunned. What is this immense aura? The Star Soul Sect is hiding a sword cultivator of legendary talent. He turned to Tang Wu, his curiosity piqued. "Steward Meng, is this person an all-powerful master, or just one of Ye Feng's brothers?" He didn't know how to explain it. "Well, that's not exactly certain." Suddenly, a golden dog lunged forward. The surprise attack terrified both Tang Wu and Xiao Fei, sending them leaping into the air. It was just Xiao Gu, scaring them half to death. "A dog!" Yi Feng was overjoyed to see his companion. The Tianhong pup couldn't understand why all the good fortune was lavished on this mutt. Luo Kai had a strange wish. "If only I wasn't born human. Things would be so much better." He adored the dog. "Look what I brought back for you, boy." Everyone behind them watched in envy. "I want some too." Some people's dogs have all the luck. A terrifying wave of power surged through the area. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Gu had leveled up. Haifeng couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Sword Heart realm. The nascent form of a sword embryo. Xiao Fei, however, wasn't the least bit surprised. "I knew it. Anything from Brother Ye is never just an ordinary item. He even gave me the legendary War Saint's Constitution, a power that defies the heavens. Tian Shui tried to calm herself down. Don't get angry. I'm not angry. It was originally his, anyway. A loss is a loss. But if the Grand Elder saw this, he would probably explode with rage. Luo Kai thought for a long moment. He assumed dividing the great demon's corpse was this brat's limit, but he never expected him to possess a treasure like this. Hao Yu quickly stepped in to reassure him. Don't panic. For our junior master, this is just another day at the office. Sit down, everyone, sit down. Hai Feng immediately prepared to take his leave. Sect Master Luo, the hour is getting late. I should take the young master and the others back. Tian Shui was a little surprised. Oh? You won't stay the night at our Star Soul sect? He politely refused. I'm afraid not. The guildmaster gave us strict orders. We will come visit again soon. Later that night, at the foot of the mountain. Hai Feng calmly questioned them. All right. What deal did you two make with the Star Soul sect on behalf of the Merchants Guild? Tang Wu understood the hidden meaning in his words. Father. So you knew all along. Hai Feng knew with a single glance. Even if he truly possesses a large number of 9-patterned blood ginseng pills, I refuse to believe he has the recipe. Besides, your trust in him isn't just about some pill recipe, is it? Fearing a scolding, he nudged Zhao Fei. Go on. The boy spoke bluntly. My trust in Brother Ye has always been because of this. Hai Feng was utterly horrified. This. What is this? Tong Wu's confidence soared, knowing Xiao Fei possessed extraordinary power. Brother Ye even possesses a constitution that defies the heavens. What's a simple pill recipe in comparison? That's right. The young master has only fused with a portion of it, and his abilities have already changed dramatically. He can now master heaven-grade techniques just by looking at them. Hai Feng was left completely speechless. Where is this ultimate heaven-grade technique manual? He explained simply. It's very convenient. Solves the toilet paper problem. The old man couldn't help but laugh. Such an extravagant use for it? We must go. If that pill recipe is real, I must visit with the guildmaster personally. A small share of the profits isn't enough. They showed us great respect, so we can't play dumb. We must offer them at least 20 to 30% of the profits. Back at the Star Soul sect, in Luo Tianshui's study, Ye Feng felt a bit awkward. Master, is there something else you need? Tianshui immediately drew her sword. My dear first disciple, I have truly underestimated you. You've only been in the sect for a few days, yet how many titles have you collected? Core disciple, honorary elder, and now a master who accepted the Valley Lord of Myriad Flowers Valley as your own student. Tell me, what should I call you? My disciple, elder, or perhaps, master. He rushed to speak, not wanting her to get the wrong idea. Master, I swear to you, in life, I am your person, and in death, I will be your person. I will always belong to you, master. The system notification popped up. What an awkward atmosphere. Time to see some ironclad support. Yi Feng thought carefully. His master may seem cold, but behind that sharp tongue is a soft heart. As long as I help her develop the sect, I know that one day, I'll be able to move her heart. His sincerity seemed to touch Tian Shui, even though the process has been trying. Yi Feng is still my one and only direct disciple. He revealed the entire truth. Master, the Valley Master of Myriad Flowers Valley, only acknowledged me as his master because I defeated him. And that sect of mine is just for fun. I don't want to be an honorary elder. I can't stand being ordered around by the 5 of them. Grand Elder. She decided not to argue with Ye Feng anymore. All right, you can get up. The Grand Elder contacted me earlier, telling me to remind you. Not to waste the spirit essence in your hands. It may be useful in the future. Did you know there's another mysterious place in the Heavenly Realm battlefield? The moment he heard it, he guessed the answer. Master, are you talking about Heavenly Dao City? Tian Shui looked doubtful. Ye Feng explained awkwardly. I've already been there. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dao token only let me stay for half a day. I completely wasted the opportunity. She didn't know where to hide her face. She wanted to pique his curiosity, but he'd already visited a place she'd never even seen. Tian Shui listened as he continued. Master, that Heavenly Dao City is amazing. Let me tell you all about it. In a flash, Ye Feng and his master's clothes changed to modern attire, as he made a bold promise. Master, don't worry. The next time this disciple goes to the Heavenly Dao battlefield, I'll definitely find some Heavenly Dao tokens for you. When that time comes, I'll take you to Heavenly Dao City to live in luxury. Those so-called Tribulation Transcendence Masters, they'll all have to line up to serve UT. Tian Shui's heart bloomed with joy. Seeing Ye Feng's sincerity, she thought to herself, having a disciple like this is actually quite nice. Ye Feng's own heart skipped a beat. It's changing, it's changing. The way Master looks at me is changing. She couldn't hide her embarrassment. All right, you can leave now. If there's any news about Heavenly Tao City, I'll report it to the Grand Elder immediately. He was just as happy as she was. Yes, Master. Ye Feng slowly walked out of the room. He reminded himself, building a connection with Master hasn't been easy. I can't afford to rush things. Suddenly, Luo Kai slapped Ye Feng hard on the shoulder. Ye Feng, I finally found you. Ye Feng quickly jumped back. Whoa, Elder Luo Kai. Elder Luo, it's been a while. Is something wrong? Luo Kai suddenly lowered his voice. I heard Elder Bai complaining about a bad back recently, and Old Man Xia has been coughing too. I'm a body cultivator myself, so if you need any muscle in the future, just call me. Elder Bai and Elder Xia are getting old. We shouldn't bother them. Ye Feng quickly turned away. Hey, this is a public area. Don't go showing off your rear end. Just as Luo Kai offered his help, Tianhong appeared on a rooftop, saying, Luo Kai, I knew you were up to no good. Tian Yu emerged from the bushes. Seeing you sneaking around like that, it's obvious you're not a good person. Luo Kai was speechless for a moment. How long have you two been eavesdropping? The two elders were furious. You said my back hurts? When I was commanding the Merchants Guild with one hand, you were just a baby drinking milk. He cowered in fear. Yi Feng had no choice but to step in and calm things down. The three elders, please, let's discuss this calmly. If I need help, I will definitely call on the three of you. How does that sound? Tian Yu and Tian Hong glanced at each other without a word. They had agreed with Ye Feng. Fine, we'll listen to Ye Feng. We're leaving now. But Luo Kai was panicking. Huh? Where are you two taking me? Tian Yu called back to Ye Feng. Just get some rest. Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief as the other elder screamed. Ye Feng, save me. The scene shifts to a later time, inside Ye Feng's room at the Starblood Sect. He thought to himself, finally, I'm back. A voice called out from within. Junior brother. Ye Feng was caught by surprise. Oh, senior brothers, junior brother. You're all in this small courtyard too? His four brothers came out to greet him. Welcome back, junior brother. Junior brother, you were only gone for a few days, yet your strength has already reached the 9th level peak of the Foundation establishment stage. It seems you had a great opportunity in the Heavenly Tao battlefield. Ah, fourth senior brother, I'm being left out again. Wu Feng, hiding in a corner and listening to them, felt like he didn't even exist. If this keeps up, my senior brothers are going to forget all about me. Eldest senior brother, how long did it take for your breakthrough? Did you also jump straight from the Qi movement realm to the 9th level peak of the Foundation establishment realm? Tian Yue exploded with fury after being shoved aside. Are you seriously trying to steal the spotlight from me? Tian Tian cut in with a sharp explanation. Junior brother Wu Feng, have you been refining so many pills that you've cooked your own brain? Even if junior brother Ye Feng is a prodigy, Hao Yu said, patting Wu Feng's shoulder reassuringly. Leaping through 2 major realms at once is impossible. Forget major realms, even breaking through 2 minor ones is a legendary feat. And you have to stabilize your new power afterward. She then added another critical point. The Foundation establishment realm requires forging a spiritual lotus. If that foundation is shaky, his entire cultivation will be unstable. You haven't reached that stage yet, so it's fine that you don't know. Yi Feng wailed dramatically. Only junior brother Wu Feng truly understands me. Did no one witness my breakthrough? That rare and brilliant spectacle. And not a single soul saw it? He pulled Wu Feng into a tight embrace. It's a good thing those 2 passers-by didn't die. Wu Feng himself was completely stunned. See? I'm the one who truly understands senior brother Ye. He looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Junior brother Ye Feng, what is the meaning of this? Could everything Leng Wu Feng said actually be true? Tian Yue's mind descended into chaos. Oh? Our little junior brother, is this aggressive? Hao Yu's eyes were filled with morbid curiosity. Junior brother, how in the world did you do it? Tian Yue begged. Please, Ye Feng, teach us your secret. But his gaze was already fixed on the path ahead. Junior brother Wu Feng, you've consumed thousands of 9-pattern profound azure pills. Your body has been completely purified, so why haven't you attempted your breakthrough to Foundation establishment? He flaunted his newfound power. Thanks to your talent, those azure pills even worked for my spirit fusing realm. I've finally achieved a body with 0 impurities. This incredible opportunity was given to me by senior brother Ye Feng. That's right. Everyone, look at me. Eldest senior brother, I was about to attempt my breakthrough, but Master told me to wait for your return. The Foundation Spirit Lotus is far too important for a cultivator's journey. For now, Ye Feng could only offer Wu Feng his support, so that was the reason. Unfortunately, I don't have anything on hand right now to help you. You'll just have to wait a little longer. The other disciples all shared the same bitter thought. Why couldn't we have met Ye Feng before our own breakthroughs? A body without any impurities. Suddenly, Tian Tian had a realization. That's it. We're all at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. We still haven't attempted to break through to the primordial spirit realm. Tianming's eyes lit up in agreement. He's right. For the primordial spirit realm, we still have a chance. Xing Fei's voice was filled with conviction. Then, my mind is made up. I will suppress my cultivation level. The system's notification chimed in his mind. A random quest had been issued. Host, you must lead your fellow disciples to participate in the Sky Sun Sect's Secret Realm Tournament. Requirement: achieve 2nd place. You are forbidden from taking first. Success would bring rewards, while failure meant point deductions, but the quest could be declined. Ye Feng found himself in a difficult position. I have to get 2nd place in a sect tournament? I don't even know how it works. Getting 2nd means I can't let my brothers take first, either. If our opponents forfeit or somehow push us into the top spot, we'll be in serious trouble. Eldest senior brother, do you know anything about a tournament hosted by the Sky Sun Sect? The question clearly caught his senior by surprise. Oh? How would you know about that, junior brother? Did someone mention it? I don't seem to recall. A female disciple confirmed it. Actually, a few days ago, someone from the Sky Sun Sect did come by with an invitation for some kind of secret realm competition, but the saintess turned them down immediately. For Ye Feng, that explained everything. Is that so? Then I'll go ask Master myself. Moments later, in Luo Tianshui's chambers, Ye Feng didn't waste any time. Master, I heard from eldest senior brother that we received an invitation to the Sky Sun Sect's Secret Realm Tournament. Her calm demeanor was almost unnerving. Yes, that is correct. The Sky Sun Sect is the only first-rate sect in this region, and they've sent invitations to dozens of sects around us, all to participate in their Secret Realm Tournament. However, any sect that accepts must wager a certain amount of their own resources. It's the entry fee for the small-scale secret realm. While each sect is limited in participants, any resources you can obtain inside are yours to keep. On the surface, it seems perfectly fair, but that secret realm is under the Sky Sun Sect's complete control. They're familiar with its every secret. Any other sect that joins is guaranteed to lose. Ye Feng stated his intention clearly. Master, this disciple wishes to participate in the sect tournament. Tianshui immediately refused. Absolutely not. Our sect is poor. We simply don't have the resources to enter. She paused, her mind racing. Wait a second. He is the resources. My personal god of wealth has arrived. Welcome him with open arms. The god of wealth is here. A sly smile crept onto her face before she caught herself in a panic. Oh no, I almost forgot. My own beloved disciple is a legendary prodigal. Yi Feng's face lit up, unaware of her thoughts. Master, is it because you lack the cultivation resources? This disciple has plenty. Tiang Shui knew him all too well. Of course, that's what he would say. Yi Feng casually placed a mountain of treasures on the table. Master, how about 50 epiphany pills, and another 50 stalks of 9-leaf soul-returning grass? Let's add 3 pieces of golden-layered spirit wine stone, and 100 drops of great demon essence blood. She struggled to maintain her composure. To think he would just throw away these priceless treasures. Even the combined resources of another sect couldn't possibly trade for a single drop of that great demon essence blood. He asked gently, his tone innocent. Master, will this be enough? Ye Feng was incredibly proud of himself. When the disciples from the other sect see what I've brought, won't they just lose their minds? She fought back her fury. Enough. It's more than enough. A plan was already forming in Tianshui's mind. Hand all of those items over to the sect. I have already prepared what's needed for this tournament. Don't you just love being a spendthrift? I'll confiscate all of your treasures, and then we'll see how you squander things. But to her shock, he flatly refused. Master, this disciple cannot hand these over to the sect. She was completely baffled. Why not? What is the meaning of this? I order you to contribute to the sect, and you put everything away. But he knew exactly what she was plotting, because Master would undoubtedly treat this junk like priceless treasure. She screamed internally. Junk? Yi Feng stood firm on his principle. This disciple will absolutely not allow these trinkets to take up precious space in our sect's treasury. They must all be squandered properly. Tianshui was so furious she was at a loss for words. As for you, Yi Feng, you treat me well. If Master wants the 9-leaf soul-restoring herb for a foot soak, I will deliver it myself. Tianshui slammed her hand on the table. He had guessed correctly. How infuriating. But it was better to lose it to family than to let outsiders get their hands on it. Fine. If you truly wish to join the sect competition, so be it. But you must surrender everything you just found to the sect. As for how to divide it, I'll follow your lead. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Follow my lead? A bold idea sparked in Ye Feng's mind. His master was always so diligent and frugal. If he could just get her to taste the life of a prodigal, she'd be hooked in no time. Once you start, there's no going back. And when that time comes, I'll use my status as a super prodigal to win my master's affection. 100% affection unlocks a new bond. The system's prompt reminded him, Host, you don't actually intend to give away all these resources, do you? But Ye Feng couldn't care less. What's the big deal about the sect competition's secret realm? Is it more important than my master? The system had to concede his point. He's right. Ye Feng handed the treasures over to her. Very well, master. I'll turn over everything. Tian Shui picked up the 50 enlightenment pills, wondering how to use them. He had already decided long ago, 2 pills for each person. The rest can go to the dogs. She grew curious about the other herb. Then what about the 9-leaf soul-restoring herb? Ye Feng forced a helpless smile. Same old rules. Use it for a foot soak, 2 stalks per person, and the rest can be used for the dog's foot soak. The moment Tian Shui heard this, she shattered the table, startling him. Ye Feng didn't dare say another word. Master, perhaps, we should just put these things in the secret realm? It seemed he had greatly overestimated his master's mental fortitude. But instead of scolding him, she surprisingly agreed. No need. I find your distribution method excellent. Tian Shui then posed another question. Tell me, what about these 3 pieces of golden silkworm spirit drunk stone? How do you plan to waste them? Ye Feng answered calmly. The golden silkworm stones. I want to use them to forge a few knives. His answer left her completely stunned. Knives? She never thought Ye Feng had such ambitions. Perhaps he would start with a dagger or something similar. Ye Feng knew exactly how to leave Tian Shui speechless. That's right. I'll forge kitchen knives and hoes for the sect's kitchen to plant a spirit herb garden. She leaned in close to him. And the 100 drops of great demon essence blood? Ye Feng quickly adjusted his plan to escape this predicament. We can use it to reward sect members who show great progress in their cultivation, or those who make outstanding contributions. What do you think, Master? Tian Shui supported his decision. Very well, we'll do as you say. Ye Feng didn't overthink it. This was his master's first time acting like a prodigal. After all, her skills were still a bit lacking. It was best not to be too harsh on her. She used a communication talisman to send a message. Elder Bai, gather everyone in the main hall of the sect. Sunlight streamed into the sect's grand courtyard. Tian Shui was curious about his past actions. You only knew those people for a few days before. Tell me, how exactly did they squander their fortunes? Ye Feng remained perfectly calm. Oh, it wasn't anything too extravagant. I just let them eat blood ginseng pills until they started throwing up. She suspected there was more to the story. Anything else? Now that we have the pill formula, blood ginseng pills aren't that precious anymore. It doesn't count. He added another story. I also had a heaven rank, superior grade cultivation manual. I let Huang Xiaofei use it for toilet paper. Tian Shui had to calm herself down. Stay calm. A heaven rank manual is good, but in the upper realm, it's not much better than trash. Then Ye Feng suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. There was also the war saint body. Huang Xiaofei seemed like a pampered rich kid. So I gave it to him. Her blood pressure shot through the roof. What did you just say? The war saint body? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. How can the war saint body still exist in this world? Isn't that the mark of a true battle maniac? I once witnessed a madman with the war saint body challenge my own master. Even with his limbs severed, he absolutely refused to fall as the battle raged on. Then, his severed limbs regenerated in an instant, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy. My master was a whole major realm above him, and yet, she was at a disadvantage, and was utterly defeated. Ye Feng, tell me, what's so powerful about the war saint body you found? It must be just a coincidence, sharing the same name. He broke it down for Tian Shui to understand. It's not that powerful. You just don't need to cultivate any techniques or martial arts, and you get stronger the more you fight. The longer you fight, and the more injuries you take, the stronger the burst of energy you can unleash. In short, the more you get hit, the stronger you become. She was completely floored when he finished. So it really is that thing. The war saint body is not as simple as you imagine. Even though you gave it away, you must build a good relationship with that Huang Xiaofei. His future achievements will be immeasurable. Yi Feng had never cared about Huang Xiaofei. Build a relationship? All I want is to stay as far away from that guy as possible. Do you know what that kid said? He said he would train hard, create the #1 merchant guild, and become the sharpest blade in my hand. Master, don't you think he's completely insane? For once, Tian Shui had absolutely nothing to say. Suddenly, an elder rushed over while she and Ye Feng were in their battle of wits. It was Tian Hong, here to report the situation. Sect Master. Everyone had assembled. The Great Earth Sect was buzzing with restless energy. Something's happening. What could it be? Tian Hong was bewildered by Tian Shui's actions. Why did the Sect Master gather us all so suddenly? Did something terrible occur? The Sect Master's expression looked grim, but she just pointed to the side. It's nothing. Just Ye Feng. Yi Feng had ditched her at the last second. Master, I just remembered something urgent. I'll have to leave the rest to you. He claimed this kind of wasteful spectacle had to be performed by his master personally, so she could truly feel the charm of being a prodigal. She stood alone in the cold wind. So, he just wanted me to do this utterly shameless task for him, didn't he? If he weren't my direct disciple, always thinking about me in his own bizarre way, I would have dragged him back here and taught him a severe lesson. Tian Shui sighed helplessly. She had no choice but to reveal the truth. Since everyone has arrived, I will make an official announcement. I have summoned you all here today for one reason. Tian Shui maintained her serene composure. To squander our wealth. Everyone was absolutely stunned. What? The Sect Master wants to be a prodigal too? Xiaogo praised her. The Sect Master is the best. Tian Shui didn't expect the dog to support her. Truly, the pet of a prodigal. It has even learned his spirit. Wait a minute. Ye Feng is even prodigal with this dog. Why does that fact bother me so much? In the end, it was all on Ye Feng's tab anyway. Have you all seen these cultivation resources? These were all presented by Ye Feng. The system should cue a mood change for everyone, maybe with some dramatic background music. Tian Hong couldn't believe his eyes. Did the Sect Master really acquire all of this from Ye Feng? The crowd erupted with excitement at the news. She explained the purpose of the event. Ye Feng has simply asked me to distribute these to everyone. 50 enlightenment pills, 2 for each person. 50 stalks of 9-leaf soul-returning grass, 2 for each person. Tian Yue was excellent at calculations. Holy Maiden, doesn't that leave a remainder of 28? How will those be allocated? Tian Shui glanced at Xiao Gu. Is there any question about their distribution? The remaining enlightenment pills all go to the little yellow dog. Even Tian Yu was jealous of the dog now. A human's life is worth less than a dog's, she announced his other idea. Ye Feng also entrusted me with 100 drops of greater demon spirit blood. This is not for squandering, but as a reward, to encourage all of you disciples to increase your strength, and for the elders' contributions. Are there any objections? Luo Kai broke into a wide grin. Absolutely no objections. Ah, the Sect Master is magnificent. This is fantastic. Greater demon spirit blood. Tian Shui assigned the task to Tian Hong. If there are no objections, this meeting is adjourned. Elder Bai, please distribute these items for me. He snapped a military-style salute. As you command. Everyone in the sect was thrilled. This meeting was so exhilarating, but it made them wonder what the year-end bonus would be. Tian Shui kept one treasure in her hand, a golden silkworm marvel stone. How on earth am I supposed to craft this? It's impossible for me to handle. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. An image of Xiao Xiao appeared in Tian Shui's thoughts. That's right. I can ask her to help with this. In a town called Purple Phoenix City, a young woman with short pink hair was forging swords with all her might. Her hammer rose and fell in a swift, continuous rhythm. The summer heat, combined with the intense heat from the forge, left her body drenched in sweat. This young woman was the rogue cultivator, Chu Xiao Xiao. From a distance, Tian Shui rushed over, calling her name. Xiao Xiao. Oh? And what wind blew our great sect master Luo here? Xiao Xiao. I came this time to ask for your help crafting a few things for my sect. Xiao Xiao smiled, pinching her cheek playfully. Come here, and let your big sister get a good look at you. Tian Shui winced, dodging her touch. Don't get my clothes dirty. Relax, they won't get dirty. Tian Shui, when are you ever going to fix this cold personality of yours? Besides my father and me, your best friend, no one else could possibly like you. That's not true. My direct disciple can tolerate it. Upon hearing direct disciple, Xiao Xiao's gossip senses went into overdrive. A man or a woman? How old? How tall? 6 feet tall? What are his measurements? What's his job? What's his income? Does he have a house? Any savings? Are his parents alive? Looks! The important things must be said 3 times. She grabbed Tian Shui's hands, her eyes filled with probing curiosity. Tian Shui, that Ling Wufeng you brought last time. Wasn't he just an ordinary disciple of your sect? It turns out you were hiding another direct disciple. You even kept it from me. My dear girl, you've learned how to hide your treasures well. It's because you never asked. All right, let's stop talking about my disciple. He's just a prodigal. Now, can you help me forge some kitchen utensils and some hose to tend to the spirit herb garden? Xiao Xiao pouted playfully. Aw, come on. We're done talking about your disciple already? She knelt and sighed. Tools and hose are a small matter, but it'll take me a few days. My father is preparing to forge an extraordinary weapon. I'm afraid I won't have time for the next 3 days. From inside the house, a large man's booming voice called out, "No time?" This man was the rogue cultivator Chu Hongshan. He approached the two, speaking as he walked. Aren't we just forging a common weapon? We can craft the weapons later. Hearing the old man's voice, Tian Shui turned with a bright smile. Greetings, Elder Hong. Are those 5 old immortals still in good health? When he asked, she answered politely, Elder Hong, the 5 ancestors are doing well. Hongshan smiled and advised, Xiao Xiao, please help Tian Yun. After all, crafting this won't take much time. She smiled brightly in response. Of course, Elder Hong. Although these are just ordinary tools, I do have one small request. What is it? Just say the word. Suddenly, Tian Shui revealed a set of golden ingots known as spirit ore. I want Xiao Xiao to help me infuse these ores into the items. Hongshan and Xiao Xiao stared at the glimmering spirit ore, their jaws dropping in disbelief. What is this? Hongshan marveled at the radiant gold ingots. Did this come from those 5 old masters? Xiao Xiao, standing beside him, was equally stunned. Isn't this Stardiadem gold? Luo Tianshui. You intend to forge all of this Stardiadem gold into a bunch of common tools? Using instruments crafted from Stardiadem gold to butcher chickens and ducks in the kitchen? Using a hoe forged from Stardiadem gold just to cultivate a spirit herb garden? Tianshui kept her expression cold as she replied, That's right, but inwardly, she was secretly laughing. I haven't even done anything, yet seeing their clueless expressions is so much fun. Perhaps this is the joy of the truly wealthy. Hongshan's expression twisted into a mask of pure rage. He slammed his fist into the ground to vent his fury. This is infuriating. At the same time, in Zifeng City, Ye Feng and Xiao Shui were happily eating grilled skewers. I never knew Zifeng City had skewers this delicious. I know plenty of other places. Next time, I will take you there, master. Without warning, a massive explosion ripped through the air, sending clouds of dust and debris everywhere. Yi Feng stood frozen with a skewer in his hand, unable to react. He was rooted to the spot. What in the world just happened? Xiao Shui immediately dropped into a battle stance, his eyes sharp and serious. Rest easy, master. I won't let anything interrupt your enjoyment. The sky was now choked with white smoke. Ye Feng scanned his surroundings. The shockwave came from that direction. Xiao Shui, we're going to check it out. Yes, master. The two of them shot forward like arrows, but suddenly, they both skidded to a halt. Wait a minute, is that? It was Hongshan, carrying a colossal blade on his shoulder, looking absolutely furious. The sight of Hongshan's rage sent a jolt of panic through Ye Feng. This is bad. Master is in danger. The old man raised his blade, his voice booming. Don't you dare stand in my way. I'm going to chop those 5 wretched old men from the Starpole sect to pieces. So this was the danger Ye Feng was talking about. Xiao Xiao saw her father's rampage and tried to stop him. Father, what do you think you're doing? Tian Shui also jumped in to calm him down. What does this have to do with the 5 great ancestors? That is Stardiadem gold. You can barely find a few pieces on the entire Heavenly Dao battlefield. Countless people have fought brutal wars, shedding rivers of blood for it. And you dare bring a treasure like that here to be mixed into kitchen utensils and a garden hoe? Is this the dedicated teaching they spoke of? In all my long years, I have never seen such a wasteful heir. I demand an answer. Tian Shui tried to explain. Elder Hong, this has nothing to do with the 5 great ancestors. The Stardiadem gold belongs to the Honorary Elder. Hongshan's fury only intensified as he questioned her. Honorary Elder? What damn Honorary Elder? Who is he, and where is he? Tian Shui stammered in a panic. He is. Suddenly, another sky-shattering explosion erupted, and 2 figures strode confidently out of the smoke. Ye Feng announced with immense power, Who dares harm my master? The old man squinted at the newcomer. And you are? Ye Feng stepped forward, shielding Tian Shui, his gaze as firm as a mountain. Master, do not be afraid. Your disciple is here to save you. The grand disciple of the Star Soul Sect, Ye Feng. Tian Shui stared, unable to believe her own eyes. "What are you doing here?" "Master, don't make me worry like this. It's a good thing I was passing by. Otherwise, if something happened to you, what would I do?" His words made her blush as she thought to herself, "When his master is in trouble, Ye Feng truly dares to protect me." Out loud, she quickly said, "Ye Feng, it's not what you think." But he cut her off before she could finish, turning to give an order. "Xiao Shui, get the master out of here. I don't want her to witness any bloodshed." Xiao Shui flashed a toothy grin. "Understood." Tian Shui barely had time to let out a, "huh," before Xiao Shui grabbed her and soared into the sky. Yi Feng casually pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, "You useless old man. You dared to rob my master, and you even wanted to harm her. Who gave you that kind of courage? Who are you calling a useless old man?" Hongshan held out a hand to stop Xiao Xiao, a slight smirk on his lips. "Oh, this kid isn't half bad. Dad, he just insulted you like that, and you're praising him?" The old man replied calmly, "If you also had such a loyal disciple, one who would face any threat to protect you, I am certain you would be overjoyed." At that moment, Xiao Shui returned. He reported respectfully, "Master, I have placed the sect master inside a protective barrier." "Good." Yi Feng nodded, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk. Suddenly, Hongshan spoke up. "I admit that your companion is powerful, but what would you do if my own strength surpassed his?" "Oh, care to make a wager with me?" Hearing this, Hongshan immediately asked, "What kind of wager?" "I'll bet that even at full power, you couldn't leave a single scratch on me." Behind them, Xiao Shui roared with laughter. "Haha, another absolute fool," Hongshan bellowed, his fists glowing crimson, crackling with lightning. "Haha, you kid are truly fascinating. In that case, this old man won't hold back." The old man gritted his teeth, launching a devastating punch toward him. Boom! The very ground trembled as shattered rocks flew everywhere. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. His fist, blazing with violent lightning, came crashing down, only to be effortlessly stopped by Ye Feng. Not only that, Ye Feng had blocked the man's ultimate technique using just a single finger. In that same instant, the fabric of space itself was torn open. A man known as One Arm stepped out from the spatial rift. His booming laugh echoed around them. "Ha, it's finally my turn to take the stage." One Arm grinned menacingly and roared, "Get lost." As the words left his mouth, he swung his arm, unleashing a thunderous blast of lightning. The lightning bolt sent Hongshan flying several meters through the air. "Grandpa!" Xiao Xiao cried out in terror. One Arm, a grand protector of the Baijia, clasped his hands respectfully, preparing to ask Ye Feng, "Sir, do you wish for me to slaughter every last person in this city right now?" Ye Feng frowned, thinking to himself, "Are you here to protect me, or to level the entire city?" Behind the guard, the monstrous shadow of a beast loomed. The guard growled, "You dared to harm my master. Don't worry, I won't grant you a quick death. First, I will carve the flesh from your bodies, piece by piece, creating a perfect skeleton with only the head left intact. Then, I'll force you to eat the flesh and blood of your loved ones." Xiao Xiao shrieked in horror. "No, we're not your enemies. We're close friends of your master. That man is my grandfather. We never wanted to harm your master. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask him." Hearing this, Ye Feng paused for a moment. "Xiao Shui, go ask master if this is true. But remember, don't let her come in here. It would only frighten her." Xiao Shui obeyed instantly. "Yes, master." A few minutes later, Xiao Shui returned, presenting a glowing stone to Ye Feng. The sect master calls him Mr. Chu. "This must be a misunderstanding. This is the recording stone I worked hard to acquire." He gave a slight nod, but One Arm's killing intent was still raging. "Master, misunderstanding or not, anyone who dares to raise a hand against you must die." Yi Feng's voice turned to ice as he glared at him. "What did you say?" A sword materialized in One Arm's hand as he lowered his voice. "Master, you are far too merciful. All we need to do is silence them permanently." Suddenly, a strange light flashed in the guard's mind. Yi Feng's eyes became as cold as death as he raised his hand and cast down a binding net. It pinned One Arm securely to the ground. "Are you trying to teach me how to handle things?" He then mentally asked his system. "What is the penalty for a disloyal member of the Baijia Guardian Squad?" The words "kill without mercy" materialized before his eyes. One Arm struggled violently to escape the net. Master, I was wrong. Your humble subordinate will never dare again." A murderous aura exploded from Ye Feng's entire body. His glacial gaze bored down on the man. "I will give you one chance to live. Come with me." Later, inside a forge, Ye Feng began his interrogation. "Tell me everything about the Baijia Guardian Squad." One Arm kneeled on the ground, trembling as he replied, "Master, the Baijia Guardian Squad, including myself, currently has only 10 official members. To become a member of the Guardian Squad, one must pass through countless selections and grueling trials, and even after becoming a member, we must undergo periodic evaluations. Failure means immediate expulsion from the squad. He beat his chest and shouted, "The members of the Baijia Guardian Squad have only one mission, to protect the Master. Even if it costs us our lives, I would absolutely never betray the Master." Hearing this, Feng let out a cold, sharp snort. "I'm giving you a chance to go back into tone. If you ever dare to be so defiant again, I will kill you on the spot. Now, get out of my sight." One Arm's eyes widened in disbelief. "Thank you, Master, for sparing my life." He bowed his head deeply, then ripped open space and vanished. In the blink of an eye, One Arm was gone. Feng quietly asked the system, "System, what exactly is the Baijia Guardian Squad?" The system replied that, for the time being, it was unable to provide an explanation about the Baijia Guardian Squad. A flicker of interest appeared in Feng's eyes. "It seems not everyone in the squad is as righteous as that man in golden armor. Some of them are fascinatingly bloodthirsty. I suppose the other members all have their own unique quirks." He quickly returned to the room with a bright smile, where Xiao Xiao and Hongshan were waiting for him. "My deepest apologies. That was all a terrible misunderstanding. If you two can forget everything that just happened, then these 5 golden silkworm spirit stones are all yours." As he spoke, he placed several sparkling spirit stones on the table. Xiao Xiao's brow furrowed with suspicion. "Who are you, really? Why are you trying to get close to Tian Shui? What's your real goal? If you don't talk, I'm definitely going to tell." Hongshan quickly clapped a hand over her mouth, forcing a smile. "We understand completely." Feng put a hand on his hip and grinned. "Glad to hear it." He turned and gave an order. "Xiao Shui, bring our master here." Nearby, Xiao Xiao was seething. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Hongshan was unfazed. "He won't lay a hand on Tian Shui. Some things are best left alone. We should focus on crafting those kitchen tools and hose." Xiao Xiao could only close her eyes and sigh. "All right, Grandpa, I understand." She knew exactly what she had to do. Recalling Feng's smug smile, she seethed inwardly. "Don't think for a second this is over. I'm going to Tian Shui's sect, and I'll be watching your every move. I refuse to believe I can't see right through you, and I will never let you harm Tian Shui." Just then, Tian Shui walked in with a curious expression. What was all the commotion about? Feng simply scratched his head, trying to explain. "Master, it's just a misunderstanding. A really small one just now." He then pulled Xiao Shui forward, pointing at her accusingly. "It's all Xiao Shui's fault. She said she sensed you were in danger, so I rushed over here." Xiao Shui could only look on, completely baffled. "Meow, meow, meow. Well, if nothing's wrong, we'll be leaving now." With that, Feng scooped up Xiao Shui and made a... At that moment, Hongshan approached Tian Shui and remarked, "Tian Shui, that disciple of yours is really something else." "That's right. You mentioned before that the golden silkworm starfall stone was from an honorary elder. Since when did the Starpole sect have an honorary elder?" She was visibly flustered for a moment. A deep blush colored Tian Shui's face. "Well, he's my head direct disciple, and he's been recognized as an honorary elder of the Starpole sect. The golden silkworm starfall stone was a gift from him." Hongshan was completely stunned. "What? That's impossible, isn't it? There's no way those 5 old fossils would do something so absurd. What is so special about this Feng?" Xiao Xiao immediately chimed in. "Tian Shui, wait a minute. Does that mean you have to call him elder too? How did he even manage that?" Tian Shui shyly fiddled with her fingers. "Because he has money. He donated 1 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals for the Starpole sect to use freely." Hearing this, Hongshan nearly coughed up 3 meters of blood. Xiao Xiao quickly called out, "Grandpa." Once the ringing in his ears finally stopped, the old man exclaimed, "So, that's how it is. 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones is certainly no small amount." Xiao Xiao hastily corrected him. "Grandpa, it wasn't 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. It was 1 billion supreme-grade spirit crystals. Actual spirit crystals." Hearing this, Hongshan was so envious he almost fainted. "Please don't force me to face such a cruel reality, all right?" Suddenly, an idea flashed in the old man's mind. "Hold on, Tian Shui. Grandpa Chu has always seen you as family. How about you and Xiao Xiao join forces?" He looked at her with eyes gleaming with a brilliant scheme. She trembled, thinking to herself, "Not this again. My sect will have more elders than disciples. Am I trying to build a retirement home here?" Seeing her hesitation, Hongshan mused, "This little girl is still hesitating. Was my offer not clear enough?" Meanwhile, Tian Shui was screaming on the inside. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? The Star Soul Sect is about to become a senior living facility. Hongshan leaned in closer, his voice persuasive. Tian Shui, your sect hasn't been established for very long. You might not have the strength to handle every situation, right? Your Grandpa Chu is a 9th-rank artifact master, with over 100 years of accumulated connections. That still has to be worth something. Hearing his words, her heart began to waver. Oh no. It's the feeling of being tempted. A peak, 9th-rank artifact master. Ha. With over a century of connections. Tian Shui suddenly turned around, startling Hongshan slightly. She smiled brightly. Grandpa Chu, from now on, if the sect needs anything refined, I will definitely be counting on all of you. She had already made her decision. It's not like the sect was ever going to be peaceful. If it's going to be chaotic, let's embrace the chaos. Hongshan flashed a mischievous grin. So, you agree then? And just like that, Hongshan packed up his granddaughter to leave with them. Tucked into a bundle, Xiao Xiao wondered, why do I get the feeling I'm also part of the package deal? Meanwhile, in Feng City, a crowd of swordsmen stared up into the sky. They watched several figures radiating powerful auras, hovering in the air. A disciple below whispered in awe, who are those people? With such overwhelming power. Aren't they afraid of provoking the wrong person? Another man scoffed at the 3rd-level Qi condensation cultivator. You're clueless. What do you know? Can't you see the Jingyue insignia on their robes? A white-bearded elder looked up. Jingyue Villa is home to top-tier experts. Someone must have really provoked them for all these masters to take action. The black-haired man beside him continued. I heard the Villa master, Zhang Shufeng, survived the Heavenly Thunder tribulation. His strength now far surpasses that of any ordinary tribulation. A blue-haired man sighed. Man, I pity whichever unlucky soul crossed him. From the group above, one of the Jingyue Villa experts shouted, full speed ahead. The master of Jingyue Villa appeared. The father of Zhang Heng. Zhang Shufeng himself. He gritted his teeth in fury. Someone dared to kill my son? I don't care who they are. I will hunt them down and erase them from existence. The masters behind him roared as one. Avenge the young master. Kill, kill, kill. In Zifeng City, Ye Feng walked listlessly. Xiao Shui, I'm so bored. Besides food, is there anything fun to do in this town? Xiao Shui followed, thinking to herself. The master's hobby is squandering his fortune. Any place where he can't spend massive amounts of money will bore him to tears. I need to waste some money, Yifeng muttered to himself. If I go 1 minute without blowing cash, I start to feel really uncomfortable. Suddenly, an idea lit up in Xiao Shui's mind. She had a plan. Master, remember last time when you and your junior brother were buying spirit herbs? I discovered a huge trading district in the North City. We should go check it out. You might find some cool stuff there. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Oh? A place like that exists here? I don't need cool stuff. As long as I can spend money. Let's go. And with that, the rich, prodigal, young master eagerly set off on his quest to spend a fortune. In no time, they arrived at the district, the Northgate district of Violet Phoenix City. Inside the shopping plaza, the air was buzzing with the shouts of vendors. Come take a look. Freshly looted from the Heavenly Tao battlefield. Spirit herbs from the 3rd Heavenly Tao battlefield. Only 13 stocks left, don't miss your chance. Unnamed martial arts techniques from the Heavenly Tao battlefield. 1,000 spirit stones for a random pick. Your fate depends on your intuition. A curvy beauty called out. Come here, little brother. Let big sister help you relax. A bald old man shouted. Spirit pills and elixirs to cure all your ailments. A scar-faced man licked his blade. Come get your weapons sharpened. The roar of the crowd filled Ye Feng and Xiao Shui with excitement. What a lively place. He casually picked up a spear. Its design wasn't bad, but it was surprisingly heavy. Before his interest could peak, a shout came from the other side. Over here, come on, over here. Xiao Shui nudged him. Master, that side looks pretty interesting. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Heavenly Tao token detected. A random quest appeared. Purchase the old token that contains the hidden Heavenly Tao order. Success grants a reward. Failure results in a point deduction. You may decline. Seeing the quest, Ye Feng's eyes darted left and right as he wondered, the Heavenly Tao token? Where is it? Where could it be? Suddenly, he stopped in front of a shattered, ancient-looking token. The shopkeeper, Li Xiaoming, saw Ye Feng's curiosity and thought to himself, finally, a customer. And he's actually interested in this broken piece of junk? He held up the token and began his grand sales pitch. Young master, you truly have a discerning eye. This is the finest treasure in our entire shop. For this very token, I nearly lost my life on the Heavenly Tao battlefield. Words appeared on Ye Feng's face. Who asked for your life story? Just give me the price. He was losing patience. How much is it? On the open market, a scrap like this wasn't even worth 50 stones, and that's with free shipping. But Li Xiaoming decided to shoot for the moon. For a generous young master like you, 3 million low-grade spirit stones. No haggling. The moment he said it, he felt a pang of doubt. Did I push it too far? Yi Feng crossed his arms, looking annoyed. After all that trouble, it only costs 3 million low-grade spirit stones? That's too cheap. Way too cheap. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoming was sweating bullets. My friend, why the silence? Is there a problem? If the price is too high, we can always negotiate. He raised his hand, ready to bargain. Young master, I know the price is a little steep. But before he could finish his sentence, a storage ring worth over 3 million was already in his hand. Xiao Shui took the token as Ye Feng turned to leave, casually stating, "There's over 3 million in there. The item is mine." Li Xiaoming stammered behind him. It's sold? Just like that? He squinted, watching Ye Feng walk away. Who is this guy that doesn't even know how to bargain? Could that token hide some kind of secret? Overcome with curiosity, he risked it all and ran after Ye Feng. Young master, the deal is done, and the item is yours. But could you tell me, what is this thing truly worth? How much did I lose? Ye Feng answered coolly. This item is extremely useful to me. Forget 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Even if it were 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones, I would have bought it without a second thought. He let out a hearty laugh and vanished into the wind. After Ye Feng left, Li Xiaoming stood frozen, his heart pounding like a war drum. 3 million supreme grade. I would have bought it. Hearing that number, Li Xiaoming's mind went completely blank. 3 million. Supreme grade? He immediately started scheming. 3 million. 3 million supreme grade spirit stones. No way. I can't just let them walk away like that. From the shadows, Li Xiaoming stared after Ye Feng and Xiao Shui, his eyes filled with killing intent. Xiao Shui immediately sensed the danger. Killing intent? Master, there's a murderous aura. I think that guy has targeted us. Yi Feng wasn't scared at all. Oh really? He actually dares to make a move? Yi Feng skipped happily. Let's go find a tavern. We can wait for him there. She was bewildered. The guy is incredibly weak. But master, you're being targeted. So why do you look so happy about it? An hour later, in a dark alley, Boss Hu glanced over. Li Xiaoming, are you absolutely certain he has 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones? He declared with conviction. Boss Hu, I'm sure of it. He has 3 million supreme-grade stones, and I bet there's even more where that came from. Plus, that broken token isn't simple either. This time, we have to get that token back and sell it for an even higher price. Hearing this, the thug's greed flared. You'd better not be trying to trick me. If I don't profit from this, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he led the way into the tavern. As Boss Hu's heavy footsteps echoed, Xiao Shui's voice drifted out from their room. Master, you can't. This is too much. It's just too cruel. It seems you don't understand. Hearing their words, the thugs' faces flushed red. Their imaginations ran wild, picturing her delicate form inside. In the room, Xiao Shui stared intently at a tower of spirit stones, while Ye Feng calmly placed the final piece on top of the pyramid. What a beautiful dream. To think they can take my money and walk out of here alive. Now, watch closely. He'll take the money, and then you'll kill him. Yi Feng sneered. Remember, wait until the opponent has taken every last low-grade spirit stone before you strike. This will be a memorable lesson. You must give your opponent hope before utterly crushing it. Xiao Shui was speechless. This is just despicable. What kind of twisted game are you playing with people's hearts? Just then, Hu Lao Dai burst through the door. Make way. Inspector Fo Bo Lei is conducting an inspection of the Justice Hall. Yi Feng greeted them with a brilliant smile. Please, have a seat. I know exactly why you're here. So, you're here to rob me? You must think I'm quite the prize. I hope 2,000 low-grade spirit stones aren't beneath you. Hearing this, the thugs nearly exploded. Are you kidding me? 2,000 low-grade stones and 2 supreme-grade ones? Are you trying to pay off a beggar? Damn it! Hu Lao Dai furiously smashed the pile of spirit stones before him. We want 3 million. 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones, he shot back. You think that's not enough? Xiao Ming roared. Cut the crap. Didn't you just blow 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones without batting an eye? Is that it? That's all you gave me? Feng complained to the system. See? I told you this wouldn't be enough. This is just great. Now even common thugs look down on this godly prodigal. The robbers threatened him. Well, got anything to say for yourself? Hand over the 3 million, and we'll let you live. Feng's brow furrowed. Both of you, shut your mouths. The words had barely left his lips. Ah, when a massive, muscular arm shot out, grabbing Xiaoming by the head. With a sickening squelch, both their heads were crushed like ripe tomatoes. A golden armored guard materialized behind Feng. Insects like you, dare to try and rob my master? Staring at the headless corpses on the ground, Feng called out to the system. What was that about? I wasn't even in any real danger. So, why did the guards show up? The system screen flashed. Host is a godly prodigal. Experiencing a first-time robbery attempt is a common milestone. This level of threat is unworthy of being part of the host's growth. Feng's face darkened. Are you saying I'm not even qualified enough to get robbed properly? Behind him, Xiao Shui picked up the few scattered stones. Master, these stones. Fuming with rage, Feng stormed back toward the sect. The system's tone became conciliatory. Fine, fine. The system was in error. Due to a calculation misstep, the host will be compensated. Compensating host with 10,000 prodigal points. Awarding 109th grade. Rank 9 sword dance formation flags. Awarding the 9 dragons heaven-burning cauldron. The Heavenly Dance Sword formation can now automatically attack any living creature once activated. Furthermore, the 9 dragons heaven-burning cauldron can refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into supreme divine pills. Seeing the mountain of treasures, Feng's mood instantly brightened, with rewards like these. I guess you have a conscience after all, system. The sun climbed high above the Star Soul Sect. The moment Feng stepped through the gates, the roars of Tianhong and Tianyu echoed across the grounds. Tired? You call this tiring? This has been the training regimen for years. Perhaps the problem isn't the training, but you. Have you truly dedicated yourselves to cultivation, or are you simply not trying hard enough? Curious, he wandered over. What's all the commotion at the training grounds? Tianhong was screaming. Wu Tianjiao, what's wrong with you? Did you forget to eat today? When you spar, you must treat your opponent as a mortal enemy. Strike to kill, Luo Kai chimed in, hands on his hips. Come on, fight. Fight! Stop slacking off, Tian Yu added his own command. Leng Wu Feng, 10,000 sword swings, now. Peeking from behind a wall, Feng trembled. What in the world is going on here? Wu Feng was already panting, counting his swings. 18, 38, 47. Then, he spotted Feng's silhouette and cried out internally, Eldest brother. Wu Feng's despair turned to hope as he yelled, Eldest brother, you finally returned. You have to save us. The 3 elders have gone insane. The other disciples started crying out too. Junior brother, little junior brother, you have to help us. Little junior brother, please. We're going to die if you don't help. Don't walk away so fast. Take us with you. Please, little junior brother, don't go. Eldest brother, it's not our fault. We're desperate. We have no other choice. They swarmed him, clinging to his legs. They offered everything to make him stay. Secret martial arts techniques, rare magazines. Some even offered to help him, relieve his stress. One even volunteered for special services. Tears streamed down Wu Feng's face. Eldest brother, I'll give you a foot massage tonight. The 3 elders' eyes lit up when they saw him, wicked grins spreading across their faces. Feng, so, you've returned. He flinched, managing only a single sound. Huh? Tianhong stared intently, already planning Feng's new training regimen. He struggled against them. I don't need to train. The 3 of them just shared a knowing, sinister smile as fragrant steam rose from a teapot. Tianhong said with mock concern, Feng, it's getting chilly. Have some tea. Tian Yu began massaging his legs. You've been away for so long, your legs must be exhausted. Feng just sat there on the chair, completely bewildered. So, this wasn't a trap to get me to train? Question marks practically appeared over Luo Kai's head. Wait, you guys weren't planning on making him join the training? Tianhong shot him a sideways glance. You still have much to learn, my friend. Meanwhile, Tian Yu sneered to himself. He actually wants to steal our godly prodigal and drag him through the mud. Luo Kai's blood began to boil. So that's how you want to play it, is it? He yanked Feng up by the collar. Hey, I was sitting here. What's the big idea? Sitting? There's no time for sitting. The other disciples were filled with admiration. He's not giving our junior brother any special treatment. When it comes to fairness and justice, Elder Luo Kai is the one to watch. Wow, Elder Luo Kai is so moving, it brings tears to my eyes. For a second there, I almost thought I was adopted into the sect by mistake. Elder Luo Kai is a true role model for us all. With that, he slammed his hand into the ground. Great strength Vajra palm. A moment later, Luo Kai let out a heavy breath. Come on out, Ye Feng. Sitting on the ground is so pathetic. With a single palm strike, I can create a chair from the earth itself. The two elders couldn't be bothered to care. They sneered in contempt. So you only know how to trick the younger generation, huh? It took dozens of hits just to make a chair. So what are you pretending for? And you claimed it only took one palm strike? Ye Feng's face flushed crimson. Oh, so that's how it was. Thank you, Elder Luo, Wu Feng said with a sideways glance. Elder Luo, you've really gone downhill. The entire group stared at Luo Kai with open contempt. He roared at them. What are you all standing around for? Get back to your training this instant. Hearing the word training, Yi Feng's eyes lit up, a calculating expression appearing on his face. System. About that 100 Tianyu sword formation flag. Can it be controlled? The system notification stated it could last for up to 10 hours, but it couldn't be used by the host. Others would have to perform a blood pact to control the formation flag's power. Seeing Ye Feng's sheer delight, the people beside him wondered, what in the world is he planning? He raised the golden flag and made a proposal. Elders, I feel that my senior brother's training isn't very effective, so how about we use this 9th grade, level 9 killing formation flag to temper them? The power of this killing formation can even be controlled. They immediately objected. Junior brother, we can put up with your nonsense, but could you at least try to be human? Using a tribulation-level killing formation to temper us? Are you trying to get us completely annihilated? Oh, you're so clever, so righteous. You're not saving us, you're pushing us to our graves. Senior brother, don't. Your junior brothers will actually die. The group of senior brothers swarmed Ye Feng, kicking and punching him. Luo Kai bit his lip, conflicted. Ye Feng, isn't this a little too ruthless? I just want them to practice, not to torture them to death. He raised the golden flag and yelled, that's enough. Ye Feng appeared to back down. Elder Luo, fine. Your arrangement is good enough. Yi Feng clutched the flag to his chest. My dear senior brothers, for the future of our sect, we must do whatever it takes to make them stronger. What's a little hardship in comparison? Seeing them suffer pains my heart deeply. For the sect, I've had to consider everything. Luo Kai was at a loss for words. Hardship? You have the nerve to say that? He finally said, forget it. It's just a formation flag. If they must suffer, then let them suffer. Tears welled up in Tian Tian's eyes. This is basically a death sentence. Hao Yu let out a sigh of relief. At least it's only a formation flag. I guess our junior brother is showing some mercy. But then, Ye Feng spoke again. My apologies. This formation flag can only be sustained for 10 hours. I'm afraid a short time like that just isn't enough. Hearing this, he coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. Hao Yu frantically took out his command token to call for help. Sect Master, Saintess, anyone in the sect. We really can't stay here any longer. Please, save us. Tian Yue gritted her teeth. Senior brother, you just had to jinx it. A voice came through the token. What is the meaning of this? Just as Hao Yu was about to explain, Ye Feng clapped him on the shoulder. Yi Feng whispered into his ear. Senior brother, from now on, the important responsibility of supervising them will be yours. How does that sound? The voice from the token continued. Are you still asking for help? Hey! Hey! Hao Yu stomped his foot. I'm just teaching my juniors a few things. As their senior brother, of course I can't back down from my duties. At the same time, at the Starpole sect, Wu Ming stared at his command token with a blank face. What was that? Should I go bring them back or not? Tianxing asked curiously. Wu Ming, what did your disciples say over there? It's nothing. The disciples just want to return. The old man's voice boomed. What? Something that major happened and you didn't tell me sooner? Tianxing growled from behind. Wu Ming, for a matter this serious, reporting to me would have been enough. Hearing them both, he looked completely baffled. Tianxing introduced him. Everyone, this is a friend of mine who just arrived at our sect. He has never met Ye Feng. This time, since the N-Bone disciples are having some issues, I'm taking him to see what's going on. I assume none of you have a problem with that? Don't you dare embarrass the sect in front of an outsider. They fumed. No wonder he wouldn't let his guest leave. He was just waiting for an excuse. That shameless, despicable old dog. A few hours later, blood-curdling screams echoed through the forest, startling the birds. B-Gang shouted, Old Luo, fly slower. I'm getting nauseous. Then, Tianxing slammed on the brakes mid-air. Bai Gang immediately leaned over and threw up, like someone with terrible motion sickness. Tianxing quickly clasped his hands. My apologies. My apologies. We were flying too fast just now. He glared. I understand you're in a hurry to get to the Spirit Soul Sect, but can you explain to me why you're dressed like a beggar? Tianxing drew a sword. A beggar's clothes? What do you know? This is my lucky victory outfit. Bai Gang was skeptical. What do you mean? A victory outfit looks like this? Tianxing clapped Bi Gang on the shoulder and said, Let me ask you, how effective was that serenity incense I gave you? Bai Gang replied, Serenity incense? That stuff is incredible. I've been meaning to ask you for a few more sticks. It was nowhere near enough. I'll let you in on a secret. I got that serenity incense by disguising myself as Ye Feng. Brilliant, right? Hearing this, Bi Gang grabbed Tianxing's robes and begged, Old Luo, give me a set. Tianxing shot back. Don't pull on me. This is the only one I have. You can't just rob me. The sounds of their noisy argument filled the forest. At the Spirit Soul Sect, 4 people, Xingfei, Tian, Tian Yue, and Tian Ming were getting completely demolished. They cried and complained in unison. I'm exhausted. Save me. I'm about to die. Senior brother. You betrayed us. You detestable senior brother. You've ruined me. Hao Yu stood casually nearby and replied, Not at all. Can't you see I'm suffering right here with everyone? Elsewhere, Wu Feng. Clinging to Ye Feng's leg, he asked, Senior brother, you're the best to me, right? Ye Feng replied, You're overthinking it. I called you here for a reason. Do you still have to go in? I still have to go? Senior brother, you called me all the way out here. It wasn't just to ask about alchemy, was it? You're not wrong. This is absolutely about alchemy. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Before his senior brother could even finish, Tian Yu stepped forward. He sent Wu Feng flying with a kick and declared, Get back to the training formation. I'm a 9th grade alchemist. If you don't understand something, you ask me. Then I shall trouble you. Elder Xia. A moment later, a commotion erupted in the elder's courtyard. Ye Feng brought out a dazzling golden cauldron. Tian Yu asked, A cauldron? What's so special about this one? Ye Feng secretly read the system info and replied, Ah, the 9-dragon heaven-burning cauldron. It can refine tens of thousands of spirit medicines and burn the very spiritual energy of heaven and earth to forge a supreme divine pill. Tian Yu was shocked, thinking, Refine thousands of spirit herbs and burn the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Are you just spouting nonsense? He laughed mockingly. Ye Feng, this cauldron is merely a 4th grade heaven and earth Xuanhuang artifact. To refine thousands of spirit herbs, you would need a heaven-grade treasure, at the very least. Otherwise, the cauldron would explode, and there aren't more than 5 of those on the entire profound heaven continent. Even I had to spend a small fortune to get my own high-grade cauldron. Tian Yu thought to himself, I know all about this. This kid's arrogance is unbelievable. Burning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Don't even dream of it. The secret codex of alchemy says only a spirit cauldron can devour spiritual energy, but I've never even heard of a heaven-grade spirit cauldron. And a divine pill? What's that? A 10-pattern pill is considered divine, even at the 1st grade. Besides, the tribulation that follows a divine pill's creation is nothing but a legend on this continent. Hearing you say that, I'm starting to think this piece of junk is even better than a heaven-grade cauldron. Watch closely, Elder Xia. As he finished speaking, golden dragons suddenly burst from the cauldron. They soared into the sky, turning the heavens a brilliant gold. Someone gasped, What is that? A sea of fire burning the heavens? Seeing a golden dragon manifest in the sky, Tian Shui mumbled, Impossible. A dragon soul spirit cauldron. How could it possibly appear in the mortal realm? Not long after, a voice came from the cauldron, Return. And just like that, the swarm of dragons dove back inside. Ye Feng and Tian Yu both peeked curiously into the cauldron's opening. Ye Feng rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed with delight, This cauldron is truly something else. It just consumes too much spiritual power. I was almost completely drained. But hey, it'll make future barbecues a lot easier. Tian Yu inspected the cauldron and agreed. Of course. The moment you took this out, I knew you were up to no good. To think you'd waste a spirit cauldron like this. Just then, Tian Shui descended from the sky. She said, Ye Feng, I knew it was you again. Seeing her, Ye Feng cheered up. Master, Tian Shui asked, Is this the cauldron that just released its spirit? That's the one. Master, want to give it a try? Tian Shui touched the cauldron, surprised when it didn't react at all. She asked, It has already acknowledged a master. Unless, you performed a blood oath and became its owner? Yep, that's right, master. This piece of junk really eats up spiritual energy. It completely devoured my spiritual energy just now. And yet, you actually gained the approval of a cauldron spirit, Tian Shui thought. In that brief moment, Ye Feng controlled it. Those 9 terrifying dragon spirits could have annihilated the Star Soul sect more than 10 times over. It's a weapon of absolute destruction, even against a powerhouse who has survived the 9 heavenly thunder tribulations. Ye Feng could completely erase them. Suddenly, Tian Yu approached, prompting Tian Shui to ask, Elder Xia, is something the matter? Sect Master, you have to control him. Yi Feng plans to use the cauldron to grill meat. The demonic flames of the dragon spirit cauldron can incinerate space itself, and he wants to use it for a barbecue. Tian Shui clutched her head and cursed inwardly. This prodigal brat. But Ye Feng was already focused on the cauldron, planning a whole roasted lamb. Tian Shui had to ask, Ye Feng, do you realize how powerful this cauldron is? With it, you could rule the profound heaven continent. Nah, master, people are made of iron, but food is steel. If you skip a meal, you'll starve to death. I have no interest in ruling anything. I just want to grill meat. I wonder if it can roast a whole lion. Ye Feng, this cauldron is a supreme, unparalleled treasure. It can create any pill imaginable and destroy any enemy in the mortal realm. If you use it well, your future will be limitless. All I know is, it's great for cooking demonic beasts, because their meat is delicious. So, what's for dinner tonight? Want to try out this new grill? Hearing him say that, Tian Shui drew her sword in a rage. Tian Yu held her back, pleading, Sect Master, you can't. No matter what, he is the head disciple. Tian Shui raised her sword high in her hand and furiously replied, Elder Xia, let me go, and watch how I deal with this worthless disciple. Seeing his chance, Ye Feng said, Master, Elder Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. With that, he bolted, leaving Tian Shui screaming after him. You get back here, worthless disciple. Ye Feng, I dare you to eat barbecue tonight. If you do, don't even think about coming back. Ye Feng thought, man, being a disciple is tough. Always getting yelled at by master. I wonder if Li Fei has made it back to the sect yet. In the sprawling mountains of the heavenly fire realm lies the mystic flame sect. Today, its grand hall was eerily silent. Inside, Li Fei was prostrated on the floor, trembling. Master, this disciple understands. A portly elder glared down at him from his high seat. He questioned him sharply. Going to the heavenly Tao battlefield on your own, do you even have any respect left for your master? And this isn't the first time. If I hadn't found out, how long would you have kept this secret from me? This man was the master of the mystic flame sect, Sun Tianyo. Li Fei kept his head to the floor, pleading, Master, your disciple knows he was wrong. Li Fei silently prayed his master wouldn't come closer. But Sun Tianyo grabbed him by the head, lifting him effortlessly as he commanded. From this day forward, until you break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, you are forbidden from taking a single step outside this sect. Li Fei yelped. Ow! 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 Suddenly, an old man entered with a hearty laugh, announcing, Which fellow Taoist of the Sword Path has come to grace our Mystic Flame sect? Huh? Li Fei? This was the Grand Elder of the Mystic Flame sect, Wang Chengshan. Sun Tianyo dropped Li Fei with a thud. He snapped. What Taoist of the Sword Path? No one has come to visit our sect. Li Fei also asked, Grand Elder, why have you come? Wang Chengshan pointed a finger straight at Li Fei and roared, What do you know? Let this rotten brat explain himself. Li Fei, looking guilty, didn't dare to speak. The two elders shouted in unison, What in the world happened? Don't you despise sword cultivators? Speak up. Li Fei clutched his head and begged, Master, Grand Elder, please, let me explain. I met this insane prodigal on the Heavenly Tao battlefield. I just happened to see him wasting talismans like they were nothing. He had a fragment of death sword intent in his hand. But he wouldn't listen when I told him how much I hate sword cultivators. He used all the fragments on me. I cried and begged him to stop. I really didn't want it. Then, when I went to relieve myself, I suddenly had death sword intent. It's not my fault. He forced it on me. I swear. Wang Chengshan raised his hand, his voice trembling with rage. It took me 60 years of painstaking effort, talent, and fate to comprehend the heavenly flame sword intent, and you stumbled upon it in a few minutes? Sun Tianyu prompted him. Li Fei, what are your thoughts now? Tell the Grand Elder. Li Fei answered cluelessly, Grand Elder, I've thought it over. From now on, I will stay far away from anything related to swords. Given enough time, I'm sure I'll just forget this sword intent thing. His words sent Wang Chungshan into a blind rage. The elder raised a whip and roared, "What? You want to forget it?" Wang Chungshan gave Li Fei a thrashing he'd never forget, giving him some much-needed education. After the beating, Wang Chungshan grabbed Li Fei by the leg and began dragging him away. Li Fei cried out helplessly, "Master, save me. I don't want to practice the sword with the Grand Elder." Sun Tianyu watched with a wide grin. "Haha, my disciple is finally on the path to greatness." The next morning at the Star Soul Sect, Ye Feng suddenly sneezed. He wondered, "Who's talking about me? One of my 7 fairies?" Just then, the system announced today's prodigal product, 10 heaven-grade cauldrons. Yi Feng looked at the gleaming golden cauldrons on the screen with pure disgust. Huh? Why would the system have me waste money on this garbage? I remember Elder Xia saying there were no more than 5 heaven-grade cauldrons in the entire profound sky continent. I suppose I should look into it. Suddenly, his door was kicked clean off its hinges. Tian Shuo appeared, calling out for Ye Feng. Yi Feng asked, completely baffled, "Master, what's going on?" "My door?" Tian Shuo furiously demanded. "That cauldron, did you just casually toss it in the courtyard?" "And here I was, thinking something serious happened," Ye Feng mused. He replied, "Master, it's just a broken cauldron. Was I supposed to enshrine it or something?" "What? Is the master alchemist who owns that special cauldron completely insane?" "All right, fine. For now, forget about the broken cauldron outside. But if you had 10 heaven-grade cauldrons, tell me, how would you squander them?" "If I had them? There's no if about it. She acts like she's just met me for the first time," he thought. "Has there ever been anything you've asked about that I didn't immediately have on hand to waste?" Tian Shue's mind raced. Am I dealing with a monster? With a huff, she turned her back to leave. Ye Feng called out, "Master, where are you going? Your foolish disciple begs for your guidance." Annoyed, Tian Shui simply flew away without a word. She cursed internally. "I have had enough. From now on, out of sight, out of mind." Sometime later, just outside the Star Soul Sect, Tian Yu was happily polishing a cauldron when Tian Shui passed by. He called out, "Sect Master, heading out to buy spiritual medicine?" "Yes," Tian Shui replied flatly. Tian Yu reminded her, "But we just bought a huge batch of spiritual herbs. Only Wu Feng and I have access, so we shouldn't be running low." Tian Shui quickly changed her story. "Then, I'm going out to buy some spiritual minerals." But Tian Yu replied, "I don't know much about spirit stones. You should go find Elder Chu for that." Making another excuse, Tian Shui snapped, "Fine, then I'm just buying some everyday pills." "Sect Master, don't tell me Ye Feng is bothering you again." "Haha, I almost forgot it was morning, which means it's time for that brat Ye Feng to squander his fortune again." "Ye Feng, I'm coming!" Tian Yu's attitude only made Tian Shui's silent fury burn hotter. Some time had passed, and Ye Feng was out tilling the fields. Suddenly, Tian Yu's voice boomed. "Stop your work. This kind of hard labor isn't for a young man like you. Leave it to this old master." Hearing this, Ye Feng paused. A moment later, Ye Feng asked, bewildered, "Elder Shah, why aren't you using your spiritual power? This is back-breaking work." Tian Yu kept digging with gusto and shot back. "If I used my power, could you still call it exercise? You should train your body more, boy. Anyway, what are you even digging this pit for, Elder Xia?" By now, the hole was already terrifyingly deep. As he climbed out, his eyes fell upon a colossal, dragon-inlaid cauldron. Tian Yu gasped. This is a heaven-grade cauldron, right? Ye Feng, what in the world are you planning to do with this?" "Well, this pit is a latrine, so the cauldron is obviously the toilet." Watching Ye Feng drop his pants and sit on the cauldron's rim, Tian Yu's face contorted with pure fury. He raised a trembling fist and roared, "Ye Feng, I'm going to kill you." Tian Yu threw a devastating punch, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Ye Feng dodged it just in the nick of time. Tian Shui rushed to hold the elder back, pleading with him, "Elder Xia, please, show mercy. No matter what he's done, he is still my head disciple." Ye Feng just watched the chaos unfold. He couldn't help but remember a short while ago when the roles were completely reversed, with Tian Yu desperately holding her back. Who could have predicted such a dramatic reversal? Ye Feng turned to bolt, yelling over his shoulder, "Elder Xia, just hold on. I'll get junior brother Wu Feng to finish the job immediately." Tian Shui thought with a sigh. Of course. Ye Feng wouldn't even spare his own junior brother. He's trying to run off the sect's only 2 alchemists. Tian Yu fumed. "Sect Master, look at how you've spoiled him." Tian Shui retorted coolly. "Oh, really, Elder Xia? I wanted to teach him a lesson yesterday. Who was it that held me back? So you're just going to stand there and make fun of me?" Honestly, I can see why you and Ye Feng are master and disciple. The wheel of fate turns, Elder Jia. Since Ye Feng is gone, I'll take my leave as well. A short while later, Wu Feng came running up cheerfully. Tian Yu glanced at him, thinking to himself, that idiot Wu Feng is here too. Oh, he's definitely going to cry his eyes out. Wu Feng beamed. Elder Xia, are you also here helping senior brother Ye build his outhouse? Tian Yu replied flatly. Yep, I already dug the hole. You should brace yourself. Elder Xia, do you mean the heaven-grade cauldron? You already know about it? Wait a second. You knew, and you're not upset? Of course I knew. Senior brother just gave me one of those junky things. I threw it in the yard to use as a water barrel. A dragon begets a dragon. A phoenix begets a phoenix. A student learns from his master. He's become just as rotten as Ye Feng. You've got the saying wrong, Elder Xia. It's called learning from the best. Get lost, and stay out of my sight. Though he told Wu Feng to get lost, it was Tian Yu who stormed away. He muttered darkly, the sect has 2 grand alchemists. The junior disciple gets a priceless treasure, but the elder gets nothing? If I had known it would come to this, I'd have gone back to the auction house. The very next day, within the sect grounds, peach blossoms drifted through the air to the sound of somber music. In Elder Xia's personal courtyard, Elder Chu pointed wildly and screamed, Elder Xia, that's a heaven-grade cauldron. You just left it sitting in your yard? At those words, Tian Yu's heart leaped, and he rushed inside. He cried out, my very own heaven-grade cauldron? And sure enough, attached to its side was a simple note that read, a gift. Tears of pure joy welled up in Tian Yu's eyes. This is really for me? He whispered. He immediately began hugging and kissing the magnificent cauldron. This earned him a look of disgust from Elder Chu. Elder Xia, stop that. You're getting drool all over it. Ahem, I was not kissing it. Absolutely not. Say, Elder Xia, would you mind if I borrowed it for some research? I've always dreamed of forging a heaven-grade cauldron myself, but I've only ever been able to study king-grade artifacts. Birds of a feather, am I right? Go on, Elder Chu, take it. Study it all you want. Otherwise, I was just going to use it as a water basin in the yard. Thank you, Elder Xia. I'll go get my disciple Xiao Xiao to help me study it. I know. But a moment later, Elder Chu was so stunned, he dropped the priceless cauldron. He stammered, research? What in the world is there to research here? Lined up before him was a row of shimmering, golden heaven-grade cauldrons. He stepped closer, whispering in disbelief. 7 of them? 7 heaven-grade cauldrons? When did they become as common as cabbages at the market? Suddenly, a head popped out from one of the cauldrons. Elder Chu. Hongshan nearly jumped out of his skin. Ye Feng, what are you doing in there? Ye Feng just grinned. Elder Chu, you're an expert artifact refiner. Tell me, what's the most ridiculously wasteful way to use all these cauldrons? Elder Chu was baffled. Wasteful? That's your biggest problem right now? I don't get it. I'm just a simple refiner. All I know is how to forge weapons and armor. Weapons? Armor? Oh, as expected of Elder Chu. Thank you. Please, pick one. With that, Ye Feng leaped out of the cauldron. Hongshan was still lost. Pick what? I'm an artifact refiner. I need a forge. You can't possibly want me to go into battle with a cauldron, can you? Ye Feng's eyes lit up. Brilliant as always, Elder. You've guessed it again. Hongshan protested. Ye Feng, that's not what I meant at all. But Ye Feng just tapped the side of the cauldron and proposed his idea. Look, this heaven-grade cauldron is incredibly hard and heavy. It works for both offense and defense. Isn't it the perfect, all-around weapon? He imagined himself smashing enemies with it and hiding inside when things got dicey. No sane person would ever treat a heaven-grade treasure this way. It's a priceless artifact. Elder Chu, if you used your full power, how long would it take to even dent this thing? It's indestructible. Even I can't do anything with them right now. What a shame. Such sturdy cauldrons would make incredible weapons. And with that, Ye Feng leaped off the massive cauldron. He turned to leave, tossing a final comment over his shoulder. Elder Chu, that cauldron is all yours. I'm heading over to see Elder Bai. Hongshan pointed at the cauldron in disbelief and asked, You're just giving this to me? Just like that? He thought to himself, turning this into personal armor. Only a prodigal son would think of something so outrageous. I should give one to Elder Xia. A short while later, in the main hall of the sect, Tian Shui was frowning. Ye Feng, she asked, this isn't what you were planning to bury, is it? Ye Feng flashed a brilliant smile and replied, Master, this is a heaven-grade cauldron. It's practically indestructible. With these, no one can harm any of you. Ye Feng had each person sit inside a cauldron to test out the feeling. Tian Shui questioned him. Where did you even get so many of these? And you want us to use them as shields? Suddenly, Xiao Shui let out a whoop. She spun a cauldron on her index finger with ease. Master, she said. This thing feels perfect. With my raw strength, I can definitely take on anyone. Luo Kai sighed in admiration. As expected of the demon clan. Such immense power. This thing is actually the perfect training weapon for her, Tian Hong added. The destructive power of a heaven-grade cauldron must be incredibly high, right? Ye Feng asked. Master, don't you think it's a perfect fit? Tian Shui looked puzzled. Let's put that aside for a moment. Why did you give one to the dog? Master, look how much the puppy loves his new doghouse. Besides, once he grows stronger, he can even use this to fight for us. Hearing these words, Tian Shui immediately pictured a six-packed, muscular dog heroically carrying a cauldron into battle to crush their enemies. Tian Hong nodded in agreement. That actually seems to make sense. Ye Feng thought smugly. Perfect. There's one left over for me. When the time comes, I'll have Elder Xia and junior brother Leng use the cauldrons for defense. That probably won't deduct from my prodigal points. Suddenly shouts of, kill, 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 echoed from nearby, causing Tian Shui and Ye Feng to whip their heads around. Countless figures appeared on the distant mountain peaks, their voices thundering across the valley. People of the Star Soul Sect, listen well. Hand over the one who took my son's life. Otherwise, my Jingye Mountain Manor will annihilate your entire sect today. The one speaking was none other than the Lord of Jingye Mountain Manor, Zhang Shufeng, a man with a vicious scar across his face. Everyone inside the sect now realized who had arrived. The Jingye Mountain Manor. Tian Yu and Hongshan peeked out from behind a cauldron, remarking, wipe out the entire Star Soul sect? Such arrogant words. Tian Shui stared out the door, her face burning with anger. How dare they cause a disturbance at our sect? Everyone, follow me out to face the enemy. Yu Feng pointed towards the cauldrons as a reminder. Master, the cauldron. You didn't bring your cauldron, she shot back. Don't mention that stupid cauldron to me. At that moment, a follower next to Shufeng asked with confusion, Manor Lord, why don't we just charge in and kill them? That's right, Manor Lord. Let's just slaughter everyone in this pathetic sect. Shufeng gritted his teeth and declared, leave no one alive. I want to trick them into handing over my son's killer, then make them all die in absolute terror. Manor Lord, look, standing on a cloud, they looked down to see the sect members emerging, each one carrying a massive cauldron to meet them in battle. The moment Shufeng's men saw the procession of cauldrons, they burst into hysterical, mocking laughter. Are the people of this sect completely insane? Each one is dragging a giant pot. I think they should change their name from the Star Soul Sect to the Great Cauldron Sect. Oh no, I'm dying. I'm laughing too hard to even fight. Tian Shui was utterly mortified. I never should have agreed to bring these cauldrons out to fight. This is so embarrassing, she thought. Then yelled, enough! All of you, shut your mouths! A sense of unease crept into Zhang Shufeng's heart. This woman, he thought, is incredibly powerful. Down below, Hongshan lifted a cauldron with a single hand and slammed it down in front of him. He looked up at Shufeng, and his voice rang out with authority. Zhang Shufeng, it doesn't matter why you've come today. But for anyone who dares provoke the Star Soul Sect, the only path is death. Not even Shi Feng could save you today. Shufeng's face darkened as he demanded to know Hongshan's identity. Hongshan simply stood tall, staring them down. With a stern expression, he did not hesitate to reveal who he was. This old master is Chu Hongshan. Even the great Shi Feng owes me 3 favors. Today, it doesn't matter who comes. What I say, goes. A gust of wind began to stir as the 5 sect members stood ready beside their 5 cauldrons. Upon learning Hongshan's identity, Shufeng's expression shifted from arrogance to a mix of shock and fear. Chu Hongshan. What is he doing here? I heard he would never join any faction. Elder Chu, please listen to my explanation. Hongshan placed a hand on his cauldron and answered curtly, speak. Well, my son was murdered, and I used a mother-son tracking bug to follow the trail here. As Shufeng explained, a memory finally clicked for Hongshan. The elder let out a hearty laugh. Shufeng, who are you trying to fool? If you're going to make an excuse, at least make it a believable one. Do you really think this old master doesn't know that your worthless son always has a guardian by his side? And my sect only has 2 disciples? One was at the peak of the 9th level Spirit Fusion realm, the other at the peak of the 9th level Foundation Establishment realm. Do they really possess that kind of strength? Shu Feng immediately dropped to his knees, as if begging, I understand the principle. We understand. But don't assume we're ignorant of what your Mirror Moon Mountain Manor truly is. Hongshan glared at the men behind him, demanding, which one of you killed a teenage boy? Every single one of them immediately shook their heads in denial. Not us. When Shu Feng saw them all deny it, he roared with fury. You're all lying. Tian Shui stepped forward, giving the order to attack. When Shu Feng's underlings saw that Tian Shui's group were all Tribulation Realm masters, they turned to flee in terror. But before they could escape, something massive slammed right into them. Luo Kai hoisted a giant cauldron with one hand, laughing with pure delight. This thing feels amazing to smash with. Luo Kai's eyes widened in shock as he watched his two comrades wildly bashing Shu Feng's men with their own cauldrons, taunting them non-stop. Don't get cocky just because you're a body cultivator, kid. A guy like you? I could kill several of you in one breath. Even Tian Shui was baffled watching them use the cauldrons like this. An alchemist's cauldron could be used as such a vicious weapon? Maybe I should get one for myself later. She imagined herself wielding a cauldron in battle, but the thought vanished as quickly as it came. Better not. People would start calling me the violent gorilla mommy. Yifeng looked up and asked, Master, are these people really here to find their son's killer? Tian Shui replied, That's just a ridiculous excuse. By now, Luo Kai's group had completely decimated Shu Feng's men, while Ye Feng could only stand below and watch, not daring to interfere. Holy crap. Is this a slaughterhouse? Suddenly, the system's notification popped up. Host, please take the initiative to investigate if the Mountain Cave Guards' actions are related to you. Mountain Cave? Guards? Investigate my foot. You've already made it so obvious. Isn't it clear my people did it? Hongshan smashed the cauldron into Shu Feng's head, crushing his skull. Just then, Tian Shui sighed. It's over. Ye Feng. Don't look. Master. I think I'm the one who killed their son. His confession struck Tian Shui like a lightning bolt. You really killed their son? So they didn't come here to murder without reason? They came for revenge. How did you kill him? Yi Feng answered timidly. I took a nap, and my people killed them all. Hongshan swiftly dragged Shu Feng's body over and presented it to Tian Shui. Sect Master, it's all taken care of. This Mirror Moon Mountain Manor was rotten to the core anyway. You could say we were carrying out justice and preventing future trouble. In 2 days, we'll go to Mirror Moon Mountain Manor and wipe out everyone there. Tian Shui's face was grim. She didn't know how to explain the situation. Master, what's wrong? Nothing. I just feel like dying. First you kill the sun, then you slaughter the sect. And our elders want to eradicate them root and stem. It's over. The sect's reputation is completely ruined. At that moment, Tian Shui's eyes darkened as a sinister smile crept onto her face, and the system panel appeared with an announcement. After this battle, the Star Soul sect became infamous overnight. Cultivators who learned the details were stunned by the Star Soul sect's sheer ruthlessness. The Star Soul sect's master, Tian Shui, was even given the title, #1 demonic woman of the profound heaven continent. System. How could you turn my sect into the villains? Yi Feng raged. In this battle, the Star Soul sect eliminated a huge threat to the cultivation world. Everyone should be praising us. Hearing the system's twisted logic, Ye Feng trembled with anger. System. Have you been listening to too many fairy tales? Silence. Tian Shui could only sigh, feeling completely powerless. There was no sense of accomplishment being his master, and being the sect leader just felt miserable. Yi Feng remembered the Mystic Realm and turned to ask her, Master, when does the sect's Mystic Realm competition start? Did you register us yet? Without turning back, Tian Shui simply instructed him, It's 7 days from now. You and your martial brothers should bring your cultivation resources and head over a day early. Oh, and I've already chosen an elder to lead the team. I won't be going. Watching Tian Shui walk away, Ye Feng felt a surge of suspicion. Why is Master acting so troubled? What urgent matter is distracting her? System. Use the spy function. Investigate what my master is busy with. The system immediately issued a warning, alerting the host. The amount of information is quite large. It will consume all 3 of today's chances. Do you wish to proceed? He agreed without hesitation. The system quickly updated with the information he needed. The host's master was originally the saintess of the limitless sacred land. While training outside, she was ambushed by the Grand Void Sword Sect, the Penglai Immortal Island, and the Heavenly Marshal Sect. She was lucky to protect her divine soul with a sect treasure, allowing her to reincarnate. Your master's daily cultivation is driven by her desire to quickly ascend to the upper realm and seek her revenge. Yi Feng could only stare blankly. speechless after witnessing the story of Tian Shui's rebirth. Then, the system decided to tease him. The host's master has a Tao companion. The news made Ye Feng howl in anguish. Then it laughed at his pain. Just kidding. Your master, whether in the upper realm or in this world after her rebirth, has never had a Tao companion. He cursed at it angrily. You damn dog system. You actually dared to trick me. I just wanted to know what master was busy with. You could have just said she was training. But no, you had to say it was a large amount of information. However, deep down, Ye Feng felt something was still not right. He couldn't help but admire Tian Shui. His master's background was truly a turbulent one. The Grand Void Sword Sect, Penglai Immortal Island, and the Heavenly Martial Sect. I will remember these names. He gritted his teeth, a dark vow forming in his heart. One day, sooner or later, I will lead the Star Soul Sect through its tribulation and ascend to the upper realm. I will slaughter anyone who dares to bully my wife. Just then, the system suddenly chimed in with another notification. Congratulations, host, for confirming your Tao companion. Based on the host's methods, you will be gifted 100 million marrow cleansing pills. The system explained that these pills could purge impurities from the body, but their drawback was that a huge quantity was needed to be effective, and they tasted absolutely awful. Yi Feng shot back at it. System, this reward of yours came way too late. I already declared my Tao companion long ago, and you're only giving me this now? Next time you have a Tao companion, I'll try to be a bit faster, it answered sheepishly. Yi Feng furiously kicked the system screen. A next time? My master is the only Tao companion I'll ever have. Ye Feng secretly considered this. It's said that a pure body is one without impurities, allowing it to absorb the world's spiritual energy at an incredible rate. But he realized that even a pure body isn't truly free of impurities. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Wu Feng was probably crying his eyes out after being completely forgotten by him. After taking his frustration out on the system, he now understood that the marrow cleansing pills were a special reward based on his own intentions. He wanted to use them to help Tian Shui. He glanced at Xiao Shui, dusting herself off after the battle, and a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Yi Feng immediately rushed over and tore Xiao Shui's robes right off her body, causing her to cry out in alarm. What are you doing? My clothes, he answered, just borrowing these for a moment to wrap some pills. She covered herself and pointed angrily at Luo Kai's group. Their clothes are so ugly. Why don't you go tear theirs instead? The elder's robes were not only ugly, but also smelly. Xiao Shui's heart ached with regret. She'd just survived such a fierce battle. She didn't even lose a single drop of blood. But now she'd lost her white silk robe of the glacial sky cicada, a treasure worth 2 million high-grade spirit stones. Yi Feng cheerfully called out, 4 elders, I have something good for everyone. A reward already? So soon? He then presented them with some kind of banana green powder. The moment the 4 men saw it, they started gagging. They stammered, Don't tell me. What is it? What is it this time? A mountain of marrow cleansing pills appeared before the 4 elders. Please, enjoy them slowly. Luo Kai picked one up, tried it, and grimaced. This stuff is disgusting. Old man Xia, are you finished yet? If you can't eat it all, don't we still have Luo Kai's group and the little yellow dog? Ye Feng glanced at the system, questioning it internally. Haven't I already squandered today's item? Where's my reward? Host, you still have 1 useless cauldron in your possession. Looking at the cauldron in his hand, he scoffed inwardly. I almost forgot about this piece of junk. It's just squandering a cauldron. What's the big deal? Ye Feng decided to grab the cauldron and run off in front of everyone. They wondered, what in the world is Ye Feng doing? He looks really unhappy. I guess these pills are all up to you now, Elder Bai. Outside, he slammed the cauldron on the ground and cursed. It's all this worthless cauldron's fault. Now hurry up and give me my damn squandering reward. When Luo Kai witnessed this scene, he was terrified. This kid is definitely not a good person. Is he angry? He's definitely furious because we refused to eat the pills. Is that cauldron supposed to be a metaphor for something? Hongshan was suddenly reminded of the time he was suppressed by Ye Feng. The 4 men immediately began shoving the pills into their mouths, thinking, we absolutely cannot make Ye Feng angry. It turns out, this was all just a scare tactic from Ye Feng. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for completely squandering today's item. Reward, 1,000 squander points. The purple nether mystic garment. Ye Feng let out a sneaky grin. Just the name alone sounds like a treasure. Maybe I can even gift it to my master to deepen our relationship. The system explained further. The purple nether mystic garment is a set of innerwear. It is crafted from purple nether mystic crystal, a garment designed for women that is warm in the winter, cool in the summer, and incredibly soft. It also possesses super strong defensive power, unbreakable even by ancient swords. Holding the set of innerwear, Ye Feng was so embarrassed he could feel a nosebleed coming on. What purple nether mystic garment? This is clearly a bikini. If I give this to my master, not even all the sect elders combined could save me from her wrath. He told himself to calm down. Then, the system issued the next mission. Give the purple nether mystic garment to Master Luo Tianshui. Mission success rewards 500,000 squander points. Mission failure has no penalty and can be declined. Yi Feng's heart soared. 500,000 squander points. I feel like you're deliberately messing with me. The system showed its concern. To help the host gain experience early on, which will reduce future awkwardness, the system is providing you with this warmth. He couldn't help but imagine Tianshui wearing the outfit. Should I do this mission or not? But she's still my master for now, not my wife. Yet, at that very moment, Tianshui appeared right behind him. Ye Feng, what are you doing over here all by yourself? He turned to her, his face full of affection. Wifey, what brings you back? Hearing him call her that, Tianshui looked completely stunned, before her embarrassment turned into a furious blush. Wifey? He trembled as she glared daggers at him. Ye Feng, who did you just call your wife? Master, it was all a misunderstanding. Tianshui's fury erupted. Summoning spirits around her, she growled through gritted teeth. A misunderstanding? Ye Feng glanced back in terror, thinking, crap, I'm a dead man. The four elders watching this unfold were completely stunned. I knew this Ye Feng kid had potential the moment I saw him. He's got some serious nerve. When did all this happen? Wait a second. What's that in Ye Feng's hand? Did he really just call the sect master his wife? They started making excuses to sneak away from the scene. Body cultivation? Yes. My body is weak. I need to go train. I should get out of here too. I'm getting old. A fight like this would be too much for me. My back is killing me. At that moment, Tianshui's face hardened as she glared at Ye Feng, her voice dripping with rage. Ye Feng, you say it's a misunderstanding? Then why don't you explain to me what you're holding in your hand? Losing her composure entirely, Tianshui lunged forward to attack him. This, wife, this is a gift for you, Ye Feng explained awkwardly, still holding the object in his hand. Master, this is made from purple nether crystal. It's soft and comfortable, warm in the winter, and cool in the summer. It even has powerful defensive properties. That purple nether crystal is ridiculously rare. The entire boundless sacred land only has a single piece. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Staring at the bra in front of her, Tianshui had a sudden realization. Wait a minute. It's pulsing with pure spirit energy. It's actually real. Her face turned beet red as her mind raced. The boundless sacred land is a top sect in the eastern continent, but we're nothing in the grand scheme of the upper realms. For him to use this material to craft women's undergarments, could he be the reincarnation of a holy son from some supreme faction? Her heart was already swayed by the incredible garment, but the purple nether crystal was just too precious to accept. Tianshui held out her hand toward Ye Feng. I'm confiscating this, and whether it was a misunderstanding or not, you are forbidden from calling me wife ever again. Understood. Taking the undergarment, his heart leaped with joy. The master actually gave in. It seems this purple nether crystal is an absolute game changer. Should I press my advantage while I'm on a roll? Ye Feng began to sweet-talk Tianshui. Wife, from now on, let's just be ourselves. You can call me whatever you want, and I'll call you wife. How about that? Absolutely not. That's a completely different issue. If you dare call me wife one more time, don't blame me for stripping you of your title as my head disciple. Just then, he pulled out another identity to threaten her. Luo Tianshui, as an honorary elder of this sect, I order you not to revoke Ye Feng's status as head disciple. Hearing this, her cheeks puffed out in defiance. Are you threatening me? Ye Feng leaned in close, whispering in her ear. Is this identity not enough for you? Then how about I use my status as ancestor master? I don't care how you try to spin this. You can't argue your way out of it. That's enough. Tianshui furiously pushed him away and stormed off. Ye Feng came to a clear conclusion. To win over his wife, shamelessness is the ultimate weapon. Lying on the ground, Ye Feng began to fantasize. What's so great about being some king from another world? A single piece of purple nether crystal, let me call her wife. Maybe next time I can get a kiss. And after that, the wedding chamber. He suddenly shot up, looking around, but the four elders were gone. Wait a minute. A sense of panic washed over him. Damn it, where are the marrow cleansing pills and the elders? A short while later, Ye Feng strolled casually into the disciples' courtyard. He pushed the door open and announced, Junior brother Wu Feng, get to the main hall. I have something good for everyone. We all need to prepare for the demonic trial formation. Seeing everyone already gathered, He looked genuinely surprised. Suddenly, Wu Feng dropped to his knees in front of him. Holy crap, junior brother. What are you doing? The young man looked up, tears streaming down his face as he cried out. Senior brother, I was so blind. Yi Feng asked. What are you talking about? It's me, your junior brother. I was so short-sighted. Before, you spent 100,000 high-grade spirit stones just to become the sect master's personal disciple. I actually thought you were just some rich idiot, Wu Feng wailed. But now I know. I'm the real idiot here. Hearing the news, Tian Tian and Hao Yu came over to tease him. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy the saintess as your wife. Our little junior brother, you're one of a kind. The Ice Mountain goddess of the Star Pole sect. You actually managed to capture her. Damn it. Which one of those elders leaked the story? Tian Yue clutched a book to her chest, lost in a daydream. I can't believe the plots in my novels are real. The overbearing disciple falling for his ice-cold master. It's all true. Hearing she had such a book, the others started to sweet-talk her. Fifth junior sister, you have to let me borrow that book later. Me too, I want to read it. Hao Yu and Tian Yue immediately took off. They teased Ye Feng as they left. Little junior brother, we'll see you at the main hall. You'd better watch out. Those loose-lipped elders. Just wait and see if I don't stuff those marrow-cleansing pills down your big mouths. The sun was high in the sky at the sect's main hall, where Xiao Xiao was screaming at him. Ye Feng, what in the world did you do to my sister Tian Shui? Grandpa, let me go. Yi Feng sauntered over to provoke her. If you want something, just say it. Go on, give us your blessing. I, Chu Xiao Xiao, would rather starve to death or be struck down by heavenly lightning than ever do that. I need something from you. He could only sigh, thinking to himself, this woman was far more terrifying than his own master. Tian Shui sat above them all, her expression serious as if lost in deep thought. Ye Feng watched her, calculating his next move. She was still trying so hard to maintain her dignity. My dear, he mused, she must still be angry with me. If she faces danger after ascending, I'll make a grand entrance like a divine soldier from the heavens, bringing the entire sect to her rescue. Then she'll have no choice but to give her maiden heart to me. Once again, he ripped Xiao Shui's clothes. She shrieked in protest. I just changed into this outfit. Xiao Shui pleaded shyly. Master, haven't you had enough? Can we please do something else? I only have a few sets of clothes left. Just then, a table of marrow-cleansing pills was brought out. He explained that their effects were even stronger than the azure profound pill. In large quantities, they could grant anyone a truly pure, impurity-free spirit body. Yi Feng kicked the small dog, ordering, You stupid mutt. Lie down there obediently for me. You'll get to eat last. The crowd below erupted in cheers. The era of humans being treated worse than dogs was finally over. They were so moved. Xiao Xiao approached Tian Shui and whispered a warning. Sister Tian Shui, we can't eat them. We absolutely cannot. Tian Shui held a marrow-cleansing pill, weighing her options. But this is a chance for a flawless physique. I want to become stronger. I can't possibly refuse what he's offering. Xiao Xiao stared at Ye Feng and declared boldly, Fine. I'd like to see for myself if these pills are as powerful as you claim. Ye Feng, you just wait. With that, Xiao Xiao finally popped the marrow-cleansing pill into her mouth. Yi Feng imagined she would eat it with delight. But instead, after swallowing, Xiao Xiao immediately started foaming at the mouth and gagging, collapsing to the ground and trembling uncontrollably. The only path is to keep pushing forward. The crystallization of her cultivation will condense. Don't let the path end now. But then, she passed out cold. A worried Hong Shan caught the unconscious Xiao Xiao, calling out her name in a panic. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, wake up. This even left Ye Feng baffled. Are these things really that hard to eat? He shoved a pill into Guzi's mouth and demanded, Guzi, eat up. Whoever heard of someone getting dizzy spells from eating a pill? Guzi, it's time to prove your worth. After swallowing the pill, Guzi's eyes began to roll back into its head. It then coughed up some kind of foul-looking liquid. Ye Feng watched, completely dismayed. Oh, for heaven's sake, if she can't handle it, Guzi, you eat it. Seeing the dog turn pale and pass out, he started scolding it. Damn it, you stupid dog. You're playing dead, aren't you? He began punching Guzi in the face, roaring, Sit down and behave. Don't you run. I swear I won't beat you to death today. The onlookers couldn't help but comment. Guzi, you finally got what's coming to you, huh? Watching the dog get beaten was so damn satisfying. Junior brother was spoiling that mutt way too much. It was bound to get a beating sooner or later. Half an hour later, Guzi had been stuffed with a pile of pills. Its belly bloated as it vomited everywhere. Yi Feng propped his foot on its stomach and commanded, Eat, you stupid dog. You're blessed and you don't even know it. If I wasn't trying to cultivate you, do you think you'd ever get a share of these? He grumbled. System. Everyone's constitution is different. How many marrow cleansing pills do they need to achieve an impurity-free spirit body? The system's reply was simple. 100,000 marrow cleansing pills per person. All living beings are equal. 100,000 each. Feng was outraged on their behalf. 100,000 pills? Aren't you just telling them to eat until they die? Hongshan pointed at Xiao Xiao and cried out, Feng, Xiao Xiao and I have both eaten 300 pills. Our bodies have changed, it's true, but it's not a huge difference. Just how many do we have to eat to be done? Feng answered hesitantly. Well, perhaps 100,000. Hearing that, the entire group collectively collapsed. No one could believe the number. Feng whistled, unable to look anyone in the eye. That's right. No matter who you are or what your power level is, you need 100,000 marrow cleansing pills. Everyone sprawled on the ground in utter misery. I really can't take it anymore. Just kill me, another cried out. Junior sister, let's just give up. I can't do it either. Tian Shui held the pill in her hand, listening to the crowd's groans. Even though I've never eaten crap before, one disciple whined. I'm positive this tastes worse than crap. I don't feel right at all. I don't even want this stupid impurity-free body anymore. But she thought to herself, eating 100,000 of these pills is the price for a ticket to the upper realm. This is an incredible bargain. Only after ascending will the true power of an impurity-free spirit body be fully revealed. Xiao Xiao, out of tears, knelt and begged, no more, please, don't make me eat any more. After eating it, I feel like my very soul has been contaminated by this filth. If you want me to eat 100,000 of these disgusting pills, you might as well just kill me now. Seeing everyone's violent reaction, Feng casually tossed a few pills into his own mouth. Why can't the youth of today learn from their elders? A second later, he too was vomiting uncontrollably, an unexplained hurricane erupting in his mind. Is this crap? I've never eaten crap. So why do I feel like this is what it tastes like? Could crap really taste this awful? System. What is going on? To say the taste was bad is an understatement. This crap was like eating literal filth. How they forced down hundreds of these pills was a true test of will. Should I just use these marrow cleansing pills for my squandering system? But the system reassured me, saying their true power isn't obvious in the mortal realm. But after ascending to the higher realms, the benefits would be terrifyingly immense. This news left Feng cornered. It looked like he had no choice but to eat the crap. Hongshan came forward with a proposal. Feng, you're not eating this either, are you? Let's just call it quits on this whole thing. 100,000 pills. I just can't take it. You're not eating them either, right? The elder confirmed. That's right. I refuse to eat another one. With no other way out, Feng sighed in defeat. Oh, fine. But let me warn you first. Feng's threat was chilling. Elder Chu, if you eat one pill less than you're supposed to, I'll let that one-armed maniac have a go at you. What will he do to you then? I can't guarantee anything. Except that you'll still be alive when he's finished. His words instantly made Hongshan and Xiao Xiao turn pale with fear. Hongshan clearly hated that idea. The elder quickly pleaded. Feng, how about you give the rest of the marrow cleansing pills to me? As an elder, I must set a good example. I can't let down everyone's good intentions. His words left Tianxue completely stunned. A one-armed maniac? Who was he talking about? She watched, bewildered, as Xiao Xiao and Xiao Shui choked down the pills with their eyes squeezed shut. Xiao Xiao, why are you two eating like your lives depend on it? Something wasn't right. From what she knew of Xiao Xiao, if it was something she didn't want to do, no one in the world could convince her otherwise. Just who was this person Feng mentioned? Seeing the group consume the pills with all their might, the others anxiously asked, what is going on? Don't just keep eating. Hurry up and tell us. Who is this one-armed maniac? You have to say something. I'm completely lost right now. Who in the world could scare Xiao Xiao and Elder Chu, the strongest in our sect, into this state? It's better not to think about it. If we don't eat, we'll be the ones who suffer. Half a day passed in a flash. Hongshan approached Feng. Feng, I just remembered something. It was obvious he just needed a topic to take a break from eating. We killed Zhang Shufeng. I'm afraid that once Shi Shenfeng finds out, he will bring trouble to our sect. Doesn't he still owe you 3 favors? Without any conflict, those favors would still be useful. But now that we've killed his man, Shi Shenfeng will definitely turn against us. At that moment, the system displayed a new mission notification. Lead 10,000 reserve members of the Guard Army to annihilate Shi Shenfeng and the Black Demon cult. It came with rewards and the option to accept or decline. Feng was a bit surprised by this. Huh? The squandering system's reserve guards? He remembered what he'd heard about the guards before and wondered. The golden armor guard system said there are 10 million guards, so why did that one-armed maniac say there were only 10? The system explained, the golden armor guards are just one of the reserve units. Only when they remove their golden armor do they become official members of the guard army. At that moment, Feng was enlightened. Damn it. I never knew that one-armed maniac was so ridiculously powerful. But wait, the first time I was in danger, you sent a reserve unit to save me? The system retorted. It was a random draw. Besides, on the Xuantian continent, even the reserve army is a dimension-level threat. This infuriated Feng. System, do you really not give a damn about my life? Random my ass. Forget it. I have over 610,000 squandering points now. Adding this 300,000 will be enough for me to achieve a breakthrough. But how powerful is this black demon cult that it requires 10,000 reserve troops to destroy them? The system said, it's merely to let the reserves get some fresh air. Let them stretch their legs a bit. This made Feng remark sarcastically, wow, you really are a damn good system. You even know to let them go out for a walk. But the Sect tournament is in 7 days. Is there enough time? Don't worry, 7 days is enough. Afterwards, the guards will tear through space and take the host directly to the tournament's secret realm. Feng was thrilled. Oh, now that's a good method. Once I'm inside, I'll just destroy all the resources in the secret realm. I'll leave just a little bit for the others. That way, everyone will be fighting for second place. He shouted to Tianshui, Wifey, I want. But before he could finish, Tianshui's sword was already at his throat. She cut him off coldly. Try saying that again. This made Feng break out in a cold sweat. That last cut still really hurts. Maybe I'll skip it. He quickly changed the subject. Master, I need to go out with Elder Chu to take care of something. Hearing that, Tianshui sheathed her sword and accepted. Master, I haven't even told you what I'm going to do. Aren't you worried about your disciple at all? Hearing Feng's question, Tianshui replied casually. Haha, the Grand Ancestor is going out on business. Does he need a junior like me to worry about him? Feng had no choice but to address everyone. Master, I understand. These storage rings each contain 100,000 marrow cleansing pills. You can all eat them yourselves. This caused an uproar. Humph. So you were trying to take advantage of us. You had storage rings this entire time. Then why did you rip my clothes? Was it all just an act? Did we count all those pills for nothing? He planned his escape. Everyone, I'm heading out for a bit. Don't miss me too much. Before leaving, he called out to Hongshan, Elder Chu, you're coming with me. Come with me. With that, he left. The others could only watch, their eyes filled with tears. At least they wouldn't have to choke down those bitter elixirs for a few days. But Xiao Xiao was worried sick. Grandpa, he'll be all right, won't he? Outside the grand hall, Hongshan was completely lost. Feng, where in the world are we going? Elder, what is this thing? Hongshan explained. It's just a simple flying spirit artifact. It's powered by spirit stones. As long as you have enough, it can fly forever. Countless cultivators have one. It saves you from draining your own spiritual energy. After all, Feng's eyes lit up like stars. Perfect. I have more spirit stones than I know what to do with. I'll cover all our travel expenses. With something like this, who even needs to learn to ride a flying sword? Hongshan said with a grin, leaning casually on the magic carpet. This is more for a leisurely trip. My third-grade artifact here is almost as fast as a peak spirit fusion realm cultivator. It's perfect for taking in the scenery. Feng crossed his arms, unimpressed. That slow? You think we can rely on this toy to reach the Black Demon Sect in 7 days? Hongshan's jaw dropped. The Black Demon Sect? Feng, are you insane? You're going after Shishen Feng? Don't worry about why I'm going. Just answer me. Can we reach the Black Demon Sect in 7 days? Yes or no? Absolutely not. Unless I fly us myself. As dusk began to fall, Feng sat on the magic carpet, while Hongshan propelled it forward, blasting through the sky like a human rocket. Now, this is what I call speed. Feng shouted with excitement. Elder, let's find a town and get some rest. But Hongshan could only mutter under his breath, completely exhausted. I can't believe a mighty Tribulation Realm body cultivator like me has been reduced to a human booster engine. The two shot through the sky like a meteor. It was time to get down to business. 2 hours later, in front of a guest room, Feng gave him a final reminder before leaving. Elder, even when you're out, don't forget to take your medicine. Hongshan stayed behind and sighed in defeat. Yeah, I know. I can't believe I traveled this far just to be haunted by those marrow cleansing pills. Outside, Ye Feng casually tossed a few of the pills in his hand. That's right. I should give some of these amazing marrow-cleansing pills to my head disciple and my junior martial aunt. Otherwise, what kind of master would that make me? He instantly activated the Sect's teleportation array. Target, Huang Yumeng. In a flash, he plunged straight into a large pool of water, where a young woman was bathing. Seeing him materialize from nowhere, she let out a blood-curdling scream, but he just shot her a shameless grin. My dear head disciple, why don't you turn around? I'll make it worth your while. Without a second of hesitation, she launched a powerful kick in his direction, screaming, You degenerate! Go to hell! Staring at the completely naked beauty before him, Ye Feng's nose suddenly erupted in a fountain of blood. His eyes were glued to her, his face flushing crimson as if time itself had frozen in place. Holy hell, he thought, blood streaming from his nose. From this angle, you can see everything. But just as he was enjoying the divine view, a golden-armored guardian appeared from thin air. It must have sensed its master was in danger, and it announced proudly, I am the ultimate spendthrift guardian. Seeing another stranger appear, the young woman frantically tried to cover herself, screaming in humiliation. Enraged, Ye Feng kicked at the portal the guardian had created, roaring, Get lost! Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Always showing up to ruin the best moments. The words had barely left his mouth when a foot connected squarely with his face. He didn't even have time to react before a scream of pure agony tore from his throat. 10 minutes later, he was nursing a large ice pack on his head, his nose still bleeding. His disciple, a woman named Dung Dung, spoke with extreme awkwardness. Master, next time, could you perhaps give me a little advanced warning before you arrive? It was an accident, I swear. It was a complete and total accident. Deng Deng just stared. Master, did you come here for a reason? Yifeng replied. Oh, that's right. My storage ring has 200,000 marrow cleansing pills. You and Zhao Zhao can each have 100,000. After you use them, you'll gain a flawless spirit body. But be warned, these pills smell absolutely revolting. You'll have to force them down. You cannot skip a single one. This will be vital when you ascend to the upper realm. Understand? The upper realm? Her eyes widened. Master, rest assured, I swear I will consume every last one of these 100,000 pills. The spatial gate opened once more. And just before he left, Yi Feng gave a final warning. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back. Stay away from the Black Demon Sect for a while. Their time is up. Master, you're going to wipe out the Black Demon Sect? I understand. After Ye Feng vanished, Deng Deng ordered, Zhao Zhao, have our men drag out every member of the Black Demon Sect we hold. Execute them. Then, come to my room. 10 minutes later, Zhao Zhao arrived at the private chambers. Dung Dung, I'm here. Zhao Zhao, perfect timing. Come and try one of these marrow cleansing pills. Without understanding what was happening, Zhao Zhao excitedly tossed a pill into her mouth. A marrow cleansing pill? I wonder what it tastes like. The very instant the pill went down her throat, her face turned a horrifying shade of green, and her entire body began to convulse violently. Zhao Zhao crashed to the floor, shocking Dung Dung to her core. Zhao Zhao, are you okay? Master, what did I do to offend you? Please, just punish me and get it over with. Watching Zhao Zhao twitching on the floor, Dung Dung had a single, chilling thought. Thank goodness I had her try one first. If anyone from the 10,000 Flowers Valley saw me in such a state, my entire reputation would be ruined. Zhao Zhao asked weakly from the floor, Master, what's wrong? Is someone threatening you? If so, just blink, and I'll know. He had to explain. Zhao Zhao, Master gave us these pills. Don't ask any questions, just eat them. There are 200,000 here, so you and I must each finish 100,000. These words sent Zhao Zhao into a complete rage. 100,000? That many? Are you and the Grand Master trying to kill me? He held up a plate overflowing with marrow cleansing pills, trying his best to persuade her, this is for your own good. You have to eat every last one. But Zhao Zhao was far more cautious. Master, wait a moment. I need to ask my sister first. She used a communication talisman to contact Tian Shui, but was met with the sickening sound of someone gagging. Blech. Zhao Zhao, what is it? Blech. At that moment, Tian Shui was also forcing down a table full of marrow-cleansing pills. Realizing her sister was also digesting a massive pile of pills while retching, Zhao Zhao was left utterly speechless. Master, let's just eat. My sister is a lost cause. The next morning, Ye Feng woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. Another beautiful day. So, what should I squander today? The system displayed a notification. Today's squandered item. A fragment of enlightenment for the Tao of artifact refining. Upon use, One's comprehension of artifact refining will increase exponentially. Yi Feng was puzzled. What? This can create artifact spirits? That's impossible in the lower realm, so how could the system produce it? As he stood there dumbfounded, Hongshan leaped in front of him. Ye Feng, what's got you so worked up? According to Old Bai and the others, Ye Feng squanders something legendary every single day. I wonder what it'll be this time. Elder Chu, as a master refiner, isn't your ultimate goal the highest realm of the Tao of artifact refining? Hongshan explained. Sigh, it used to be. But now that I have that heavenly grade cauldron, my pursuit of the Tao feels less urgent. Hearing this, Ye Feng broke into a wicked grin. So, you're saying you've given up, Elder Chu? This left Hongshan unsettled. For some reason, I have a very bad feeling about this. Ye Feng then took out a fragment and offered it. Elder Chu, this is for you. Hongshan immediately recognized the fragment of enlightenment. Ye Feng, I've lost my conviction. Giving this to me would be a waste. You should save it for someone truly destined for it. Yi Feng tossed the fragment into his hands. What waste? You're the exact person I was looking for. If you hadn't abandoned your pursuit of the supreme Tao of artifact refining, I wouldn't have even given this to you. I never expected you to give up on me. He had plenty more fragments of enlightenment and continued to persuade Hongshan. With 10,000 of these fragments, you'll be able to forge artifact spirits. By then, all the Sect's pots and pans will depend on you. Elder Chu, staring at the pile of fragments before him, Hongshan was perplexed. You want me to use such a grand talent for such a menial task? If that's the case, I'd rather not become the #1 artifact refiner on the profound heaven continent. Ye Feng just smiled and offered a subtle hint. Sigh. Maybe I should cut off this left arm of mine and take up sword practice instead? Hongshan's face twitched. He knew exactly what Ye Feng was implying. Boss, on second thought, having artifact spirits in our pots and pans sounds quite fascinating. Yes, that's the spirit. An hour later, Ye Feng sat on a flying carpet, questioning Hongshan, who was pushing from behind. Elder Chu, why are you so quiet? Is something wrong? Just tell me. Ye Feng, I can create artifact spirits now, but doing so will trigger an artifact tribulation, and I can't stop it. An artifact tribulation? Relax. I'll block it when the time comes. That one-armed madman is also incredibly strong. When he appeared, not even a tribulation cloud dared to form. Hongshan disagreed. No. If someone interferes with an artifact tribulation, it will summon a true lightning tribulation. When that strikes, it means certain death for anyone. Yi Feng immediately reassured him. Don't worry, no matter what kind of tribulation it is, as long as that guy shows up, even the heavenly Tao itself wouldn't dare to make a peep. Hongshan began to sweat nervously. Although Ye Feng was a huge squanderer, he had never made such a bold claim. A bodyguard who could defy the heavenly Tao. Just who in the world was Ye Feng? Suddenly, Ye Feng looked down below, saying, Elder Chu, stop for a second. There are 3 people in a fierce battle down there. On the ground below, a group of 3 was surrounded by a pack of vicious, red-eyed wolves. Hongshan reported, those 3 are wearing the robes of the Black Demon Sect. I fear their inner disciples, and they stand no chance against those ice-profound wolves. Elder Chu, what's their power level? Including the demonic beasts, all of them are at the peak of the 9th level Foundation Establishment realm. Ye Feng stood up and cracked his knuckles. Perfect. This is my chance to test the power of the divine art of the good and evil Buddha I acquired earlier. This made Hongshan's eyes light up with anticipation. So, is this prodigal son finally going to make a move? The others kept saying Ye Feng's strength was unbelievable. Today, I'll finally get to witness it myself. Down below, Xia Hai, an inner disciple of the Black Devil Sect, had a death grip on the wolf's mouth. He screamed out, This is the worst luck. We just stepped outside and ran into 5 demonic beasts. Use whatever trump cards you have, or we're all going to die here. The other 2 disciples, Xia Kong and Xia Shan, shot back with grim expressions. Xia Hai, you're holding all our supplies for this heavenly Tao battlefield trip. How dare you ask us about trump cards? I'm warning you. If you try to sabotage us, we'll drag you down with us, even in death. Xia Hai gritted his teeth, shooting them a look that could kill. These 2 bastards dare to threaten me, he thought. Just wait until I get back to the sect. I'll show you what happens then. At that moment, Ye Feng descended from the sky with a calming presence. Fellow Taoists, fall back now. I will handle these 5 demonic beasts. This was a godsend for Xia Hai. He couldn't believe someone was actually willing to help them. Once the 3 of them were at a safe distance, he unleashed a thunderous strike from above that slammed into the wolf pack, sending them flying. He then activated his divine ability, Buddha of Good and Evil. Where good and evil birth yin and yang, karma reverses the cycle of life and death. A warrior manifested, half-mortal cultivator, half-demonic entity. An overwhelming aura radiated from its entire body. The pack of wolves stared at the warrior before them, their instincts screaming in terror. A purple light flared in the warrior's eyes. Instantly, the wolves fell under its control, their own eyes glowing purple as they began to tear each other apart. Watching Yi Feng's display, the inner disciples of the Black Demon Sect were horrified. This supreme divine ability. It's absolutely terrifying. He's way too powerful. We need to get out of here now. But Ye Feng wasn't about to let them leave, turning his attack towards them instead. And who gave you permission to leave? The warrior's eyes began to glow once more. This time, it was a gentle golden light, a true flame to guide the way. The eyes of the 3 black demon disciples began to glow with it. I understand now. I finally understand. Scum like us deserve to die. All I ever wanted was to walk the righteous path. Only death can atone for my sins. Hongshan, cowering on his flying carpet, pleaded in terror. Ye Feng, please, call off your divine ability. This Buddha of good and evil is too horrifying. Seeing the old man's panicked state, Ye Feng retracted his aura and teased him. Elder, don't tell me you were affected by it too? He turned around to see that the 3 black demon disciples had already ended their own lives with their swords. Hongshan asked, Ye Feng, do you even fully understand this ability of yours? You're right, he admitted. This is the first time I've ever used it. The old man marveled. In all my long years, I have witnessed many divine abilities, but one that completely ignores the heavenly Tao's laws of good and evil? This is a first. My guess is that when good becomes evil, they lose all reason and attack each other, while the evil who turn good also lose their minds and choose suicide. Yi Feng was enlightened. So that's how it works. It seems I'll need to test it out more often. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, announcing the detection of a Heavenly Tao token. This news made Ye Feng ecstatic. A Heavenly Tao token? Does that mean these guys came from the Heavenly Tao battlefield? What an unexpected bonus. Yi Feng imagined a beautiful future in his mind, a satisfied blush appearing on his face. With 2 Heavenly Tao tokens, I can finally bring my wife with me. Seeing his expression, Hongshan asked, Ye Feng, what exactly is that token? This is a Heavenly Tao token. A Heavenly Tao token? So you don't need the other items? To me, the rest of that stuff is just garbage. Hearing this, Hongshan's face went pale. Garbage? The treasures are garbage? The spirit stones are garbage? It seems I need to completely redefine the word garbage. As they continued their journey, he asked, Ye Feng, besides that terrifying Buddha of good and evil, do you have any other trump cards? Does the Sword Heart Realm count? Or maybe the Sword Intent of Death? Hongshan was floored. You're a sword cultivator too? I'm not a sword cultivator, Ye Feng replied. I'm just a porter of sword intent. So you've comprehended sword intent? Not really. And so what if I were? I think feeding fragments of sword intent to my dog is my most impressive achievement. The pup I'm raising has already comprehended the Sword Heart Realm. He's destined to become the #1 sword dog in the entire Xuantian continent. Hongshan was so stunned by Ye Feng's words that he completely lost his focus, causing the flying carpet to tilt and send Ye Feng plummeting. Elder, grab hold of the flying artifact. We're about to capsize. But the old man was still reeling from the shock. Holy hell! A dog can actually break through to the Sword Heart Realm? You could give me 10,000 fragments and I still wouldn't be able to do it. Is my own comprehension really worse than a dog's? Just then, the token in the old man's hand began to glow. He informed Ye Feng, Shi Shenfeng is contacting me through the soul-linking jade. Ye Feng replied confidently, tell him to wash his neck and wait. In 6 days, I will wipe his black demon sect from the face of the Xuantian continent. At that very moment, inside the great hall of the black demon sect, Sect Master Shi Shenfeng heard the message and shattered his cup in a blind rage. That old fool Hongshan, where did he get the audacity to challenge me? Send out my decree. Summon every last disciple back to the sect. I want to see for myself what power Hongshan thinks he has to destroy my black demon sect. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the 12 elders, including the great elder Sun Li, were alarmed when he struggled to sit up, having foreseen this very event. I have divined the heavenly secrets. In 6 days, the Black Demon Sect will be completely annihilated from the Xuantian continent. This is the will of fate. Zhu Tong erupted in frustration. What is this nonsense? Our Heavenly Secret Pavilion's sacred treasure. What happens to it now? We have to get it back. The Black Demon Sect Master, Zhu Chongshan, paid a heavy price to borrow the treasure. The term was for 3 years, and the time isn't up. If we take it back early, I'm afraid Zhu Chongshan will declare war. Ling Xue, watching from behind, saw the elders' tense uproar and wondered, are these truly the great elders of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion? I've been at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion for ages. Yet I feel the Grand Elder still doesn't take me seriously enough. Her words were met with utter disbelief. The sect's vast resources are all yours. Every single elder dotes on you. You're practically treated like a revered ancestor, and you still say you're not valued? Sun Li rose to his feet, his mind made up. We must retrieve the sacred treasure within 6 days, or the losses will be catastrophic. I shall use the heaven-peering mirror once more to find the right person. As he walked away, Ling Xue mused to herself, the heaven-peering mirror, one of the 3 ultimate treasures of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I hear that every glimpse into destiny consumes years of the user's life force. It must be a terrible strain on the Grand Elder. She then proposed, Grand Elder, how about you let me play with the heaven-peering mirror? Sun Li immediately fired back. Nonsense, you are the very future of our sect. What would happen if something went wrong while you were using it? But I have the Karma Dao sigil. Those words left Sun Li absolutely floored. The Karma Dao sigil? You actually possess the Karma Dao sigil? Quick, let me see it. Exactly how much karmic force can that sigil of yours handle? Ling Xue landed a swift punch right on his jaw and yelled, You old creep, get a grip. And for the record, have the female elders handle this from now on. After the blow, Ling Xue asked innocently, So, Grand Elder, is my Karma Dao sigil just kind of average? This sent Sun Li into a fury. Average? How is any of this average? Do you have any idea how much of my own lifespan I sacrifice for just one use of the heaven-peering mirror? But with that sigil, you could use the mirror 10 times a day like it was a toy and never suffer any karmic backlash. Not a single second of your life would be lost. Everyone, hear my decree. From this day on, you will serve the Saintess like a living ancestor. She is the single greatest treasure of our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Watching Sun Li's frantic display, Ling Xue giggled to herself. So my Karma Dao sigil is this amazing. Master Ye Feng is an absolute legend. She gazed at the heaven-peering mirror before her. Sun Li urged nervously, Remember to handle it with extreme care. Ling Xue, struggling under the mirror's weight, just beamed with excitement. All right, I'm taking it to go play now. It's for divination, not for playing. Don't you dare drop it. Half an hour later, the divination was a success. Sun Li announced, According to the reading, the heaven-peering mirror advises that you are to go to the Black Demon Sect, and Saintess Zhou Tong will protect you on your journey. Grand Elder, perhaps we should send more elders? The Saintess's safety is paramount. There's no need. Zhou Tong, you two may depart. As Zhou Tong left, he couldn't help but wonder, can I really handle this by myself? Meanwhile, Sun Li held the longest divination record he'd ever seen. Grand Elder, why is the scroll so long this time? A miscalculation, a terrible miscalculation. A nearby elder became concerned. What is it? Does this mean the Saintess is in danger? Danger? What danger? She performed 66 divinations. Do you know what she was using the all-powerful mirror for? Everyone leaned in, buzzing with curiosity. What happened? I don't know. Sun Li could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. For 65 of those times, she used the heaven-peering mirror to investigate all of our sect's gossip. Only the very first use was serious. The rest were all about us. She even checked the color of our underwear. His words sent a chill down their spines. What? What did she find out? He pointed a shaky finger at one man. She looked into your marriage. You've cheated 177 times. And you. She found out that your son is actually his son. And she found out your nickname is Gugu Dandan. But the worst fate belongs to Zhou Tong. In the next 3 years, he'll visit the Mountain View Pavilion 1,095 times. He'll use a false identity 93 times, and will have 4 illegitimate children. This is the power of the Karma Dao sigil. Using it to dig up gossip is like using a cannon to swat a fly. Such a prodigal. At that moment, the 2 cuckolded husbands began beating each other senseless. The other man just sobbed. Grand Elder, this is a public execution. Thank heavens, Zhou Tong isn't here to see this. At that very moment, Ling Xue and Zhou Tong were soaring through the sky. She decided to strike up a conversation with Elder Zhou Tong. You know, I also looked into your genetics. That male pattern baldness? You get it from your maternal grandfather, she said, leaving Zhou Tong stunned. Why can't the sky just open up and swallow me whole? He thought. Enough, Saintess. That's not how the Karma Dao sigil is meant to be used. You're being a prodigal. The moment he said the word prodigal, an image of a gleefully smiling Yi Feng flashed in his mind. He spun around to face Ling Shui. Wait, Saintess, do you happen to know a man named Ye Feng? Ling Shui playfully stuck out her tongue. Hey. Ling Shui has no idea who you're talking about, and it's better that way. At the same time, elsewhere, a dejected Ye Feng suddenly received a system notification. Second disciple, Ye Ling Shui, has successfully been a prodigal. His mood instantly brightened upon seeing the message. He was so moved, he almost cried. Huh? My second disciple is this promising? Ye Feng asked in awe. System, how did Ye Ling Shui manage to be a prodigal? Did she use the laws of karma state? Prying into someone's private life is just asking for ruin. He pictured her smug expression, the one that said she was better than everyone, and couldn't help but admire it. That's Ye Ling Shui for you. Master certainly picked a winner. A moment later, Ye Feng turned to Hongshan. Elder Chu, here are 200 golden silkworm spirit stones. The old man was stunned. Are these for me? For you? Elder Chu, you're getting ahead of yourself. Take these back to the sect, and use them to build a new latrine. If any are left, build a shed. A latrine and a shed? Yi Feng, do you have any idea how precious these spirit stones are? All you do is complain every day. It's better than giving them to you. The ancestors of the Star Soul sect support me. Elder Chu, why are you so upset? What? Impossible. Why would they ever go along with your madness? I'll ask them myself. At that, Hongshan pulled out his communication talisman. Hey, you old fossils. Ye Feng is squandering the spirit stones. Are you going to stop him or not? The reply he received left him utterly speechless. After a long moment, Hongshan spoke. My vision was too narrow. We should absolutely build a latrine. Yi Feng grinned. No objections? What did they tell you? It's getting late. Let's find a cave and rest for the night. At the same time, in the rear courtyard of the Divine Sea Merchant Guild, Tang Yu was sparring with Xiao Fei when a messenger arrived. Butler Meng, they're here. He nodded. Let them come. I've been ready for them. Hai Feng has confirmed the pill formula is real. And another thing, the young master has been frugal enough. Stop scolding him. Da Hai turned his head in confusion. Elder Meng, did you just say frugal? Have you forgotten what a spendthrift he's been his whole life? Guild master, you've never seen a true prodigal son. Do you know what it means to be worse than a dog? For this pill formula, we have no choice but to visit the Star Soul sect, and we must offer them a handsome reward. I too wish to meet this legendary spendthrift. The next morning, a clap of thunder shattered the dawn. Hongshan shot up in terror. A heavenly Dao lightning tribulation? Is there a cultivator nearby about to face their tribulation? Ye Feng turned with a cheerful smile. Elder Chu, you're awake. Hongshan stared, shocked by the object in his hand. What is that? A talisman? Ye Feng excitedly threw it into the distance. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning converged on that single point. Hongshan was absolutely horrified. My God. The Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Can you really forge something like that into a talisman? I must be dreaming. I'm going back to sleep. This is too terrifying. Yi Feng quickly stopped him. No more sleeping, Elder Chu. Today, we're making a grand entrance. A grand entrance? More like a funeral procession. One person, one coffin, ready to be carried away. He ended up getting on the cart anyway. Looking up at the sky, Hongshan asked Ye Feng, those tribulation clouds, they won't just randomly strike us, will they? Yi Feng chuckled. Relax, Elder Chu. The clouds are under my control. They won't strike without reason. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning slammed down right next to the old man. This is what you call not striking randomly? At that exact moment, in the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, Su Li suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Those beside him cried out, First Elder. The elder's face turned pale. What kind of divine being can actually control the Heavenly Dao? 3 days passed in a flash. In the guest hall of the Black Demon Sect, Zhou Tong grumbled to Saintess Ling Shui, It's been 3 days. If we don't get the secret treasure today, it'll be too late. Calm down. The heavenly mystic arts have already given me a sign, she said calmly. A crisis is about to descend upon the Black Demon Sect. Our chance has come. Is that really true? All right then. I was worried for nothing. Elder Zhou Tong, inform the Black Demon Sect that I wish to drink the morning dew, infused with the red tea leaves of the ancestral beast. Tia Ska, still making such ridiculous demands? Meanwhile, on an opposing mountain peak, Hongshan explained, Ye Feng, the deepest part of this mountain range is the territory of the Black Demon Sect. He nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. Elder Chu, Prepare to witness my first transformation. Then, the epic soundtrack swelled. A 10,000-foot sword streaked across the sky. A magnificent steed leaped forth, carrying our emperor to conquer the world. At that moment, even a veteran warrior like Hongshan felt a chill run down his spine. Kid, you have this kind of power too? Yi Feng struck a dramatic pose, and a moment later, he emerged in his perfect combat form. Hongshan's eyes went wide. You said it was for a latrine, but you used it to make golden armor. Exactly. Ye Feng pointed a finger to the heavens with arrogance. Elder Chu, today I will open your eyes. You will learn that even the heavenly Tao itself is nothing to me. Golden armored guards, where are you? As he spoke, a rift split the sky open, and several figures emerged from within. Yi Feng smirked and clenched his fist. The golden armored guards charged as one, a formidable force ready for war. From the Black Demon Sect, disciples stared in horror at the lightning-filled sky. The heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Tribulation clouds powerful enough to erase all existence. What is that golden light? How could it trigger such a terrifying heavenly Tao lightning tribulation? Elsewhere in the sect, Chongshan also witnessed the bizarre sight. He froze in terror. This aura, it belongs to the former master of the Black Demon Sect. Zhou Chongshan rushed outside immediately. It's a god, Shen Feng cried out joyfully. Master, you've finally emerged from your seclusion, you wretched creature. Who in the heavens did you manage to provoke? The old man raised his hand. I knew then, my master could no longer escape. Today, no one would leave this place alive. Just wait until you're in hell, he sneered. We'll all wait for our next life together. Ha ha. A golden armor guard stepped forward to report. My lord, we are ready to advance on the Black Demon cult. Leo offered a satisfied smile. You've done well. Work hard, and you'll become an official guard soon. My lord, I swear I will not disappoint you. A moment later, Leo turned to Elder Crimson. Elder, what are you spacing out for? Lead the way. If you have a score to settle with the Black Demon cult, Elder, then you must seize this opportunity. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Truly? Today, whoever I point to, they will eliminate? Elder Crimson, savor this peak moment of your life. Then today, I will finally have my revenge. Down below, on the ground, Chongshan had already drawn his weapon to face them. He snarled, So, you've come. Let's see who can truly suppress the heavenly Tao. To fall at the hands of such a being. I, Chongshan, can die with no regrets. Elder Crimson roared back from above. Stone, I've come for you, you old fool. And him too. And that bald one over there. Attack! The golden armor guards shot forward like meteors. Elder Crimson burst out laughing with pure glee. Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd see the day I could command such legendary figures. Ha ha. Seeing this, Chongshan's face twisted with rage. Elder Crimson, you shameless cur, you're taking this too far. Leo calmly gave the order to his golden armor guard. The guard asked with a hint of innocence. My lord, how should we carry out the massacre? Leo stared back, surprised. Massacre them however you wish. Why are you even asking me that? My lord, look at this tribulation cloud. It is massive and ferocious. What if we used the heavenly Tao's lightning to annihilate the Black Demon cult? An excellent proposal. You always appear so righteous, but it turns out you're this kind of person. To even conceive of such a tactic. I'm very impressed with you. The golden armor guard smiled, trying to curry favor. It is merely what I should do. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Your second disciple is currently a guest in the Black Demon cult. Avoid friendly fire. Leo paused. Oh? Luna is here too? He immediately gave new orders to the guards. Send a few men down to find and protect Luna. The rest of you may begin to be turned to dust by the ultimate power of the heavenly Tao. These wicked souls won't even have regrets as they descend into hell. In the next instant, countless bolts of tribulation lightning rained down upon the Black Demon cult. The disciples defending the rooftops were struck down immediately. Chongshan watched in horror as his eyes suddenly flew wide open. This was bad. A colossal bolt of lightning descended, incinerating the entire courtyard. Hearing the explosions, Elder Zhou grew more and more curious. What in the world is happening out there? This suspense is killing me. Luna laughed innocently. Ah, this tea is delicious. The Saintess still has the heart for tea? Her nerve is something else. I can't take it. I have to see for myself. But the moment he opened the door, he was met with a blinding sea of lightning. Elder Zhou scrambled back into the room, only to be teased by Luna. Elder Zhou? Not going out anymore? Not going out. It's actually quite nice waiting in here. Luna suddenly grew thoughtful. Why did the heaven-peaking mirror want me to come to the Black Demon cult? and tell me to hide in this room, saying someone would naturally bring the secret treasure to me? Just what is the situation outside? At the same time, Chongshan stared at the ruins before him, his voice choked with grief. I thought the Black Demon cult would stand for 1,000 years, only for it to be destroyed at my own hands. Leo gave a cold command to his golden armor guards. It's almost over. You two, go and take that old geezer's life. Suddenly, the system chimed in again. Luna desires a secret treasure that is on Chongshan's person. Leo instantly changed his order. Wait. That old bastard dared to steal from my disciple? You two, take very good care of him. Just make sure he doesn't kick the bucket. Hearing this, Chongshan was completely lost. Disciple? Whose disciple are you? When did I ever steal anything? My own disciples have been slaughtered. And now you want to humiliate me and destroy my cult? Ah, the two golden armor guards began taking turns kicking him. Brother, don't kick him to death. Don't worry, he won't be turned to dust. Chongshan immediately began to wail. Not the face. It hurts. I beg you, just grant me a swift journey to hell. Leo scoffed at the sight. You're in a position to be making requests? Beat him even harder for me. The golden armor guard beside him chuckled. This old man really has some backbone, huh? A realization dawned on Leo. Old man, so your begging was just an act. He ordered the guard who had just spoken. You go over there too and soften his bones for him. The guard happily obeyed. He tossed a bag of snacks to the ground and aggressively leaped onto Chongshan's back. Let me in on this. You damn dog, you're too defiant. My comrade, I'm coming too. Haha. Many hours later, Leo looked down at Chongshan's battered and bruised face and chuckled. As expected, of the Black Demon cult's leader, I underestimated you. The old man defiantly craned his neck. You keep demanding I hand something over, but what do you want me to give you? You didn't ask who my disciple is, did you? I don't know what the item is, but my disciple's name is Luna, the saintess of the heaven's secret pavilion. Luna? Your disciple arrived 3 days ago, said nothing, and just ate all day. I really don't know anything. Chongshan tremblingly took out an object. This is the only item I have that's related to the heaven's secret pavilion. At that moment, Hongshan tried to intervene. Ye Feng, you're blaming the wrong man. I know for a fact he borrowed that secret treasure. He laughed and said, Elder Chong, can't you see I'm tormenting him? I never gave him the chance to speak in the first place. Yi Feng turned to the golden armored guards behind him. You all rarely get a chance to stretch your legs. How about I let you play for a little longer? Dongqing replied, I swear to protect it with my life. Chongshan suddenly burst out laughing. Ye Feng felt a surge of confusion. What are you laughing at? The old man replied, I never imagined that I, a feared demon lord, would one day be reduced to a tool for someone else to win people's hearts. Oh? And what happens next? Chongshan's mouth suddenly gaped open as he lunged forward. Die, you little brat. This old man has had enough. Hongshan frantically blocked Ye Feng's path. Not good. He's preparing to. Before he could finish his sentence, the golden armored guard shot forward and struck Chongshan down. Our Lord decides if you die. Until then, you will learn to behave. Hongshan stared blankly, completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Why does this world no longer match my understanding of it? Yi Feng suddenly spoke up. Hey, handsome, do you have a name? The golden armored guard shook his head. My lord, this subordinate has no name. Only those who become official guards are granted that privilege. Rules are dead things, but people are alive. From now on, your name is Ye Yi, with the code name the Handsome One. You're the first to be named by me, so you'd better not disappoint. Ye Yi's eyes widened in shock and overwhelming emotion. Then he dropped to his knees in gratitude. My lord, Ye Yi will absolutely never let you down. Ye Feng pointed toward Chongshan. All right, take his life. The rest of you should head back now. Yi Yi, you will stay behind and give this secret treasure to my disciple. Evening slowly began to descend. Inside a guest room of the Black Demon Sect, Ju Tong mumbled in confusion. Strange. Why has everything outside gone silent? The Black Demon Sect. Could it really be? Ling Shui suddenly cried out in terror. Elder Zhu, behind you. Before Ju Tong could even understand what was happening, Ye Yi struck him down with a memory-erasing technique. Ling Shui anxiously called out his name. Then her voice rose in alarm. Who are you? Who's there? Yi Feng stepped forward with a smile. Ling Shui, did you miss your master? Her face immediately lit up with joy. Master, this secret treasure. It's the reason I came, isn't it? I retrieved it for you. Overcome with emotion, Ling Shui threw her arms around Ye Feng. Master, you're too good to me. Hongshan broke into a cold sweat as his mind raced. The holy maiden of the heavenly secret pavilion, is Ye Feng's disciple, and Ye Feng is the personal disciple of Luo Tianshui. Yet Ye Feng calls Tianshui his wife, and the holy maiden of the heavenly secret sect calls Ye Feng her master. Hearing Ling Shui's sweet voice say, "Master, you're so wonderful," a shiver ran down his spine. "I feel like I know far too much. It's better to go back and write my will now, so Xiao Xiao won't investigate any deep." As Ye Feng changed his clothes, he sighed. "This formal attire is so troublesome." Ling Shui asked curiously, "Master, when you came here to annihilate the Black Demon sect, did you have another purpose?" He casually hummed in agreement. "You could say that," Ye Feng thought to himself. "Ultimately, the system arranged all of this." Ling Shui's voice suddenly turned sharp. "This Black Demon sect truly didn't know its place, trying to ruin my master's grand plans." "Oh, that's right, master. With the Tao of Karma you've given me, it's only a matter of time before I take control of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion will be mine." Ahem. Ye Feng helplessly slapped his forehead. Damn it, she's off in her fantasy world again. A moment later, he looked curiously at Hongshan. "Elder Chong, what are you doing now?" The old man forced a laugh. "Young Master Ye, I know far too much. But you can rest assured, my lips are absolutely sealed. If I ever speak a word, you can have that man chop me into mincemeat. Does everyone around here love to daydream?" Ye Feng's voice was laced with a cunning threat. "I hope you remember what you just said, or you will have to bear the consequences yourself." Hongshan was terrified. Phew, that was a close call. My quick thinking saved me. He didn't notice my plan to write a will, otherwise things would have been really dangerous. Ye Feng then turned to Ling Shui. "In a little while, how are you going to explain all this to Elder Zhu Tong?" She puffed out her chest with confidence. "Master, rest assured. I have a way to explain it to him later." Ye Feng nodded, thinking to himself that this time, he couldn't forget to send a transmission to the sect master and set up the sect's teleportation array. A moment later, a system notification announced the addition of sect-wide voice transmission and sect teleportation functions. After reading it, Ye Feng turned and called to Hongshan. "Elder Chong, let's go." Right at that moment, another message flashed before him. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: 300,000 points, and the myriad soul blood-devouring banner. This is a weapon that seals evil spirits. It can launch soul-based attacks and is nourished by the blood of its wielder to accelerate the spirit's growth." Ye Feng cursed under his breath. "Holy crap, this special reward is way too powerful. Isn't this the kind of thing a supreme demon lord uses? If I brought this to the upper realm, it might even be able to advance to the level of a demon immortal weapon, but it has to be fed with my own blood. Host, can you please show a little more potential? Since when would you consider using such a trash-tier item for yourself? I don't have anything good, so isn't this shabby? Although you're a bit poor at the moment, I can certainly replace those rewards with something far more suitable for you. I don't know why, but what you just said reminds me of someone, and my fists are getting a little itchy." Joking aside, the host's current mood has been detected. "As a reward, I've received the divine eye of destruction. Close your eyes, and all life is born. Open them, and all things perish. And I can use it once a day." Ye Feng smirked. "System, you're finally acting like you're supposed to. Let's test this out on some water." With that, Ye Feng's eyes snapped open, revealing the strange, crimson, divine eye of destruction. Several streams of purple energy shot towards a distant mountain. Hongshan watched Ye Feng frantically blinking and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Is your eye twitching?" He shook his head. "Elder Chu, didn't you see it?" Hongshan stared in the direction he pointed. "What am I supposed to be seeing? There used to be a mountain, with a temple on it." The old man's eyes widened in shock. "Holy crap, where's the mountain? Why is the mountaintop gone? What the hell?" Ye Feng grinned smugly. "Elder Chu, let's forget about the disappearing mountain for a second. It's been a tough journey, so I'm giving this myriad soul bloodthirsty banner to you. It's a spiritual artifact that can evolve. In the upper realm, it might even ascend to a divine level. The myriad soul bloodthirsty banner? Doesn't that mean I'll become a demonic cultivator? Elder Chu, you've stumbled upon a real treasure. Every evil spirit in here once belonged to a great demon lord, who slaughtered billions of living beings. You just need to feed them with your own blood every day, and their strength will continue to grow without limit. These evil spirits were once demon lords, so I'm not using the souls of the innocent to do my bidding? Well, in that case, I'm relieved." Seeing the logic in it, Hongshan happily accepted. Ye Feng continued, "It's already getting dark. Elder Chu, I still have some business to attend to. You should head back to the sect first. Meanwhile, At the Heavenly Sun Sect, inside the Grand Hall, Sect Master Chen Zhengfeng asked, "Is everything arranged?" A servant replied, "Sect Master, it is done. By tonight, we will gather all the cultivation resources and deliver them to the demon suppression cave." He burst out into a satisfied laugh. "I've plotted for 5 years to finally see the day the heavenly demon ancestor breaks his seal. On that day, the other sects will either submit or be annihilated. No one will be able to stand against our heavenly sun sect. Ha ha ha." A few hours later, Ye Yi reported to Ye Feng, "My lord, we have entered the secret realm. I will take my leave now." He nodded. This cave is so obvious. Bringing me here must mean there's definitely something wrong with it." Just then, a notification suddenly appeared. "Today's squander item, 200 soul spirit orbs." Yi Feng's eyes lit up. "Oh? So today's squander item has refreshed?" Soul spirit orbs contain incredibly pure soul power, crafted by cultivators who specialize in the soul. Cultivators who specialize in the soul? You mean like a mental attacks? A reminder for the host. A soul cultivated by a soul master can unleash terrifyingly powerful attacks. Here we go, with the lecture again. Soul spirit orbs are vital for artifact refiners, alchemists, talisman masters, and formation masters. After a moment, Ye Feng finally asked, "The whole point of this long-winded explanation is to get me to enter this cave and trigger the related storyline, right? So, I should just go inside?" The system confirmed. "Yes. Abnormal power detected preparing to invade the host's soul. Auto-detoxification function has been activated." Yi Feng was surprised. "Someone is setting me up again? Looks like I'll have to study this detox function more carefully when I have time." From within the cave, the faint sound of counting could be heard. 198, 200. The mysterious old man counting the orbs, Xiao Chen, spoke with a sorrowful voice. "Have I really been sealed for 200 years? Even though I'm sealed, I've managed to refine 200 decent soul spirit orbs." Ye Feng approached curiously. "Old-timer, what are you counting? Who are you? How did you get in here?" I'm a man. I just walked right in." Xiao Chen was stunned. "This place is protected by a formation set by the great Emperor Jinlun himself. How could he possibly enter? Wait, could it be that the formation has already failed?" Xiao Chen leaped to his feet excitedly. "The formation failed? The formation has finally failed. The formation is finally broken." But in the next second, he slammed painfully into the seal's invisible wall. Ye Feng was taken aback. "Is that force imprisoning this old man?" Xiao Chen collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Why? How much longer must I wait in this god-forsaken place? How much longer indeed?" Ye Feng silently called upon the system. "Use the Heaven's secret investigation function once. Let's find out who this old man is." The answer appeared almost instantly. "This is Xiao Chen, also known as the Heavenly Demon Ancestor, a soul cultivator at the peak of the 9th-level Tribulation Realm. 200 years ago, he offended a true disciple of the Golden Wheel Great Emperor. He was sealed in the Demon Suppression Cave, unable to ascend to the upper realm." In Ye Feng's mind, a wild idea began to form. So he's a powerful soul cultivator. You really can't judge a book by its cover. In that case, wasting soul spirit orbs in front of him would also count as squandering, right? With that thought, he spoke warmly. "Senior, do you happen to know what a soul spirit orb is?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly. "Not only do I know, I have plenty of them myself." "In that case, Senior, do you have a soul spirit orb like this one?" Yi Feng asked as he pulled out a gigantic orb. Xiao Chen's jaw dropped. How can something this big exist in the Xuantian continent? "What? It's just this big. Holy hell, what are you doing? Don't throw it!" The massive orb fell and shattered into countless pieces. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with fury. "Are you insane? That was a soul spirit orb. That's a protective spiritual ward. One hit and it'll shatter. Do you have any idea how precious that soul spirit orb is?" Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. "What good is a priceless orb if you can't even take it outside? I only ended up in here because I ticked off Ding Yi. Instead of letting it gather dust, I'd rather have some fun with it." "What? You too? No wonder you could enter this formation. That Ding Yi is a real piece of work. 200 years, and he still hasn't ascended. If I ever get out of here, I swear I'll find a way to butcher him." "No way. Wait, what did you mean by using the soul spirit orbs for fun?" "I mean this," Yi Feng thought with a sly grin. "You'd better watch closely." Heh. A basketball court suddenly materialized, leaving Xiao Chen completely stunned. "What is this?" Ye Feng grinned. "We're playing basketball, of course." He grabbed another orb and started showing off his moves. He faked left, spun the orb like a pro. Finally, a chance to use this meme. Xiao Chen's face was a mask of confusion. Even though he didn't understand, the boy's movements seemed to pulse with raw power. Feng shot the soul spirit orb through the hoop and cheered. 99, 100. I win, Xiao Chen grumbled. Damn it, I was just 1 point away. A system notification popped up right on cue. Today's squandering was successful. Reward: 1,000 points and 1,000 soul spirit orbs. Xiao Chen spoke up again. You don't have any more? I'm not done playing yet. Let's go again. Feng chuckled. I'm all out. I don't suppose you have any, senior? Yes. My soul spirit orbs are a bit smaller, but how would we play? These smaller ones are perfect for a game of table tennis. Feng thought deviously. He's totally hooked, isn't he? Well, don't blame me for this. The two then began an intense rally. Hours later, Xiao Chen roared with satisfaction. Incredible! In all my 200 years, this is the most fun I've ever had. Feng praised him. Old master, did you really just come up with that spiral technique on the spot? That was insane. I did. But this secret realm closes for 100 years at a time. We're in for another long, boring wait. Have you ever heard of a place on the outside called the Sky Sun Sect? I've heard of the Sky Sun Sect. They're a nasty bunch. They even tried to harm me in the past. I just gave them a few pointers and casually mentioned I was the heavenly demon ancestor. I told them I'd protect them after I break the seal. And they eagerly started gathering resources for me. The secret realm will close by then anyway, so they can just buzz off. Feng thought excitedly. The Sky Sun Sect is just a bunch of rich idiots? He scammed them for 100 years. And his demonic title was a complete lie. Now that's playing the long game. It would be a waste not to bleed a sect like that dry. He then looked curiously at the formation. Senior, is there really no way to break this demon suppression cave array? Xiao Chen pointed upwards. That's the core of the array. But don't even think about it. I've tried countless times and failed. It's impossible to break. The Golden Wheel Great Emperor dared to leave the array core exposed because he knew no one could ever destroy it. Hearing this, Feng's eyes lit up with interest. Something from a great emperor of the upper realm. I wonder if my divine eye of destruction can break it. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the array core shattered, raining fragments down on the ground. Xiao Chen couldn't believe his eyes. It's gone. The thing just vanished. Have 200 years really passed? Am I finally free today? Feng smiled. Well, senior, why don't you go out and see for yourself? Xiao Chen bolted out in a flash of joy, gazing emotionally at the sky he hadn't seen in so long. A moment later, he reverted to his younger form and turned back. Kid, this was all you're doing, wasn't it? Thank you. Feng stared in shock. Whoa, dude. Who are you? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The elderly version of Xiao Chen asked, What's wrong? Are you mesmerized by my handsome face? Feng thought. Damn it, there must be something wrong with the divine eye the system gave me. It's even causing hallucinations. I really need to get more sleep. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, Golden Wheel chuckled. To think someone in the lowly mortal realm could break my soul-devouring grand array. Interesting. Very interesting. And in the profound heaven continent, within the Soul Annihilation Valley, Ding Yi's prized disciple, who was lounging in a field, also sensed the disturbance. He muttered excitedly, I never thought Xiao Chen would actually manage to escape. But without the Golden Soul Sacred Tree, and without Master, what can you possibly do against me? At the same time, back in the Forest Mystic Realm, Feng had gotten the full story. So you're saying you found the Golden Soul Sacred Tree first, and because he couldn't beat you, he just called for backup? Xiao Chen suddenly panicked. Oh no! My entire stash of 200 soul spirit orbs. They're all gone. That's right. This is how the story should go. This is the kind of plot the profound heaven continent is supposed to have. Old Xiao. I have a small, newly founded sect over there. We have less than 10 disciples, and the sect master is only at the primordial spirit realm. I wonder if you would grace us with your presence. Xiao Chen agreed in an instant. Fine. It's not like I have anywhere else to go. I am, after all, a peak 9th level Tribulation Realm soul cultivator. I've survived 9 heavenly thunder tribulations. Serving as an elder in your sect should be acceptable. Old Xiao, now that we've escaped, will you seek revenge against that Ding Yi guy? You could probably do it anytime you want. Ascend to the upper realm? A troublemaker like me? No way. If I get caught by Emperor Jin Lun, it's a fate worse than death. I'd rather die on my own terms. You're really no help at all. Feng turned and called out his system. This Xiao Chen guy is incredibly strong, and he wants to join the Star Soul sect as an elder. So, I'll offer him 1 million low-grade spirit stones as a welcoming gift. That's not too over the top, is it? quantity is within the prodigal range. After reading the system's reply, Ye Feng turned to Xiao Chen with a friendly smile. Elder Xiao, since you've come to our sect, as the head disciple, it's only natural I offer you a little welcoming present. I hope you won't mind these 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wait, what? Could it be? In the past 200 years, has the entire economy of the profound heaven continent collapsed? You should be wondering how I have so much money instead. Xiao Chen cleared his throat. Yi Feng, I've given it some thought. I'm lazy by nature and I'm used to a life of freedom. This matter of joining a sect. The old man refused, but his mind was racing. This kid is too strange. I'm afraid he's not from the upper realm. What if he has some kind of conflict with Emperor Jin Lun? But then, Ye Feng played his trump card. Senior, if you don't agree, then I'll just have to give these 100 soul orbs to someone else who's destined for them. And there's more where that came from. Xiao Chen did a complete 180 in the blink of an eye. Why wouldn't I agree? The chance to join your sect is a dream come true. I am eager to embrace our big family. Ye Feng chuckled. As expected, no one can refuse such a grand gesture. Just then, a notification panel popped up. Congratulations, host, for activating prodigal behavior. Reward: 300 points and 100 vials of soul-cleansing water. This item can purify the soul of all impurities to the absolute limit. It may even trigger a mutation. This soul-cleansing water. No matter how I look at it, it feels like it was prepared for Xiao Chen, wasn't it? Ye Feng decided to ask. Elder Xiao, if I had something that could purify a divine soul, what would happen if your soul was purified to its absolute limit? Xiao Chen replied, I have indeed heard of treasures capable of purifying the impurities within a divine soul. If I were to use it, I would ascend instantly. Not even the Heavenly King himself could stop me. Ye Feng pouted. Looks like I can't use this on him for my prodigal mission. The other members of the sect haven't even had their turn yet. The system immediately chimed in with a taunt. Host, are you scared? He snapped back quietly. Shut up. Xiao Chen then hopped onto his gourd-shaped magic treasure and called to Ye Feng. This is my flying spirit tool. Get on. Ye Feng casually tossed the spirit stone in his hand to the ground and walked over. The old man was puzzled. Why did you throw away that spirit stone? Ye Feng explained. I'm just helping the Secret Realm sect pick the champion for their tournament. Whoever picks up that spirit stone is the winner. Hearing this, Xiao Chen thought it over. That's right. I already took all the resources from the Secret Realm. The Heavenly Sun sect is going to get an earful from the other sects. He began to imagine the scene. Heavenly Sun sect, get out here and explain yourselves. There wasn't a single mid-grade spirit stone in the entire Secret Realm, and this is the grand prize? What kind of joke is this? Suddenly, dawn broke outside the Secret Realm. Ye Feng had already drifted off to sleep. Xiao Chen sighed. So quickly. The sun is already up. Profound heaven continent. I have finally returned. Just then, he sensed someone approaching from behind. An enemy attack! But to his surprise, it was just Xiao Shui, carrying a massive incense burner. Who are you? How dare you kidnap my master? Xiao Chen's voice boomed. Well, a little demon. Today, I'll let you experience this old man's true power. The commotion they were making finally woke Ye Feng. So noisy. Whoa! Stop! We're all on the same side. The two of them immediately froze, looking completely baffled. What? This is my battle pet. And also the sect's guardian beast. And this is Elder Xiao Chen, our newest member. She giggled lightly. So it's Elder Xiao Chen. A misunderstanding. When he asked about the cauldron in her hands, Xiao Shui introduced it. This is a heaven-rank cauldron. Every elder gets one. They're great for fighting. Xiao Chen was stunned. Have heaven-rank cauldrons become this worthless? If I'd known, I would have sold the one I have long ago, she answered shyly. Elder Xiao, it seems you don't know the master very well yet, but you'll get used to it. Seeing the old man's confusion, Yi Feng spoke up. Elder Xiao, calm down. The economy of the profound heaven continent hasn't collapsed. I'm just a special case. Elder Xiao's mental fortitude is a bit weak, huh? I wonder how he'll react when he meets the #1 sword dog of the profound heaven continent. He turned to Xiao Shui. You went to the Heavenly Sun sect with the senior brother and the others, right? Later, just let them wander around the secret realm for a bit. There's nothing left inside anyway. Elder Xiao and I will head back first. Tell everyone to return to the sect as soon as they're finished. She immediately bowed her head. As you command. A few hours later, Ye Feng brought Xiao Chen back to the sect. The old man was shocked. This is the Yellow Springs sword intent, from the Sword Heart realm. Ye Feng, our sect actually has such a monstrous sword cultivator? Ye Feng encouraged him to go have a look inside. Guzi should be resting. Why is he releasing his sword intent? At that moment, Xiao Chen saw it with his own eyes. Guzi was practicing his sword. Powerful sword intent radiated from every single slash. Xiao Chen's eyes went wide. It's practicing a martial technique, while I was sealed away. After 200 years, what has the world become? The Tianhong family is welcoming someone. Ye Feng, you've finally returned. Elder Bai, have you finished all 100,000 of those marrow-cleansing pills for your son? I have. And the effort nearly killed me. He leaned close to Xiao Chen. Humph. Where did this beggar come from? He's probably just here to leech off of Ye Feng. Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual power. 3 Tribulation Realm auras, 2 at the nascent Soul Realm. And that's only what I can perceive. This is the current strength of this sect? Is this really the standard for minor sects these days? He turned away, utterly disappointed. Yi Feng was confused. Elder Xiao, where are you going? Why are Tribulation Realm experts suddenly a dime a dozen around here? I should just leave. I don't need the Soul Spirit Orb anyway. Just then, Hongshan returned, wielding a bizarre weapon. Haha, this old man is back. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. That's a demonic spirit armament. Luo Kai stepped forward. What is this powerful aura? Elder Chu Tianshui also appeared. Why is a demonic weapon here? Ye Feng grinned. My dear master has arrived. Master, this is Senior Xiao Chen. He wishes to join our sect as an elder. He's a legendary soul cultivator who can ascend to the upper realm at any moment. As Ye Feng grabbed his arm, the old man recoiled humbly. Everyone stared in utter shock. What? A soul cultivator who can ascend at any time? That would make him even stronger than our great elder. I'm completely outclassed. Then, Xiao Chen had a realization. It seems he was still someone special after all. Perhaps I'll stay at this sect for a few days to see. He then opened his system interface. I want golden soul saint spirit trees. Give me 100 of them, non-stop. The system instantly consumed 83,000 scoundrel points, purchasing 109,000-year-old golden soul saint spirit trees. Not a bad use of points. Ye Feng then gestured to Elder Xiao. Take our new Elder Xiao on a tour of the sect. Elder Chu, Elder Luo. You two come with me for a moment. Tianshui was baffled. Why are you the one commanding the elders? He teased her. We'll be husband and wife eventually, so it's all the same. She blushed and turned away. This brat Ye Feng is completely ruining this sect. What kind of sect master am I? A few minutes later, Ye Feng led Luo Kai to the elder's residential area and ordered him to tear down the entire courtyard. The elder was confused. Yi Feng, destroying it is easy. But why tear down a perfectly fine courtyard? He explained casually. To build a new one for Elder Xiao, of course. The materials are ready, so I'll be troubling you all, Luo Kai whispered to Hongshan. What kind of power trip is this? Does Ye Feng have a weird hobby of collecting old men? Hey, didn't we come here willingly? Elder Chu, do you remember who Ye Feng gave that special item to last time? The provocation made everyone furious. This kid has no idea how to manage people. Hearing this, Ye Feng simply opened his system. The 2 elders are helping me out. Shouldn't I offer them a little compensation for their hard work? Besides spirit stones, how about something like Great Demon Essence Blood? The system replied, Of course, no problem. That's perfect. Yi Feng then announced loudly, Elders, you've worked hard. Once it's built, each of you can choose one type of Great Demon Essence Blood, 10 drops for each of you. Luo Kai's eyes instantly lit up. Elder Chu, get out of my way. I need to speed up. The next second, he ripped his shirt off, shouting a frantic chant. 1 bag of rice to hold the floors. Another bag of rice to hold some more. This bag of rice is huge, and this bag of rice is mine. Every grain is a prize. Who else will give you this much rice? Hongshan was horrified. What language are you speaking? Are you even using punctuation? Within seconds, the Star Soul sect was engulfed in smoke and dust. An outsider would have thought the place was on fire. A moment later, Luo Kai was laughing like a madman. He and Hongshan had leveled everything. Ye Feng, we're done. Holy cow. Seeing Ye Feng arrive with a huge pile of trees, Luo Kai was curious. Yi Feng, what are these golden spiritual trees? Are you planning to build Elder Xiao a courtyard made entirely of trees? He explained. These are called Golden Soul Saint Spirit trees. They're all 9,000 years old. I plan to give Elder Xiao a luminous surprise. The rest is up to you two. I'm going to get some rest. They both nodded. Understood. Leave it to the 2 of us. We'll absolutely have it done before nightfall. Elder Chu, a single courtyard can't possibly hold this many trees. Yi Feng said, to use all of them. I fear this is a test he has set for us. That Great Demon Essence Blood won't be so easy to earn. Meanwhile, Tianyu had led Xiao Chen to the rear of the Star Soul sect. The old man was stunned. The Star Polaris sect? You're saying our sect master is the daughter of the Star Polaris sect master? Tianyu replied breathlessly. That's right. Didn't Ye Feng tell you? Xiao Chen was bewildered. He told me this was a small sect, but it's actually a branch of a top-tier one. When did he ever mention that? Besides, how could the arrangements of a branch family ever compare to the main sect? The old man finally spoke up. Elder Xia, I see you're always taking pills. You're eating until you're sick, so why do you keep going? He struggled to reply. Elder Zhao, have you ever heard of the impurity-free spirit body? I've heard the name before. I believe it's a physique highly prized on the path of immortality, but I am a soul cultivator. Because of my path, I never paid it much attention. Tianyu then shoved another pill into his own mouth, his eyes rolling back. Don't worry about it. In any case, you'll soon be eating pills far worse than this one. The two then walked past a lavish outhouse. A heaven-grade cauldron? Xiao Chen was confused. Whose garden is this? And why would a cultivator even need a toilet? He glanced inside and saw something that shattered his worldview. Wait a second. This toilet pit. It's a heaven-grade cauldron. This can't possibly be Ye Feng's garden, can it? Tianyu confirmed his fears. Yep, it belongs to Ye Feng. And let me tell you a little secret. Ye Feng is also planning to build a toilet out of golden silkworm spirit stones. Once that toilet is finished, anyone who squats on it will successfully pass their tribulation. Hearing this, the old man was utterly stunned, his entire body trembling. Using a heaven-grade cauldron as a latrine was one thing, but building a toilet with golden silkworm spirit stones? Even for a spendthrift, this was beyond excessive. Back in my day, to get from the first level of the tribulation realm to the 9th, I endured 18 bolts of heavenly lightning. That was my one and only bragging right. You people are taking things too far. Gaining power through these cheap tricks is an illusion. You can't grasp true strength that way. Seeing his outrage, Tianyu offered Xiao Chen a pill. Elder Xiao, take this pill. It will help you calm down. The old man's face turned pale. What is this pill? It's not that manure you mentioned before, is it? Even so, he steeled himself and took it. Only then did Tianyu reveal it was an epiphany pill. I can't even bear to eat one myself. Just try it. The taste isn't so bad. In an instant, Xiao Chen felt a profound change ripple through his body. This is the state of epiphany. This epiphany pill is truly incredible, his companion continued. Incredible, right? This epiphany pill also belongs to Ye Feng. He even uses them to grant sentience to dogs. He's squandering treasures like this, and none of you try to control him? Hearing that, Tianyu smirked. Control him? Elder Zhao, how have you been here this long and still not understood? Is it possible Ye Feng hasn't given you anything? At that moment, Xiao Chen's face paled. He recalled the priceless gifts Ye Feng had offered him before he'd even arrived. Ah, Tianyu added. Elder Xiao, there's no need to be hesitant. Ye Feng would never treat us poorly. The elder's residential area is over there. Let's go have a look. When the two arrived, they saw Luo Kai and Hongshan furiously chopping wood. Xiao Chen asked Tianyu, what kind of tree is that? It looks quite precious. He replied, I have no idea. It just keeps glowing. A second later, the old man realized in horror, wait a minute. Isn't that a golden soul Holy Spirit tree? Xiao Chen threw his hands up to stop them. All of you, stop this instant. With that, he frantically rushed down toward them. Luo Kai and Hongshan paid him no mind, both swinging their axes to finish chopping the remaining wood. Xiao Chen was so horrified he was on the verge of tears. This is an outrageously rare golden soul Holy Spirit tree. Wasting it like this will incur the wrath of the heavens. Luo Kai shot back. We're building this for you. If the heavens punish anyone, it'll be you. The old man froze. What? This is being built for me? Xiao Chen's attitude changed 180 degrees. Give me an axe. Woodworking is my favorite hobby. Someone asked, didn't you just say the heavens would punish us? The old man smiled wryly. After being struck by lightning so many times, I'm already used to it. A few hours later, a majestic, golden glowing mansion was completed, consuming the entire stock of golden soul Holy Spirit trees. Tianyu, Hongshan, and Luo Kai wept internally. Is this the kind of special treatment an ascended master gets in this sect? Compared to this, our living quarters are a slum. Suddenly, Luo Kai cried out, I finally understand. You understand what? I know why Elder Xiao gets special treatment and we don't. The other two immediately asked why. He said with a serious face, it's because we've been slacking in our cultivation. Elder Xiao, your strength is far beyond mine. Elder Bai's, and Elder Xia's. but your treatment isn't grand enough. Could it be because we aren't strong enough to lead? Hongshan had a realization. This is Ye Feng's way of motivating us, Luo Kai declared. It has to be. But Xiao Chen thought to himself, even though I've only known Ye Feng for a short time, my gut tells me he's just a simple, straightforward prodigal. At that exact moment, in Ye Feng's room, a notification popped up. The Golden Soul Holy Spirit tree has been fully consumed. No prodigal behavior was detected. No reward will be given. He was jolted awake by the words. No prodigal behavior? No reward? How is that possible? System, what in the world is going on here? It turned out that because Xiao Chen accepted the residence and even participated in its construction, it wasn't considered wasteful. He actually thought that far ahead. Then again, what can you expect from a madman like Old Man Xiao, who would shatter his own soul spirit orb for fun? Ye Feng bit his blanket in frustration. Damn it! I miscalculated. This old geezer Xiao Chen does. In the dead of night, Tian Xing and Bi Gong stealthily approached the outskirts of the Star Soul sect. Are you sure the two of us should just walk in like this? We can't alert them. For today, this is as far as we go. However, their presence didn't go unnoticed. From a distance, Hongshan spotted them. Intruders! Tianxing yelled, pointing ahead. Hiding behind a large boulder, Hongshan analyzed the scene. This aura, it must be Ye Feng's group. And that one over there is likely by Tianhong's party. So it's Tian, Xing, and Bi Gang. Those two old geezers. They crept stealthily toward the light, arriving before Xiao Chen's brilliantly lit estate. The sight before them left them utterly stunned, their knees weak. What in the heavens is this place? Tianxing's eyes went wide. This mansion is way too extravagant. Let's get out of here. But after a quick scan, Bi Gang grabbed him by the collar, slamming him against the fence. Extravagant? Is that seriously all you see? He seethed. Look, right there. That's a golden soul saint spirit tree, a priceless treasure for cultivating the soul. I slaved away in Heavenly Dao City for 30 years. I earned over 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and I still couldn't even dream of buying one. Tianxing broke out in a cold sweat. It's that valuable? Bi Gang turned to him urgently. Old friend, be straight with me. Does their saintess need a chef? I am a master chef in search of a grand stage to unleash my culinary genius. Hearing this, Tianxing erupted. What did you just say? You want to abandon our journey just to stay here? For years I've begged you to cook for me, and every single time you've refused. You even claimed this old man's palate wasn't refined enough for your art. And with that, the two elders immediately started throwing hands. Some friend you are, trying to become the saintess's personal chef. Ow, fine. I'll cook you a meal next time, just stop. The commotion drew Xiao Chen out from his mansion. Gentlemen, he said calmly, my home has many spare rooms. If you have nowhere else to go, you are welcome to stay. They froze instantly. There's someone there. And we couldn't sense his presence at all. Looking at Tianxing's ragged state, Xiao Chen had a sudden thought. He looks as out of place as I do. Could he also have been sealed away for centuries? The two elders shared a thought. Even experts stronger than us have gathered here. We're lucky we made it in time. A few more days, and all the positions would have been taken. We thought those other 5 were crazy. But to see a grandmaster like him here, basically begging for a spot? Just how incredible is this opportunity? Just then, Hongshan stepped out from the shadows. You two are truly one of a kind, skulking around someone else's sect like ghosts. Tianxing was shocked. Hongshan, you're here too? Hongshan then gestured to Xiao Chen. This is Elder Xiao Chen. He's one of our newest members. He is now a Grandmaster of Soul Cultivation, powerful enough to ascend at any moment. Hearing this, both men were utterly dumbfounded. What in the world has that girl, Luo Tianru, accomplished? She founded a sect less than 2 months ago, and it's already on the verge of surpassing the mighty Starpole sect. If she continues at this pace, won't she become the empress who unites the entire profound heaven continent? Bai Gang stomped his foot, his decision made. I am staying here, no matter what. Not even the Heavenly King himself could drag me away from this sect. The title of the sect's #1 chef will be mine. Tianxing turned back to Hongshan. And why are you here? He replied smoothly. Well, the sect needed a master refiner for weapons, and also for pots and pans. So, here I am. Tianxing pressed him. Old Suo, what about your path? Your dream of refinement? Didn't you want to craft a Heaven's Pole-level artifact to become the #1 refiner in the profound heaven continent? Hongshan replied with an air of nonchalance. I no longer chase that dream. After meeting Ye Feng, I had an epiphany. All worldly things are empty, including the grand path of refinement. The truth is, if one forges everyday tools with true dedication, that too is the path. Before, I was ignorant, obsessed only with spiritual auras and grand furnaces, but Tianxing saw right through his high-minded speech. Cut the act. Just tell me what amazing benefit Ye Feng offered you. Hongshan snorted. 10,000 zheng of refinement fragments. I can already forge low-grade spirit artifacts now. Bai Gang chimed in, his eyes wide. Low-grade spirit artifacts. That's a pretty hefty reward you got there. Old Suo, if I join, you've got to look out for me. Look out for you? What? You want to be an elder too? Nope. I'll be perfectly happy as the sect's head chef. Does that mean I'll get to eat your cooking for free every day? The three old friends laughed and chatted away. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen wondered to himself, the longer I'm here, the stranger this sect seems to get. He glanced toward the heavens, praying the upper realm hadn't noticed him yet. The next morning, Tianxing went to the sect's great hall to seek out Tianshui. Grand Elder, I had no idea you and your friend arrived yesterday. Why didn't you send word? I would have prepared a proper welcome. He chuckled warmly. Tianshui, my dear, what would you think if I left my post as Grand Elder to become a simple elder here at the Star Soul sect? She immediately protested. Grand Elder, you are the very pillar of the Star Pole sect. If you were to leave, would the other elders ever allow it? Tianxing was left utterly speechless. Tianshui knew instantly the Grand Elder was here for Ye Feng. But if she agreed, would the other Grand Elders come too? That would mean the entire Star Sovereign sect. How would that be any different from just making him the sect master right now? She glanced over, suddenly realizing Tianxing was standing alone. Grand Elder, she asked, you mentioned arriving yesterday with a friend. Where is this companion of yours now? Meanwhile, in another corner of the sect, Bi Gong served a special dish to Ye Feng. Elder Bi, what is this? It's absolutely delicious. The old man, disguised as a sect cook, began to explain with pride. This dish is made from the meat of a great strength demon ape, stewed with countless rare spirit herbs. The fire, the quantity of herbs, the timing, the everything must be perfect. It's not just delicious, it also enhances one's strength. It's just a shame the power boost is temporary. Unaware of its true nature, Ye Feng praised it lavishly. Master, it's an incredible honor that you could make it. Just then, the system announced today's spendthrift product, a set of 7 system dragon song blades. It was a 7-piece kitchen knife set. Thunder Dragon, Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, Shadow Dragon, Light Dragon, Wood Dragon, and Poison Dragon. Each blade possessed a dragon spirit aura, offering the ultimate protection for any ingredient they touched. Yi Feng hesitated, looking at his new sect master. A master chef just arrived, and you want me to show off a set of kitchen knives? Are you trying to tell me to kick him out? I still want to eat. Suddenly, he thought of Wu Feng. That's it. I can give this knife set to junior brother Wu Feng. Ye Feng turned to the old man. He asked Bi Gang, Elder Bai, are you looking for a disciple? I have someone who wants to walk the path of the Forge Master. The elder scratched his head. No, he follows the Tao of alchemy. He's a third-rank alchemist. Elder Bai considered this. An alchemist. Barely acceptable. At least he understands spirit herbs. In theory, it could work, but why do you want me to take him? Just then, Wu Fang and the others returned from the Tianyang sect. Seeing his chance, Ye Feng immediately pulled him inside. Perfect timing. Junior brother Wu Feng. Senior brother. What did you need me for? Junior brother Wu Feng. You've been handling my meals all this time. You've worked hard. Let me introduce you. This is Elder B, the sect's new forge master. Wu Feng cried tears of joy internally. The sect's forge master. I'm finally free. An alchemist like me no longer has to do chores outside my profession. In that moment, Wu Feng felt weightless, as if all his worldly burdens had vanished. But then, Ye Feng spoke again. Junior brother, Wu Feng, I don't think the Tao of alchemy is right for you. Luckily, Elder B is here. You should become his disciple and switch to the Tao of smithing. What? I'm an alchemist, and you want me to switch careers to become a smith? To walk the path of a forge master, the most important thing is a set of blades to call your own. Hearing this, Ye Feng immediately brought out the 7-element dragon's roar blades he'd just acquired. Junior brother Wu Feng, accept these blades. The moment he gripped one, it began to glow intensely. The other 6 blades soared into the air, circling him as if recognizing their new Yi Feng shouted with power, Soul of the Thunder Dragon, Soul of the Shadow Dragon, Soul of the Ice Dragon. The blades summoned the spectral forms of real dragons, which roared into the sky. They formed a blinding pillar of light. As the draconic spirit energy shot towards the heavens, dark clouds instantly gathered, and thunder cracked across the sky. Tian Shui grew worried. What has that troublemaker Ye Feng done now? That draconic spirit aura again? Tian Xing asked in surprise. What do you mean? That draconic spirit aura again? Just then, someone rushed into the Elder's courtyard with a report. Elders, this is bad. Those are heavenly tribulation clouds. Luo Kai panicked. It's over. We're doomed. Meanwhile, Xiu Chen thought to himself, I knew this sect was unreliable. It's only the second day, and a heavenly tribulation is already here. At that moment, the system announced a reward, 1,000 prodigal points, and 100 enlightenment fragments, for the Tao of smithing. Yi Feng thought. It seems the dragon's roar blades have accepted Wu Feng. Wu Feng asked worriedly, these blades have spirits inside them. Senior brother, you're too good to me. But what are we going to do about this heavenly tribulation? Bai Gang, however, had lost his mind, crying out in sheer envy. Who the hell cares about some heavenly tribulation clouds? If I had a set of blades like that, I would gladly be struck down by lightning today. Yi Feng just smirked. It's merely a small heavenly tribulation, but everyone else in the Star Soul sect was certain. We are all going to die. Amidst the raging storm, a flash of purple light appeared, tearing a rift across the heavens. As a figure materialized, Hongshan broke into a cold sweat. It's him, floating in the sky. It's the one-armed man from before. The man glanced at the storm beside him. Go on, hit me with another one. The tribulation cloud trembled in fear. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare, then get lost. Immediately, the tribulation cloud fled, while weeping. Sniff. I'm leaving right now. In an instant, the sky was clear and sunny again. His job done. The one-armed man tore open a portal in the fabric of space. Tian Shui watched in awe, wondering, how can such a terrifying being exist in the lower realm? Forget the lower realm. Even in the upper realm, our limitless sacred land wouldn't dare provoke him. Just as the man vanished, Wu Feng and Ye Feng arrived. Master, you weren't frightened, were you? Tian Shui turned to Ye Feng. Explain this. What was that about a draconic spirit soul summoning a heavenly tribulation? Wu Feng explained in a rush. Sect Master. It was the draconic spirit souls within the 7 blades that Senior Brother gave to me. He said, I wasn't suited for the Tao of alchemy. So he made me become Elder B's disciple to prepare for the path of a forge master. A smile spread across Tian Shui's face. You aren't suited for the Tao of alchemy. If you feel that way yourself, then I will respect your choice. But I have to ask, do you even have the talent for smithing? Wu Feng beamed. Sect Master, Senior Brother already told me. Talent doesn't matter. As long as I have enough enlightenment fragments for the Tao of smithing, I can become invincible. Ye Feng chimed in enthusiastically. Before we came here, I gave Junior Brother Wu Feng 100 enlightenment fragments. He can already forge 4 items now. Junior Brother, make sure you forge an item that can blow people's clothes off. Elder Bai thought to himself, to make someone without talent forge 4 items in an instant, if I can build a good relationship with him. It's decided. From this day forward, I must serve Ye Feng with everything I have. Not even the Heavenly King himself will stop me from making meals for Ye Feng. Tian Shui suddenly looked confused. Huh? Senior Bai Gang. When did you join our sect? Yi Feng was also baffled. Didn't Master invite Elder Bai to join us? The elder was flustered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Oh no, I've been exposed. Bai Gang began to tremble and stammer. Well, that is, Yi Feng quickly interjected. Master, I'm truly innocent this time. I thought he was one of your people. Tian Shui looked completely exasperated. All right, everyone is dismissed. Ye Feng, you stay. Tian Xing was stunned. But that even I must attend. Bigang moved swiftly, forcing Elder Lei to leave. Come on, it's time to go. A moment later, inside the grand hall, she suddenly spoke. Ye Feng, I know you hold many secrets. The things you possess, they don't belong in the Xuantian continent. I have 2 questions for you. That one-armed swordsman. What is his connection to you? Hearing this, Ye Feng answered softly. There is one. Tian Shui pressed on. Did you approach me with an ulterior motive? He nodded cheerfully. Yes. What motive? Does this count as a 3rd question? Spit it out. Ye Feng placed a hand on his heart, his eyes glistening with sincerity as he declared, because I've fallen for you, because I want to marry you, and grow old with you until our hair turns gray. Her face flushed red, and she angrily told him to get out. The system's interface appeared, taunting him. You just want to bathe and sleep with your master. What love? You just lust after her body. You're shameless. Ye Feng shot back. It's called flirting. Of course I have to lay it on thick. Ye Feng quickly came up with a new plan. Master, how about we have Elder B prepare a meal? We can talk while we eat. Elder Bai's cooking skills are legendary, and luckily, Tian Shui agreed. Before long, a magnificent feast covered the entire table. Master, aren't you curious about who I really am? Sometimes, she replied. Too much curiosity can be deadly. Yi Feng thought to himself, can she really hold back? He then asked in a dangerous tone, Master, do you know of the infinite sacred land? The moment she heard infinite sacred land, Tian Shui shot to her feet, completely shaken. How could he possibly know about that place? Could he know? That I'm the reincarnated saintess of the infinite sacred land? Just how much has he figured out? Yi Feng let out a soft laugh. Never mind. Master, all you need to do is trust that I mean you no harm. I have 2 heavenly Dao tokens in my possession. It's the perfect chance for us to go there and relax a little. She let out a long sigh. All right then, she thought. Ye Feng said he likes me, that he's not my enemy. I can't let myself get flustered. I have to stay calm. Tian Shui asked Ye Feng, can these heavenly Dao tokens be used from the outside world? Don't we have to go to the heavenly Dao battlefield first? I'm not sure either. Let's just give it a try. At the same time, they both touched the heavenly Dao tokens and placed them on the table. Instantly, thick smoke billowed out, enveloping them completely. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng appeared on a street in heavenly Dao City. It actually worked, Master, but he quickly realized Tian Shui wasn't with him. He looked around frantically. Where did she get teleported to? Just then, a vehicle pulled up beside him. The driver called out, Hey buddy, need a ride? It's 5 heavenly Dao points. But upon recognizing Ye Feng, he recoiled. Wait, you again? The man scowled. What rotten luck. The last 2 times I've gone out, I've run into this guy. Ye Feng simply held out a card. Brother, I know what heavenly Dao points are this time. Here's my card. The driver's jaw dropped in disbelief. Holy cow, that many points? Just drive wherever and deduct the fee. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Young master, a heavenly Dao token only lets you stay in the city for half a day. Even if I floor it, we'll never cover enough ground. So heavenly Dao City, is that massive? Ye Feng fell silent, realizing his only option was to rely on his system's heavenly secret tracking function. Meanwhile, across the city, Tian Shui stood in awe. Isn't that a golden soul sacred spirit tree? The same kind Ye Feng used to craft the hairpin for the elder, a 9,000-year-old golden soul spirit tree. A single branch costs 50,000 heavenly Dao points? That's the same as 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. A single golden silkworm divine stone sells for 100,000 points, and a fragment for advancing one's sword heart is 5 million points for one piece. A heaven-grade cauldron costs 20 million points. No wonder there are so few of them back on the Xuantian continent. 4 hours later, Tian Shui sat dejectedly. Being poor is absolute torture. It's no surprise so many powerful experts stay here just to work. I want to buy things too. Suddenly, a voice called out, Master. Tian Shui looked up to see Ye Feng running towards her. Last time, you said you charged up a lot in Heavenly Dao City. Exactly how many points did you add? Not that much. Only about 100 million. Tian Shui was stunned. 100 million? Master, we don't have much time left. Let's go on a shopping spree, especially for that golden silkworm divine stone. They arrived in Heavenly Dao City's central business district. Tian Shui declared magnificently, Bag them up. I'll take every single spirit herb in this shop. Li Fei hesitated. All of them? Miss, are you certain? If you take everything, I'll have to use my token to call the manager. He thought to himself, this overwhelming aura of a big spender. I feel like I've encountered it somewhere before. Just then, Ye Feng appeared from behind Tian Shui. Li Fei? Brother Ye? Tian Shui asked curiously. You two know each other? You brat? You still had another heavenly Dao token? Brother Ye, don't even ask. It's a long, sad story. Ever since I returned to the Sect, the Grand Elder discovered my death sword intent. He chose an incredibly heavy greatsword for me, and made me form a blood contract with it. Who knew there was a heavenly Dao token hidden inside it? To avoid going back to that swordsmanship torture, I chose to stay here and work. Yi Feng picked up a fragment. So that's what happened. Li Fei asked what it was. A fragment for advancing one's sword heart. Sword heart. I know you dislike sword intent, but this is what will help you break through to the sword heart realm. And don't worry. Once we can reach a level as great as the sword domain, I'll be sure to save a piece for you, big brother. Li Fei cried out in terror, begging for his life. Seeing the two create such utter chaos, Tian Shui shivered. It was just too brutal. Yi Feng sat on Li Fei's back, taunting him. Let's see you run your mouth to me now. Brother Ye, it's fine. I'll just stay here. I won't go back. Just then, a man approached. Greetings. I'm the manager of this shop. May I ask if you're the owner? Ye Feng got straight to the point. Name your price. How many heavenly Dao points will it take to fire my good brother here? Sir, although I have the authority to fire him, Li Fei is a hard worker. Firing him without cause wouldn't be right. Ye Feng didn't hesitate. I'll pay 10 times the compensation. The manager's tune changed instantly. I've known for a long time that this Li Fei was trouble. He shouldn't be kept here. Brother Ye, say no more. Can't I just quit and go back to my cultivation? The manager immediately shouted, Hey, my money! A moment later, Li Fei asked who the person with Ye Feng was. He explained that it was his sect master from the Star Soul sect, and also his master. Tian Shui's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ling Kuang. You two go ahead and talk, I'm going shopping. A system window appeared, reminding the host, items purchased in Heavenly Dao City must be spent wastefully. Even if gifted to someone else, that person must also spend them wastefully, or they will face a penalty. He asked the system if completing the mission would grant him wasteful spending rewards. It replied that he wouldn't receive opened any wasteful spending points, but the host would get to enjoy the pleasure of spending money. Li Fei, do you know any fun places in Heavenly Dao City? The Su Dao shop has experts who give foot massages. At the Dajiu shop, all the greeters are powerful warriors. And then there's the Little Red House, with a group of stunning beauties who can accompany you. Just then, a panting Tian Shui returned. Yi Feng, the things in this Heavenly Dao City are ridiculously expensive. 100 million Heavenly Dao points, and all I could buy was 999 golden silkworm spirit stones before I ran out of money. Seeing her, he quickly covered Li Fei's mouth. Master, since you've spent everything, leave the rest to your disciple. She thought to herself that Ye Feng must be scheming up another way to wastefully spend. Li Fei, I'm giving you these golden silkworm spirit stones. Make sure you use them well. Brother Ye, how am I supposed to use these? To build a straw hut? Tian Shui was secretly displeased by this. Is this wasteful disciple of mine trying to build straw huts all across the lower realm? Li Fei shook his head. Brother Ye, maybe you should just keep these. If I use this to build a hut, the sect will beat me to death. No way. You have to build a hut that looks exactly like a palace, or I'll beat you to death right now. I'm going to deposit some money first, then I'll take you out to have some fun. Li Fei looked at Tian Shui, confused. Aren't you going to do something about Ye Feng? Tian Shui replied, do something. He bought his position as my direct disciple with money. How could I possibly control him? Fair enough. No wonder you two can be master and disciple. One dares to buy, the other dares to sell. He's a spendthrift and you're greedy. Can't one of you be a little more normal? Half an hour later, Tian Shui was letting out soft moans, a look of pure bliss on her face. A pair of hands was massaging her feet. Ah, that tickles. The pressure is just right. You don't have to continue. It feels good, doesn't it, master? It tickles. Tian Shui. Tian Shui. Lay there, enjoying the sensation of the foot massage. Li Fei stretched out comfortably. To have an ascended master give me a massage, this technique alone is worth every point. Even the sect master and the Grand Elder have never received such treatment. Is this the joy of being rich? Tian Shui was also ecstatic. For over 20 years, she had focused solely on cultivation and had never felt this relaxed. Li Fei, where did my Ye Feng run off to? Brother Ye seems to have gone to play the claw machine. Nearby, he was battling the machine. 10 billion Heavenly Dao points. I refuse to believe I can't win this. So close. So close. I've almost got it. Li Fei's sudden shout broke his concentration. Brother Ye, it's almost time. Ye Feng roared in frustration. My doll. Li Fei. You. But when he turned around, Li Fei was gone. He had already been teleported away. He was about to curse him out, but the kid ran off. He got lucky. Tian Shui was curious. So this is a claw machine? Master, if you're interested, feel free to play a few rounds. Let's skip it. There's not enough time. Maybe next time. Yi Feng then suggested that, to avoid being separated during teleportation, why don't I hold your hand, master? We can teleport back together. Tian Shui asked, so where will we be teleported to? I don't know either. Ye Feng was ecstatic on the inside. He finally got to hold his master's hand, inside the Spring Outlook Pavilion. Young man, 2 more drinks. Come on, can't you give me some of your love? Big brother, Don't go. Come have some fun with us. Yi Feng stood there, completely bewildered. Where is this place, and why isn't Master here? Several courtesans appeared, pulling at him. Sir, would you like to play with me? I have a special discount. Little brother, come play with big sister. Ye Feng desperately tried to hold onto his clothes. No, I don't want to. Big brother, come here. I'm all wet. Outside, a courtesan kicked a man out of the pavilion. You have no money, and you still dare to talk about love with me? Get back to your trashy home. Yi Feng happened to witness the entire scene. Zhou Tong scrambled to his feet, muttering under his breath, that shameless bootlicker. Ye Feng called out to him, a little hesitant. The old man's face lit up when he saw the boy's condition. Little friend, you're here too. We meet again. Since we're such kindred spirits, how about lending me a few spirit stones? Who's a kindred spirit with you? I ended up here by accident. Wait, how did I get to Zifeng City? Just then, he noticed a girl nearby. Ling Shui was just as shocked to see Ye Feng. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from the Wangchun pavilion. Hey there, handsome, come back and visit again soon. Yi Feng flinched, stammering. Ling Shui, I can explain. She sighed deeply. Men, but after hearing his explanation, Ling Shui finally understood. So, you were transported here from the Heavenly Dao battlefield? And all your clothes were stripped off? Oh, wow. So that's what happened. The Heavenly Dao battlefield sounds incredible. Yes, exactly. Ye Feng then asked Zhou Tong why he was in this place. The old man replied, I'm afraid I can't discuss that with you, Ye Feng. This kid is too strange, he thought. The last time I tried to divine his fate, I suffered a massive backlash, and I still don't know where the saintess is. This time, no matter what, I can't. Let him know I'm going to the Star Soul Sect to borrow their heaven-tier cauldron. And so, they set off on their journey, with Zhou Tong in the lead. But every time he glanced back, he saw Ye Feng following right behind him. Little friend, isn't this a bit much? Why do you keep following me? Following you? Do you own this road? I should be asking why you're always walking right in front of me. Zhou Tong summoned his flying artifact and told Ling Shui to get on. Elder Zhou, maybe we shouldn't use the flying artifact. I get a little motion sick. Motion sick? We've been flying for 3 days straight and I haven't seen you get sick once. You're telling me you're motion sick now? Yi Feng chimed in. Elder Zhou, I was wondering where you're headed. Are you by any chance passing by the Star Soul Sect? I see your flying artifact is quite spacious. Would you mind if I hitched a ride for a bit? The other two stared at him, completely shocked. The Star Soul Sect? Little friend? Are you a disciple of the Star Soul Sect? That's right. I'm a direct disciple of the Star Soul Sect's master. Hearing this, Ling Shui's attitude completely changed. Elder Zhou figured if he was a disciple, they should take him along. This might make their mission way easier. Ling Shui thought to herself, this is perfect. I can visit Master's sect and even see the saintess. But my motion sickness. Oh well. As long as we can borrow the heaven-tier cauldron, what's a little motion sickness? I can handle it. That's not what you said a moment ago. Ye Feng thought. So all this fuss was just to borrow a heaven-tier cauldron? The sect has tons of those old things. I could just give one to Ling Shui, but I'd better secure my ride before I say anything. Elder Zhou, rest assured. We're old friends after all. Leave the matter of borrowing the cauldron to me. Young friend Ye Feng, I truly owe you a huge favor. In the future, if you need anything, this old man will absolutely help. A few hours later, the three of them stood before the sect gate. Finally, I'm back. Ling Shui stared at the entrance, covered in spiderwebs. She held back a laugh. So, this is the sect my master joined to hide his identity? Zhou Tong scanned the sect. What are these auras? Tribulation Realm. Another Tribulation Realm. Why are so many Tribulation Realm masters in a tiny sect like this? Suddenly, a man was thrown violently out of the gate. Ye Feng recognized him immediately. Great ancestor? Tianxing saw him too. Yi Feng, you're finally back. I'm being ganged up on by Chu Hongshan and Bi Gang. They each have a heaven-tier cauldron. It's so humiliating. I heard you have a cauldron too. Lend it to me. I want to smash those two bastards into dust. Zhou Tong was floored. The entire Xuantian continent only has 4 heaven-tier cauldrons in total, and 3 of them are in this small sect? And they're using them to bash people? This is beyond ridiculous. Wait a second, great ancestor. Where did Senior Bai Gang get a heaven-tier cauldron? He smashed your outhouse and took it. He said he'd return it after he's done beating me up. Ling Shui looked at Ye Feng with sparkling eyes. Using a heaven-tier cauldron as an outhouse, Master truly is one of a kind. Xiao Shui and Luo Kai arrived. She asked, Tianxing, You still haven't managed to borrow a cauldron? Luo Kai was buzzing with excitement for the massive brawl they were about to have. Now, all they needed was Tian Xing. Wait, 2 more heaven-tier cauldrons? How can the Xuan Tian continent have 5? Could my calculations have been wrong all this time? Master, you've returned. Ye Feng was still heartbroken over his outhouse. Xiao Shui asked if he was inconvenienced without a cauldron. She suggested Tian Xing take the one Wu Feng uses, since he just uses it as a bathtub anyway. Zhou Tong clutched his head. There's another one? Does your sect mass-produce heaven-tier cauldrons? Young friend Ye Feng, what is going on? What's going on? Oh, the elders were just bored and looking to have a little fun. He pulled out a heaven-tier cauldron. Great ancestor, take this and go fight them. If you win, this heaven-tier cauldron is yours. Really? Of course. In the next instant, Tianxing shot into the sky. Ye Feng, just watch me destroy them. You're dead, Chu Hongshan. Zhou Tong collapsed to the ground. Everyone in this sect is a spendthrift. Sect master. Just what is going on with the Star Soul sect? Elder Zhou, are you all right? Amidst the chaotic battle, Xiao Chen is struck down by a heaven-grade cauldron. Elder Xiao, you're weaker than you look. Is that all it takes to defeat you? Ye Feng wondered in confusion. How did Elder Xiao get a cauldron too? Don't tell me he got it from Lang Wu Feng? But in that moment, no one had time to mourn Xiao Chen's defeat. The next to enter the battlefield was the Star Soul sect's master herself, Luo Tianshui. She grabbed a heaven-grade cauldron and soared into the sky, preparing her attack. Seeing this, Zhou Tong cried out in shock. Another one, little friend. Ye Feng, is this woman also from your sect? Yi Feng answered honestly. Elder Zhou Tong, that is my sect master. Incredible, truly a living legend. This woman's power is no small thing. To think a peak 9th level primordial spirit realm cultivator could rally so many experts to her sect. I wonder what methods she used to earn their loyalty. Yi Feng suddenly made a suggestion. Elder Zhou, why don't you join the fight? Zhou Tong was stunned and asked, your sect still has unused heaven-grade cauldrons? We have one we use as a dog's bed. I can lend it to you. He even has one for a dog. Suddenly, his life felt worthless. The system's voice suddenly rang out, congratulating Ye Feng. The sect's secret realm competition has ended early, rewarding 100,000 prodigal points. Reward: 10 barrels of soul-cleansing water. After reading the message, he was a little baffled. He hadn't even used the last 100 drops of soul-cleansing water. This time it gave him entire barrels. But his prodigal points had already reached 940,000, enough for him to break through to the spirit ascension realm. Zhou Tong eagerly spoke up. Little friend Ye Feng, I want to try that thing out too. Yi Feng smiled and replied, no problem, Elder Zhou. I just need a moment to break through. Then I'll go get the heaven-grade cauldron for you. Don't worry, my breakthroughs are very fast. The moment Ling Shui heard breakthrough, she looked over curiously, while Zhou Tong advised Ye Feng with concern. It's best to find a quiet, secluded place for a breakthrough. The spiritual energy here is too chaotic. An accident could happen, but a scorching pillar of spiritual energy erupted from Ye Feng, shooting straight into the sky. Tianshui looked down in amazement. That prodigal brat is breaking through again. Tianxing, who was beside her, asked blankly. What is a con break? Ye Feng's power skyrocketed, blasting from the first level of the spirit ascension realm all the way to the 5th. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the peak of the 9th level. He let out a deep breath, then called for Zhou Tong to go get the cauldron with him. Ling Shui watched him with pure admiration. Master is just too powerful. No wonder Master thought my cultivation was low from the very beginning. For him, surpassing us is effortless. The system unexpectedly issued a new mission for Ye Feng. Within 1 month, find enough Heavenly Dao tokens and lead the sect members to Heavenly Dao City. Success would grant a large amount of prodigal points, but there was no penalty for failure. After reading it, he had a question. System, don't you have any Heavenly Dao tokens? Of course it did, but it needed him to trigger a prodigal act with a high chance of a return. And here he thought even the system couldn't get its hands on Heavenly Dao tokens. It angrily retorted, telling him not to underestimate it. He realized that lately, he'd been too busy dealing with the rewards from his prodigal acts, and hadn't been actively triggering them. 10 minutes later, Zhou Tong and the others were practicing with the cauldrons, their spirits soaring. Ye Feng turned to Ling Shui with a concerned question. Did anyone at the Heaven Secret Pavilion bully you? She immediately denied it. No, Master. The Heaven Secret Pavilion has been very good to me, especially Elder Zhou Tong. He's been in charge of my daily affairs. A wicked grin spread across Ye Feng's face. He spoke to the system. Zhou Tong has taken such good care of my second disciple. It wouldn't be too much to gift him a heaven-grade cauldron, would it? The system immediately replied. Based on the system's analysis, it is recommended the host gift him two. Feng was a bit surprised. System, when did you become an even bigger prodigal than me? He quickly turned to the person beside him. Ling Shui, since Elder Zhou has treated you so well, I can't just ignore it. I'll give him 2 heaven-grade cauldrons later. You can take them back and use them as you please, she replied shyly. Master, if you really want to give them something, one is more than enough for the Heaven's secret pavilion. Look how much fun Elder Zhou is having right now. I think he's been missing a spiritual weapon that's just right for him. A personal weapon. After the chaotic battle finally ended, Zhou Tong placed the cauldron back on the ground. He let out a sigh of pure bliss. So satisfying. I've never felt so fired up before. I finally won. Just then, Feng made him an offer. Elder Zhou, don't worry about borrowing it anymore. These 2 heaven-grade cauldrons are yours. Don't ask why. Just say, I'm in a good mood. But, little friend Feng, one is enough for our Heaven's secret pavilion. Ling Shui then walked over to the Elder. Elder Zhou. Feng said, one of them is for you to use as a personal weapon. You don't need to hand it over to the pavilion. The Elder was stunned. You're being too kind to me. Little friend Feng, if you ever need anything from Zhou Tong in the future, just say the word. Elder Zhou has fallen right into the trap. As expected of Master, he always thinks so far ahead. The system congratulated Feng for triggering a prodigal act. He was rewarded with 100,000 prodigal points. He couldn't help but feel that the conditions for these rewards were getting easier. He recalled that with every breakthrough, the number of prodigal points he received skyrocketed. A few moments later, Zhu Tong mounted his paper chicken and waved farewell to Feng as he soared into the sky. Young friend Feng, he called out. I had originally planned to impose on your noble sect for a few more days, but now that we have this heaven-grade cauldron, we must return to fulfill our duty. Feng smiled and wished them a safe journey. Moments later, the air filled with the sound of bickering. Honorable elders, you were all holding back way too much. He was a guest after all. We couldn't just beat him to within an inch of his life. You certainly didn't hold back when you were fighting me. Tianxing then made a bold proposal. So, how about a real match tonight? The idea was met with roaring approval. Bigang even volunteered to cook up some snacks. Seeing his chance, Feng summoned his system. System, take a look, he said. They're honing their combat skills to protect the sect, and they're getting seriously banged up in the process. Giving them a few tens of thousands of top-tier healing pills wouldn't be too extravagant, would it? The system replied dryly. Host, are you certain they weren't just playing around? They are clearly tempering themselves through combat experience. This perfectly aligns with the principles of a prodigal, granting host 30,009 pattern, 9th grade flame blood vitality pills. A reminder to the host. These 30,000 pills are specifically for those with bruised and swollen faces. Requirement. All pills must be used within 1 day. Feng was momentarily stunned by the sheer amount. 30,000 pills, he marveled. You really don't hold back. Meanwhile, Tianyu was showing off to the crowd. Everyone, take a look at this. They recognized it instantly. That looks like a 5-pattern, 9th grade flame blood vitality pill. That's a treasure for body cultivators. It's just one of the many pills I have stashed away, Tianyu boasted. To me, these are nothing more than snacks now. After all, besides Feng, I'm the wealthiest person here. And I have to say, I quite enjoy the sight of all your bruised and swollen faces. Old Bai, why are you tugging on my robes? Don't interrupt me while I'm flexing. Just then, Tian Shui and Feng suddenly appeared right beside him. Feng's voice was cold. So, Elder Tianyu, you enjoy our suffering, do you? It seems you won't be needing any of my assistance then. He immediately broke into a nervous sweat, cursing himself for forgetting that both the Grand Prodigal and the Sect Master were present. Grabbing hold of Tianyu, Feng quickly consulted his system. This guy already took a recovery pill. How does that affect the mission? The system responded. Target is locked. The prerequisite condition is a bruised and swollen face. The host must act according to these conditions to complete the prodigal act. Seeing the dark look on Feng's face, Tianyu began to panic. Feng, I don't need any. No, wait. This old man here. He desperately needs some. Luo Kai and Xiao Shui simultaneously hefted the cauldrons. Elder Tian, they said in unison. The master says you need some pills. You want to flex? Fine. We'll let you flex all you want. Tianyu shrieked in terror. What are you people doing? Wait. Damn it. Not the face. Not the face. A few minutes later, a battered and bruised Tianyu collapsed to the ground. He wailed in misery. Why? Just tell me why. I was already healed. Feng held out a single pill and explained calmly, "Because you can only truly recover after taking one of my pills." The others just laughed, saying he got what he deserved. Feng then turned to Tianhong and Old Bai with a grin. "Don't worry, there's plenty for you two as well. But we need to eat too," Tianxue chimed in hesitantly. Feng, these pills don't taste half bad. Maybe we should save some for Guzi?" "That's right. You always spoil Guzi the most, don't you?" "It's all up to you at this critical moment, Guzi." But of course, Feng didn't fall for their obvious trap. "Master," he said with a serious face, "I feel that everyone's injuries haven't fully recovered. How could I possibly save any for Guzi at a time like this? There are 30,000 pills here. For the sake of your health, I hope you all finish them before midnight. Trust me, everyone. This is all for your own good." Hearing that they had to consume 30,000 pills, every single person was struck with absolute terror. On that day, the sect members recalled a familiar terror: the fear of being dominated by pills. They trembled as the traumatic memories flooded back. Why is it always 30,000 pills every single time? Shaking, Sect Master Tianxue established a new sect law. The first ironclad rule of this sect is as follows: from this day forward, all fighting is forbidden. Anyone who dares to break this rule will be expelled immediately. Unfazed, Feng glanced around, looking for Wu Feng. "What's junior brother Wu Feng been up to all day?" he wondered. "I think I'll go check on him." He found his junior brother hard at work in the kitchen. Feng cheerfully bounced over. "Junior brother Wu Feng, how are you settling in as our new chef?" Wu Feng answered earnestly. "Senior brother, I feel the way of cooking is far more meaningful than the way of alchemy. Before, I always needed someone to supervise my training. But now, I can cook anything my heart desires. Could it be that you've discovered a hidden talent for this?" "Even though Master only taught me a little," Wu Feng explained, "I understood it all instantly. It has nothing to do with that cooking insight fragment. It's pure, natural talent. Senior brother, I used to think you only knew how to squander wealth, but now I see you've been hiding your true depths. Even our master says you have a uniquely sharp eye for things. You knew instantly that I was born to be a chef." Overwhelmed by the praise, Feng's face turned beet red. I'm really just a prodigal, that's all. All this praise is making me blush." Just then, Xiao Xiao walked in. "Little brother Wu Feng, I've finished washing the vegetables." Seeing her there, Feng's curiosity was piqued. "Why are you two hanging out together?" Wu Feng leaned in and began to explain in a hushed voice. "Ah, I see. So she's basically a glutton, a foodie, huh? I never would have guessed she was such a chowhound. Junior brother Wu Feng, you've got your work cut out for you." Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. Why did Feng come to the kitchen? A shiver of fear ran through her. Feng's mysterious protector is just too terrifying. That's a being even the tribulation cloud wouldn't dare provoke. If Feng ever had a bad day and summoned that one-armed man, it would be game over for all of them. Feng suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Xiao, I almost forgot about you. It seems you don't have many duties here in our sect. I am the sect's only inner court deacon, in charge of supervising the 5 chosen ones' cultivation. Your senior brothers go through hellish training every day, but you're relatively free. From now on, you'll have a new job. You will be in charge of brewing tea. It doesn't matter if it's an elder, a sect master, or a disciple. Whoever wants tea will come to you." Feng's real plan was to have her test a barrel of soul purification water first. Xiao Xiao blushed, imagining herself as a tea maiden, right before the kitchen suddenly exploded. Seeing the massive water barrel appear before them, Xiao Xiao and Wu Feng cried out in shock. "Brother Ye, your giant wooden barrel just destroyed our roof. You told me to make tea. But what is this water?" Even Feng was surprised by how massive the barrel was. He quickly gave Xiao Xiao an order. "Anyone can drink this water, except for Elder Xiao. Remember that." "I'm afraid he'll ascend," she asked, completely confused. "What kind of weird reason is that? So besides tea, what else can I do with the water in this barrel?" "Whatever you want. Do as you please with it." At the same time, 3 figures were soaring through the sky on flying swords. Dahai spoke in a low voice to the 2 behind him. "We're approaching the Star Soul sect. When we get there, stay quiet. I need to investigate first." He was curious what kind of legendary figure Feng truly was, and wondered if the profits from the southern city blood ginseng pill would even be enough. They flew onward, arriving at the Star Soul sect in no time. The atmosphere in the air left Dahai completely stunned. "This spiritual pressure is nothing like you described. There are way too many experts here." Feng had no idea what was going on either. Who could have known so many powerful masters had joined the Star Soul sect? They quickly called out for Tian Shui. Seeing them, she immediately instructed those beside her, Huang Xiaofei and the others. Elder Xiao, retract your auras. They are guests of our Star Soul sect. The elder sighed. So, you all know each other. Hai Feng cheerfully spoke up. Sect Master Luo, this is the president of our Divine Sea Merchant Guild, Huang Dahai. This time, Dahai grabbed him and shot into the sky, shouting back, Sect Master Luo, we were just passing through today. We'll pay a formal visit with generous gifts another day. We must be going. A bewildered Xiao Chen asked Tian Shui, Sect Master, what on earth were they here for? I have no idea. A confused Hai Feng asked his leader. President, what was that all about? Weren't we here to negotiate a deal for the blood ginseng pill? Dahai scowled and snapped. Negotiate? Negotiate my foot! Didn't you see what they were eating just now? Those were 9-pattern, 9th grade flame blood body tempering pills. A single one of those is worth dozens of blood ginseng pills, and they were eating them by the thousands, like they were candy beans. Faced with a sect that has that kind of backing, even 10 years of our profits would mean nothing to them. We need to think long and hard about what gift could possibly show enough sincerity. This is beyond terrifying, to possess such 9-pattern pills. Not a single person in the entire profound heaven continent is capable of creating them. To have such incredible resources, who in the world is Ye Feng? At that moment, Xiao Chen was groaning weakly. I ate too many pills. I'm so thirsty. Tea. Tea. I need tea. Suddenly he caught a scent. What a rich aroma. Xiao Xiao, your tea smells incredible. Quick, pour me a bowl. My throat is completely parched. But Xiao Xiao immediately refused. Elder Xiao, I'm very sorry, but you cannot drink this tea. Why not? Is it not finished brewing? Xiao Xiao explained. Ye Feng said that everyone in the sect can drink it. Everyone. Except you. He said he's afraid you'll ascend, Xiao Chen cried out in shock. Afraid I'll ascend? His eyes stared longingly at the teacup. Then, in a flash, he recognized it. The soul purification water. Of course, it's soul purification water. No wonder Ye Feng forbade me from drinking it. Xiao Xiao, it's not your fault for not knowing. This water is an extremely rare treasure. You must not. Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, she pointed to the massive barrel behind her and asked, Rare? Elder Xiao? You're telling me this water is rare? Elder Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Chen immediately staggered away. I'm fine. Just continue brewing the tea. I need to calm down for a bit. Xiao Xiao asked herself, is Elder Xiao really okay? As the sun set in the west, Xiao Chen began to contemplate his life. He let out a dejected sigh. I regret it all. If I had known, I never should have come to this sect. Having my entire worldview shattered in a single day is truly unsettling. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Chen. So this is where you were hiding. He instantly recognized the man. It was Yi. He sneered mockingly. Xiao Chen, I never expected you to actually escape the soul-devouring grand formation. It's quite a surprise. But what shocks me even more is that the handsome prodigy from back then, praised by all those women as the #1 soul cultivator, is now a dejected, stumbling old man. Fate truly is ironic. Go on, Xiao Chen, run. I'll even give you a chance. Xiao Chen shot to his feet, instantly, on high alert. A chance. Ding Yi pointed toward the Star Soul sect and threatened, I'll give you a small window to run. Wait for me to crush this pathetic sect that's sheltering you, and then I'll come find you. If I can't find you, I'll consider letting you live. Xiao Chen summoned his fire spirit, then roared in fury. Ding Yi, you're taking this too far. Ding Yi just found it laughable. Oh? Go on then, bring out your strongest soul technique. Do you really think I'm the same man I was 200 years ago? I'd love to see just how long your soul power can last this time. At that moment, the system notified Ye Feng that Xiao Chen had already left the sect. To protect his home, the old man was fighting Ding Yi, but he was completely outmatched. A bit surprised, he wondered to himself. Ding Yi stayed in the Xuantian continent for 200 years without ascending? He quickly went to the Star Soul sect to get Xiao Shui. Leave the sect with me. We're going to rescue Xiao Chen. She replied casually. Elder Xiao? He's about to ascend. What kind of danger could he possibly be in? Meanwhile, outside, the battle between Xiao Chen and Ding Yi was shaking the very heavens. Ding Yi unleashed a furious combo, and in the end, the elder's strength just wasn't enough. Xiao Chen was knocked far back, but his eyes still blazed with defiance. Ding Yi charged forward with a smirk. Don't worry. I won't kill you that easily. You were sealed by my master for 200 years. You must have some impressive trump cards saved up. Bring them out and entertain me a little. Looking at Ding Yi's technique, Xiao Chen scoffed. Is that a soul spirit sphere? You dare to show off with a sphere that tiny? So you're saying you can make a better one? Just as he charged, Xiao Chen raised both hands, creating two massive soul spirit spheres that erupted in a blinding explosion. Ding Yi was stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With your soul power, you shouldn't be able to condense a soul spirit sphere of that terrifying size. I don't believe it. Xiao Chen replied with contempt. Nothing is impossible. 200 years ago, I defeated you with my own power. 200 years later, I can use borrowed power to defeat you again. Today, I'll teach you a lesson with facts. Ding Yi's face went pale as he spat out. How utterly ridiculous. Standing off to the side, Ye Feng was snacking as he commented, so this is how soul cultivators fight? It's really earth-shattering. Any longer, and I might just fall asleep. Xiao Shui asked him, confused. Master, can't you sense their soul power? From Ye Feng's perspective, Xiao Chen and Ding Yi were just two guys waving their arms around on the ground. But from Xiao Shui's perspective, they were manipulating raging torrents of soul power to attack one another. Ding Yi blasted his opponent back with a palm strike and yelled, Enough! Besides the soul spirit sphere, don't you have any other tricks? I've played with you long enough. It's time to end this. He raised his hand, summoning a massive energy ball to finish Xiao Chen. Die! The elder cried out in panic. This is bad. A scorching rain of soul power poured down upon him. It wasn't long before he collapsed. Ding Yi scoffed in disgust. Can't even take one hit. But then he froze for a moment. Xiao Shui caught Xiao Chen and checked on him. The elder was completely shocked, exclaiming, Ye Feng, handsome blood. Yi Feng was curious. Since when did you get the nickname Handsome Blood? She explained sheepishly. Well, I normally like to act cool, so they started calling me that. Trying to act cool? Are you sure you weren't a dude in your past life? The system even chimed in. Who knows? In another instance, he might be officially recognized as a boy. Ding Yi taunted them. Xiao Chen, don't think you're safe just because backup arrived. Do you know why you're not dead yet? It's because my master intentionally spared you. He wants to know how you broke the soul-devouring grand formation. So, I'll give you 1 minute to think. If you talk, I'll turn all of you into zombies. If you don't, I have 1,000 different ways to make you talk. Ye Feng let out a soft snort. That piece of junk formation? I destroyed the core. I'm the one who saved him. You got a problem with that? You? A pathetic little piece of trash at the divine treasury realm did it? Then I'd love to know how. Your little wheel is starting to hurt my eyes. Maybe I should break it, just like I broke that formation's core? Ding Yi shouted disdainfully. Destroy my golden wheel? Fine, let's see you try. Ye Feng's eyes flashed for an instant, and the golden wheel immediately exploded into dust. Ding Yi stammered in shock. Huh? What was that? Xiao Chen sighed and mumbled. The young don't know the value of a golden wheel, only to cry when their cultivation is gone. Seeing how terrifyingly strange Ye Feng was, Ding Yi hurriedly took out a token to inform his master and get his golden wheel reforged. Xiao Chen called out in a panic. Ye Feng, stop him. He's calling for reinforcements again. Yi Feng just smiled and asked, Elder Xiao, the real reason you're afraid to ascend is because of that so-called great emperor, right? Consider this a welcome gift for joining my sect. Later on, I'll take you to the upper realm to live a life of luxury. The elder was so stunned, he couldn't form a single word. Just then, a pillar of light descended from the sky, and a mysterious figure appeared. Yi Feng gave a cautious order to his system. Get the poison wind bat ready to come out. I want to see what this joke of a great emperor is all about. Wondering just how strong he was, the system then proposed an even better personnel option. This guard could use an opponent's projection to drag their real body here, and what happened next would be entirely up to him. After reading the description, he said in disbelief, This is what an official guard can do? Upon seeing Kim Luan, a terrified Ding Yi cried out, Master! The master stared back in shock, demanding, Ding Yi, where is your golden wheel? Ding Yi fell to his knees, kowtowing in shame. Master, your disciple is useless. I have failed you. 200 years ago, I was defeated. And now, 200 years later, someone has shattered my golden wheel. Hearing this, Kim Luan's face twisted with fury. Kim Luan roared for justice. Who? Who would dare to destroy my disciple's golden wheel? His entire body erupted in a blinding light, forcing Ye Feng to shield his eyes. System. Just how strong is this damn emperor from the upper realm? How does he compare to the infinite sacred hall? The system replied that Emperor Kim Luan could single-handedly crush the entire infinite sacred hall. Holy crap, I knew my guards were strong, but this guy's power is just ridiculous. The upper realm is not the final destination. Only the absolute top-tier experts from the highest planes could even pose a slight challenge to the spendthrift guards. Each time the host spends lavishly, there's a chance to receive a hidden reward to upgrade them. Feng finally understood. So, his journey of spending was also the journey of strengthening his personal guard. Over on the other side, Ding Yi seized the chance to snitch. Master, he's the one who destroyed my golden wheel. I don't know how he did it, but he's also the one who rescued Xiao Chen. Looking at Ye Feng, Kim Luen sneered with contempt. Just an ant. It doesn't matter what he did. I'll just kill him. But Ye Feng didn't rush to defend himself, because he noticed something. Behind Kim Luan, Ye Yi had already appeared without a sound. He placed a hand on Kim Luan's shoulder as lightning crackled around him. His voice was grim. An ant? Who's the real ant here? After his dramatic entrance, his expression immediately shifted to a bright smile as he faced Ye Feng. Ye Yi pays his respects to my master. Ye Feng was confused. Why is it you? Besides the poison wind arm, I've never seen a second official guard. Those words were enough to break a certain someone's heart. What about me? I'm an official guard. Chapter 131. Big Brother only showed up once. Ye Feng called out. What are you all doing? Report to me. Why are you just standing there like statues? Speak. Where are your lines? Don't you guards have any new material? It's always the same two people coming and going. Can't you be more creative with these mundane tasks? If you don't have new members, at least change your hair or clothes before showing up. What's wrong with being a little more feminine? Ye Yi's appearance sent Kim Luan into a rage. He grabbed Ding Yi by the collar and interrogated him. You worthless disciple. What kind of existence did you provoke? Master, I don't know. I was following your orders. Nonsense. When did I ever order you to cause trouble for Xiao Chen? He watched as Ye Yi nervously apologized to Ye Feng. Yes, my master's criticism is absolutely right. The master and disciple duo, Kim Luan and Ding Yi, trembled in fear. Master, where are you going? Good, he's not coming after me. Kim Luan turned tail and fled for his life. Don't call me master. From this day on, our bond is severed. You're on your own. Ding Yi stood frozen as he watched his master abandon him, leaving even Ye Feng speechless. He ordered his guard to drag Emperor Kim Luan's true body over. Ye Yi accepted the command, but when he turned around, he saw that Kim Luan had already vanished. In the distance, the fleeing emperor frantically begged, Don't follow me, please don't follow me, don't follow me. Of course, Ye Yi wasn't about to let him go. He gave chase, declaring, My master wishes to see you. He pursued Kim Luan all the way to the Golden Wheel Palace in the upper realm, then reached through the void. He dragged the real body back to the Xuantian continent in the lower realm, throwing him to the ground and shouting, Get out here! In moments, both Kim Luan and Ding Yi were captured. They knelt shivering before Ye Feng. Ye Yi asked, My master, how should we deal with Ding Yi? Ye Feng's voice was ice. Kill him. At his word, Ye Yi ended Ding Yi with a single, swift strike, as a stunned Kim Luan watched in horror. With the deed done, he pointed his blade at Kim Luan. My master, should I cut this one down as well? This finally broke Kim Luan, who burst into tears and begged, Great Lord, I'm willing to compensate you. I'll pay anything. Ye Feng turned to Xiao Chen. Old Xiao, he sealed you for 200 years and made you afraid to ascend to the upper realm. Do you want to kill him yourself? Or would you rather enslave him for 200 years? Don't let this become an inner demon because of how I handle it. Tears streamed down Xiao Chen's face. Young Master Ye, you saved me from the soul-devouring array, and you've helped me resolve my inner demon. I can never repay this debt. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. Witnessing this, little Xue couldn't help but be filled with admiration. To use the life of an upper realm great emperor and turn him into a loyal slave for a powerhouse from the lower realm. Only my master could pull off something so audacious. Thinking about it, I'm truly lucky to be by his side. Xiao Chen strode toward Jin Lun. Ye Xiao, we can't let him off easy. I will enslave him for all eternity. If I die, he's coming with me as my funeral sacrifice. Ye Yi presented them with a contract. Will this still be valid in the upper realm? It might be slightly affected. But don't worry. Unless the great Emperor Jin Lun's power surpasses your own, do it. Otherwise, you can forget about breaking your contract with Xiao Chen. If that is all, this subordinate will take his leave now. You are dismissed. Ye Feng asked with concern. Elder Xiao, how much of your true power can you access right now? Young Master Ye, even with his strength sealed, he could still obliterate 100 men like me. Make the arrangements. We're heading back to the Sect. As it happens, the Sect is in need of a servant, and keep his true identity a secret from everyone. understood? Soon after, at the grand gates of the Star Soul Sect, Tian Shui was pacing back and forth anxiously. Why would Elder Xiao just leave the sect without a word? And why did Ye Feng take Xiao Shui with him? She couldn't shake this terrible feeling. Just then, 4 figures appeared in the distance. A voice called out, "Master, we have returned." Tian Shui frowned, trying to remember. 3 of them left, so why are 4 people returning? Her bad premonition was coming true. Seeing her waiting for them, Ye Feng asked, "Master, what are you doing out here?" Tian Shui's voice was sharp with anger. "Never mind what I'm doing. First, you're going to explain who this is." Jin Lun froze, too flustered to speak. But Ye Feng just grinned, eager to show off. "Him? Oh, when you hear about him, you'll have to praise me for this one, Master." Tian Shui crossed her arms. "Praise you? For what? Exactly. Look around. Our sect has disciples, deacons, and elders. But don't you think we're missing a general servant? With all the elders lazing about? We need a servant? The sect has more than enough people already. We are absolutely not adding anyone else. Besides, even if we were hiring a servant, their cultivation would have to be at the tribulation realm." This revelation made Jin Lun's jaw drop. The minimum requirement for a servant is the tribulation realm? Ye Feng pressed on, trying to convince her. "Master, you're thinking too small. This is Jin Lun, a powerhouse who could ascend to the higher realms at any moment. Is that qualified enough for you? Aren't you afraid he'll make the other elders feel inadequate?" Watching from behind, Jin Lun thought to himself, "This kid is terrified of her. This is my chance to make a good impression. When she asks who I am, I have to play my part perfectly." But his train of thought was shattered when Tian Shui pointed right at him. She asked, "All right, how much did you spend to haul him back here?" Jin Lun was stunned. "Spent? To invite me? I was kidnapped, and from the upper realm, no less. This is bad. I have to perform well, or Xiao Chen will make my life a living hell later." So he put on a friendly smile and began to explain, "Sect Master, I wasn't purchased. The truth is, I wish to join your esteemed sect as a humble servant because," but before he could finish his sentence, Tian Shui had already turned her back, completely uninterested. "All right. You can stop your explanation. All the elders in this sect are strange anyway. If you want to be a servant, fine." With everything settled, Ye Feng stretched wearily. "I'm exhausted. Elder Xiao, have Jin Lun stand guard for you tonight. We'll figure out his duties tomorrow. I'm going to bed." "Understood." Elder Xiao turned to Jin Lun with a malicious grin. "Great Emperor Jin Lun, you never imagined in your wildest dreams that you'd end up being my personal slave, did you?" Jin Lun's face went pale. "That was all in the past. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Relax, I won't make things too difficult. After all, if it wasn't for you, I never would have met young Master Ye. In a way, you've given me a great opportunity. So do a good job. Perform well. And maybe after just a few hundred years of service, I'll consider setting you free." Jin Lun immediately dropped to the ground, kowtowing enthusiastically. "Thank you, Elder Xiao. Thank you, Elder Xiao." A few minutes later, at the elder's residence in the Star Soul Sect, Jin Lun stood frozen, mesmerized by the sheer opulence, causing Xiao Chen to snap. "What are you staring at? Get over here. What in the world is this?" The man collapsed onto the floor, completely overwhelmed. They even used a 9,000-year-old golden soul sacred spirit tree for construction. What was that wretched disciple of mine even trying to steal back then? They have to be messing with me on purpose, right? Meanwhile, in the Skyfire realm, at the Xuanyan sect, Li Fei Xuan swaggered in and announced, "Master, I have returned." "Oh, the Grand Elder is here too?" His casual attitude infuriated the 2 men. "You have the nerve to show your face again?" Chengshan seethed. Something's off about this brat. He runs off for hours, then returns without a shred of fear, acting all arrogant. Does he have a death wish? The more arrogant he acts now, the more he'll suffer later. "Tian," you decided with a cruel smirk. "Grand Elder, I don't care what he's been up to. With that smug look on his face, I'm going to beat some sense into him and teach him his place." With that, he lunged toward Li Fei, his hand raised for a powerful slap. But Li Fei just boasted confidently, "I've mastered the death sword intent and reached the realm of the sword heart. Grand Elder, you must." But Li Fei never got to finish his sentence. And before Tian Yu's palm could connect, Chengshan intercepted with a brutal slap of his own. The old man switched sides in the blink of an eye. "With me here, you dare lay a hand on him? This boy is the genius sword cultivator of our sect. He's not someone you can just discipline as you please." Tian, you could only hold his stinging cheek in utter confusion. But just as Chengshan finished scolding him, Li Fei did something that stunned them both. He casually started piling up mounds of golden silkworm spirit stones. Chengshan's jaw hit the floor. Li Fei, where in the world did you get all these golden silkworm spirit stones? Master, Grand Elder, what do you think about using all these priceless stones to build our new latrine? His proposal left Chengshan and Tian Yu utterly stunned. What did he just say? Their faces darkened as they closed in, terrifying Li Fei. Grand Elder, Masters, I just had a breakthrough to the Sword Heart realm. Please, anywhere but the face. If you do, I'll really. But they answered coldly, it wouldn't matter if you reached the Sword Obscurity realm. With that, they lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of slaps that never missed their mark. They literally slapped the soul right out of his body. The next morning, Ye Feng stretched as he woke up, refreshed. 500 spirit calming incenses, why did I get this useless junk? He leaned out the window and shouted, Grand Elder, Elder Zhao. Hearing his call, the two elders instantly appeared, buzzing with excitement. Hoo, we have arrived. Ye Feng wearily asked his system, if I use these 500 sticks of incense on the Grand Elder, who's currently living as a beggar, does that count as a prodigal act? The system confirmed it. Luo Tianxing's mindset was now that of a genuine beggar. After receiving the incense from Ye Feng, Xiao Chen jumped for joy, cheering like a kid. I'm rich! I'm rich! Meanwhile, Bigang collapsed to the ground in utter despair. I miscalculated. I was 2 steps too slow. Seeing his reaction, Ye Feng was baffled. Is being a beggar really that terrifying? Yes. It's horrifying. Bai Gang sorrowfully picked up his empty bowl and walked away. This won't do. I have to act before anyone else in the sect notices. I'll go to Elder Zhao and ask for some gear first. But just a few steps later, he ran into Jin Lun and paused, curious. And who might you be? This humble one is Jin Lun. I just joined the sect last night as a handyman. A handyman, you say? I suppose that makes sense. A sect without even a single handyman would be a disgrace. So, what's your cultivation level? Jin Lun answered honestly. My current power is at a level where I could ascend at any moment. Bai Gang couldn't hide his shock. An ascension-level powerhouse? As he walked away, he thought, we have an ascension-level master as an elder, and another one working as a handyman. It seems Ye Feng doesn't judge people by their power level. That's a relief. Still, I need to find Elder Xiao. Getting some beggar's supplies is the most important thing. Jin Lun fumed at his dismissive attitude. How infuriating. Did he just look down on me? This sect is just too bizarre. Everyone here is completely insane. My status is clearly so prestigious, so why can't I even bring it up? Annoyed, he had no choice but to return to his sweeping duties. After wandering for a while, he reached a sect hall. Inside, he spotted Tianshui cultivating, and couldn't help but wonder. Is that the infinite mystic spirit formation? And the infinite mystic azure art? The infinite mystic azure art can only be practiced by the Holy Lord of the infinite sacred land, or their successor. Unless she's the reincarnated Holy Maiden. This revelation was absolutely staggering. Just then, Ye Feng appeared out of nowhere, announcing loudly, Master, I'm taking junior brother Wu Feng out for some real-world training. His excitement made Wu Feng suspicious. Senior brother, my grandfather is the one who summoned me back to Sky Pill City. Why do you seem more excited than I am? Meanwhile, Jin Lun started to panic. They're leaving! Nothing good ever happens when that brat is involved. Well, since I'm the one who turned you into a chef, I figure I should explain things to your grandpa. Hearing this, Tianshui grew annoyed. She warned him, You're going out for training again? Fine, but I have one rule. You come back with the same number of people you leave with. And don't you dare bring anyone new back. Yes, I know. I'm just taking little Shui with me. That's it. You worry too much. And so, Ye Feng and Wu Feng soared through the sky on a massive flying gourd. Wu Feng was puzzled. Senior brother, you're treating me too well. The moment I mentioned Sky Pill City, you were ready to go. You even borrowed this flying treasure from Elder Xiao just for me. Ye Feng put on a gracious act. Don't mention it. It's the least a senior brother can do. But in reality, it was all for a system mission. He had to attend the alchemy tournament in Sky Pill City for a reward of 1 million points. The reward is just too massive. I get points just for showing up. Otherwise, I'd much rather be sleeping back at the sect. They continued their journey through the clouds. A few hours later, little Shui excitedly announced, Master, we're almost there. A 9th grade spiritual artifact sure is fast. Let me get a look at Sky Pill City. Before his eyes stood a massive, breathtakingly magnificent city. The sight left him completely speechless. So, this is Sky Pill City? And that massive tower, is that the Sky Pill Pavilion? I think so. I've never actually been here before, Wu Feng admitted. The gourd descended, letting them off on the ground. Ye Feng hopped off and announced, "Junior brother Wu Feng, you go on ahead and find your grandpa. I have some business to take care of. I'll find you later. Little Shui, you're coming with me to the Sky Pill Pavilion." The inside of the Sky Pill Pavilion was just as grand, but Ye Feng was quickly met with some bad news. What? To register for the alchemy tournament, I have to pass a preliminary assessment first? The examiner, Cheng Hai, introduced himself with a smile. No need to worry, young friend. I will be the one to conduct your test. Yi Feng panicked internally. I don't know the first thing about alchemy. What the hell am I gonna do? Cheng Hai gestured toward a large, prepared cauldron. There's no need to be so tense, he said reassuringly. Just perform as you normally would. Show me your usual skill level, and that will be enough. All right then. You may begin. Just then, a system notification popped up. A side quest had been triggered. A bonus reward would be given if the host used the system's own spirit herbs, a system designed for a preliminary assessment. Seeing this, Ye Feng thought to himself, if you're going to encourage my alchemy, it would be a shame if I didn't craft a few pills. Examiner, wait a moment. I want to use my own cauldron. Xiao Xue, bring out my cauldron. Xiao Xue immediately brought it out as requested. Master, here is the cauldron you asked for. Cheng Hai frowned when he saw the vessel, a great demon that had endured 2 heavenly tribulations. This guy really must be the disciple of some legendary alchemist. Xiao Xue looked a bit worried. She carefully wiped the cauldron clean with a cloth and warned it. You'd better hold on tight later, she whispered, which only confused Cheng Hai even more. A heaven-grade cauldron. Is she talking to the cauldron? What is this heavenly slaughter demon up to? And why is the cauldron covered in scratch marks? Xiao Xue even started to sob. Master, can we please not use it? If you use it for alchemy, I'll feel like it's gotten dirty. Ye Feng coldly dragged her away from the cauldron. Xiao Xue, I know you've grown fond of this cauldron, but I don't have another one right now, so we'll make do with this. But master, don't you have the 9-dragon heaven-burning cauldron? The 9-dragon heaven-burning cauldron is for barbecuing meat, not for alchemy. Now get out of here. Don't interfere with my examination. Xiao Xue didn't want to leave the cauldron, but she had no choice, crying reluctantly as she left. Ah, my little cauldron. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Hai's face turned pale. What kind of bizarre master and servant are these? Is a heaven-grade cauldron a toy for you two to play with? Whatever, let's just see his alchemy. He struck the gong, signaling the start of the test. First, take 13 crimson flame herbs, but Ye Feng wasn't even listening to the instructions. He immediately dumped everything in, shocking Cheng Hai. Why did you just throw all the crimson flame herbs in at once? It's fine, this is just the first step. The second step is… Before he could finish, Ye Feng was already tossing unknown ingredients into the cauldron, causing flames to erupt as he cheered excitedly. Whoa! A burst of green fire shot out, startling Cheng Hai, who yelled, "Stop adding things!" In an instant, the cauldron exploded, sending Cheng Hai flying. But the system congratulated Ye Feng for completing a side quest. It also noted that the quest could be repeated until Cheng Hai declared the examination over, which made Ye Feng's eyes light up. I can keep farming this? Lord Cheng, I was a little nervous just now. That was a failure. Let me try again. Cheng Hai cautiously warned him. This time, you must refine it properly. Whatever you do, don't let it explode again. Your cauldron and spiritual herbs are incredibly rare. Ye Feng thanked him, but once again, poured an entire bag of materials into the cauldron. Cheng Hai was speechless. As expected, the cauldron erupted in another massive explosion. Ye Feng put on a remorseful face. Lord Cheng, please give me a little more time. But Cheng Hai couldn't take it anymore. No more. Any more and that cauldron will be blown to bits. You've passed the preliminary assessment. Yi Feng kept trying to persuade him, hoping to earn more rewards. Lord Cheng, I know I can succeed. Just let me try one more time. But Cheng Hai fled immediately. No more refining. Your transcendent alchemy skills have been fully recognized by me. We'll discuss it at the alchemy conference tomorrow. Ye Feng grumbled. I only made 1 million. That's so little. Just then, Xiao Xue rushed back in, hugging the cauldron and sobbing pitifully. My poor little cauldron, you've suffered so much. Boo-hoo. Meanwhile, in a tavern's private room, Wu Feng also brought out a cauldron. Grandfather, this is my heaven-grade cauldron. His grandfather was stunned. This is a heaven-grade cauldron? Wu Feng. But what's all this water inside? I probably didn't empty it properly. I was using it as a bathtub before. His grandfather, Lang Wufeng's elder, Lang Julong, was utterly shocked by this revelation. Julong was so furious he practically transformed into a beast. Wu Feng, you've changed. How long have you been at that sect? That you've become this arrogant? Using a heaven-grade cauldron as a bathtub? Who on earth gave you the nerve? Grandfather, I've changed my cultivation path. Actually, my senior brother and I prepared this heaven-grade cauldron as a gift for you. Hearing that the cauldron was a gift for him, Julong's face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. He lunged forward and hugged the cauldron, love filling the air. Oh, Wu Feng, even though you've become arrogant, your filial piety remains. Grandfather is so happy. I was once lucky enough to see a heaven-grade cauldron, but it vanished along with that old immortal Xiao Chen. It's been 200 years. I cried so hard back then. Hearing the names Xiao Chen, Wu Feng immediately asked, "Are you talking about a soul cultivator?" "Oh? And how would you know that?" "Senior Xiao Chen is now an elder in my Star Soul sect." Julong was baffled. What kind of magic did this unknown sect, founded by his own granddaughter, possess to lure in a master like Xiao Chen? "Grandpa, you're not thinking of becoming an elder too, are you? We're not hiring right now. Even the second ascended master to join us could only land a position doing menial chores." That remark struck a nerve with Julong. Humph. Even the strong have their dignity. Just then, Cheng Hai rushed over, frantically calling out to his master. A major incident. Someone from the Celestial Pill Pavilion has appeared. Before he could finish, he finally noticed Wu Feng standing there. "Wu Feng, is that really you? You've grown so much." A few minutes later, Cheng Hai explained the entire situation. Julong slammed his fist on the table in fury, roaring in disbelief. How could anyone be such a prodigal? How does the Xuantian continent have another heaven-grade cauldron? Both Cheng Hai and Wu Feng desperately tried to convince him. "Elder Leng, everything I've said is true. Grandpa, I'm not lying to you." Just then, Ye Feng popped his head in. "Wow, it's pretty lively in here. Lord Cheng Hai, we meet again." When Cheng Hai heard Wu Feng call Ye Feng's senior brother, his jaw dropped. "Ye Feng, you're Wu Feng's senior brother?" He never expected Cheng Hai to be one of his own. System. Cheng Hai has been playing along with my act. If I don't gift him a heaven-grade cauldron, I won't be able to rest easy. The system confirmed that using a heaven-grade cauldron as a backdoor gift was consistent with prodigal behavior. Hearing that, Ye Feng eagerly began his bribery. "Lord Cheng, you brought me to this alchemy tournament. To express my gratitude, this brand new heaven-grade cauldron is for you. Oh, young Master Ye, I'm truly not worthy. You are worthy." In stark contrast to Cheng Hai's euphoria was Julong's seething rage. "You've just thrown away all the dignity of the Celestial Pill Pavilion." After successfully gifting the cauldron, the system announced Ye Feng had received a reward of 100,000 prodigal points. He was thrilled. Another 100,000 points. Not bad at all. "Lord Cheng, if you had just let me try a few more times, I would have definitely given you a spirit-grade cauldron." "Young Master Ye, you must be joking. Spirit energy? Such a thing doesn't exist in the lower realm." Seeing Ye Feng and Cheng Hai acting like best friends, Julong's face turned green with rage. Spirit energy? Utter nonsense. A pack of lies. But Wu Feng immediately stepped in to confirm it. "Grandpa, everything my senior brother says is true. Let me show you." "Dragon spirit? Wu Feng, what in the world is going on?" A few hours later, back in the guest room, Ye Feng excitedly consulted his system. "I was so busy today, I nearly forgot. What's today's prodigal product?" The system revealed it was the myriad herbs nectar, a small cask brewed from tens of thousands of special spirit herbs, and aged for 10,000 years. A single sip is enough to make anyone instantly addicted to its taste. Seeing the description, Ye Feng nearly coughed up blood. Holy cow, the side effects are that intense? You can't just drink this stuff casually, it could kill someone. But in the next moment, an idea struck him. "I've figured out a way to be a prodigal with it. Xiao Shui, come here quickly." Later, Julong and Wu Feng were relaxing, soaking their feet together. "So, this is what your daily life is like. This 9-leaf soul-returning grass really is incredible." "It is. That's why so many powerful masters choose to join our sect." Just then, Xiao Shui, dressed in a cute swimsuit, brought in another basin of water. "Wu Feng, Master, I've brought the foot soak for you and Elder Leng." Wu Feng was surprised by the sight. "This is for a foot soak? Why does it smell so much like fine wine?" Staring into the basin, both men grew a little tense. "What now? It smells so fragrant. I really want to drink it." The aroma made Wu Feng's head swim, his vision blurred, and he completely forgot Ye Feng's warning. "Remember, this liquid is only for soaking your feet. You absolutely cannot taste it, or all other wine will taste like plain water forever." He felt dizzy, torn between "I can drink it" and "I can't, but it smells so good. I just want one taste." Seeing his expression, Julong delivered a sharp slap across his face. "Wu Feng, you absolutely cannot drink it. Didn't you hear Ye Feng's specific warning? I recognize this. It's the myriad herbs nectar. If you drink it, you'll never be able to enjoy another wine again. Wu Feng was terrified. It's really that scary? Yes, it is. The two of them quickly poured the myriad herbs nectar into their foot basins. Julong grumbled. Damn it. Now I want to become an elder at the Star Soul Sect too. Grandpa, stop it. We have more elders than disciples already. We're only hiring servants now, and even then, my senior brother has the final say. Suddenly, Julong sat bolt upright. I get it. Grandpa, what do you get? Tomorrow, no matter what level of alchemy competition Ye Feng enters, he will be number 1. I knew it! Grandpa, you're planning to cheat. The next morning, as the sun crested the mountain, Ye Feng woke up full of energy. That wine soak last night was so relaxing. Plus, I got rewarded with 10,000 casks of myriad herbs nectar. I'll have to find time to drink a barrel later. Right. First, let's see today's prodigal item. The system revealed it was a divine pill forging card. After using it, you can successfully forge 1 divine pill within 24 hours. Hearing this, Ye Feng let out a wicked grin. System, if I use this card, forge a divine pill, and then crush it in front of everyone, would that count as being a prodigal? The system confirmed this was consistent with prodigal behavior. Doing so would even grant a bonus of 1 million prodigal points. Perfect. Someone else's dream is my stepping stone. For the sake of 1 million bonus points, I'll just have to break the hearts of those alchemists. Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed from outside. It was Wu Feng. He threw open Ye Feng's door. Senior brother, it's time for the alchemy tournament. My grandpa saved you a spot in every single match tier. Let's go. The two of them sprinted off towards the Grand Alchemy Tournament. 15. Moments later, they arrived at the central square of Tiandan City, where a massive crowd was already roaring with excitement. Ye Feng stood in the center of the square and immediately used the Divine Pill crafting card. The system announced that a 9th grade Divine Pill had been randomly selected. It was a tribulation-breaking pill, one that could be crafted with 10 patterns, leaving Ye Feng utterly shocked. A tribulation-breaking pill. After consuming it, a cultivator could completely ignore one strike from the Heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation. A cultivator could use it to pass a tribulation, or even directly ascend to the upper realm. Ye Feng's heart pounded with excitement. An elixir that could defy the heavenly lightning. He would have everyone in his sect take a few. With these, ascension would be as easy as playing a game. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. System, can this 10-pattern pill be reverse-engineered? The system confirmed it was possible, but the success rate for a 10-pattern pill would be extremely low. A low rate didn't matter. The fact that it was possible was enough. This divine pill crafting card was on another level. The recipe, the techniques, every detail of flame control was instantly burned into his mind. It felt as though he had already refined this elixir countless times. Later, in the 9th grade rest area, Ye Feng walked in on a group deep in discussion. He thought to himself, 3 9th grade alchemists? There are less than 100 at the 6th grade, not even 30 at the 7th, and fewer than 10 at the 8th. A bald man among the 3 spoke with annoyance. Who is that kid? Forget not wearing an alchemist's robe. Why did he wander into the 9th grade area? On such an important occasion, he doesn't even dress the part. How arrogant. Another disagreed. Why do you say that? That man maintains a youthful appearance, but who knows how many centuries that old monster has actually lived. Don't you see how Lord Julong keeps staring this way? You're right. From the high observation platform, Julong rested his chin on his hand, his cold gaze fixed right on them. The alchemists gasped. So that's it. That old monster really does look young. Noticing the 3 of them staring holes into him, Ye Feng felt a bit awkward. Why do I feel like I'm being X-rayed? Arrogant and reckless. An old monster? Who am I? Where am I? Just then, Shanghai struck a massive gong. The competition begins. The time limit is 3 incense sticks. 9th grade alchemists enter the arena. Ye Feng confidently flew to the center of the stage. A blazing aura erupted from his body. It's finally starting. Let's finish this quick so I can go back to sleep. Seeing Ye Feng shine like a brilliant sun in the arena, the spectators were completely stunned. That's his Natal heart flame. And it's an unbelievably terrifying Natal heart flame at that. It's happening. Ye Feng casually picked a small branch from a huge pile of spirit herbs next to the cauldron. 1 part spirit herb A, 2 parts spirit herb B. Watching him work, Julong was so shocked he slammed his head onto the table. What is he doing? Does he think he can just heat the air and it'll work? Whether it ignites or not is one thing. But his spirit herbs, they're actually on fire, and they're not turning to ash, Julong thought. Forget whether his power is as monstrous as his natal heart flame for a second. Just the spirit herbs he's using. I've never even seen them before. What in the world is he trying to refine? Watching Yi Feng dance around without a care in the world, the spectators broke into a cold sweat. You call that alchemy? It looks more like he's using spirit herbs as firewood. I actually thought I might learn something from him, but I was dead wrong. After Ye Feng tossed all the ingredients into the cauldron, he simply stood there, staring blankly at the sky. A brilliant beam of light began to descend. Long was floored. Is that a pill tribulation? The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. A pill tribulation. It's a real pill tribulation. When a divine pill is born, a tribulation descends. Cheng Hai was so moved he began to cry, his entire body trembling. Among millions of alchemists, for hundreds of thousands of years, no one has ever witnessed a divine pill. To witness the birth of a divine pill, today is the greatest honor of my life. But Ye Feng wasn't finished. He sank into a powerful stance and roared, "Open!" The cauldron instantly erupted in a blinding light. After a moment, the light faded, revealing a brilliant tribulation pill resting inside. Ye Feng wore an expression of supreme confidence. Long's jaw hit the floor. It's actually a 10-pattern pill. Everyone who saw it gasped in unison. What's happening? Where is the heavenly lightning? My heart is in my throat. Is this divine pill going to succeed or not? The pill has appeared, so why haven't the tribulation clouds released their lightning? Yi Feng gazed up at the gloomy sky. Golden light flickered between the clouds, but it remained eerily silent, which he found incredibly strange. Weird. All the steps were correct, so why is there no lightning? From the side, Xiao Shui offered a suggestion. Master, perhaps you should move a little farther away from the divine pill? Ye Feng was confused. Move farther away? But he did, as she said. It turned out the clouds didn't dare release their lightning because one arm had shown up at some point. He stood guard right beside the clouds with a sly grin, terrifying them. Your master's subordinate is too strong. We don't dare strike. We don't dare. Seeing this, Ye Feng thought to himself, isn't this heavenly Tao being a little too cautious? Understanding the issue, he moved far away from the cauldron. Once he was at a safe distance, the clouds finally dared to unleash a bolt of lightning, aiming it straight for the cauldron and creating a thunderous explosion. With a look of defiant pride, Ye Feng walked away. A true man never looks back at the destruction he's caused. Lu Ting unleashed a pillar of light that shot into the heavens as the divine pill began to glow. A roar erupted from the crowd. It's complete! The divine pill is complete! To witness the birth of a divine pill. I can die without regrets now. Cheng Hai sobbed. How could anyone call Ye Feng a wastrel? He is clearly a god among all alchemists. Wu Feng, who had been standing in the back, thought with a grim face, I have a chilling idea of what senior brother is about to do. The crowd chanted in awe. Pill god. Pill god. Pill god. Yi Feng held the divine pill in his hand, a mischievous glint in his eye. I like the sound of that. Then, to everyone's utter shock, he threw the legendary pill onto the ground. They were completely stunned. What is happening? Why did the pill god just throw it on the ground? For some reason, a feeling of dread is creeping into my heart. Wait, he's lifting his foot. What is he planning to do? Ye Feng raised his leg high, aiming with vicious intent at the divine pill, preparing to crush it under his heel. No, don't, the crowd screamed, trying to stop him. But it was useless. Yi Feng's foot stomped down, and the pill was instantly shattered. Yi Feng lifted his foot, revealing the pulverized remains of the pill. The system immediately congratulated him, awarding 2,011,000 wastrel points. The other old masters exploded with rage. This is infuriating. That monster destroyed a divine pill and dares to smile. Where is my 40-meter-long broadsword? Don't anyone stop me. I'm going to end him. Destroying my divine pill is like destroying my life's faith. Kill him. Kill him. Yi Feng coldly remarked. Your curses are too weak. There's no real power behind them. Just destroying one divine pill feels like too little. But the system disagreed. What do you mean, too little? Aren't there 100,000 people here? Just then, the voice of Long boomed across the area. Silence. Be still. You must understand the meaning of destroying to create anew. Your lifelong obsession with chasing the divine pill has only become a shackle, imprisoning you all. The moment that pill was shattered, I finally understood. The one who can forge a divine pill is also the one who can destroy it. What we pursue is the supreme way of alchemy, not mere satisfaction with a single pill. Hearing this, the others began to understand. Young Master Ye, for this enlightenment today, I will forever be in your debt. The others echoed in unison. We will engrave young Master Ye's kindness in our hearts. He was stunned, thinking, Elder Leng is really good at spinning tales. All I did was waste something, and he turned it into helping people reach enlightenment? Should I try to explain? Elder Leng. Elder Leng. A brilliant aura suddenly erupted from Julong's body. Cheng Hai gasped in shock. Elder Leng, you're about to ascend. He didn't deny it. I've reached enlightenment. I can't suppress it any longer. Cheng Hai, tell the other old masters that I've taken the first step. If fate allows, we will meet in the upper realm. Wu Feng asked through his tears. Grandpa, are you really ascending to the upper realm? He patted the boy's head comfortingly. I'm not dying, so why are you crying? In my life, I was able to see a divine pill. My obsession is gone. It is time for me to ascend. Your senior brother is an extraordinary man. You must stay by his side and be good. With him here, I can leave with no worries. A smooth path leading into the heavens suddenly appeared before him. Everyone cheered. The heavenly staircase. We wish Elder Leng a safe journey. Today, we not only witnessed a divine pill's birth, but also a great master's ascension to the upper realm. Yi Feng tossed a treasure to Julong. Elder Leng, take this spatial ring. Don't use what's inside right away. At a critical moment, it might just save your life. The elder recognized it as the 100-herb nectar and was immensely grateful to Ye Feng. Then, he calmly soared into the sky. Yi Feng watched his figure disappear into the heavens. Wu Feng suddenly dropped to the ground and wondered, does this patch of mud still have some medicinal properties? The others instantly swarmed the spot. This mud is mine. All of you, get lost. Save some for me. Let me get a piece. These people have gone insane. Wait a second. There must be some left on young Master Ye's shoe. Ye Feng had no choice but to grab Xiao Shui and run for it. If I knew this would happen, I would have kept my mouth shut. Don't touch me. Ye Feng dashed into the hall, finally escaping the crazed alchemists. Just then, a message came from Yu Meng. Master, are you there? I'm here. What's wrong? I've obtained the pure spirit body, but the grand ancestors found out and are demanding to know how. I don't know how to explain it. What should I do? The system immediately triggered a new mission. Head to 10,000 Flower Valley and cause a scene. Improve the living conditions of your first disciple. There is a chance to be rewarded with a heavenly Dao token. Ye Feng scratched his head, confused. I barely said a few words to my disciple, and I've already got a mission. It seems I have no choice but to make a trip to 10,000 Flower Valley. He replied to her, this isn't something you can explain. Wait for me to get to 10,000 Flower Valley, and I will make it clear to your Grand Masters. Then I will wait for you here. Oh, and Master, please don't suddenly teleport here. After Ye Feng saw everything that day, she had developed a deep psychological fear of the Sect's teleportation. He blushed slightly and replied, I won't use the Sect's teleportation this time. I'm bringing 2 other people with me. The next morning, Ye Feng told Wu Feng, Xiao Shui, we're not heading back to the Sect just yet. We're going somewhere else today. Let's go to the Myriad Flower Valley. But Ye Feng calmly replied, yes, senior brother. But first, try the breakfast I made. While eating, he checked the system panel. Today's prodigal reward was a Natal soul flame, the azure nether flame. Wasn't this the same soul flame that appeared when I refined that divine pill yesterday? The system explained the azure nether flame's power would grow stronger along with his own cultivation. At its peak, it could perfectly refine any grade of spirit herb in existence. He glanced at Xiao Shui, thinking, she has served the sect for so long, and besides that heaven-grade cauldron, I've never given her anything truly special. Guzi is already striving to become the continent's #1 sword cultivator. As another great demon, it's time for her to receive a massive power-up. Xiao Shui felt a chill as he stared at her, a sense of dread creeping in. Master, are you preparing some powerful great demon blood essence for me? Or perhaps some mighty weapon? Ye Feng shook his head. No. I'm giving you a powerful Natal soul flame. From now on, you will learn alchemy from Elder Xia. Work hard to become the #1 alchemist. Xiao Shui sighed deeply. So, he's finally making his move on me, huh? This must be fate. Master, just give me the Natal soul flame. I'll do the deed myself. Wu Feng watched in awe. As expected of the great demon who follows senior brother, she knows resistance is futile, and accepts her fate so calmly. Yi Feng immediately transferred the Natal soul flame to Xiao Shui. Wu Feng saw her hugging a cauldron and weeping, so he asked, Xiao Shui, what are you doing? I feel so sorry for my cauldron. If I'd known I was destined for the path of alchemy, I would have never treated it so brutally. Seeing the cracks all over it, Ye Feng suddenly called out, Xiao Shui, come here. This 9 dragons heaven-burning cauldron is for you. Keep the other one as a weapon. She joyfully sprinted over to claim her gift. The speed at which she abandoned the old for the new left Wu Feng utterly speechless. Yi Feng then added, I also have another Natal soul flame, the purple lightning mystic flame. I might as well give it to you too. Master, an alchemist only needs one soul flame. Any more would be useless. I know it's useless. That's why I'm still giving it to you. No. Doing that would make me feel like I'm disrespecting the sacred art of alchemy. Few knew that different Natal soul flames would instinctively repel one another. But Ye Feng stubbornly tossed the flame at Xiao Shui anyway. They'll fuse into one eventually. What's there to be ashamed of? Just shove it in. A series of blood-curdling screams echoed out. Master, I can't take it anymore. Hang in there, Xiao Shui. It's almost inside. Wu Feng could only smile wryly at the scene. He suddenly felt that the 200 years his grandfather spent cultivating his own natal soul flame was a complete and utter waste. Thank goodness, Grandpa already ascended. At the Myriad Flower Valley, Wu Feng gently shook Ye Feng. Senior brother, wake up. We're about to arrive. He slowly opened his eyes, taking in the scenery. So, we're here. This Myriad Flower Valley isn't bad at all. It's like a hidden paradise. Xiao Shui was a bit speechless. A hidden paradise? Master, this place is anything but a paradise. He maintained his nonchalant expression. Oh? Was I mistaken? Wu Feng had to lean in and whisper, Senior brother, don't let its appearance fool you. An ascended master was once poisoned to death right here. Hearing this, Ye Feng's calm finally broke. That powerful? It seems I've truly underestimated this place. Before they even landed, Ye Feng's voice boomed, My dear disciple, I've kept you waiting. Yu Meng replied with a polite bow. Master. Wu Feng and Xiao Shui stared in complete shock. Since when did senior brother take on a disciple? I have no idea. And she's even taller than I am. As Ye Feng followed Yu Meng, he asked, Eldest disciple, does your Myriad Flower Valley not have a sect protection array? She calmly explained, the Myriad Flower Valley has a legacy spanning 10,000 years. Of course we have a formation array. Even if an ascended expert tried to launch a sneak attack, our valley would be more than capable of handling it. Hearing this, Yi Feng conjured a group of paper-like figures with a wave of his hand. Oh? But what about a whole group of ascended experts? Yu Meng could only shake her head, looking defeated. A whole group, Master? That's completely unrealistic. The Myriad Flower Valley has no such enemies. An army of ascended masters? Preposterous. He whispered to the system, Hey, do you think this valley can withstand an army of ascended experts? Should I upgrade their formation array? The system instantly appeared, with a reward notification. 100,000 prodigal points, along with a secret codex and a Heavenly Dao token. Seeing such a massive reward, Ye Feng was delighted. Excellent. I'll place an order from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion when I go. He then excitedly pulled out a book and handed it to Yu Meng. It was the Formation Secret Codex, the super-enhanced Myriad Flower Poison Spirit Formation. But then he remembered. Wait, first disciple, how is that spending assignment I gave you coming along? The moment he asked, a wave of panic washed over her face. Yu Meng embarrassingly admitted, Master, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Those items are far too precious. I really couldn't bear to waste them. A flicker of anger crossed Yi Feng's face. He thought to himself, this first disciple's problem is more serious than I imagined. Why can't she be as decisive as my second disciple? He had to get Hua Yu Meng on the righteous path of spending, and quickly. He had a question for the system. If he decided not to hand over the secret codex yet, would this spending task be marked as a failure? And if he failed, would his rewards be taken away? The system's response was clear. Nothing would be revoked. In fact, improving the Myriad Flower Valley could lead to even greater rewards. This made him grin. It seemed the system fully supported his methods. He pushed the thought aside for now. Ye Feng turned to Yu Meng and said, Let's go. Take me to meet your 3 Grand Elders. She immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Of course, Master. This way, please. In the Myriad Flower Grand Hall, Bing Lan was waiting. She eyed him and asked, You are Hua Yu Meng's master? For some unknown reason, she looked at Ye Feng with disdain. But he calmly replied, That's right. Her gaze scanned him from head to toe. She assessed him silently. This boy is pathetically weak. How could he possibly be Hua Yu Meng's master? She then interrogated him directly. Are you here to deceive our Hua Yu Meng? He was also surrounded by the second elder, Wei Meng, and the third elder, Gu Ji. They were equally skeptical and threatened him. If you don't talk, we'll poison you. Ye Feng simply scoffed and crouched down to meet Bing Lan's eye level. What was that? I came here to hold you accountable. Are you ready to admit your mistake? Inwardly, however, his mind was reeling. Are these three little girls really my disciples' grand elders? They're surprisingly adorable. Bing Lan innocently asked back. Admit our mistake? What could we possibly have done wrong? Immediately, he gave an order to Yu Meng, who was standing behind him. First disciple, bring out 100 stalks of ghost bewitching grass. Wei Meng was shocked. What? Yu Meng, you have ghost bewitching grass? She bowed respectfully and presented the herbs to Ye Feng. Here you are, master. He took them. Well, 3 grand elders? Do you admit you were wrong yet? The 3 elders stubbornly refused to yield. Wei Meng shook her head. No matter why you've come, we have done absolutely nothing wrong. Bing Lan stepped in front of her junior sisters, her voice firm. Ye Feng, even if you are Hua Yu Meng's master, you have no right to question us. Ye Feng didn't waste his breath with words. He simply tossed the ghost bewitching grass into the air and gave a command. Junior brother Wu Feng, shred these 100 stalks to pieces. His junior brother acknowledged the command, drawing his blade. Yes, senior brother. In a flash of light, he sliced them into 1,000 tiny fragments. The remnants of the priceless herb fluttered down like snow. Wei Meng couldn't understand his actions, assuming he was just showing off his power to intimidate them. Bing Lan stated bluntly, arrogant, wasteful, and shameful. Meanwhile, Gu Jie remained silent, simply observing from the side. Seeing they still refused to admit their fault, Ye Feng continued. First disciple, bring out another 100 withered soul Ganoderma for my junior brother Wu Feng to chop. Yu Meng cried silently at the sheer waste but didn't dare disobey. Yes, master. Once again, a priceless treasure was reduced to dust. Wei Meng and Bing Lan were now heartbroken, but their words were still sharp. What is the meaning of this blatant wastefulness? It's your property. Waste it if you want. We don't care. But then, Gu Jie suddenly spoke up. Could it be that all of these items were originally gifts for Yu Meng? She looked at the sparkling fragments scattered across the floor. In other words, these could have been considered assets for our myriad flower valley. But Ye Feng still wasn't finished. Junior brother Wu Feng, these 100 stems of 5 poison 100 fragrance flower, chop them up too. Hearing this, Wu Feng's eyes lit up with excitement as he rushed forward. This time, the 2 elders burst into tears and scrambled to stop him. We were wrong. We were wrong. We were wrong. We admit our mistake. Don't chop them. We know we were wrong. But he ignored their desperate pleas. Ye Feng continued his extravagant display. And there are 100 drops of soul spirit bamboo water. Pour every last drop out for me. A few minutes later, under Ye Feng's relentless wastefulness, the Grand Elders were on the verge of collapsing. Wei Meng tremblingly picked up a handful of the fragments. This is an offense against the heavens. Bing Lan looked as if she wanted to die right there. Only then did he speak plainly. All of those things were my gifts to Hua Yu Meng. To use it so wastefully, for soaking feet, for bathing, or even for feeding insects, is the very definition of a prodigal act. He seized the woman's arm, dragging her forward. You call yourselves the Grand Elders, yet you failed to properly supervise this wasteful grand disciple of mine. This failure rests squarely on your shoulders. Meanwhile, Wei Meng clutched the broken shards tightly, thinking to himself, if I wash these, they can still be used. Someone explained hesitantly. But our 10,000 flower valley has always prized frugality. We would never condone such flagrant waste. He challenged them directly. Answer me, 3 Grand Elders. If my disciple truly understood how to squander things, would a treasure like this have been so carelessly destroyed? If he truly knew the art of waste and decided to brew tea with the legendary poison spirit herb, would you all simply sit back and watch? Bing Lan lowered her head, unwilling to accept this reality. She understood, but the humiliation was a bitter pill to swallow. Her words, however, seemed to ignite Ye Feng's explosive temper. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he whipped out a secret manual. Still, feeling upset, are we? This is the super-enhanced version of the 10,000 flower poison spirit formation. It's powerful enough to block an attack from a whole group of Ascension-level masters. You can assume it's a fake, but I swear, I will destroy it. Bing Lan quickly threw out her hand to stop him. Don't! I believe you. I believe that it's real. She was desperate. He tossed the manual into the air and slashed anyway. Bing Lan tried to stop him, but it was useless. No! I told you I believe you. After Wu Feng shredded the secret manual, he looked incredibly proud. Nothing can withstand my family's legendary kitchen knife. The elders watched the fluttering pieces of paper, frozen in shock. The priceless manual was gone forever. It's gone. Gu Jie whispered in disbelief. She looked up at the scraps and sighed dramatically. Ah, my heart aches so much. Xiao Shui stared at her emotionless face, confused. You don't look like you're in any pain at all. Yi Feng then demanded, Why is your so-called 10,000 flower valley missing every kind of poison plant imaginable? And with this pathetic collection, you want to cultivate my grand disciple? Bing Lan explained. Because many of them were lost on the battlefield of the Heavenly Tao. Hearing this, Ye Feng secretly contacted the system. My grand disciple is having it too rough. She's cultivating a myriad poison body but doesn't even have enough toxins. The system immediately produced a green bag filled with 100 types of poison. Reward: 100,000 prodigal points, and 100 portions of 10,000 kinds of poison spirit herbs, and 2 heavenly Tao edicts. A wicked grin spread across Ye Feng's face. He turned his back to leave and gave one last command. You can't even find the right ingredients, so what gives you the right to teach others about the myriad poison body? Junior brother Wu Feng, cut down 50 of their poison spirit herbs for me. Seeing Wu Feng suddenly appear, Bing Lan screamed in a panic. It's our fault we couldn't find the materials. Don't cut them down, Wei Meng cried out. What do you want us to do? We promise we'll fix it, Ye Feng replied. First, we'll see what other mistakes you've made. Then we'll talk. He pointed a finger at Gujie and said, You. Who are you? Start writing this down. Gujie took out a pen and paper and mumbled, What's today's date again? Ye Feng then gestured toward the lotus pond in front of them. The buildings in this 10,000 flower valley are all constructed from ordinary poison plants. Tear them down, Gujie shrieked. That place can't be demolished. But Ye Feng didn't even bother to look at her. Most of the poisons in this valley are far too common. Get rid of them all, Wei Meng begged. It took so much effort to grow them. Please don't do this. 2 hours later, Bing Lan, Wei Meng, and Gujie stared at the completely barren courtyard and began to wail in unison. It's all gone. Sob. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was looking at his system and celebrating. 1 million prodigal points and 9 heavenly Tao edicts. Perfect. There are 18 people in the sect. I'm still short about 9 edicts for everyone to visit the Heavenly Tao City for a day. Afterwards, Ye Feng turned to Wei Meng. Don't worry. I've already paid for all of those things for you. You must cure my grand disciple's illness of not being a prodigal. I get it. Just please, don't ever come back. Ye Feng called out. Junior brother. Xiao Shui. Let's move out. Wu Feng asked. Senior brother, are we heading back to the sect now? Yeah, that's enough for one day. We're going back to the sect. No more side trips. That's right, Ye Feng thought. I still haven't checked today's prodigal product. The system announced. Today's prodigal product is a painting containing the unfeeling sword Tao. It holds an incredibly immense unfeeling sword intent from the sword domain, and the painting depicts a majestic forest and mountain. Ye Feng wondered to himself. A painting? Now how am I supposed to waste this? Throw it? Burn it? Or tear it to shreds? Whatever. It's almost noon. I'll find a place to rest first. Who knows? Maybe I'll come up with an idea after a quick nap. That afternoon in town, Ye Feng was sprawled out on a staircase, sighing in contentment. Man, I ate way too much. Sun Ju's crystal preserved dishes really do taste amazing. But why in the world was the side dish raw large intestines? Suddenly, he turned his head and realized someone was staring at him. What are you looking at? He demanded. Nearby was a cold, aloof youth named Bai Lei. The young man replied, What if I am looking at you? The response immediately annoyed Ye Feng. He marched over to the other guy, cursing under his breath. Is this kid trying to provoke me so I'll beat him up? But suddenly, Bai Lei unrolled a scroll and began his sales pitch. Brother, I have been observing you for quite some time. The art you cultivate is the death sword intent, is it not? I happen to have a painting right here that contains the death sword intent. Are you interested? I can sell it to you cheap. Ye Feng thought to himself. So this kid is just trying to sell me something. But he's just given me a perfect opportunity to be a prodigal. So, brother, are you interested or not? Just say the word. If you're not interested, I'll find someone else. Of course I'm interested, but I want to inspect the goods first. Then let's talk inside the tavern, Bai Lei said, pointing to a nearby inn. Meanwhile, on a road outside the city, an old man was rushing down the street, shouting angrily, You wretched disciple, you stole my painting again. This time, if you sell it, for a low price, I absolutely will not forgive you. Inside a private room in the tavern, Ye Feng was carefully inspecting the scroll. He asked, This is truly the death sword intent. And it's even reached the sword heart realm. This painting isn't bad at all. I'll buy it. Name your price. Bai Lei replied, 1 meal should cover it. What? Just 1 meal? You're telling me you're only selling this painting for the price of a single meal? Who do you think you're looking down on? Brother, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not disrespecting you. I, Ye Feng, am so poor that all I have is money. Name the market price, and I'll pay 10 times that amount. You think spending like this is crazy? I have no medicine. This painting is no longer for sale. With that, Bai Luo clutched the artwork and turned to leave. But just then, Xiao Shui appeared. She unleashed a blast of spirit energy to block Bai Luo's path, ordering him to return. Bai Luo immediately became compliant, bowing his head and humbly presenting the painting to Ye Feng. He confessed, "Great one. I gift this painting to you, but I truly have no idea of its market value, because I stole it from my master. I have no desire to study the Tao of painting, so I was hoping to get expelled from my sect. But that old geezer is just too patient. I've already stolen and sold over a dozen of his works, and he still refuses to kick me out." Ye Feng thought to himself, "Wait a minute. Don't I have the painting of ruthless sword intent? My scroll, a masterpiece of the sword's law, is way more valuable than some painting of the sword heart realm." So, he made an offer. "I don't like taking things for free. Why don't we trade? Scroll for scroll." Bai Lei unrolled Ye Feng's scroll and immediately scoffed. "Brother, why is your painting so hideous?" Ye Feng cursed inwardly. This kid has no eye for true treasures. No wonder he has no interest in the path of painting. Suddenly, an old man burst into the room, shouting, "Worthless disciple! Bai Lei, where is my painting?" The chaotic scene made the old man freeze. Ye Feng teased, "Worthless, huh? Brother, that name of yours is quite famous." Bai Lei shot back, "My surname is Bai, as in the color white. My given name, Lei, is written with 3 stones. I'm Bai Lei, not some worthless bum." The words barely left his mouth before the old master grabbed him by the collar, yelling, "Damn you, you prodigal son. It took me ages to observe the movements of that master sword cultivator. It took 7 days and 7 nights to paint," Bai Lei explained. "Master, stop yelling. This time I didn't trade the painting for wine. I traded it for this brother's scroll." Yi Feng narrowed his eyes at the bickering master and disciple, muttering, "I'm the real prodigal son here. How dare he try to steal my title?" After a moment, Bai Lei's master spoke up. "Young friend, since you already possess the deathly sword intent of the sword heart realm, this painting is of no use to you." My foolish disciple didn't understand. "Why don't you trade it back? I can even offer you some extra compensation." Yi Feng stretched the scroll tightly in his hands and replied, "My apologies, senior. A deal is a deal." He then deliberately tore the priceless art, ripping it into countless tiny shreds. Yi Feng feigned shock. "Oh my, this paper is so flimsy. It ripped without me even trying. I guess we can't trade back now." Bai Lei's master roared with rage. "Ah, one of my 5 favorite paintings. You just destroyed it. You're just like my worthless disciple. Another prodigal son. Your talent for wasting treasures even surpasses my disciples. Were you born for the sole purpose of being a prodigal?" Yi Feng basked in the shower of falling paper scraps, a look of pure bliss on his face. "You said it right," he replied happily. "I love the sound of that." Bai Lei tried to calm his master. "Master, don't get excited. Why don't you see if the scroll we got in return is worth it?" "Fine." But the moment he opened the scroll, a brilliant golden light erupted in all directions. The dazzling light pulsed, and a golden dragon leaped from the canvas. Bai Lei's master gasped in shock. The law of the sword. The path of the ruthless sword. Just then, Bai Lei ripped the divine painting to shreds. His master screamed in disbelief. "What in the world are you doing?" "Ripping it. What else? What's so great about this ugly painting?" Suddenly, a system notification chimed in Ye Feng's mind. "Today's prodigal act has been completed. The reward, 100 prodigal points and 10,000 painting Dao, comprehension fragments." A brilliant blue shard materialized in front of Ye Feng. Across the room, Bai Lei was struggling to support his master, who looked like he was about to faint. Ye Feng watched this and thought with awe, "Holy cow, he's even more wasteful than me. I cannot let this stand." So he called out, "Bai Lei, do you know what people call me?" "What do they call you?" "Everyone who knows me calls me the strongest prodigal son. No one has ever dared to challenge me in the art of wastefulness. But you just did. I think it's time we had a little competition." Bai Lei smirked. "Prodigal son? Brother Ye Feng, you can't compare to me. I have a master who lets me waste his treasures as I please. Do you? I can casually bring out priceless paintings just to destroy them. Can you do that?" His master wondered why on earth they were fighting over such a title. Bai Lei pointed at him and jeered. "Compared to your trash painting, my master could paint better with his butt." Hearing this, the master kicked Bai Lei across the room and roared, You little bastard. How the hell do you paint with your butt? You destroy my painting and then you dare to ruin my reputation? Do you believe I'll plug that mouth of yours with a paintbrush when we get home? You know nothing of the painting Tao. You have no idea of the true value of the scroll you just destroyed. What right do you have to compete with him in being wasteful? Bai Lei argued back. So what? No matter how precious that painting was, he didn't dare to rip it, but I did. When it comes to being a prodigal son, I, Bai Lei, am number one. Ye Feng grinned. Interesting. You've successfully awakened my competitive spirit. In his hand now was the painting Tao comprehension fragment. At the sight of it, Bai Lei's master froze, recognizing it instantly. Yi Feng gave the order, Xiao Shui, hold him down for me. Today, I'm going to teach him the true meaning of the word prodigal. Pinned to the floor by Xiao Shui, Bai Lei started begging. Brother, I was wrong. It's just a meaningless title. Please don't do this. I absolutely hate the Tao of painting. Don't torture me. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. Meaningless? In my eyes, the title of prodigal son is sacred and must never be defiled. With Xiao Shui sitting on him, Bai Lei couldn't even budge. He screamed, Master, save me. I don't want to understand the Tao of painting. But his master simply turned to Xiao Shui and asked, Need a hand? Xiao Shui replied, Thank you. All Bai Lei could do was let out a hopeless scream. No, he watched in terror as Ye Feng brought the shimmering Tao fragment closer and closer to his face. A few minutes later, Bai Lei's master, Ye Feng, spoke. See? Now this is a true prodigal. What does that make you? All Bai Luo could do was clutch his head and wail. I'm tainted. I'm so tainted, he sobbed. Just then, Bai Luo's master declared, I don't care. Your comprehension of the Tao of painting has already surpassed my own. I have nothing left to teach you. From this moment on, you are expelled from the sect. The bond between us as master and disciple is now severed. But Ye Feng cut him off. I don't want this idiot. Bai Luo's master was shocked. How did you know what I was going to say? Xiao Shui called out. Master. Ye Feng glanced at her and asked, What is it? Xiao Shui replied, I believe we should bring this fool back to the sect. Ye Feng wondered. And why is that? Xiao Shui continued. Master, I feel that this fool would make an excellent prodigal for our cause. Ye Feng replied, Even if this idiot has some prodigal potential, my master has forbidden me from bringing anyone else to the sect. Master, you could have him paint a portrait for the sect master. She would surely agree. What woman doesn't wish for her beauty to be preserved for eternity? Ye Feng imagined Tian Shui's stunning beauty captured in a painting, and a faint blush appeared on his face as he thought, with his level of skill, Master, have you ever heard the tale of a certain master artist who once painted an infamous Spring Palace scroll? Bai Luo's master pleaded, Young Master Ye, I can no longer control this wicked disciple. I feel that only you are capable of suppressing him. Before he could even finish, Ye Feng walked right past him. He pointed at Bai Luo and simply said, Fine, I'll take him. You agreed? Just like that? Disciple, I never thought our fate would end so soon. Farewell. Seeing him flee, Bai Luo cursed. You old dog, get back here, his former master muttered as he left the tavern. Finally, I'm free of that monstrous disciple. Now I can chase after women in peace. Miss Roxiang, here I come. Bai Luo watched him run straight into the brothel across the street. That old lecher, he thought. I knew he'd head straight for the pleasure houses. He turned to Ye Feng. Brother Ye, look how pitiful I am. We're kindred spirits, after all. When we get to your sect, could you please not force me to study the Tao of painting? We'll see how I feel. But, perhaps. Suddenly, Wu Feng pushed the door open, calling out, Senior brother, when are we departing? He froze, completely bewildered by the sight of Bai Luo kneeling on the floor, weeping while clutching Ye Feng's hand. Wu Feng asked, Senior brother, why is there another person with you? The next afternoon, Ye Feng led Bai Luo through a rickety old gate. It was covered in cobwebs. Let's go, Ye Feng said. Bai Luo stared in horror, thinking, Holy crap, am I being kidnapped for my organs? Yesterday, I heard Brother Wu Feng talking about a heaven-grade cauldron gifted to a great demon, and one person with 2 heart flames swirling around him. The chef wields a golden dragon spirit. It sounded like an incredibly powerful sect. So why is it so desolate? Have I been tricked? Suddenly, Bai Luo saw someone flying on a sword nearby. It turned out to be Gozi, the dog, riding the blade through the air. Bai Luo stammered in shock. The dog, it's flying. Wu Feng praised him. Not bad. Guzi's progress has been incredibly fast. He can already ride a sword like that. Xiao Shui added. Indeed. And with his yellow spring sword intent from the Sword Heart realm, Guzi is starting to resemble the continent's #1 sword hound. Bai Luo asked, dumbfounded, that dog belongs to this sect? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, raising a cauldron high and roaring, Guzi, taste my cauldron! In response, Guzi clenched a second sword in his mouth and lunged. Bai Luo clutched his head, screaming, no way! That dog can even use a dual-wielding sword style? With the sword clenched firmly in his teeth, Guzi delivered a powerful slash, successfully knocking back the challenger. Bai Luo watched the intense aerial battle, clutching his head in utter disbelief. Brother Ye, does your sect specialize in raising great demons? Not at all. The sect currently has only 2 great demons. One is the blood-devouring mantis, and the other is Gozi. Bai Luo sighed in relief. Thank goodness there are only 2. Just then, Jin Lun, who was sweeping the yard, greeted them. Young Master Ye, you've returned? Jin Lun, perfect timing. From now on, you'll take Bai Luo with you to work. I'm heading back to the main hall. Jin Lun greeted the newcomer. Brother, are you also an ascended expert? Bai Luo stammered. A ascended? No. He secretly sized up Jin Lun, his mind reeling. This handyman, could he actually be an ascended master? No way. Why would an ascended expert work as a handyman? Damn it. I have to find a way to escape this crazy place. Meanwhile, Jin Lun thought, this kid has escape written all over his face. Young Master Ye must have assigned him to me so I could keep an eye on him. I'll have to give him a little shock to keep him in line. Just then, a bird with brilliant golden plumage flew past them. Jin Lun sighed in admiration. Well now, that's the 3rd great demon at the Tribulation Realm or higher in the last 2 days. Looks like we're eating well again tonight. With that, he shot a burst of spiritual energy toward a passing bird. In an instant, it was roasted to perfection. Bai Lei gasped in total shock. A demonic beast that powerful, and you killed it in a single strike? Of course, I can ascend to a higher realm whenever I choose, but when young Master Ye tells me not to leave, I can't. And now, he doesn't want you to leave either. Do you understand? Bai Lei thought to himself in terror. It seems escaping is completely out of the question. Meanwhile, in the Sect's Grand Hall, Tian Shui sat upon her throne. As expected of my master's greatest disciple, you truly built this sect into a powerhouse with your own strength. But now you've brought another one. How will you explain this? Yi Feng, standing below, replied, Master, you've truly wronged me this time. The person I brought back is a painting cultivator. They can infuse the intent of swords and blades into their artwork. If he were to paint your portrait, then even after you ascend to the upper realm, your beauty could still be worshipped by the mortal world, admired by future generations. That's not a bad idea. I suppose I misjudged you. But let's put that aside for now. Where did you take Wu Feng and Xiao Shui? Master, I went to Heavenly Pill City. A few minutes later, Tian Shui slammed her fist on the table and roared. You trampled Heavenly Pill City to dust. It's a miracle you even made it back alive. Xiao Shui was a perfectly fine body cultivator. So why did you force her to practice alchemy? And you bullied the 3 Grand Elders of Myriad Flowers Valley like that, to waste such precious resources so carelessly. Don't you feel any remorse? Yi Feng stammered. Well, suddenly, he noticed a crack in the floor and had an idea. These floor tiles are getting old. Take this one for example. And with that, he stomped his foot down with all his might. Tian Shui demanded, Ye Feng, what do you think you're doing? Ye Feng pulled his foot from the shattered floor and asked, Master, a so-called precious item. It breaks just like this ordinary floor tile. You'd feel heartbroken over it, right? Tian Shui replied, Yes, you're being ridiculous. Why would I be heartbroken over a broken floor tile? I just finished setting up a powerful formation array beneath it. Before I could even activate the protective barrier, you shattered the array's eye. What a coincidence. Tian Shui stared at the hole in the ground, her voice filled with despair. It's ruined. Everything is completely ruined. Master, back in the upper realm, I always thought being a master was a prestigious role. Why is it so frustrating now that it's my turn? In the limitless sacred land, a figure sitting before the virtual screen of the 6 realms suddenly let out a massive sneeze. The fox-like holy lord of the limitless sacred land rubbed his nose. Strange. Very strange. Who could be talking about me today? Oh well, I should just continue using my divine sense to locate my disciple. Back in the sect's main hall, Ye Feng looked at the stunned Tian Shui and felt a pang of guilt. System. I destroyed my master's array eye. Shouldn't I compensate her with something even cooler? The system's voice rang out, stating that his master would never find a suitable array eye in the entire profound heaven continent. presenting you with the limitless spirit gathering array as a replacement. He praised it. Excellent. He then turned to Tian Shui and said, Master, it's just a tiny array I'll just give you a better one to make up for it. She was curious. A better one? Right. I suppose something like that isn't too difficult for you. Suddenly, a giant blue stone crashed down from the sky with a thunderous boom. Yi Feng asked, Master, is this one big enough? Tian Shui was speechless. This array is way too big and flashy. It only needs to be the size of a fist. Hearing this, he pulled out a golden furnace. The size of a fist. Got it. Tian Shui pleaded. Ye Feng, don't you dare smash it. The moment she finished speaking, Ye Feng began hammering the blue stone relentlessly with the furnace. Tian Shui watched in absolute shock. He really did it. When the blue stone was carved down to the size of a fist, he grinned proudly. Master, all done. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Tian Shui broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, if I'd known, I would have just used the entire limitless spirit gathering stone as the array eye. The system announced, Congratulations, host, for triggering prodigal behavior, rewarding 100,000 prodigal points and a heavenly Dao token. Ye Feng looked at Tian Shui's darkened expression and couldn't help but sigh. It seems this incident was a huge blow to my master. Right. What's today's prodigal product? The system displayed. The 3-leaf flowerless fruit, a sweet and fragrant spirit fruit. It cannot be grown in the profound heaven continent, and can only be obtained from the heavenly Dao battlefield. He took a curious bite. 100,000 fruits. What is this thing? It doesn't seem like a flowerless fruit. It's more like a cherry tomato. He thought to himself, with 100,000 of them, eating a few won't make a big difference. But I can't let them eat all of it every time. This is even more plentiful than my pills. Then, an idea struck him. I've got it. Tian Shui eyed the spirit fruit in his hand curiously. Yi Feng explained, Well, I felt the sect was getting a little boring, so I've prepared some entertainment for everyone. Nearby, Xiao Shui was trying to stop Guzi from eating a fruit, yelling, You can't eat that, he continued. The rules are simple. You just throw these spirit fruits at people. In the end, the 2 people who were hit the most and the least will be punished. The punishment is eating 5,000 marrow cleansing pills. Everyone gasped. We still have to eat those pills? That's terrifying. Yeah, totally. Tian Shui turned to leave. Ye Feng, as the master of this sect, such activities are beneath me. With me here, everyone will feel restrained. I should just go back to my cultivation. But Ye Feng added, Master, I still have that 3-meter-tall spirit-gathering stone. Her attitude changed in an instant. As the master of this sect, I feel I must set a leading example. Hearing this, he grinned and said, All right then. Everyone, let's get started. So, you're not joining in? I want to. But to keep things fair, we need a referee. The system's voice suddenly rang out. At a time like this, why not use the heavenly secret search function? Gozi tugged at Ye Feng's pants, barking urgently. With these sparkling eyes, I don't need to join. Right? He instantly sent the pup flying with a kick. Playing cute is useless. The first ever Star Soul Sect Spirit Fruit Festival, who had begun. Hao Yu was sweating bullets as he held a fruit. Everyone, let's go easy. I won't throw too hard. He didn't even finish his sentence before a spirit fruit smashed right into someone's face. Old man Tian Yue, on the other hand, was ecstatic, his hands loaded with ammo. Finally, it's my time to shine. I'll take down every last one of you who dares to steal my spotlight. Hao Yu screamed, Who cares about that stuff? At that moment, 2 figures appeared at the sect gate, one old and one young. The national master of the Crimson Sun Kingdom, Zhang Dongfeng, spoke first. Your Highness, let us rest here for the night. The kingdom's crown prince, Zhao Ting, replied graciously. Master Zhang, from now on, please call me young master. Our kingdom holds sway over countless sects. If they discovered I was the crown prince of the Crimson Sun Kingdom, they'd be terrified. The old man nodded in understanding. As the young master says, he turned his head and added, Besides, we're only staying for one night. There's no need to make a huge scene. And just then, a spirit fruit flew right into Zhao Ting's face, leaving Dongfeng completely speechless. When they stepped inside, they were met with a scene of absolute pandemonium. In the middle of the chaos, Tian Yue had transformed into a battle-crazed demon. The 2 newcomers could only stare in utter shock at the scene before them. Yi Feng, casually snacking on a melon, directed from the sidelines. Master, they don't dare hit you. They're trying to force you into a penalty spot. You have to get hit. It's more fun that way. Oh, and stop burning the spirit fruits with your heart flame. Junior brother Wu Feng. Are you cutting spirit fruits with a knife? You think this is Fruit Ninja or something? Zhao Ting advised. Master Zhang, perhaps we should just sleep outside. The three-leaf flowerless fruit. My God, they're throwing three-leaf flowerless fruits. He burst into tears upon hearing this. The three-leaf flowerless fruit. Even I have only eaten 3 in my entire life. Stop. All of you, stop this now. But before he could finish his plea, Jin Lun silenced him with a single, terrifying glare. Dongfeng immediately understood. He clamped a hand over his own mouth and Zhao Ting's. But the prince struggled, trying to speak through the hand. Master Zhang, you withstood 8 heavenly tribulations. What could you possibly be afraid of? He saw a muscular man in a simple sect uniform. No, that's an ascended realm expert. His gaze alone nearly shattered my divine soul. And that old man, he's another ascended expert. He could be a soul cultivator who kills without a trace. It was then that Ye Feng noticed them. And you two are? The old man asked, sweating. Young friend, who we are isn't important. But do you have any idea what kind of spirit fruit you're throwing? The three-leaf flowerless fruit. One of the 10 supreme spirit fruits from the Heavenly Tao battlefield. What about it? Do you know who your sect master is, young friend? Name your price for these three-leaf flowerless fruits. I'll buy every last one. Buy them? With what? Who even are you people? The old man pointed to Zhao Ting, his voice filled with reverence. This man is His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Crimson Sun Kingdom, and I am his national master. We can absolutely afford it. What national master? Prince? Old me isn't short on money. I just enjoy squandering it. No, I cannot allow you to ruin them like this. Is the esteemed master of your sect present? The three-leaf flowerless fruit, one of the 10 supreme fruits of the Heavenly Tao battlefield, a treasure seen once a century. How can you be so wasteful? Wu Feng calmly peeled a spirit fruit, sighing in admiration. Senior brother is on another level. To think he'd bring out fruits like these just for us to have fun. Meanwhile, Tianyue was still lost in the berserk frenzy of the spirit fruit war. Dongfeng clutched his head, about to lose his mind. They're mad. Everyone in this sect is insane. Are you all savages? Have you never set foot on the Heavenly Tao battlefield before? Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? Ye Feng just pointed. There, Zhao Ting was ignoring the fruits pelting him, while desperately gobbling up the ones on the ground. Dongfeng was aghast. Your Highness, what in the heavens are you doing? The harvest was plentiful, and it's a pity to waste them. Eating them is better than letting them rot in the wasteland. You are so weak-willed. How can you be the future king of the Crimson Sun? But Zhao Ting just smiled, offering him a spirit fruit. Master Zhang, are you sure you don't want one? It's really delicious. What's the point of complaining anymore? A few minutes later, Dongfeng gave in to temptation and began to eat as well. So fragrant. This is the taste. Your Highness, today we have stumbled upon a mountain of heavenly luck, a national master and a crown prince. Are these two beggars really not here for comic relief? Half an hour later, Ye Feng stared at the two men with bulging stomachs and couldn't help but sigh. These guys can really pack it away. They ate more than old Bai, and the others consume in pills. Just then, a system notification popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing today's squandering challenge. Reward, 1,000 squander points. Bonus reward, 3-leaf flowerless fruit times 10,000. This gave Ye Feng pause. These 10,000 fruits are actually pretty tasty. I'm not wasting these. And with that, he stored them away. Alright, stop eating. Take these spirit fruits as a gift. Just clean up this area when you're done. Really? This is fantastic. If we bring these back, everyone will be thrilled. Zhao Ding was overcome with emotion. But what about the bruised spirit fruits? Even a crushed one is still a 3-leaf serenity fruit. Ye Feng turned to Jin Lun and asked, Jin Lun, how did the battle stats look for that fruit-throwing game? The weakest was the little puppy, and the strongest was the sect master. He shot a teasing glance at Tian Shui. So, that's how it is. Ye Feng, this is all on you. If you hadn't told me to take the hits on purpose, how could I have let them eat those disgusting pills? So, how about we change the prize to 100 3-leaf serenity fruits? Doggy, come here. These 100 3-leaf serenity fruits are for you. Hearing this, the pup yipped with joy and leaped into the air to catch its prize. Tian Hong broke into a cold sweat. What happened to the promised punishment? How did marrow cleansing pills suddenly become 3-leaf serenity fruits? Grandmaster Zhang, why do I feel that my status as crown prince is lower than that of a dog? The Grand Master replied, "Your Highness, be content. These spirit fruits are more than enough." The prince asked again, "Grandmaster Zhang, besides being delicious, these fruits don't raise one's cultivation level. Should we keep gathering them? Their value comes from their rarity and exquisite taste. Do you have any idea what these bruised fruits are worth? Out in the world, they could buy you favors from powerful experts. Now, keep gathering them." An hour later, in the Sect's Grand Hall, Tian Shui sat on her throne, looking down upon her two guests. "Their waist tokens don't appear to be fakes. Are you truly the Grand Master and Crown Prince of the Crimson Sun Kingdom?" "We are." She rose to her feet. "I have only recently become the Sect Master, and I've heard that sects within your kingdom must pay an annual protection fee, not to mention sending disciples to fight in your wars. So, are you here today to collect money? Or to collect people?" "So, they are here for the protection fee. What a perfect opportunity to waste some resources." Dongfeng spoke diplomatically. "Young friend Ye Feng, our kingdom has no such tradition. Aside from defending against foreign invaders, we never collect fees from the sects." Ye Feng fanned out the spirit fruits in his hand, offering them. "That won't do. You must take something. Do you think our sect is made of money?" "No. No. Of course not." Zhao Ding trembled, thinking, who on earth is this desperate to just give away? Just then, Tian Shui cut in sharply. "If that's the case, then why have you come to our sect today?" Zhao Ding's expression turned grave. "We are searching for the alchemy god. One has recently appeared within the kingdom. We wish to request that he refine a divine pill for us." She understood now. "This concerns the very survival of your kingdom. You're looking for the alchemy god, the one who crushed a divine pill into mud, perhaps?" Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Yi Feng's face. "Well then, I wish you both luck in finding this alchemy god." "Damn," he thought. "They're looking in the right place. But I only pulled that off because of the system. I don't actually know a thing about alchemy." Just then, Wu Feng appeared out of nowhere. "Senior brother, that divine pill you refined back in Sky Pill City, what kind was it?" "Exactly." The question made Ye Feng jump out of his skin. "You brat! When did you get here?" As the two royal guests slowly closed in on him, he cried out internally, "Why? Why would you expose me like that?" Wu Feng, however, looked incredibly pleased with himself. Dongfeng and Zhao Ding were stunned. "What? You're the alchemy god? Where else would you find another one? I really helped senior brother look cool this time. He's definitely going to thank me for this." But far from being grateful, Ye Feng was glaring daggers at him, his face a mask of pure fury. With the annoyed face of a prodigal son, Ye Feng watched Wu Feng make a run for it. "Senior brother, I'll be taking my leave." He certainly acts the part. It must be true. This means the Purple Arrow War, God can be saved. Tian Shui then spoke up. "Ye Feng, compared to other kingdoms, the Crimson Sun Kingdom treats the sects fairly well. For the sake of our relationship, it's only right that we offer our assistance." All right. A small matter like this doesn't require my personal attention. "Xiao Shui, come here." System, he thought. "Give me 7 ninth grade, 10 pattern divine tribulation breaking pills." A familiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Total cost, 234,000 prodigal points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 7 divine tribulation breaking pills. What? It took 2,340 divine level draws at a 1% chance to get 7 pills? Shouldn't the pity rate be 1 pill per 100 draws at minimum? The system replied. "Was your math teacher a gym instructor? My apologies, that's an insult to gym instructors. Was your math teacher an English teacher? Okay, stop roasting me, it's my fault." Just then, Xiao Shui arrived at his side. "Young Master Ye, you called for me?" Tian Shui stared in disbelief. "Young Master Ye, you can't possibly intend for her to refine the divine pill, can you?" Ye Feng just shrugged. "She's more than capable." The prince questioned, "Is this lady a divine-level alchemist? Hey, do I look like an alchemist to you? Are your eyes just for decoration? Besides, I'm a great demon and a body cultivator." Yi Feng handed her the pills with a few instructions. "Xiao Shui, take these 7 pills. But remember, after you swallow the last one, you must control the spirit energy in your body. No more flying off. You hear me?" "Understood," Xiao Shui replied obediently. Without another word, she popped the first pill into her mouth. Instantly, Xiao Shui's body shot into the air, unleashing a massive wave of power. Ye Feng shouted urgently, "Xiao Shui, suppress the spiritual energy inside you." Little Blood's eyes flashed crimson, and Dongfeng stared in shock. In an instant, She had become a fully ascended demon lord. Yi Feng, what in the world did you feed her? That divine pill is called a tribulation breaker. A single dose lets you bypass a heavenly lightning strike. Little Blood took 7 pills, instantly becoming a great demon of ascension. Tian Shui was stunned. To think such a pill actually exists. The god of alchemy is truly on another level. Suddenly, I don't even feel like cultivating anymore. Feng was also in disbelief. All my life and death struggles, enduring 8 brutal lightning tribulations, suddenly feel completely worthless. Tian Shui suddenly asked, Ye Feng, about this pill? Master, rest assured, there's enough for everyone. I even prepared some for my dog. Little Blood reveled in her new strength, overjoyed. So this is the power of ascension. At the Elder's courtyard, they processed the news. Little Blood already has ascension-level strength, a treasure that lets you skip the heavenly lightning tribulation. Just how many incredible items does young master inside the main sect hall? Little Blood danced around with glee. Dongfeng's voice trembled. Why does a single great demon get such incredible treatment? I don't understand. Grandmaster Zhang, please don't stress your body. Tian Shui advised Ye Feng to accompany Little Blood to prevent any mishaps, as she might not be able to refine the pill by herself. Ye Feng agreed with her plan. It was a good chance to visit the imperial city. Maybe this time, he should bring Old Bai along. Half an hour later, at the Elder's courtyard, Hongshan asked, Does Little Blood truly possess the strength of an ascended being? It's true. She even skipped the lightning tribulation. How amazing, Tianhong gloated. I can't believe Ye Feng drew my card this time. Tian Yu scoffed. You talk as if you're desperate for his favor. Hearing this, Luokai asked, Why are you two talking like that? You sound like concubines in the imperial palace. A few minutes later, a voice called out from inside the flying house. You idiot. We can leave now. I never thought you could make a house into a flying spiritual artifact. Your skills are truly high class. As the house ascended, Ye Feng told Tian Shui they would be back soon. She thought to herself, he's leaving again. I just hope he doesn't bring more people back this time. The sect is already at full capacity. The house whizzed through the air. Old Bai, do you know why I brought you along? It's because you're too weak. You need to train harder, so I can finally help you ascend. Yes, of course. Thank you, young Master Ye, for this opportunity. Ye Feng glanced over at Dongfeng and Zhao Ting. The two were sitting listlessly on the floor. He asked what they were doing. Young Master Ye, we're fine. Grandmaster Zhang and I just needed some quiet time. If we had known, we never would have asked about your last 2 months of adventures. Suddenly, the space around them trembled violently. Dongfeng yelled for Zhao Ting to be careful. What's happening outside? Alerting the host. A national war god from a rival kingdom has appeared ahead. Their mission, to assassinate Crown Prince Zhao Ting. Are you kidding me? Zhao Ting is the Crown Prince. Leaving the city was top secret. How could they have known? A classic assassination plot. How interesting. Outside, a man appeared. He was Zhu Hai, the national war god of the Thunder Martial Kingdom. Ha ha ha, Zhang Dongfeng, hand over the Crown Prince, and I might grant you a quick death. Young Master Ye is from the Thunder Martial Kingdom? I finally get to hear that classic villain laugh. Fine. Zhu Hai loudly demanded that Dongfeng hand over Zhao Ting. Inside, Ye Feng ordered Little Blood to eliminate everyone from that thunder-something nation. Zhang Dongfeng, your time is up. The man paused mid-sentence, realizing the person who emerged wasn't Dongfeng, but Little Blood. Aren't you that bloodthirsty praying mantis? What of it? You recognize your granny? He glanced at a portrait of Little Blood. Is this picture of you? It is. I was still young and foolish back then. Looking at how cute you were, holding that broken cauldron. Did someone try to use you as an ingredient for a meat stew? Shut up and watch me beat you to a pulp. Just by yourself? I am about to ascend. Before he could finish his sentence, Little Blood lunged forward and sent him flying. That should shut you up for good, Ye Feng thought. He was just asking for trouble by provoking Little Blood. He sighed in admiration. As expected of a physical cultivator, her close-quarters combat is astounding. Stop! Don't hit me again. My ancestor is an elder of the Heavenly Martial Sect. You dare attack me? Do you have a death wish? He talks as if he's the only one with connections. If you've got the guts, call your ancestor out here right now. The Heavenly Martial Sect, huh? Weren't they one of the sects that targeted Master? The Heavenly Martial Sect, you say? Little Blood, end this guy for me, right now. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. Little Blood then rushed in, beating Zhu Hai to a bloody mess. A system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for eliminating Zhu Hai. Reward. 1 15-day trial pass to the upper realm. System, why are you suddenly giving me a reward like this? Are you trying to tell me to go to the upper realm? Ye Feng stared in surprise at the jade talisman in his hand. His own communication talisman was glowing. Junior brother Wu Feng. After all this time, why is he suddenly contacting me? Senior brother, it's terrible. Something has happened. Ye Feng was stunned by the news. Back at the Star Soul Sect, Tian Shui watched a portal open. Don't tell me Ye Feng is already back? She asked why he returned so soon. But the person who emerged wasn't Ye Feng. It was a woman. Disciple, I've come to take you back. Tian Shui cried out in surprise. Master. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's flying mansion continued its journey across the sky. System, is this how you're supposed to protect my sect? The system replied. The Star Soul Sect has always been safe. This was just a moment of carelessness. He never imagined Tian Shui would be taken back to the infinite sacred land by her master. What's more, the infinite sacred land had now earned Ye Feng's wrath. Bullcrap, how am I supposed to see my wife now? Old bye, little Shui, we're returning to the Star Soul Sect. But what about our divine Dan purple arrow? Ye Feng casually tossed a glowing object to Dongfeng. This spatial ring has everything you could ever need. As for your flying artifacts, I'm commandeering them for now. So, does that mean the two of us have to walk back? Ye Feng then gave the order. Full speed, return to the Star Soul Sect. Ye Feng's voice thundered with fury, lashing out at everyone in the Star Soul Sect. With so many people here, is everyone dead or something? None of you could protect your own master. Especially you all. On the verge of ascension. Yet you weren't paying any attention. Excuses immediately flooded their minds. We were cultivating. We were in the middle of a mahjong game. He continued his tirade, his furious words piercing each member to the core. Tianhong stepped forward and asked, Young Master Ye, what is our next move? What if I take you all to the upper realm to bring our master back? If we have some spare time, we could even explore the place for a bit. The upper realm? But how would we even get there? Ye Feng revealed the 15-day upper realm experience card he had just received. What's so hard about it? He slammed the card down with force, and a staircase of shimmering gold instantly materialized, stretching straight into the heavens. Xiao Chen and Luo Kai gasped in awe. A sky ladder. It's a legendary sky ladder. He even has something like this. Ye Feng waved his hand. Let's go, everyone. Wu Feng and Xiao Xiao tried to stop him, but, senior brother, without the power to ascend, the consequences for anyone else who goes up could be catastrophic. Wu Feng is right. We've heard stories about this. He snapped back impatiently. What is there to fear? I will protect you all. Even if the heavenly Tao itself descends, I have no reason to be afraid. Hearing this, they steeled their resolve and agreed. All right then. For Tian Shui's sake, I'm going too. Little Shui suddenly pointed to the sky and yelled, Master, look, what is that? Golden tribulation clouds, and a crimson thunder dragon. It's just a measly tribulation cloud. I'll handle it. But just then, a voice rang out. My lord, leave this tribulation cloud to me. After waiting all these days, it's finally my turn to take the stage. Yi Feng was stunned. That voice, and that silhouette, doesn't it look a little like the Emperor's treasure? A white-haired girl excitedly zipped right past him. This is perfect. This time, no one can steal my spotlight. I will definitely make my lord give me a name this time. At that moment, two more figures appeared. The heart of 100 forges, the final step of protection. We absolutely cannot surrender the glory of being first. With a final burst of speed, she yelled, You two mongrels, can't you play fair? It's just a tiny rampaging dragon tribulation, and all our skills are already unlocked. The other two shot back with a taunt. Someone with short legs like you should just head back. If anyone's getting the honor of a name, it will be us first. The black-haired girl following close behind then sped past her as well. You're infuriating. Everyone else just stared, dumbfounded, as the trio furiously raced for the lead. How you gasped in awe. They can destroy even that kind of tribulation cloud. Their strength must have already reached the divine level. As expected of our junior brother, he makes what's impossible for us look easy. And his followers are really risking it all, just to show off. Yi Feng took the lead, shouting encouragement. We're almost at the upper realm. Everyone, pick up the pace. We're almost there. Soon enough, he stepped onto the final stair. The scene before him was a magnificent ancient city, with a vast estate sprawling out behind it. The entire landscape glittered brilliantly under the sun. We've arrived. This is the upper realm. Ye Feng placed a hand on Jinlun's shoulder and asked, This is the upper realm? The man pointed. This place is the Grand Void Sword Sect. Young Master Ye. If you want to reach the infinite sacred palace, just head east. A smile crept across Ye Feng's face. The Grand Void Sword Sect. To think I'd run into old enemies the second I arrived. Since we're here, we might as well teach them a lesson first. The white-haired girl and the purple-haired young man spoke up. My lord, how do you plan to discipline them? My lord, do you require our assistance? Ye Feng looked surprised. You guys are still here? I thought you would have left after destroying the tribulation cloud. They bowed their heads. This subordinate would not dare leave without permission. That's right. We wouldn't dare move until my lord dismisses us. Jinlun wondered to himself, how are the auras of these three even more powerful than the golden-armored giants? Just how many guardians does young Master Ye have? Ye Feng called out to him. Jinlun, I need you to arrange something for me. Young Master Ye, what are your orders? I recall you're a great emperor. That means you must have your own territory in this upper realm. Correct? Jinlun grew flustered. I wouldn't dare make such a claim. I merely oversee a small, humble sect. That's good enough. I permit you to return for now. Change your sect's name to the Star Soul Sacred Land. I want the entire upper realm to know it. The man was confused. Young Master Ye, what are you planning? Ye Feng grinned. Why? To welcome my master back, of course. I want the whole upper realm to know the name. Star Soul, this sacred land belongs to my master. Jinlun eagerly agreed. Young Master Ye, you truly know how to make a statement. Understood. I'll get right on it. He then turned to the other three. You three have a new mission. Take Elder Bai's forces and attack the Grand Void Sword Sect and Penglai Immortal Island, and the Heavenly Martial Sect, he added. Let them make a grand entrance in the upper realm, and while you're at it, plunder every last resource those three sects possess. The innocent, white-haired girl asked. Why don't we just annihilate them directly? He smirked. Do you know what the cruelest fate in this world is? I don't, she admitted. It's when you're alive, but all your wealth is gone. After dropping that piece of wisdom, Ye Feng let out a hearty laugh. Xiao Shui thought to herself, I feel like he's forgetting the other half. You die, but you never got to spend any of your money. A short while later, the groups arrived at the Grand Void Sword Sect. Their sect master's voice boomed from above. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the grounds of my Grand Void Sword Sect? Tian Xing stepped forward as their leader. We're here to plunder your sect, he declared calmly. You don't even possess the power to ascend. Such arrogance. Die, the sect master roared. But the white-haired girl simply stepped forward, and with a single kick, she sent the insolent fool flying. Tian Xing's team of 5 then marched off, carrying the coffin of the Grand Void Sword Sect's master. Their infamous reputation echoed across the lands. Meanwhile, Hao Yu's team, and the purple-haired man, had already taken down the master of Penglai Immortal Island. Elsewhere, Tian Hong, Tian Yu, and the black-haired girl were playing a casual round of mahjong on the coffin of the Heavenly Martial Sect's master. From a distance, Ye Feng watched it all unfold. It seemed they were having a rather good time. System, are you there? He called out. I want to make it rain. A lot. At that very moment, Hu Li had brought Tian Shui back to the infinite sacred palace. Disciple, a little higher. Quote, yes, right there. Master, Tian Shui sighed. You didn't bring me all the way back here just to groom you, did you? The fox elder chuckled. The lower realm is vast. I went to great lengths to find you. So what's wrong with my dear disciple grooming me a little? Her tone then turned ice cold. But that wretched Grand Void Sword Sect actually dared to lay a hand on my disciple. Do they truly believe my infinite sacred land is so easily provoked? Tian Shui frowned slightly. Master, I agree we must seek revenge. But please, let's wait until my strength has fully recovered. Hu Li transformed back into her human form. Disciple, just focus on your cultivation here in the upper realm. Within the infinite sacred palace, no one can touch you. She thought to herself, if she could just tell her master about the schemes in the upper realm, half of her problems would already be solved. I wonder how everyone back at the Star Soul Sect is doing. In the world of cultivation, the journey from opening one's spirit sea to facing the tribulation and ascending can take decades or even centuries. Many even perish during the heavenly lightning. But with Ye Feng there, their ascension is only a matter of time. I just wonder when they'll finally reach the upper realm, Tian Shui thought, lost in her memories. Father, my sister, Ye Feng, by the time they ascend to the upper realm, perhaps I won't even recognize them anymore. A tear unknowingly rolled down her cheek. That's strange. I used to complain they were a distraction from my training. So, why am I crying now? Just then, solid objects began to fall from the heavens. The sound grew louder and faster, like a torrential downpour of jewels. Hearing the commotion, Tian Shui rushed outside. What is that sound? What's going on out there? The ecstatic cheers of the people echoed through the palace. It's raining. It's raining immortal crystals. The heavens are showering us with wealth. We'll never be poor again. Does anyone have a wash basin? Lend it to me. Curious, Tian Shui reached out her hand to catch one. What in the world is happening? I've never heard of it raining immortal crystals in the upper realm. Wait a second. Why does this feel so familiar? Just then, Hu Li emerged. Disciple, what is all this? She asked. Don't tell me you have a secret betrothal with someone in the upper realm? A betrothal? Tian Shui was stunned. Master, what are you talking about? I have no marriage arrangements, not in the upper realm or the lower realm. At that exact moment, a colossal shadow fell over the ground. What is that? A glittering, golden airship appeared in the sky above. A powerful voice boomed from the vessel, radiating golden light. The Star Soul Sacred Land's direct disciple, Ye Feng, has come to seek the hand of the Infinite Sacred Palace's saintess, Luo Tian Shui. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Feng? Hu Li immediately shot back. Star Soul Sacred Land? Where did you crawl out from? I've never even heard of such a place. You think you're worthy of proposing to my disciple? Keep dreaming. Tian Shui quickly interjected. Master, do you remember I told you I founded a sect in the lower realm called the Star Soul Sect, and that it had a direct disciple named Ye Feng? Her master laughed dismissively. What a ridiculous coincidence. Besides, this is a sacred land of the upper realm. If that were actually true, I would eat my own sacred master's token right here. The very next second, Ye Feng leaped directly from the airship. Tian Shui, I've come for you, he announced. The Fox Elder froze, realizing she had just been utterly proven wrong. Tian Shui smirked. Master, are you still planning on eating that token? Ye Feng cheerfully approached Hu Li. You must be the Grand Master-in-law. Utterly defeated, she turned away. My throat feels a bit dry. I'll just go grab some tea. Tian Shui walked over to Ye Feng. How did you get to the upper realm so fast? And what's all this about a Star Soul Sacred Land? He replied with a casual shrug. Reaching the upper realm was no big deal, but without a sacred land to my name, I wouldn't have the standing to propose. She lightly scolded him. Are you an idiot? Making such a grand spectacle with this proposal? I haven't even said yes yet. Besides, a move this flashy will bring you nothing but trouble. Don't you realize that? But Ye Feng simply smiled. My dear, I know all about it. You mean the Grand Void Sword Sect, Penglai Immortal Island, and the Heavenly Martial Sect, right? She was stunned. So, you knew everything. Just watch, my love. He pointed to a flying ship, and a triumphant cry echoed from within. Sect Master, we have returned from plundering the Heaven Martial Sect. Holy Saintess, we've stripped Penglai Immortal Island of all its resources. Sect Master, we've done the same. Tears of pure emotion streamed down Tian Shui's face. You all did this. For me? At that moment, Ye Feng knelt on one knee and presented a box. My love, this is for you. Will you marry me? These are the detonators, for those 3 sects. The moment you press them, they'll be blown to smithereens. She smiled, her face radiant with joy. Thank you, Ye Feng. This is truly the best proposal ever. But their moment was shattered by Hu Li's furious voice. I do not approve. Before she could finish, a group of white-haired girls swiftly covered her mouth. Our Lord is proposing. Your approval is not required. She stood beside Ye Feng, feeling utterly satisfied. Let the damned Supreme Void Sword Sect, Penglai Immortal Island, and Heaven Martial Sect be utterly annihilated. One by one, Tian Shui pressed the 3 buttons. The sky itself darkened as 3 massive explosions rocked the entire upper realm to its very foundation. The light from the blast reached them, as beautiful as fireworks in the night sky. Ye Feng, can I walk this path of the ultimate prodigal spender with you? He smiled brightly. My dear wife, it would be my greatest pleasure. In another mysterious space, a voice grumbled, making the entire upper realm rain with immortal crystals, and then turning the sky dark, that almost exhausted me. If I knew it was this much trouble, I wouldn't have been lazing around drawing. The system stretched and smiled. Host, I wish you both eternal happiness. And so, Ye Feng carried Tian Shui back to the Star Soul Sect, where they lived happily ever after. And that's a wrap on the story. This has been a summary of the series. If you have any thoughts on the story, please leave them down in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on more amazing